This audiobook contains 10 censored sentences and 166 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. After the divine, faith heaven apologized and paid compensation, you should have let it go. But instead, all their participants mysteriously died in the mortalhood trial, preventing them from birthing a new generation of Paragon. Should I eliminate the source of the problem? Shen Tian thought. While this idea was tempting, the possible repercussions made it useless. Killing such a vital member of the Tao opening sect will only result in the destruction of the divine faith heaven in the name of revenge, therefore creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. No, I can't be so careful to the point of cowardice in this situation, Shen Tian thought. If he is the source of my unease, I must eliminate him. However, I can't leave any clues behind or traces that point toward heaven. Shen Tian strengthened his body. He looked at one of his advisors. How are the negotiations with the Limitless Exchange Hall? There might be a problem, Divine Hao replied. What do you mean? Old Man Black Chess was excited about the premise of an alliance, but after the assembly, he appeared more lukewarm. Why didn't you report this to me? Shen Tian asked with a slightly raised voice. Supreme God, my apology, Divine Hao immediately said. I haven't confirmed anything yet. So I wanted to meet him a few more times before reporting the situation to you. No, I must talk to him myself, Shen Tian said as he stood. Sir, you can't. Why not? Shen Tian looked at him harshly. You'll appear too desperate and give them the leverage, Divine Hao said. You're right, Shen Tian said, sitting back. From now on, report every detail about the negotiation. Do not leave out the tiniest detail. It shall be done as you will it. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in a private room inside the origin carriage, reviewing everything. Many significant events occurred that would fundamentally change the world, and he wanted to be diligent to prevent missing anything important. As he was deep in thought, his danger sense activated, and he discovered the carriage was surrounded. Wang Wei frowned as he teleported to the main room. Someone had the balls to attack our carriage? Dan Hai Sna. Whether out of stupidity or bravery, I will reward them with their death. She raised 2 fingers to prepare for a devastating attack. Hold on. Wang Wei stopped her. Something is weird about these people. The attackers were all dressed in black, with blank facial expressions as if they were puppets, and deep red eyes like a starving beast. You mean besides the strange aura from them being heavenly paragons? Yin Hai asked. Let me take a look. However, as soon as Wang Wei started peeping, these people reacted and began attacking the carriage. Yin Hai did not move, allowing the formations to do the hard work. What nasty curse, Wang Wei said with a cold breath. What curse? As long as you kill any of them, they will release a curse that instantly corrupts your Grand Tao source. Instantly? Whoever created this curse used the heaven wills that these things cultivate as the source of the curse. Their purpose is to corrupt the enemy and force them to reincarnate. That is indeed terrible, Yin Hai frowned. No cultivator can escape the heaven will, meaning this curse is unavoidable for all Emperor Path cultivators. No, it's even worse than I thought, Wang Wei added. You don't have to kill these things to release the curse. As they fight you, they will slowly memorize your aura to release the curse into your Grand Tao source. In other words, these creatures are weapons of war, and they have probably been tested and applied in previous wars, Yin Hai frowned. Yes, whoever created these things is a genius, and they have most likely already used them in wars and perfected their destructive capabilities, Wang Wei nodded. It seems the disaster is nearer than everyone thought, Yin Hai said as she summoned a small pagoda in her palm, preparing to seal these creatures' war weapons. However, she hasn't had time to act when a supreme consciousness manifests between heaven and earth. A golden palm materialized in the sky, taking away all these war machines with one swoop of the hand. Even she was alarmed. It seems the situation is serious, Wang Wei commented. Not everyone has your insight. So if she doesn't act, many people will suffer, Yin Hai said. Even someone like her almost failed for this plot. Now, she was confident that her intuition would have warned her at the last minute, but it could also be too late. True, Wang Wei nodded. Let us return to the sect. Future Buddha Saint Palace. Mithria observed these war machines in her palm. A potent power of destiny hid them from my sight. She frowned as she followed closely. This is the first time I've seen such a pure power of destiny. This is also the first time I've caught signs of these people's movements. Could I use it to my advantage? Information is crucial in war, and unfortunately, the Eternal Ascension world is woefully unprepared for this upcoming war. Maybe I can use this power of destiny to divine more information about the upcoming invasion. Chapter 1576. Master-disciple talk. Wang Wei had a pondering look. Don't you feel that something is wrong about these attackers? The assembly was the perfect setting for an attack, Yanhai nodded. With such a terrible curse, they could have eliminated at least 20 of the top powerhouses attending, forcing them to reincarnate. You're being conservative. As long as they act quickly enough before Mithria could react, at least 50 of the people attending would have been corrupted, Wang Wei said. And you're underestimating how much experience the people in that room have. My point is, why wait now to attack? Only a few people left the event, and more importantly, Mithria is now the court's official saint, probably making her more powerful, Wang Wei continued. Maybe they couldn't enter? Zanhai Zipli? Ing Zheng might have erected the Great Wall out of paranoia, but proved to be useful on this occasion. No, he activated the Great Wall to keep you guys hostage and forced you to sign his proposition. What are you talking about? Wang Wei then explained what he and Wu Hong noticed during the negotiation led by Mithria. He also told her about his deduction about Ing Zheng's plan. Damn it. I can't believe danger was so close and I couldn't sense anything. Yanhai cursed. Her body released a terrifying sword will, scratching the origin carriage. Focus, Wang Wei said, and she exhaled. What exactly are you getting out? Yanhai asked. You said it yourself. The assembly was the best place for an attack. Now, imagine these things successfully infiltrate the ancestral dragon city, waiting for the right time for a suicidal attack. Then, Ing Zheng, who had recently gained control of his transcendent artifact and was prepared to use it in the assembly, had full control of everything occurring in his city. He noticed these intruders and maybe even caught them. But why? Wouldn't it be better to allow the attack to happen? I mean, he would have weakened all the overlords overnight, Yanhai commented. An attack on the assembly would have ruined Qin's reputation and affected their luck. And he needs the luck to control the artifact. Exactly. More importantly, it would be suspicious if everybody was affected, but Qin was intact or only suffered minor destruction. So what is his goal? Does he want to study these war weapons and use their power? In that case, he would not have released them as soon as the assembly ended, Yanhai stated before squinting. Everything leads to Mithria. He knew her kind personality. He even used it during the negotiation. So, he could deduce she would not allow these creatures to run rampant. Does he want to test her strength? That's the most likely scenario, but it felt a little wasteful to utilize these things in such a manner. I expect more from Ing Zheng, Wang Wei said. His eyes suddenly glowed silver white as the river of fate projection materialized behind him. However, blood started dripping from his nose a few seconds after he started. Wang Wei calmly wiped it out. How long has it been since I suffered backlash from divination? Now we know for sure the power of the transcendent was involved. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. The question is whether it's from Ing Zheng's artifact, the presence of Mithria, or the people behind these war machines. I can determine that much, Wang Wei said as he summoned his Proving Tao artifact and transformed it into 3 fake goo. He muttered something, and a magic circle materialized underneath the fake Gus. The one on the right released a slight golden hue. The one in the middle had a small golden dragon surrounding it, and the last one emanated a strange aura. Wang Wei finished his incantation, and the goo in the middle and the left suddenly screamed before a bright flame enveloped and incinerated them, leaving only the goo with Buddhist light. So he is involved. Zanhai Squeen, I'll warn Brother Kiyuan about this. I'll also order our shadows to focus on Qin for a while. No, you should order them to evacuate instead, Wang Wei said. That's right. With Ing Zheng's new power, he'll find all of them soon enough. By then, their only fate would be elimination or being used as pawns to feed us false information, Yanhai realized. Wang Wei was deep in thought, thinking about what Ing Zheng's goal may be. He was not satisfied with the conclusion that the latter was only testing Mithria's current strength. Unfortunately, even by the time he arrived home, he had no idea. Yanhai tasked him to oversee the reallocation of the mortals, so he could not immediately run to the Origin Seal continent. So, for a while, Wang Wei had to run out of the Sect's territory to help mortals move to the designated dimension. Heavenly Beauty Palace. Xiao Tiandi waited before a closed room, walking back and forth. The hall was quiet, with only the sounds of his footsteps reverberating between the walls. As soon as Xiao Tiandi sensed the room was unlocked, he rushed inside. "Master, are you all right?" "I'm okay," Sun Junyao said with a slightly pale complexion. "They only absorbed a small portion of my energy." "Damn Qin bastard," Xiao Tiandi said with gritted teeth and clenched hands. His agitated aura caused the harmonious Tao rhymes his body released to become chaotic, releasing a terrible Tao sound. "Calm down." Sun Jinyo reached out to take his arm and forced him to sit down before her. "Anyway, they allowed me to see the pre-completion painting, which should allow me to reach the Paragon Peak in about 200,000 yuan epoch. 200,000 yuan epoch was only 20,000 yuan epoch inside a time acceleration formation, with 10 times the acceleration. But did they ask your permission for this exchange?" Xiao Tiandi asked, making Sun Junyao quiet. The overlords might treat her with kindness because of her beauty and existence 90% of the time. However, when it comes to their schemes or benefits, they will treat her no differently from any loose cultivator. "You've known for a long time that that's how the world operates. The strong don't ask the weak for their permission to dictate their fate," Sun Junyao sighed. "We don't have to be a part of the weak," Xiao Tiandi replied. "Do you think they would have dared to do such a thing to you if you were a member of the Origin Seal continent? Where is this coming from?" Sun Junyao asked. "I know you feel weird about the strange relationship between Wang Wei, you, and the Empress. However, Wang Wei has made it abundantly clear that he wants to separate the fate line between you," Sun Junyao continued. "More importantly, you've had a relationship with Empress Wu Wei before Wang Wei showed up." "That's the issue," Sun Junyao said. "She must have known we have the same fate line. How can I know she did not approach me with malice? That she wanted to keep me close because I was a potential competitor?" Discovering Wu Hong's relationship has altered Sun Junyao's perspective on many past events. "Master, do you think Empress Wu would allow a fate line to determine her love life? The truth is, it's a miracle that Wang Wei could successfully woo her. Your argument would have been more effective if she had not kept that fate line. Master, you saw how much effort Wang Wei had to spend to break your fate line. Can you imagine how much more challenging hers must be?" Sun Junyao had no words. She tried to remove the fate line herself, but even using her perfect aura did so little. To be fair, most of the fate line is already broken, leaving one last major blow to be eliminated. Unfortunately, none of Sun Junyao's attempts were enough for the final blow. "I think you should talk to her," Xiao Tiandi said. "Tell her about your concerns and address them directly. The Empress has always helped you and has never shown any signs of harming you. We can view her in a negative light when she has ever shown us kindness." Sun Junyao frowned. "Why are you suddenly so invested in joining the Origin Seal continent? Is my Heavenly Beauty Palace suddenly not enough for you? I believe with all my heart that with enough time, you could bring our palace to the highest level," Xiao Tiandi said with straight posture and a look of conviction. "However, time is running out, not only for us, but for everybody. The disaster is coming, and it's time to admit we may need a towering tree to lie under to ensure our survival." "Maybe you have a point, but have you thought about how awkward the future will be?" "What do you mean?" "After they get married one day, wouldn't the Origin Seal continent and the Tao opening sect merge?" Sun Junyao said, "Think how awkward it would be that we're all in the same faction." "There is no way they would merge," Xiao Tiandi shook his head. "Forget how Empress Wu would never accept such a thing, but the logistics would complicate things. The Dao opening sect is extremely united, but adding the people of the continent, who are fiercely loyal only to Empress Wu, would undermine that unity." Xiao Tiandi's words were only the most surface analysis on why a merger was not possible, but he got his point across. Chapter 1577. Old Man Black Chess. Old Man Black Chess was an elderly man with long silver-white hair, a black beard, black clothes, with a white overflowing robe, one black and one white shoe. He sat cross-legged before a chessboard in which all the pieces are black, but the board is divided into black and white squares. Old Man Black Chess was in a meeting to establish the operation of the Scout Division, but the room was eerily quiet as Old Man Black Chess stared at his chessboard. "I've been hesitating for a long time, but it's time to decide." Old Man Black Chess moved one of the pieces. He was known for his chess ability. After all, this was part of his Tao, and he had cultivated it to the pinnacle. However, he only used this chessboard for two things: battle and strategizing. Most people did not even know the rules of this chess game, and that is assuming there were any rules. The path of the loose cultivator is no longer viable. Old Man Black Chess concluded. He has been wrestling with this thought for eons. His journey started as a young scholar of a long-fallen mortal kingdom. His family was relatively well off, which allowed him to learn many skills, including chess. Old Man Black Chess made a name for himself at a very young age due to his chess skills. His family eventually used their connection to acquire a job for him as a teacher to nobles, and by the age of 32, he was summoned to the palace to teach the crown prince. Old Man Black Chess spent most of his life in the mortal world improving his chess skills. He would travel around the dynasty when he was young, and in his later years, he accepted challenges from all neighboring dynasties. Old Man Black Chess has even met a few cultivators who wanted to play with him. Some of them even offered him cultivation techniques in exchange for teaching them. Unfortunately, Old Man Black Chess's talent was extremely poor, so these techniques only served as a key nourishing technique that extended his life. Then, when he was 95 years old, Old Man Black Chess became enlightened. He entered the Tao through chess. As his chess skill reached such a level, it resonated with heaven and earth, which led to the creation of small vision. The vision then entered his body, cleansing his body and soul, and granted him excellent talent for cultivation. After the cleansing, Old Man Black Chess started his cultivation journey. He wanted to join a sect to ensure a smooth path. Unfortunately, most factions found him too old, meaning he was not brainwashed at a young age to be loyal to the sect. Old Man Black Chess eventually joined a faction, but he suffered tremendous oppression because of his status as a foreigner, which forced him to leave after reaching Tier 4. The old man spent the rest of his time as a loose cultivator, fighting for scraps for resources. Old Man Black Chess spent most of his life joining small cultivation organizations catering to loose cultivators by offering missions and rewards. Sadly, most of them did not survive long, forcing Old Man Black Chess to struggle to find the resources to reach higher levels. However, fate was on his side. No, it would be better to say he took control of his destiny by risking his life. The Devil Race's conquest was a brutal war, but it was also an opportunity. The top lineages needed soldiers or mercenaries to reduce their casualties. Old Man Black Chess took this opportunity to gather the necessary resources to become a paragon. By that time, Old Man Black Chess was well known in the loose cultivator community. His strategic mind has saved the lives of many people, creating numerous friends and allies. One day, Black Chess was screwed over after taking a mission for a Taoist sect. The latter used a terrible excuse to reduce the reward. Fed up with how he was treated, Old Man Black Chess fought back. He used his connection to gather allies and formed what Wang Wei called the Cultivation World's First Union. Under Old Man Black Chess's leadership, all the loose cultivators refused to take any missions unless these lineages paid them fairly. The top lineages, including the Dao opening sect, refused, but Old Man Black Chess was not about to back down. The top lineage's first reaction was to use violence to solve the problem. They figured if they killed the leaders responsible for this nonsense, they could scare the others into falling in line. However, Old Man Black Chess was ahead of them. Loose cultivators know how to survive. It's something they had to learn. Old Man Black Chess and his allies prepared underground hideouts and other ways to survive these attacks. Additionally, Black Chess would record these attacks, especially the ones where the people in the sect talked to loose cultivators like they were dogs and spread them among his peers, showing them how these lineages truly saw them. By ruining the top lineage's reputation, fewer people were willing to risk their lives for them, especially with so little pay. So, these factions opted for another approach: division. The loose cultivator base was large, meaning even if Old Man Black Chess's group did not want these missions, someone else would. However, Old Man Black Chess would not allow this. He organized an assassination group to eliminate anyone who tried to bypass them. He showed no mercy to anyone who crossed the line. The top lineages were furious and quickly labeled Old Man Black Chess and his group as traitors. The mission those loose cultivators took was targeting the devil race, which was currently the enemy of the world. These lineages thought they could pressure Old Man Black Chess and his group, or at the very least, ruin their luck. However, Old Man Black Chess bore the pressure and did not fold. He then sent a letter to all these lineages with a single sentence: "How about we become true traitors?" These lineages immediately freaked out. If those loose cultivators sided with the devil race, this war would end in less than 5,000 yuan epoch. With their hands twisted, these sects met with Old Man Black Chess to discuss a standard and fair price for the loose cultivator's services. The sect's concession was the first step in the creation of the Limitless Exchange Hall. After the devil race was dealt with, Old Man Black Chess thought about creating the hall. However, these top lineages had realized his power and watched him like a hawk. Any move he tried to make was suppressed with extreme prejudice. It also did not help that Old Man Black Chess had no access to some basic resources to start the exchange hall. Luckily, he was a patient man and waited. His opportunity arrived during the First Origin War. This civil war between all these top lineages was the perfect opportunity. While these sects were busy fighting, Old Man Black Chess took advantage of the reduced surveillance to build the foundation for the Limitless Exchange Hall, which was then called the Loose Cultivator Exchange Hall. Old Man Black Chess did not pick a side in the war. He only cared about which side paid him the most. Of course, such an approach was not easy. At one point, both sides stopped fighting and banded together to eradicate the hall that was profiting from their fight. However, Old Man Black Chess was prepared and survived this cleanup by hiding for a while in the source key space. Then, when things started heating up again, he returned and continued his profiteering from both sides. Old Man Black Chess kept this tactic until Dugu Baitian's grand betrayal. Black Chess knew then that Kuan and the people from the lower dimension would win this war, so he supported them. Old Man Black Chess did not care that he was betraying his people. When destiny favored the upper dimension, it only benefited the elites or sect individuals, not people like him. Additionally, if someone like Dugu Baitian can turn his back on his people, why couldn't he? After the war, the Loose Cultivator Exchange Hall was strong enough to stand alone. The top lineages also needed a time of recuperation, meaning they did not have time to focus on what he was doing. However, Old Man Black Chess did not start celebrating. He realized Dugu Baitian's action had shifted something in heaven and earth. He spent years searching for answers or calculating the secrets of heaven and earth before he learned about the future pattern of the overlords. Old Man Black Chess knew this was the only chance for the exchange hall to reach the top and have enough power to preserve itself. Old Man Black Chess tried desperately to gather the destiny of one of the overlords, and he barely succeeded after risking countless lives to explore ancient ruins from the Tribulation era. The Exchange Hall then became the Limitless Exchange Hall. Since becoming one of the overlords, Old Man Black Chess had one goal: to truly gather the power of loose cultivators. He knew if he could harness all loose cultivators' power, They would be unstoppable. Just the number of paragons will probably trump every overlord. As for the lack of primal, it did not matter. With so many destinies gathered together, it was only a matter of time before they gave birth to a few more. But I have failed, Old Man Black Chest sighed. Loose cultivators have that name because of their nature, similar to sand. Trying to organize sand into something whole or solid was pointless because it would no longer be sand by the end. The inner members of the Limitless Exchange Hall are just another sect known as loose cultivators. Old Man Black Chest has also noticed that as time passed, fewer true loose cultivators have joined, and most of the members were born into it. Our very nature is to oppose strict rules or hierarchy. Old Man Black Chest thought. I've also tried to meld them together through the idea that the top lineages were our enemy, but the Hall has become one of the top lineages. How ironic. Old Man Black Chest sighed as he moved his chess pieces. It's time to move on. The Hall will not allow me to walk the transcendent path. The assembly showed him how the other factions still see them as nothing but mercenaries. And once the disaster arrives, they will only be used as cannon fodder. If I move correctly, I can take the inner members with me and form my own sect. Old Man Black Chest knew it was time to start thinking about himself. Chapter 1578. The Grand Unified. Well, how are the negotiations with the Divine Faith Heaven? Old Man Black Chest suddenly asked, looking at a middle-aged man dressed in martial clothes, short hair, a goatee, and a scar on his cheek. It's going well, Paragon Red Axe answered. These gods seemed eager for the alliance. If you have something to say it, Old Man Black Chest said. Are you sure about this? You know how some of these gods can be. Are you sure we can get along with them? Red Axe asked. The problem with the divine path was not just the negative effect of faith, but also the fact that these gods spent eons with trillions of people worshiping and telling them that they were the best thing that heaven and earth had created. Such an environment makes them highly susceptible to becoming narcissists, arrogant or prideful. Did you notice something during your meeting? Yes. A few of them were looking at us as if we were their new property. Old Man Black Chest squinted. So, you think we should ally with the Skill Path Association instead? Honestly, I don't trust these people as well. It's obvious they want to use us to farm resources for them. Red Axe shook his head. That's exactly their goal, and they didn't try to hide it, Old Man Black Chest said as he moved a few more pieces. If you know this, then why are we considering allying with them? They have their goals, and we have ours. Old Man Black Chest said. The primary thing you want from the alliance is to use the Skill Path Association to cultivate a few professionals for the Exchange Hall's inner member, which Old Man Black Chest will eventually take away. What do you want me to do? Red Axe asked. Their leader has rarely been wrong in these situations, so he, along with many others, trusted the latter's decision. We need allies, but we also don't want to be graveling. So, we will use the existence of one to get more out of the negotiation with the other, Old Man Black Chest said. Once the Divine Faith Heaven knows the Hall has an opportunity to ally with the association, Old Man Black Chest can use this opportunity to bargain for more resources and power in their negotiation. He can also use the same tactic for the association. But you need to be discreet, Old Man Black Chest continued. The last thing we need is for the other overlords or the primal lineages to hear of this alliance. You know you can count on me. Red Axe nodded. Disaster Relief Division. Sage Rune Halo was a handsome middle-aged man with thick, black hair streaked with white on the sides. His black beard was short, only 4 inches from his chin, but it also had streaks of white on the side. He wore a deep blue robe with powerful shoulder pads that made his already 7-foot-tall presence even more intimidating. Runes formed a semicircle from one of his shoulders to another, forming a halo behind him. He slowly flew to the designated area, where he saw Wong Bo already waiting. Sage, Wong Bo cupped his hand to salute. Rune Halo calmly nodded to him, not out of respect for the latter's skill, but because of who he represented. Wong Bo did not mind since he already knew the world of professionals was very elitist and hierarchical. And nothing showed that when Wu Hong arrived. Sage Rune Halo's poster became straighter, and he was the first one to salute Wu Hong. We don't have much time. So let us get started. Wu Hong summoned an artifact in the shape of a cube and activated it. The two then teleported to a desolate world with an enormous spatial gap in the sky. As soon as they laid eyes on it, they held their breath merely due to the leaking aura. Is this the power of a primordial saint? Sage Ru ne Holumotid. Looking at the spatial tear with awe and longing. He was not the only one. Wu Hong and Wang Bo knew that transcendents were powerful, but it was something else to face their power. When I used the Tao quintessence, my strength was probably only on par with 3 foundation pillars. And most of the boost was from the human destiny sword. Alone, I'm probably on par with Supreme Unity and Meitia pre-foundation reinforcement, Wu Hong analyzed. All right, let us focus, Wu Hong said, waking up everybody from their awe. They received this item to gain a better understanding of the devastating power of primordial saints and to design a way to deal with the aftermath. The traces left seemed to be a permanent combination of the soul and the true will. Sage Ru ne Holu commented. Yes, and that power seemed to be naturally suppressing the void and preventing it from healing. Wang Bo added as his eyes turned into runes to observe the essence of this tier. It's not just suppressing the void, but the spatial heaven laws that heavenly Tao uses to regulate heaven and earth, Wu Hong commented. Sage Rune Halo squinted before activating the rune halo behind him. A pair of rune glasses manifested before his eyes, and he observed intensely at the tier. Yes, you're right, he nodded. It's even suppressing heavenly Tao's will. Just as Primarch's heavenly laws are boosted by heavenly Tao's will. The true heavenly laws that regulate the world are also laced with this will to ensure automatic operations. Wang Bo had to modify his runai technique for a while before he could see what those two saw, but he eventually did. He was glad he had drastically improved by studying the time boats, and received an additional lesson from Wu Hong when she helped create the copies. How are we supposed to deal with such a thing? Sadrun Halo asked. We could try reinforcing Heavenly Tao S will to force out the transcendent will, Wang Bo suggested. You saw it yourself. While the transcendent power is only a trace left, it has a semi-consciousness, meaning it will resist elimination. Sage Rune Halo shook his head. The confrontation of Heavenly Tao will and the transcendent power would result in even more destruction to the space. Not if Heavenly Tao S will is strengthened sufficiently. After all, the transcendent power is just a trace. It has no connection or source to preserve itself. Wang Bo added. And how do you expect us to strengthen Heavenly Tao will? Sage Rune Halo asked, making Wang Bo frown. He had no answer. Then, what's your idea? I think it's more feasible to banish the transcendent power into one of the grand constructs. By removing them as an obstacle, the heavenly law can operate as needed. Or better yet, we can help heal the tears and save world sources. That is a safer approach, Wang Bo admitted. But the question is still, how are we going to exile such a power? It's just a trace of power, meaning it's still within our limit to deal with. Sage Rune Halo calmly replied. Heavenly Tao was still a transcendent tier existence. So, compared to dealing with it, his approach was safer and much more achievable. A collective will, Wu Hong said. Pardon me? That is how we strengthen Heavenly Tao will, she continued. We build a formation blessed by Saint Mithria's true will and every other paragon Tao will, willpower manifestation, or true will. When necessary, this grand unified will can strengthen Heavenly Tao to deal with these traces of transcendent power. Are you sure about this? Sadrun Halo asked. This seems like a lot of work for a much simpler problem. You're not seeing far enough ahead, Wu Hong continued. A strengthened Heavenly Tao doesn't have to remove or exile these transcendent powers. Instead, it can purify them before converting them into world sources. Sage Rune Halo and Wang Bo squinted after hearing her words. The implication of such a formation is drastically different than what they were thinking. If Heavenly Tao had this ability, it meant that every time a saint fought and ravaged the world, the aftermath would become an opportunity to strengthen the world. and that is not mentioning the merit they will receive for completing such a formation. Brilliant idea, Wang Bo praised. I agree, but are you sure we should give Heavenly Tao so much power? Sage Rune Halo said. The strengthened Heavenly Tao will also meant it could be used against primordial saints, and no one wanted to be restricted or controlled. The formation will still be under our command, and we can design that if Heavenly Tao tries to usurp it, we can take away our blessing, Wu Hong explained. She understood better how things can go wrong for this kind of thing. For example, the highest control of the Hong protection system was taken away by Heavenly Tao as soon as it was created. So, Wu Hong would not make the same mistake twice. Let's design an outline to show to the saint, Wu Hong said. Chapter 1579, Man-to-Man Talk Divine General Division. Chief Heavenly Ape kept punching the air, and each of his fists created a black hole before collapsing. Myriad Star Rabbit was looking through the window, but did not say anything. All this work for nothing, Battle Ape said as he threw a serious punch that actually shook the room. Don't make a scene, Myriad Rabbit said. Aren't you angry? Heavenly Ape growled. We did all this work just to help these innate demon gods to fulfill their destiny or consolidate their key luck. Fan Sui already warned us that the saint may not allow us to blatantly attack those vile gods. I know this, but it hurts me thinking how these bastards now have the breathing room to recuperate. Heavenly Ape sighed. It will still take some time before they can completely recuperate, and time is the least thing we currently have, Myriad Star Rabbit said calmly. Now, all we have to do is use the Court S politics to ensure they are placed in the most dangerous area of the war and further weaken them. After negotiating with the Union, the demon race had more political power than the demon god cave. So, with the right move, they could send these innate demon gods to the most dangerous area of the upcoming disaster to ensure they suffer the greatest loss. These low-lives demon gods better hope nothing happens to the saint, Heavenly Ape said with gritted teeth. As soon as Mithraea shows signs of weakness or being unavailable, the demon race will throw away all the rules to attack the cave. Watch your words, Myriad Star Rabbit warned. They were still under the roof of the saint, so who knows if the latter could hear them. Umph, Heavenly Ape snorted coldly. They would not be in such a terrible situation had they sent a more qualified individual to compete for a flawed method during the taboo. Better yet, if one of them volunteered to participate. Who dares trespass in our meeting? Heavenly Ape suddenly roared as he reached to his right to grab a shadowy figure. Myriad Star Rabbit waved her hand to summon a dipper ceiling formation above this figure. However, their actions were useless as the figure was only a shadow construct. It dissipated, leaving a note. The note flew into Heavenly Ape's hand, and he read the content. The saint will soon be occupied. What do you think? Myriad Star Rabbit thought briefly. She did not mention the obvious, that someone was using them as pawns. The hatred between the demon race and the demon god cave has been going on for too long, and both sides have reached a point where they know one of them must be eradicated. At this point in time, they're no longer fighting for the destiny and key luck of each other, but out of generational hatred. If it's true, we can use this opportunity, Myriad Star Rabbit said. But how do we know if it's true? Whoever sent this note is probably planning something. We just need to wait for them to act before we mobilize. We just need to be ready at any moment for a strike on the cave. That sounds like a good plan to me, Heavenly Ape muttered. A red light full of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Wei spent a few days reallocating the mortals. He also spent time dealing with Emperor Kong and establishing the Mortal Soul Legion. He had to give the latter some access to the Void Illusion Realm. Only after dealing with these things did he have time to head to the Origin Seal Continent. Uncle Master, Song Lily saluted. Wang Wei nodded. Where is your brother? Song Lulu sighed deeply. He asked in seclusion. True seclusion or an excuse in order not to speak to anyone? Obviously the latter. Hey, no need to get snippy at me, Wang Wei said. I'm sorry. It's just that he has never been like this. Song Luli sighed. We tell each other everything. And now, he is so distant and hurt, but he won T let me help him. What exactly happened? Soon after we arrived at the capital, he was all giddy, and, after prying, he revealed he had met a wonderful woman. But a few days later, he became depressed, and the only explanation he gave was that it was impossible for them to be together. Is the woman taken? Wang Wei asked. I think so, Song Lily nodded. Her brother was handsome, talented, powerful, and had a great background. The only way a woman wouldn't fall for him was if she was already taken. Have you tried finding the woman? Maybe you can find a solution for her. I did, but I haven't had any luck as of yet, Song Luli replied. In that case, we can only wait until he is ready to talk to us, Wang Wei sighed. Where's Sir Lai Pikey? His residence is the small island in the Southern Ocean. It's the only one, so you can't miss it. Thanks. Wang Wei slowly flew to his destination. He soon discovered an isolated mansion on a small island off the coast. A handsome gentleman dressed in black stood tall, waiting for his arrival. The man looked almost human, except for the skin on his neck, which looked metallic. Wang Wei landed before this man. He cupped his hand and bowed politely. Sir Lai Pikey. You're no different from the rest, but at least you're willing to show respect, even if it's for Wu Hong's sake. Excuse me? Wang Wei was puzzled. He did not think he had done anything to offend this man. I'm talking about the cultivators in this world. They are, what's the word? Realistic and self-assured. Due to their relentless pursuit of strength and faith in themselves, their culture possesses its own uniqueness. For example, the limited use of spirits in artifacts, arrays, and other items. And even when they use spirits, they don't really trust them as much. This mindset is so pervasive, and it's also why they only see things like weapons or even puppets as mere tools of power. You share their mindset, but like I said, at least you're willing to show respect on account of Wu Hong. That is true, Wang Wei nodded. Not even going to try to explain or justify yourself. There is no need, Wang Wei shook his head. As much as I believe I'm a unique individual, I'm also a product of the cultivation world. But to be fair, my aversion to puppets predated my time in the eternal ascension world. Oh, was there a reason for this aversion? Our civilization had a deep fear that they would turn against their creator and enslave us. That is preposterous, Lai Pikey sneered. Not really. Unlike in the cultivation, puppets back there were designed to be immensely superior to humans in all aspects. At least, that is how we envision them. Really? Lai Pikey asked, slightly intrigued. Their conceptual design was not just another hand or a power boost. No, we envisioned them for the sole purpose of doing things we could not, to be better than us. They were supposed to be faster, stronger, and more intelligent, and they needed to be in large quantities to help the entire civilization. So, you could imagine why we would grow to fear their possible rebellion. The law of the jungle prevails everywhere, so yes, it would be idiotic to create something that is much superior to yourself. Lai Pikey nodded before staring at him deeply. But in this world, in this life, you don't have to worry about such a thing. So, why have your views on puppets not improved? There's always that small voice in the back of my mind that keeps me weary, Wang Wei said truthfully. You know that's an unfounded fear, right? You would not say that if you lived in my shoes. Wang Wei shook his head. With his luck, it would only be a matter of time before his army of puppets revolted against him if he did not preserve that paranoid mindset. What a shame, Lai Pikey sighed. Now I'm curious about your homeworld, Wang Wei continued. By the way you speak, it's almost like a utopia where puppets and humans live in perfect harmony. There is no utopia in this vast chaos universe, Lai Pikey replied. But there is indeed some form of harmony. Automatons, as we called ourselves, is a highly developed profession. We are created from a unique soul flower technique that serves as our core. The soul flower grants an automaton limited intelligence and consciousness until the flower blooms. Once the flower blossoms, an automaton becomes sentient and acquires the same rights as humans or any other race. We can learn how to cultivate or learn other professions. Yes, including how to create ourselves. Your home sounds a lot less bellicose and enlightened, Wang Wei commented. No cultivators in this world would give a puppet their rights, even if they had a soul. In fact, they were more likely to enslave that soul to ensure the puppet continued its servitude. There are still plenty of conflicts, but yes, we are indeed enlightened compared to the people of this world, Lai Pikey nodded. That sounds nice, Wang Wei praised. And boring, right? A little. She said the same thing. Lai Pikey smiled. Come, let us have some tea. He waved his hand to condensed chairs, tables, and a tea set. Chapter 1580. The gears are turning. I know why you're here, Lai Pikey said as he poured the tea. While I appreciate you trying, you're actually wasting your time. Doesn't T want to stop you from returning home? She just wants to help you in any way she can, Wang Wei said as he sipped his tea. I know full well that if I ask, she will go to the end of the world to help me, but that's exactly why I don't want her involved, Lai Pikey added. In all my life, I've never met someone with such raw talent. Well, maybe except for you. Honger's path will be unlike anything the world has seen, and the last thing I want is for my own cause and effect to affect her. Isn't it too late for that? Wang Wei asked. If something happens to you, she'll never forgive herself, and your cause and effect will still affect her. Nothing will happen to me, Lai Pikey said calmly. I have delayed so long to return home, not only because I'm reluctant to leave her, but also to better prepare for what I am to face upon my return. Once that is dealt with, I can't say for sure whether I will continue my stay in this world, but I will definitely visit her. But would you want some guarantee? Maybe a higher chance of success? I'm sure you know how capable she is. I am aware, Lai Pikey nodded, but what I must deal with is deeply personal. And, as much as I love her, she is a foreigner, so it's best she is not involved in any shape or form. It seems you've decided, Wang Wei sighed. He could see the fervent determination in Lai Pikey's eyes, almost like he was a man of faith in a holy mission that he would do anything to succeed. I have. Well, I tried, Wang Wei sighed deeply. And that's all that matters. Lai Pikey nodded as he put his tea on the table. Now it's time for me to do my last fatherly duty, so to speak. He calmly looked Wang Wei in the eyes. I can tell that you love her, and more importantly, you respect her. You never had any possessiveness toward her, as if she were a trophy that made you look better. You never asked her to dim her light so you can shine. On the contrary, you challenge her to be even than she already is. She is my better half, so of course, I want her to shine as brightly as possible, Wang Wei smiled. Lai Pikey nodded. I had my worries because of how strange your situation used to be, but now, I can feel reassured. But I must warn you, I will kill you if you hurt her. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Why did the father of his girlfriends like to threaten people? Back on Earth, the father of his girlfriend during university did a similar thing. The strange thing is that the man did show up at his dorm with a knife after they broke up, and Wang Wei had to talk him down. I know you have a lot of potential, and you are extremely intelligent and resourceful. But I promise you, even if one day you become a Grand Dao Saint, I will find a way to kill you if you dare break her heart. I will keep those words in mind, Wang Wei nodded. He would never underestimate a man driven by passion and a thirst for vengeance. Good, Lai Pikey nodded. He then slowly stood. Now that I'm reassured with her in your care, I can leave. What? Now? Yes. I feel my will waver with each passing second. It's time to depart. Can't you wait for her to say goodbye? Wang Wei hurriedly said. I can't bear it. Lai Pikey shook his head. Tell her I'm sorry, and when I return, I'll make it to her. Lai Pikey did not waste a single minute before entering the river of time, starting his journey home to fulfill his destiny. Wang Wei sighed. Heavenly Court, Disaster Relief Division. Wu Hong was in the middle of writing runes in the air when she sensed something. She stopped and looked in the distance. Jerk, how can you leave without saying goodbye? Her mood was instantly sour. Are you all right? Wang Wei asked. I had a feeling he would do something like this. Wu Hong sighed. Did he say something to you? He did reveal some things. Wang Wei nodded before recounting their conversation. I hope he is ready for my wrath when he returns, she said with gritted teeth. I'll help you if you want to truly bully him, Wang Wei added, which made Wu Hong roll her eyes. How are things going? Wang Wei asked. Well, time flew like a river moving downstream. After the conversation with his wife, Wang Wei entered seclusion to continue his training with the Samsaric Genesis stone. He was very close to mastering his ultimate Tao will technique, so he placed all his focus on this task. About 3 million years after his retreat, he received news that Dong Lifen had been rescued, but she was severely injured. The sect was currently treating her. After 5 Yuan epoch in retreat, Wang Wei received news from Red Mask that his plan had failed. Old Man Black Chess insisted on allying with both the Divine Faith Heaven and the Skill Path Association, even after discovering the gods were planning to swallow his exchange hall. Wang Wei used the Fate Shadow Guards and his chessboard to manufacture a confrontation between the two sides, resulting in the death of 1 god and 3 loose cultivators, all paragons. The situation intensified between the two factions, but Old Man Black Chess insisted on soothing things out and continuing the alliance. Shen Tian also shared his view. On the 10th Yuan epoch mark, Wu Hong finished her work in the court. Wang Wei sent a clone to participate in the activation of the Grand Unified Will Array and to bless it with his true will. Wu Hong then returned home, showered in purple merit for her work. The couple immediately started to scheme. On the 1000th Yuan epoch of his retreat, Wu Hong and Wang Wei finished their flawed primal method and chose a candidate. On the 1500th Yuan epoch of the retreat, the Eternal Ascension world celebrated the birth of a new primal. However, the vision for this primal was so strange, it was so weak. Numerous people searched for information, and it was soon revealed the crooked method that Primal Water Immortal used to attain his status. The other primal despised his existence, but it did not change the fact that the Limitless Exchange Hall did receive the luck benefit for a new primal. More importantly, his existence changed the status quo of the hall. Old Man Black Chess used to be the sole voice of power, and it was not only because of his strength, but also due to his wisdom and status as an elder. The presence of Water Immortal changed that. Wang Wei and Wu Hong chose Water Immortal because he was one of the few people with access to the Hall as Primal Array, and because he strongly objected to the alliance with the Divine Faith Heaven. Old Man Black Chess tried to reason with him, but it was pointless. Wang Wei has deeply implanted the idea of canceling the alliance deep in Water Immortal's mind, even before he became a flawed primal. Old Man Black Chess still had the majority of power and thought he could get his way, even if it was forcefully. But Water Immortal showed that he was prepared to start a civil war if needed, forcing Old Man Black Chess to relent. Ultimately, the Limitless Exchange Hall only allied itself with the Skill Path Association. 10,000 Yuan epoch after his retreat, Wang Wei finally mastered his ultimate Tao will technique, meeting the second requirement to become a primal. Wu Hong, who was on the verge of succeeding with her 13 Transcendent Foundation, then sent a clone to start training him for his ultimate Chronospirit skill. Her clone had made great strides in the study of the Nurture Core after the success of the Water Immortal, and Wang Wei was about to help gather even more data to perfect her formation. During this time, Wang Wei also started to make moves in other Chaos worlds. He used Wu Hong's research on the Nurture Core on one of his other pawns, Grandma Ju. He needs her to climb the power ladder of the All-Seeing Temple. So Wang Wei used this opportunity to increase her cultivation to the peak of the Paragon realm as fast as possible. Of course, such rapid improvement came with many hidden dangers. 15,000 Yuan epoch after Wang Wei entered seclusion, Ying Zheng sat on a throne in the Qin dynasty, with a butterfly-shaped pendant floating before him. Lady Butterfly stood beside her, her eyes lifeless as if she were a doll without any consciousness. He suddenly opened his eyes. Mithria is finally in a deep state of concentration. Chapter 1581. Playing the victim, Ying Zheng's plan was simple. After discovering these intruders trying to disrupt the assembly, he captured them before turning them into his pawns. The Butterfly Jade pendant has 2 primary powers, Destiny and Tao Blessing. The power of Destiny has greatly aided Ying Zheng in his divination. Meanwhile, the Tao Blessing is the key to his future cultivation. Ying Zheng used the power of Destiny and injected it into the captured bioweapons before releasing them, knowing that Mithria would capture these creatures. He also knew she would be tempted to use the power of destiny to discover more information about the disaster. However, Mithriel was not a fool. While using the power for a divination that involved the fate of the entire world, she left a small part of her consciousness to monitor the current situation. Unfortunately, Ingzheng was a few steps ahead of her. For a divination on a scale as wide as Mithriel wanted, she needed all her power and focus. In other words, she could not be distracted or leave a clone. Ingzheng has been waiting until she is fully immersed in divination, and that time finally came knocking. He waved his hand to send a few talismans before slowly standing from the throne. It's time to remove the greatest obstacle to my transcendent path. A few minutes later, Ingzheng appeared outside Origin Seal City. Empress Wu, shouldn't you explain yourself? His voice spread far and wide, alarming numerous individuals. Wu Hong and Wang Wei suddenly stopped their training. So his target was you? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Then he made the biggest mistake of his life, Wu Hong sneered. Be careful. Wu Hong nodded before teleporting to Ingzheng. What is the meaning of this? Do I have any pride? No. A better question is whether I should have any pride. Ingzheng asked. What are you talking about? Wu Foned. I think I'm allowed to, right? After all, I've been the human emperor of this world for an entire era. Additionally, I also hold the title of Heavenly Emperor. No matter how symbolic that title is, it's still an honorable title. I think it should allow me some pride, don't you think? Ingzheng, I'm not one of your officials. If you have something to say, don't babble and get to the point, Wu Hong said. I'm babbling so that you understand my reaction. Ingzheng countered before manifesting a talisman. Tell me, how should I respond after finding out your disciple is sending love letters to my concubine? To the future Empress of Qin? Wu Hong took the talisman, and the soul signature indeed originated from her disciple, Song Jiang. Even an ordinary man would not accept such a thing, let alone me. Wouldn't you agree? Ingzheng asked. I see, Wu Hong muttered. She was not stupid. On the contrary, her wisdom was among the best in the world. She just suffered a similar affliction to people with Tao Overlord tier intelligence. Her cognitive limitations were not completely broken. As such, Wu Hong understood this was a plot targeting her. She finally understood why Song Jiang was acting so odd. He must have accidentally met Lady Butterfly and fallen in love. Unfortunately, everything was a plot to target Wu Hong. What do you want? Wu Hong asked. A public apology in front of all the members of the court. That is not happening. Wu Hong refused immediately. Such an act would ruin Song Jiang's prestige and luck, essentially cutting any future hope he had of the transcendent path. I'm not asking him to be killed or that he spend some time in Qin to pay for his crime. It's not your turn to judge my disciple. So, you want to do this the hard way? Ingzheng asked with a frown. I believe I've shown enough respect and restraint given how my honor has been sullied. You don't need to keep this facade, Wu Hong said calmly. You already have a good reason to act aggressively. Now, be a man and just do what you must do. Ingzheng sighed. I want the world to know I try to reason with you. After giving the signal, 3 people appeared behind him. Bai Qi, the Grand Preceptor, and the Terracotta General. Qin used to have 2.5 primal, and the half was the Terracotta General, who was the official guardian of the dynasty. However, prior to mastering the pendant, the Terracotta General could not leave the core area of Qin's territory. Wu Hong squinted her eyes. I'll give you the last courtesy by moving our battle to the void battlefield, Ingzheng said. Don't listen to him, Wang Wei said as he looked at Wu Hong's true body, who appeared next to him. You have the home advantage. Don't lose it. No, I must accept. Why? A battle with more than 6 primals would devastate this area, Wu Hong explained. Origin Seal City is an extension of the continent, meaning its array protects it. However, the other areas in this domain are not protected unless Wu Hong spreads the array. However, the larger its scale, the weaker the protection it provides. The mortals have already been reallocated, but there are plenty of cultivators, all of whom are associated with the Origin Seal continent in one form or another, who would face a catastrophe if 8 primals fought in this area. Wu Hong looked at her disciples. I'm sorry, Master, Song Jiang said with a lowered head. Look at me, Wu Hong said as she raised his head. You did nothing to be ashamed of. Ying Zheng's target has always been me. I understand that, but no buts. Song Jiang smiled wryly. He appreciated his master trying to help him, but it was not so simple. When he first met Lady Butterfly, she was disguised as a handsome man. Seeking inspiration, Song Jiang recognized her as a woman, but in hindsight, he should have realized that it was odd that he was the only one who discovered her identity. I need you to focus, Wu Hong continued. Your enemy will be that old man, the Grand Preceptor. You've become a primal before him, meaning you should have more experience. However, you can only utilize that advantage if you are in the right frame of mind for the fight. I won't let you down, Song Jiang said, his eyes fiercer than an angry tiger. Good. Wu Hong nodded before looking at Song Lily. You're not Bai Qi's opponent. Master. It's the truth, Wu Hong continued. She had to be realistic about the current situation. However, you can hold him for as long as possible if you use all the continent-esque grand construct. I know what to do, Song Lily nodded. That leaves the Terracotta General, Wu Hong said as she looked at Wang Wei. Don't enter the void battlefield and use the Sect S array to give you the edge you need. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. All right, let us move. Wait, Wang Wei said. Are you worried about me? There is no need since he is not my opponent, Wu Hong reassured. She had just finished the 13 Transcendent Foundation and was in the midst of controlling her power. Even when she did not have the perfect foundation, she was confident in dealing with Ying Zheng. We need some precaution, Wang Wei said before summoning one of his soul rings. He then used his purple manipulation ability to temporarily alter its effect. Good thinking, Wu Hong said as she placed the ring inside her sea of consciousness. Finally, the group teleported in front of their opponent. Ying Zheng calmly looked at everybody, pausing slightly on Wang Wei. It's only been 15,000 yuan epoch, meaning he should have experienced 150,000 yuan epoch with a time formation. And yet, he has made so much progress. Ying Zheng had always seen Wang Wei as a threat, but he remained focused on the greatest threat to his future, Wu Hong. However, after seeing the latter's progress, he decided the next person on his killing list would be that little bastard. You do understand your presence will only escalate the situation? Ying Zheng asked. And yet, you don't seem too surprised, or care for that matter, Wang Wei replied. Do you really want to destroy all the trust the court successfully built? We need unity, not infighting. Then sacrifice your pride for the greater good, Wang Wei rebutted. The Origin Seal Continent will pay you the appropriate compensation, and you can return home with only a slightly bruised pride. Haven T, I sacrificed enough? Ying Zheng asked. I share all my political power. I share the glory of my position. I even share most of the benefits. So that is your play? Being the victim? Wang Wei sneered. Ying Zheng had to share these things because he did not have the strength to sit in that position without doing so. All I ask is for a public apology. Ying Zheng sighed deeply. I've had enough of this charade, Wu Hong said calmly. Let us get this over with. She opened a portal and motioned for Ying Zheng to follow her. Chapter 1582. The pieces are moving. Ying Zheng, Bai Qi, and the Grand Preceptor entered the void battlefield with their own space portal, followed by Wu Hong and the Song twins. Wang Wei remained, seizing up his opponent. The Terracotta General resembled what any terracotta warriors would look like with its clay stature. However, his face was very expressive, almost humane. Tell me, do you consider yourself a sentient and independent creature? Wang Wei asked. What a stupid question to ask. The Terracotta General replied as he summoned a halberd composed entirely of rock. I suddenly understand Sir Lai's disdain for the state of puppet Dao in this world, Wang Wei muttered. A mark appeared on his forehead, signaling he was now connected to the Origin Seal Continent as primary defense array. Swish! Before Wang Wei could even make a move, someone appeared behind him and stabbed his heart. Unfortunately for the attacker, even though they bypassed Wang Wei's detection and danger senses, he still had other techniques for situations like this. So, as the dagger was about to break his first-line defense and pierce through his skin, his fleshly body instinctively activated the emptiness power. The dagger was instantly corroded, and the assassin's hands were about to follow. But the attacker had ample experience and abandoned their weapons before moving away. They were lucky they acted swiftly, since even their black gloves were already corroded in this short period. Wang Wei looked at the attacker and frowned. The person was clad in all black, covering not only their faces but also their gender. However, his eyes soon caught a logo on the right shoulder. It was a small hand with a knife stabbing through a skull. The Black Assassin Order? Why are you involved in this matter? Better yet, how did you pass through the Hong protective system? Wang Wei asked. The Black Assassin Order is often recognized as the most powerful shadow organization in the Chaos universe. Throughout their existence, they have successfully hunted down numerous primals, building their reputation. They are also known for their flamboyant way of operating, since they always leave their logos after a successful mission. The assassin's presence suggests that Ing Zheng had paid for a contract. But the issue was how he had brought these people inside. The Hong protection system has been active since the return of the ancestors, only allowing people with citizenship from the Eternal Ascension world to leave or enter. There are a few ways this would happen. The Order has always had members with citizenship to facilitate missions in the Eternal Ascension world. A primordial saint has found a way to smuggle someone inside. Maybe with Ing Zheng's help, or Heavenly Tao has allowed them entry. All three were possible. All top lineages will have branches in numerous worlds across the Chaos universe. And the members of that branch will have citizenship in their designated world, even though they are loyal to a foreign power. So, it's highly likely that the Black Assassin Order has members from the Eternal Ascension world. The disaster is an event that will affect the entire Chaos universe, meaning countless eyes are already on the Eternal Ascension world. So, Wang Wei would not be surprised if these foreign powers had already created means for their descent into this world at the appropriate time, and the process would be much easier if they had Ing Zheng's cooperation. Lastly, the assassin's presence might be Heavenly Tao's move. One of the reasons Wang Wei refused to be the chosen one for the upcoming disaster is due to how shady Heavenly Tao is operating. There are 7 spots for transcendent or saint lineages, but those 7 spots do not have to go to any of the overlords or people born in the Eternal Ascension world. As long as foreign powers are willing to change their citizenship status, Heavenly Tao will gladly accept them as natives of this world and hand the destiny to them. I'll leave the rest to you, the Terracotta General said before flying in the direction of Origin Seal City. Wang Wei was about to stop him, but the assassin had already locked on him. After the general arrived above the city, he took out a strange talisman before starting to mutter an incantation. With a quick glance, Wang Wei would tell this talisman was gathering power for a powerful attack that could barato the city and the continent's array. He could imagine the terrible consequences if the Qin court broke through the continent's protection. They could kill the cultivators, wreak havoc, or worse, forcefully take the faction's key luck. I must stop them, Wang Wei thought. He did not hesitate to contact the sect for reinforcement. Tao Opening Sect. Qiyuan was watching everything unfold from an array projecting images. He watched everything calmly until he received Wang Wei's distress call. "Let us move," he said to Yin Shuro. There was no pause or hesitation. He directly mobilized 2 primals to support Wang Wei. However, his attempts soon proved futile. His teleportation failed as he was forcefully drawn to an area outside of the sect's primary domain. "Sage Glass Pen, Beast King," Qiyuan said calmly as he looked at the 2 people before him. "You should not interfere in matters that do not concern you," Sage Glass Pen said calmly. Qiyuan looked at him, his mind racing as he deduced numerous things. He suddenly realized something and no longer hesitated to ask for more help. Then, 10 seconds later, Battle Maniac and Ancient Desolate left their seclusion and rushed to this area. Sword Path League. Yin Hai sat cross-legged with eyes closed before a glowing, broken sword. Her body was releasing a strange aura when she suddenly sensed something and opened her eyes. She frowned for a second before slowly walking out of the room. 7 Strikes Sword God appeared before him. "Are you done? I'm taking a break." I'll be back once I'm done. You can't do that. And why is that? Yin Hai said with a raised eyebrow. That was not part of our agreement. Tell me where in our agreement it said I must complete the allocated time in one sitting? Yin Hai asked with a sneer. I believe it was heavily implied, since we must keep this sword a secret, Seven Strike argued. If you want to take the Alliance's side in this conflict, do it. But be prepared for the consequences of your actions. Are you threatening us? Did I stutter? Yin Hai replied, staring him directly in the eyes. Seven Strike frowned. He took a moment to communicate with the others. Fine. Have it your way. The Sword League path chose to remain neutral in this conflict. Yin Hai snorted coldly before teleporting away. As soon as she joined her brothers and sisters, a deep sigh echoed between heaven and earth. Why do you have to complicate things? Dugabatian and the other three primals showed up. I have to say, I'm surprised, Yin Hai said. I didn't think you would accept being Ying Zheng's lapdog. It's been so long, but your insults are still so simple and juvenile. Dugabatian shook his head. That's because I speak the truth, and that's usually enough to get the job done, Yin Hai replied, looking at the man behind Dugabatian, who looked like he might be the latter's shadow, if not for the enormous sword on his back. This man was immediately agitated by Yin Hai's words. No need to pay her any mind, Dugabatian said calmly, and the man's demeanor instantly changed. He became calm and composed. A dog of a dog. I wonder whether there should be a special name for you, Yin Hai sneered. The Earth Sword God is, without a doubt, the most despised primal in the Eternal Ascension world. Firstly, he is hated by the swordsmen because he dared to call himself a sword saint despite not being a pure swordsman. However, this was not the main reason the world despised him. His hatred stemmed from the fact that he was Dugabatian's lapdog in the literal sense. The Earth Sword God does everything Dugabatian asks of him. He's the very reason the latter can control the Grand Sect Alliance without much of an issue. No matter the problem, the Earth Sword God would vote in favor of Dugabatian. Then, Dugabatian only needs to convince one of the three other primals, or sow dissonance among them, to have a majority vote. This system has allowed Dugabatian to maintain power for billions of yuan epochs. Stop wasting your time, Dugabatian said. Now, let us decide whether we fight or not. You think you can come here and leave without a fight? Wang Chong sneered. Our objective is just to stop you from interfering. There is no need to fight, since you should understand that you cannot win in time to save your people. Shurong, your opponent is the gentle soil primal. She is the weakest, and with the blessing of the sect's luck, you might be able to defeat her, Kyuan said calmly. I'll take Dugabatian, Yin Hai said with a sneer. Chapter 1583. All the pieces are set. Dugabatian and Yin Hai stared at each other for a few seconds. Their aura clash twisted the surrounding space. They moved simultaneously to the void battlefield, and as soon as they reached their destination, they immediately started the battle. There were no words or other forms of testing. They went straight to killing each other. Beast King, it's been a while since we've clashed, hasn't it? Wang Chong said with a smile. They were the few individuals who achieved the status of primal while only being pure body refiners. As such, they were familiar with each other and had a rivalry of their own. I hope you won't run away like a coward this time around, Beast King said. For a better refiner, he looked relatively thin and ordinary, especially with the simple black robe. However, the people familiar with the Beast King knew this was his docile mode. Once a battle starts, he enter this beast mode, becoming someone completely different. This time, you don't have the boost from blood essence, so why would I run away? Wang Chong sneered. He cracked his neck. Even if you still had that blood essence, it's hard to say who would be the final winner. The Beast King squinted. He did not like the latter's confidence. Let us see if you're all talk and have some bite. The upper body of his robe burst open, and his thin frame became muscular. Tribal markings of animals manifested on his skin before the Beast King released a domineering aura of the ultimate predator. Now, we're talking. Wang Chong laughed before also transforming. Wang Wei has long abandoned the ancient desolate transformation, but its creator has not. Wang Cheng's body grew to more than 8 feet tall, and his skin turned red with golden tattoos on his chest. 2 pairs of horns that curved upward grew on his forehead, his eyes turned red, and a pair of copper bracelets materialized on his wrists. His aura was wild and desolate, seeming to forcefully draw all life energy from its surroundings. "Let us fight," Wang Cheng roared before entering the void battlefield with the Beast King. "Earth Sword God," Li Ming said as he looked at the young man with yellow hair, brown eyes, a thin frame, dark green armor, and a massive black sword more than 12 inches wide. His presence was heavy, like the weight of the earth pressing on somebody. Sadly, his reputation meant his intimidation meant nothing to other primals, and just increased their disdain for him. Battle Maniac, the Earth Sword God, also known as Lu Zemin, nodded. "I know it's pointless to persuade you, but I still want to try," Li Ming said. "You're not my opponent, so don't waste your time." "That may be so," Lu Zemin said calmly, "but I'm willing to put my life on the line for Lord Dugu's plan to succeed. Are you prepared to do the same?" "You're truly an anomaly," Li Ming sighed. "Anyone who can reach such a realm of cultivation must be ambitious and have a clear sense of self. It's one thing to respect or even admire someone else, but something entirely different to worship them like Earth Sword God does toward Dugu. With such a state of mind, it should have been impossible for him to reach his level of cultivation. However, maybe our sheer talent or some kind of obsession, Lu Zemin did the impossible. He dedicated his body, soul, and spirit to someone else, and yet he still reached the highest state of cultivation of the old age. Since it's pointless to argue, let us decide the outcome with our fists. The two stopped their clash of words and directly teleported to the void battlefield. Gentle Soil was a beautiful woman with a flame mark on her forehead, which matched perfectly with her flaming red Hanfu. She entered the void battlefield before waiting for Yin Shurong to show up. Gentle Soil even smiled as a rune appeared in Yin Shurong's forehead, a sign that the sect's key luck was now boosting him. "Do you really think this will make a difference? Do you think because Qi Yuan called me the weakest, that means you actually have a chance at winning?" "I don't need to win. I just need to stall you long enough," Yin Shurong replied. "Then, what about your precious Grand Elder? From what I know, he is probably the most talented individual your sect has ever seen since its creation. Aren't you worried about his safety?" she asked. "I know he'll be fine. It's admirable how much confidence you have in your people," Gentle Soil smiled. "Sadly for you, Qin was unwise to have so much trust and confidence in you." A similar mark appeared on Gentle Soil's forehead, as she also used her faction's luck to boost her strength. Yin Shurong was the weaker link in the Dao opening sect, and his defeat is crucial for the next step of Dugu plan. Qi Yuan looked at his opponent. "Let us get this over with as quickly as possible." He summoned his Proving Dao artifact, which manifested in the shape of a book that he called the Book of Origins. "I know I'm not your opponent, but if you think you can get rid of me easily, you're mistaken." Sage Glasspen sneered as he summoned his famous artifact, a translucent brush that shone brighter than diamonds. He waved it a few phrases, manifested in the air. "A scholar can bend, but cannot be broken. A man's future is determined by his ability to keep moving forward no matter the obstacle. Heaven and earth protect those who are virtuous. Virtue, faith, and morality are an armor against an unrighteous life." These phrases then turned into an aura that protects the Sage Glasspen. Qi Yuan frowned. If this bastard decided to act like a turtle, this battle could continue on for millions of years, if not yuan epochs. "I need to lure him into lowering his guard," Qin thought as he slowly formulated a plan. Tribal Sacred Mountain. The two chiefs saw the chaos and immediately became excited. They waited for a while to see if the saint would suddenly manifest and stop all this chaos. After showing no signs of her presence, they immediately mobilized. The Sacred Mountain did not play around. Their two primals did not just mobilize. No, they took a dozen peak paragons and even more regular paragons and headed directly toward the Demon God Cave. They did not use any excuse or play politics. They directly attacked the cave with their strongest weapon and talisman, trying their best to tear apart their defensive array. 10,000 Buddha Haven. The four primals had a brief meeting. What should we do? We will mind our own business. You know the saint would not want all this chaos. The saint's safety is our priority. Right now, she is in deep meditation. What if an enemy attacks? What could we even do if an enemy of her caliber attacked? We can use our formation to buy her time. I still think we should try to do something. What exactly? Do you think it's a coincidence they started fighting just as the saint can no longer pay attention to the world's affairs? These people would not listen to us unless we chose a side. But such an act would only complicate the situation. My concern is Dugabatian. What should we do if he takes this opportunity to attack the Chosen One? We will cross that bridge if the situation devolves to such a level. Buddhism was not the only faction that chose to remain neutral. All the others immediately decided to watch and observe, except for Taoism, which debated whether to intervene or not. A small section of their leaders wanted to use this opportunity to attack weaker overlords and get some benefit. Another group wanted to mediate. The fundamental issue plaguing Taoism now is its lack of trust and prestige in the world following what their leader's supreme unity did. So, these people believed that if they could mediate a peaceful resolution to this situation, they could regain some prestige for Taoism. Luckily, the majority voted to remain neutral, and these ideals died down. Another person who became restless was Water Immortal from the Limitless Exchange Hall. He saw the chaos as the perfect opportunity to teach the gods in the Divine Faith Hall a lesson. However, Old Man Black Chess successfully convinced him to calm down and remain neutral. Origins Seal Continent. Wang Wei noticed his backup was not coming. His brain reacted as quickly as possible to find a solution. He contacted the barbarian race for another deal, with additional data about the flesh quintessence. They agreed to come to his help. Then a man, close to 7 feet tall, wearing animal skin for pants, an open chest vest with a lioness mane around his neck, and holding a golden spear with a bone tip, tore apart the space to teleport to the Origin Seal City. He looked at the terracotta general. I don't think I've ever officially hunted a puppet, Torjin Khan said. Chapter 1584. The Assassin's Anomaly. The assassin suddenly moved, and the ladder was so fast that Wang Wei almost could not react. Luckily, he had turned one of his techniques into a passive one. As such, the invisible fate threats connected to his nerves reacted, allowing him to counter the opponent, forcing the assassin backward. What exactly is her Tao? Wang Wei asked. The moment he laid eyes on this person, he tried most of the means he knew to gather information. However, the assassin's dress was the perfect design of anti-information. So, Wang Wei had no choice but to peek at her blueprint. From her existence, he learned a few things, like the fact that she was a woman, but most of the information was useless. When Wang Wei wanted to learn about things related to cultivation, they were all blocked. The piece of information made Wang Wei squint, but now was not the time to be theorizing. Instead, he steeled himself, knowing he might have to fight a battle with limited information. The assassin's move suddenly increased. Her body moved so fast that it appeared she was teleporting around Wang Wei. However, her attempt was useless. Every time she moved in one direction, it so appeared that fate had decided that gravity would suddenly fluctuate in that area, thus drastically decreasing her speed. Wang Wei was not about to stand aside and allow the enemy to dominate this battle. So, he used his fate eyes to predict her next movement. So, when she appeared above his head to stab him, he materialized a few strings that instantly blocked the surrounding space-time and all other escape routes. However, the female assassin's response was calm. A golden halo appeared underneath her feet, and once the strings approached, her speed suddenly increased. In fact, every time she was about to touch one of the blockage methods created to trap her, her body's speed would further accelerate. Repulsion? Wang Wei analyzed. Her body can repel any power that comes near her, but the repulsion is not a form of defense, but a way to increase her speed to escape. Does she cultivate speed Tao? Wang Wei did not know whether he was right, but this was all the information he could gather, so he acted on it. He activated his Order Disorder Tao. Order. No one can move faster than the speed of light. Disorder. Speed has been redefined. If you want to break the limits, you must solve the new equation. The laws of heaven and earth suddenly changed. Wang Wei and the assassin suddenly found their speed reduced to the level of turtles. However, this was the least of their problems. According to this spell, the assassin can move faster as long as she figures out some kind of equation. Unfortunately, the rules were designed to benefit her target. By redefining speed, the normal equation of distance over time no longer applies. The worst part is that the equation for speed could change every second and does not need to follow the laws of physics. Only by finding the right equation can any of them break the limit of the new order established. Wang Wei, who created this spell based on the critical hit system that he once discovered, had ample problems calculating these nonsensical equations, but the same could not be said for the assassin. So, after figuring out the equation, Wang Wei suddenly broke the speed limit. He appeared above her head and stamped on her face, sending her crashing to the ground. His body paused, which would be fatal for battle at such a high level, but the limit of speed made it a non-issue. He figured out another equation, and his body moved. He was so fast that he arrived before the assassin crashed on the ground. Wang Wei punched her spine, trying to break it. Of course, his true intention was to spread his ultimate Tao will inside her body. One of the advantages of Wang Wei's Tao will technique is its ability to bypass defenses. With the notion that it is fated to exist in a certain location, his true will can bypass most defensive measures. However, there was another thing to ensure it stays. When facing peak paragons, Wang Wei can have his true will fated to remain in one place. However, this method did not apply to other primals. Primal's Tao will or willpower manifestation also has their own attribute, meaning they have ways to remove foreign wills. The assassin flew upward as a cracking sound followed her body. Wang Wei quickly figured out the new equation, but by the time he had succeeded and moved in for an attack, the assassin's body had disappeared. His danger sense activated, and his body moved of its own accord. With the fate strings connected to the river of fate, his reflexes were guided by the past, present, and future itself. As such, few things should be faster than he could react. However, this woman reached such a level of speed. Wang Wei barely moved his head away, but her attack cut off a chunk of his shoulder. However, the danger had just started. Wang Wei's body moved instinctively by shrinking his heart and reallocating it to another area of his body. This move was right in time, as a small sword pierced his chest, spreading a Tao like it was a virus. Places like his heart, spine, or head may no longer be weak spots for a higher being like Wang Wei. However, these areas are more susceptible to Tao wills. Once they are infected, it's way more challenging to clean them of these powers. Wang Wei did not panic despite the tight situation. Instead, he used a nuclear option. He released an explosion of the power of nothingness to annihilate everything in his surroundings. His action did not kill or injure the assassin, who was moving too fast for him even to understand. However, it slowed her enough for him to perceive her. He altered his destiny to become someone cursed by knowledge, which enhanced his detection abilities. Wang Wei then realized the source of her drastic increase in speed. Her technique was similar to Ji Lanfang's. She temporarily became immune to the laws between heaven and earth that could restrict her speed. In other words, friction, gravity, space-time, and numerous other factors were no longer determining how fast she went. Something is wrong, Wang Wei thought. This brilliant technique should have been the definitive evidence he needed to conclude that her Tao was speed. However, he noticed an anomaly. The characteristic of Tao was not speed, but adaptation and change. The assassin removed Wang Wei's Tao from her body by having her own will adapt to his fate power and transform into something that could counteract it. Boom! Wang Wei saw a flash of light, and before he knew it, his left arm was missing. However, a glint flashed in his eyes. She adapted to the power of nothingness, allowing her to tap into her previous speed. He was not sure her Tao was adaptation, but something still baffled him. How did she use the speed Tao so well? The way she utilized speed Tao was similar to someone who had it as a primary Tao, rather than someone who used other Taos to enhance speed Tao. I'm missing something, Wang Wei thought. However, now is not the time for all of this. He was still in danger and needed a solution. He raised his left hand to cast a spell. Nothingness black hole. A translucent orb appeared above Wang Wei's palm, shaking the entire domain. The Khan and Terracotta General were wise to move away from this area after Wang Wei used his order-disorder technique. Everything must one day return to nothingness. Whether it is all creation, the universe, space-time, and maybe even fate, all things must return to the source. And the source is nothingness. Backed by this concept, the translucent black hole in Wang Wei's palm started to draw everything in its surroundings, including the speedy assassin. She immediately tried to escape by putting enough distance between herself and her target. However, her attempt was futile. The black hole pulled everything in its direction, including the very concept she used to create her technique that allowed her to be immune to specific laws. The assassin would not accept her fate, so she fought fiercely. A projection of the river of time materialized between heaven and earth, directly linking with her. She used its power to boost her attempt to run away, but it was futile. Wang Wei's technique was technically not an ultimate skill, but it had similar potency. Without worrying about replenishing his soul, Wang Wei boosted his spell with a significant amount of energy from his nothingness wheel. The assassin's mask flew out of her body into the black hole, revealing a beautiful face with blue eyes and red hair. However, no one cares about her appearance, especially the assassin, since her life is in danger. Her body suddenly trembled, and then two other versions materialized. One version suddenly tried to travel to the past to escape, the second headed to another timeline, and the last one headed to the future. An ultimate escape skill? Wang Wei thought with a frown. She may be a B-class primal. Chapter 1585. Division of Primal. After realizing the class of primals, Wang Wei realized he may be in trouble. During their training, Wu Hong divided Primal into 6 tiers to facilitate a better understanding of his standing and the amount he needed to learn. It's also served as a way to prevent him from getting cocky. The lowest class is the E class, and this level is reserved for people like water immortals, who are flawed primals. This level did not exist until a few thousand yuan epoch ago, when they used the latter as a pawn to control the limitless exchange hall. E-class primal strength is not that much different from the above class, but their flaws mean a significant weakness that can be easily exploited. D-class primals are the regular kind. They VE mastered 3 ultimate skills and received the blessing of heaven and earth, which strengthens their souls, allowing them to utilize these skills without any burden. This class is where new primals, such as the Song twins and Yin Shurong, as well as the Grand Preceptor, are allocated. This class is also the requirement needed to acquire the Paragon Battle Taboo Realm. In other words, Wang Wei will only need to have this level of battle prowess while sealing his strength to 90, and he will receive the achievement for the Battle Taboo Realm. According to his calculation and deduction with Wu Hong, having the strength of higher primals, he meant nothing since this division was not official, but rather something Wu Hong had created for herself and the people around her. C-class primals are a class above the lower tier. In that tier, primals do not only have 3 ultimate skills. They have a speed ultimate skill, a defense ultimate skill, a sealing ultimate skill, an escape ultimate skill, and numerous others. That tier of primal has developed multiple techniques to the pinnacle, and fighting them means they can bombard their enemy with ultimate skills. In that tier, age also plays a significant role. The older a primal, the more time they VE had to create an ultimate skill. Wang Wei was aware of the limitations of his young age. Therefore, he is planning on relying on his force control skill to reach that class of primal in one step. B-class primals are on another level. One of the primary components of battles in the Paragon realm is the utilization of the grand constructs. The higher a Paragon's strength, the more prevalent this becomes, and this truth does not stop at the primal tier. On the contrary, it becomes even more critical. According to Wu Hong, a B-class primal will have established a perfect connection with one of the grand constructs and can passively draw out their powers without much burden on their bodies or souls. The most common grand construct used is the source key space, due to its versatility and the fact that it encompasses all attributes. A B-class primal can draw all kinds of immortals or other kits from the space and boost all their ultimate skills. They possess such a mastery of this process that it's incredibly challenging to sever their connection to the source key space, and the process does not place a significant burden on them. B-class is the dividing line between normal and elite primals. Anyone can become a C-class primal if given enough time. However, only the talented individuals who have spent years studying and understanding the grand constructs can reach such a level. A-class is another major jump in difficulty. The minimum requirement for this class is the mastery of 3 grand constructs. Cultivators have difficulty reaching this tier because of the nature of the constructs. It's possible to find a key that suits anyone from the source key space, so success is only a matter of time and effort. The Grand Tao source can release a pure and raw power that is neutral in its attributes, which most primals can use as the basis for their skills. Although mostly used as the energy for transitioning into higher states of cultivation, it can also be used for battle. Primals can even convert that raw power into a force with the same attribute as their Tao. The major challenge of becoming an A-class primal is the remaining constructs. The River of Time or River of Fate has too many defining characteristics. If a primal cultivates a Tao not related to any of them, it's very likely they do not have a high affinity for these constructs, or they lack sufficient understanding to form an unbreakable link to these constructs. It's even more impossible to use them to their full capacity. The problem is essentially the same for the remaining grand constructs. Primordial chaos is also a unique power, but the greater obstacle to mastering its power is the resistance of the primordial will. An A-class primal must learn how to use the power of primordial chaos with the interference of the primordial will. The last grand construct is the 6 paths of samsara. Besides the affinity for death or samsara Tao, a primal must deal with the Yama Kings to use its power. They must either come to an agreement with these people or find a way to utilize that power without them noticing or without affecting the operation of the afterlife. With all these challenges, many primals are stuck in the B-class with no hope of moving upward. However, A-class is not the limit of this division. According to Wu Hong, the strength of A-class is fluctuating. There's a reason why she chose the connection of 3 grand constructs as the requirement for that class. Extremely talented primals can have mastery of all 6 grand constructs. They can even use ultimate skills boosted by all 6. However, A-class primals can only use 3 constructs without any burden. After 4 constructs, each attack will take a heavy toll not only on their souls, but also on their bodies, forcing them to be extremely careful when to utilize these ungodly ultimate skills. After condensing her perfect foundation, Wu Hong realized she could now use 4 grand constructs normally without suffering from any burden or backlash. So, she created the S-class primals with individuals possessing 1 transcendent foundation and mastery of 4 grand constructs. Unfortunately, she has only recently finished the 13 Transcendent Foundation and did not have time to test it out before Yingzheng attacked. According to Wu Hong's analysis, the 2nd Transcendent Foundation will allow her to use 5 grand constructs without an issue, and a 3rd Transcendent Foundation should enable her to tap into all 6 public grand constructs. As for the hidden constructs, well, it did not matter since few people even know of their existence. Some people have discovered them, but Wang Wei or Wu Hong doubted anyone could draw power from them. As such, they theorized that the limit of transcendent foundation someone needs before becoming a primordial chaos saint is 3. A B-class primal is an issue, Wang Wei thought as the assassin's escape skill worked. His nothingness black hole captured the clones that escaped to the past or other timelines, but the one that ran into the future successfully escaped. Wang Wei used this opportunity to regenerate his body and used his soul ring to recuperate his soul fatigue. I'm only a pseudo B-class primal, and dealing with her will be an issue. He only had 2 ultimate skills, but he had numerous perfect skills, which were the techniques he developed by studying Ji Qingming. Perfect skills are basically ultimate skills prototypes. With the right assistance or aid, they can rise to the level of ultimate skills. A perfect example is the nothingness black hole. Without intense focus to inject a copious amount of energy from his nothingness wheel, this spell would not be as potent. However, if Wang Wei could find a way to instantly combine a large quantity of power of nothingness with this spell, it would become an ultimate skill. Luckily for him, he only needs to finish the force control skill, and his control over the power of nothingness will reach the level to update this perfect skill into an ultimate skill. Wang Wei possesses numerous perfect skills, meaning that with the right tactical moves, he could transform them into ultimate skills. Lastly, he is the son of fate. His affinity and connection with the river of fate have always been unparalleled. After the past few thousand yuan epoch of training, he has already met that requirement for B-class by forming an unbreakable bond with the river. The only issue is his soul cannot bear the constant burden of using its power, but that's why the soul rings exist. Wang Wei knew he could technically face off against the B-class. However, the longer the battle continued, the more his flaws would be magnified and used against him. I need to end this battle swiftly, Wang Wei analyzed. His greatest weakness as a pseudo B-class is his lack of Chrono Spirit ultimate skill. While his opponent probably has the means to kill him permanently, he can only send her into limbo. Additionally, the longer this fight lasted, the more danger he was in. Chapter 1586. The skill source Wang Wei could not sustain the black hole for long, so he stopped the spell once his body completely recovered. The assassin showed up a few seconds later, as she had jumped into the future. She looked at Wang Wei with her calm, blue eyes, her red hair blowing in the wind. The power of nothingness, she uttered with a voice as cold as absolute zero. Your eyes tell me you've seen people with this power before, Wang Wei commented. One of the most arrogant people is the one with achievement in the path of perfection or the path of nothingness, the assassin said calmly. They think they're special for pursuing a taboo. The nothingness people are even worse since they think nothing can touch them. The assassin raised her hand to condense a red curved blade that released an aura of life. Not just one life, but all sentient existence, no matter what form they took. Wang Wei immediately squinted after seeing this weapon. A blade of existence? What is the opposite of nothingness? Creation, everything, and existence. The fundamental rule of this universe is balance, the assassin said. I don't know why Grandao allows nothingness and perfection to be unique characteristics in a chaos universe, but all I care about is that these powers have forces that can balance them. 2 projections materialized behind her, the river of time and the source key space. Wang Wei squinted as he realized he was correct and wrong in his analysis. The assassin was indeed a B-class primal, but her achievement was from the source key space. While her connection to the river of time was significant, it did not yet meet the requirements, meaning he could still sever it. The assassin suddenly appeared before him and swung her sword, trying to bisect him in 2. Her movement was quick. She utilized the space-time continuum as a slingshot to boost her speed to a point that became mathematically and physically illogical. The worst part is that her speed was even faster than before since this speed ultimate skill was powered by the river of time. Luckily, Wang Wei's fate reflex technique acted and separated his body from the place where the blade touched him. This situation was slightly comical as Wang Wei's upper and lower body parts were still under his control, but the midsection cut by the blade of existence was annihilated. Wang Wei's lower body acted by kicking the assassin. However, she looked at this attack with disdain. while Wang Wei's flesh was the pinnacle of the 10th heaven. This level of an attack was meaningless to her since it was not an ultimate skill. However, she underestimated Wang Wei. Wang Wei's perfect skills needed a boost to reach the level of ultimate skills, and he knew that. So, just as the assassin was about to evade this kick to continue slashing him, Wang Wei's lower body suddenly exploded. By sacrificing his lower body and turning it into the purest form of death power, he met the requirement to boost his perfect skills. As such, a black door from the underworld materialized behind the assassin. A titanic black skeletal hand reached out to capture her. The assassin frowned before casually waving her sword, which created a temporal tear that banished the samsara gate. What the hell? Wang Wei thought as he noticed an anomaly. For the sake of organization, he divided skills into 4 levels: regular, perfect, ultimate, and grand construct skills. B-class primals use grand construct skills since their ultimate skills are further enhanced by one of the constructs. During the assassin's first attack, her speed ultimate skill was powered by the River of Time, but her blade was attacked by a simple boosting key from the source key space. However, when she banished Wang Wei's technique, her blade attack was powered by the River of Time and a unique time key from the source. Wang Wei's confusion and shock stemmed from the sudden change in key. It would be understandable if this woman had an adaptation key that could change to other elements, powers, or characteristics. But no, instead, she used a completely different energy but still reached the requirement for her attack to be called a grand construct skill by Wang Wei. Something is wrong, Wang Wei analyzed. This anomaly of the assassin might be crucial. It could be the key to his victory or defeat. The assassin's sword released a black aura that Wang Wei recognized as the power of slaughter. She appeared before and smashed her sword. And this time around, her attack was not a clean cut, but a potent blow that would annihilate the remaining upper half of his body. Wang Wei did not try to use another perfect skill. Instead, he used his surroundings. The battle was still in the air near Origin Seal City. So, he extended the coverage of the city's array to the point that it covered. Then, as expected of a masterpiece created by his fiancée, it blocked the assassin's blade. He then seized this brief opportunity to regenerate his missing lower torso. However, the assassin did not give him a chance to breathe. As soon as her attack was blocked, she changed to an array-breaking skill. Wang Wei reacted swiftly by using his Fate Dao to temporarily change the status of the array. In other words, when the sword touched, it was no longer a formation but something else, so her technique that directly targeted the formation was useless. Of course, Wang Wei would not barricade himself inside the formation. With this assassin's versatility, she would find a way to break the array. Additionally, he cannot spend more time with this woman, or his time mark will be discovered. I need to deal with her speed, Wang Wei analyzed. His greatest trouble in this fight was his lack of speed. He has been drawing power from the River of Fate to power his Fate Reflex skill and elevate it to an ultimate skill. However, this technique was passive, which required constant nourishment from the River of Fate. Sadly, Wang Wei's soul could not bear this process, which forced him to push his soul rings to the limit to sustain. Now, I understand why non-primals cannot challenge primals, Wang Wei complained while concocting a scheme. If not for his terrifying talent and numerous opportunities, which are a manifestation of his luck and destiny, even a D-class primal could slap him to death. In a matter of nanoseconds, Wang Wei created a plan and executed it. He stopped channeling power to his reflexes and used a technique to influence the assassin's sense of danger or intuition. Then, while condensing seals on his palm, he secretly used the power of emptiness from his flesh to hide a few spirit particles that he scattered in the surroundings. A desperate attack to seal me? The assassin thought. She sneered. Such an attack was useless, as she would annihilate him before he got close. No, I must be careful. This person was exceptional. The Black Assassin Order has a strict hierarchy. Iron is for mortal tier cultivators, and they are rated from 1 to 9 stars. The 3 immortal realms are rated copper, silver, and gold. However, assassins on her level are granted the title of Assassin King. Even among the kings, Blue Ember was one of the elites. Yet, she failed to kill this boundless paragon. No, even worse. The latter was able to fight him on equal ground for a short period. Blue Ember used a technique to replace her body with a clone without any detection. The clone is indistinguishable from her real self and has all her strength. Meanwhile, her main body perfectly blends in with the void. So, when Wang Wei's suicide attack reached Blue Ember, her sword moved fast as she launched a devastating attack on him. In fact, she cut him the exact same number of atoms in his body. How beautiful! Wang Wei muttered before his body disintegrated. However, death was the point. The moment Blue Ember killed him, she set her fate. Wang Wei's body turned into a rune that rushed directly into the assassin's connection with the River of Time. While Wang Wei couldn't do much about her access to the source key space, he could remove this connection. The assassin separated from the void and tried to destroy the seal. Unfortunately for her, this rune was one of Wu Hong's seals, and her sudden attempt was not enough to deal with it. Ultimately, she watched as her connection to the river was disconnected. Blue Ember looked in the distance, where Wang Wei had regenerated himself from one of his particles. This won't change anything, Blue Ember said coldly. I understand now, Wang Wei said. His plans are never simple. So, this scheme was not just to seal her speed, but to peek into her secrets. No wonder the Black Assassin Order has been so successful. Blue Ember frowned. You saw the skill's source? I did. Chapter 1587. The odd assassin that's an interesting and apt name, Wang Wei nodded. The so-called skill source was the origin of the assassin's weirdness. Her mind, body, soul, and even very existence are permanently linked to this dimension with numerous abilities, spells, skills, and techniques. By using her versatile Tao, the assassin can use any of these skills as if she had cultivated the Tao they were based on. It's no wonder the Black Assassin Order was so famous. As long as their members cultivate a versatile Tao, such as rune, talisman, martial art, they can skip the process of creating and perfecting their skills. In fact, they don't even have to be geniuses. The skills are already brilliant, and the assassin only needs to choose one, much like adding a SIM card to a phone. Wang Wei was certain that the Order encouraged talented members to create and innovate for the skill source. However, for ordinary members, they only needed to choose a Tao that fit the Order's demands, and their future would be predetermined. There is also the fact that as long as an assassin becomes a D-class primal, he can immediately access ultimate skills and jump to C-class. If an assassin has a decent amount of talent and time, it's possible to master the utilization of Grand Construct and jump to B-class, Wang Wei analyzed. He suddenly felt this assassin was both lucky and not as impressive as before. Well, to be fair, she has shown talent in mastering the power from the River of Time, meaning she has the opportunity to become an A-class primal. However, the Black Assassin Order is what Wang Wei truly cares about. In the old era, their development might have been strangled by Heavenly Tao, preventing them from having too many primals. But in the upcoming Transcendent Age, there will be no such limitations. In other words, their abilities to cultivate C-class primals will make them formidable. Wang Wei was, of course, greedy for such a thing. The sect would benefit immensely from this skill source. Of course, he would not encourage his people to use others' ultimate skills. Instead, he would allow members of the sect to experience what it's like to use ultimate skills, ensuring they can create their own at the fastest speed. And in times of war and emergency, they could directly use the skill source. Unfortunately, DLL need to wait a while and plan ahead to have the slight chance at getting his hands on such a thing. You know, you're lucky, Blue Ember suddenly said. How so? In the old days, the Order would hunt anyone who knew of the Source's existence. We would not stop until the target is dead, even if they run to the end of the world. You're talking about the Eternal Order? Wang Wei asked. He read about this from the sect and Wu Hong's library. Once the Black Assassin Order released the Eternal Order, All their assassin would abandon whatever mission they were on and focus on killing the target. The order will even offer handsome rewards for any information about their target, but they do not accept anyone who kills the target themselves. That's right, Blue Ember nodded. Well, now that one of your leaders is a primordial saint, it makes sense they no longer need to worry about revealing such a secret, Wang Wei nodded. He originally planned to seal the assassin's connection to this skill source. Unfortunately, the entire thing was controlled by a primordial saint. Yes, now that Sir Black Assassin Saint has reached the top of the Chaos Universe, our order will soon take its position as the #1 assassin organization. We will bring order to the universe by using shadowy means, Blue Ember said with immense fervor in her voice. Wang Wei looked at her, his mouth agape. His shock was for two reasons. First, this assassin seemed too chatty, revealing so much information without hesitation or thought. Secondly, he never knew the Black Assassin Order had such grand ambitions. You're not a very sociable person, are you? Wang Wei asked. Why do you say that? It's obvious you're not used to speaking to people, or you would not have revealed so much information in a less than 5-minute conversation, Wang Wei said. I did skip the intel gathering training. And the other assassins did say, I'm straightforward and do not understand the beauty of assassination art. However, I just think they're not strong enough, Blue Ember said. She always used the most straightforward way for her mission. She used numerous skills to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold before killing them with one strike. Blue Ember disdains these methods of spending years infiltrating an area, impersonating others, secretly poisoning, and doing all these things to find an opportunity to kill these targets. Once she has one of those missions, she will immediately challenge the target directly and use brute force to kill them. And if that's not possible, she will forfeit these missions. In fact, she never picked them and was only assigned these types of missions on a few occasions. Luckily, the mission master loves her and takes care of her needs. And after acquiring the Assassin King title, she can choose her own mission. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Why was this woman still talking? Don't worry, Blue Ember reassured. I'm telling you all this information because I know I can kill you. Although her original mission was to deal with a primal puppet, it made no difference now that the target had changed. Well, it did make a difference since she would charge Ingjing extra for providing incorrect information according to the Order S rules. You're quite confident, aren't you? I am, Blue Ember replied. Our order has records of unique individuals like yourself. However, all your talent, strength, and destiny will mean nothing because I walk with purpose. With the blessing of the Black Assassin Order, I shall be victorious in every battle. She sounds like a follower of a god instead of an assassin, Wang Wei thought. Well, it makes sense she was brainwashed, given the situation of the skill source. Wang Wei did not see much of the source out of fear of alerting the primordial Chaos Saint, but based on what he saw, he could deduce some formation. For example, the assassins need to leave their soul imprint during the mortal realm. And after becoming great emperors, they must leave their Tao imprint. After gaining access to these things, it would be very easy for the Black Assassin Saint to control or subtly influence these assassins to worship him and his mission. Such information is another reason why Wang Wei lusted after this skill source. If he could gain full control, he would have access to a group of elite assassins that he could incorporate into his Fate Shadow Guard. If he adds the work that Wang Ju is currently doing, in other words, the future of his shadow organization is bright. This poor fool, Wang Wei sighed. People not in the quintessence realm may not, but others do. Based on what this assassin said, the Black Assassin Saint only sanctified after the ultimate taboo, meaning he used a flawed method. With such a terrible foundation, how dare this bastard make such bold claims as changing the chaos universe? Unless he found a way to improve his foundation, he just being arrogant. Wang Wei internally shook his head. Wait, maybe he did. The skill source sounds like the perfect creation for a minor construct. If used correctly, he may have created a flawed Tao quintessence? Wang Wei squinted. Even if the Black Assassin Saint hasn't he done so, He LL definitely put two and two together once he interferes in the affairs of the Eternal Ascension world and learns about the lower dimension. What S with that expression? Blue Ember asked. Should I tell her how weak the person she worships is? Wang Wei contemplated. It could be an effective tactic to break her mentally by breaking her faith and spirit. No, Wang Wei crossed out his idea. Words alone are not enough to waver some of such deep devotion. Additionally, I would have to reveal information about the Pillar Foundation, which is not worth it. Anyway, everything is already ready to end this fight. What's your name? Wang Wei suddenly asked. Haha, Blue Ember chuckled. I'm not that naive. I still remember the training about Karma Masters and not revealing my name or title. Come on? Wang Wei smiled. I'm sure your faith in the Black Assassin Saint is enough to protect. Wang Wei did not finish his words when Blue Ember suddenly attacked. However, Wang Wei seemed to be waiting for his move and also attacked. At this high level of combat, no one would suddenly stop to converse unless they were overconfident or were planning something. Such tactics are something most heaven-chosen, no matter which chaos source world they are from, learn during their mortal stages of cultivation. Chapter 1588. The outcome Blue Ember's target was the seal on her connection to the River of Time, and she was prepared for this attack. First, she used the best seal removing spell she knew. Then, she fused that spell with another boosting technique. The reason she talked so much with her target was that the boosting technique can become more powerful by accumulating strength. Blue Ember's plan was decent. The spells she used were the best, meaning she used the best cards available to her. Unfortunately, she was predictable. The moment she attacked, Wang Wei reacted by using the skill that he had been accumulating power for. The technique he used was an old but reliable one, Yin-Yang Reversal. Of course, he boosted it to meet the requirement, but it eventually met Wang Wei's requirements. When Blue Ember's technique reached the seal, another Yin-Yang symbol materialized and reversed the effects. The symbol first changed the essence of her attack from destroying seals to reinforcing them. However, this was just the first step. The symbol then reversed Blue Ember's target from Wang Wei's seal toward her connection to the source key space. You dare! Blue Ember roared as she hurriedly tried to stop this counterattack. If her connection with the source key space is weakened, she'll lose a significant portion of her strength. Blue Ember's hand moved as she summoned a new weapon. But then she paused. This attack was not nearly enough to affect her connection. Unfortunately for her, Wang Wei's plan relied on that pause. The moment she realized she had been cheated and her reaction slowed down, he activated the third step of his plan. During his previous move, he scattered a few spirit particles in the environment, but he only used one to revive himself. The others had their own objective. They were secretly enacting the Central Earth Seal created by the Master of Sealing Tao, Empress Wu. This particular seal is connected to the entire territory of the Origin Seal continent and draws the power of the Earth to condense. With the invisible blessing from the power of nothingness, Blue Ember's distraction, and Wang Wei buying enough time, the spirit particles fulfilled their mission. Two semi-spheres composed of Earth suddenly appeared around Blue Ember before she could react. They fit perfectly together with her encased inside. A yellow talisman with the character for Earth materialized before slowly landing on the sealing sphere, completing the process. Phew, that was close, Wang Wei muttered. He could feel the looming threat of death, which could only mean that Blue Ember was closer than he would like to admit to finding his time mark. At that point, he would have to chase her through the River of Time to protect himself from true death. I wonder what her background is, Wang Wei thought. He was curious whether she was born in the Eternal Ascension world and recruited by the Black Assassin Order at a young age, or whether she was from somewhere else but had chosen to establish her identity citizenship in this world. The better question is what to do with her. Boom! Wang Wei had barely finished his thought when the Earth's sphere trembled. A powerful yet eerie black aura suddenly emanated from within, causing Wang Wei to shudder. That aura, damn it! Why didn't I think of that? One of the advantages of the Faith Divine Path is that gods can effortlessly share powers or abilities with their followers. Given how much Blue Ember worshipped the Black Assassin Order, or the fact that the latter may have access to her Tao imprint, it made sense that she may be able to channel some of her power. Wang Wei knew he needed to do something. The intensity of the power has not reached the level of a primordial saint. On the contrary, it was far from that tier of power. However, her strength was rising at an astonishing level, and in a matter of seconds, Blue Ember will probably reach Wu Hong's level and even surpass it. 6 projections materialized behind Wang Wei. Besides primordial chaos, which he still needed a lot of work on, Wang Wei had a deep mastery and connection to the other grand constructs. So, he did not hesitate to use their powers to boost another seal, the causality seal. His main priority was to reduce the connection between Blue Ember and the saint to the lowest level possible. Wang Wei's actions forced him to push his soul rings to the limit, but that was the least of his worries. Even with his quick reaction, Blue Ember was still slowly destroying this seal. Wang Wei's mind worked faster than a quantum computer for a solution. He could borrow more power from the Origin Seal continent as copy constructs. However, Song Luli was using it now, and he did not want to affect her battle. Wang Wei then remembered that he was a Grand Elder of the Tao Opening Sect, meaning he could tap into the power of the earth from the sect's territory. He didn't even need to use the sect's key luck. He just needed to use it as a jumping point to access the power emanating from the territory. The Earth sphere turned a darker shade of brown, and the sealing talisman became golden. The sphere slowly became peaceful as the weird aura stopped leaking. Wang Wei was about to sigh in relief when the situation reversed. The aura became more intense, more ominous. No, this is no longer the assassin using a desperate measure to escape a dangerous situation, he analyzed. The saint is using her to test out this world's situation. Wang Wei, and everyone else, always knew foreign powers were watching from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to carve this world for themselves. The only reason no one has shown their ugly heads yet is that they want to wait and see the danger this world is about to face, and then decide when and how to intervene. If this assassin saint shows he can bully this world, it might embolden other foreign powers to intervene earlier than intended, Wang Wei contemplated. The current approach of these foreign factions is ideal for every native of the Eternal Ascension world. Their decision has provided everybody enough time to grow and possibly reverse the situation. For heaven's sake, I'm no longer the destiny bearer. So why is this nonsense still happening to me? Wang Wei complained. The best approach to dealing with a saint's power is to use another saint. If Wang Wei still had the human emperor title, he could use it to summon heavenly Tao, even if the latter did not wish to participate. However, he now had to adopt a different approach. He summoned his peak, third-tier, golden body of merit. The status of sage is a two-way relationship. While sages with a golden body of merit serve and protect the world, heavenly Tao must also protect them. Wang Wei used this fact to summon help in dealing with the powerful intruder. Luckily for him, his approach was successful. The new Golden Heaven seal that he added to the sphere worked. That was good news. The bad news is the assassin saint was relentless, forcing Wang Wei to focus on maintaining the 3-layer seals he had created. I don't think I've ever officially hunted a puppet, Torjin Khan said. This has nothing to do with your barbarian clan, the Terracotta General said in a cold voice. That's true. Torjin Khan nodded. But here I am. Tell me what they offer you, and it'll surpass it, the general said. Torjin Khan was not surprised by such words. The conflicts between the overlords have always been intense, especially before the Second Origin War. Normally, they keep the fighting to below the primal tier. But on a few occasions, things escalated, and these top powerhouses clashed. During those times of escalation, these overlords would look to the primal lineages for additional reinforcement. For example, the Tao Opening Sect might hire one of the primal lineages to even out the odds with the Grand Sect Alliance. The Alliance might utilize them to further increase its number of advantages. The Limitless Exchange Hall has survived for so long because of this system. The true essence lineage is a faction of body refiners, meaning they require a substantial amount of resources compared to others. The hall has the largest number of cultivators. Old Man Blackchest has made numerous deals to use the loose cultivators to acquire resources for the true essence lineage, in exchange for their leader helping him once in a while. All the overlords have used the primal lineages at one point or another. Of course, they once realized how these lineages were benefiting from their conflicts and tried to eliminate them. The primal lineages were forced to band together, and when the overlords saw that their actions might be pushing these four to unite as a single faction, they backed down after issuing a warning. Chapter 1589. The hunt you cannot afford me, Torjin Khan said. There is no price that great kin cannot afford, the Terracotta general replied. However, the Khan merely shook his head. The data Wang Wei offered was instrumental to the future of the barbarian clan. With the small data he had gathered, Torjin Khan had already created half an outline for his future transcendent path. And even without that deal, Torjin Khan would not betray the Tao opening sect. Based on what he has learned about Wang Wei, he knew this person would be a vital figure of the eternal ascension world. If he had to choose who to bet, Torjin Khan would not hesitate to choose the much younger and inexperienced Wang Wei. That's a shame, the puppet with an expressionless clay face said calmly. It raised its hand to summon a shield and Guandao while staring directly into the Khan's eyes. Torjin smiled before twirling his spear. His body then released a brutal and savage aura. This hunt should be interesting, Torjin uttered. As a hunter, nothing excited him more than finding a worthy prey. He moved his body, leaving a trail of afterimage behind him. The Khan did not play around. For his first attack, he directly used an ultimate skill, Eternal Piercing. His spear was designed to pierce any defenses, but on top of that, it would continue the piercing process for all eternity. The Terracotta general raised a shield to block the attack, but his defense was instantly bravado. He reacted instantly to condense another one. But the result was the same. Without any choice, he continued to condense more protective measures, but this attack was continuous, with no signs of stopping. The general realized he could spend the rest of his time in this confrontation, building an endless number of shields or defensive measures. But the result would be the same. So he changed tactics. He absorbed the enemy's piercing attack and converted it into his own strength. The Qin's guardian swung the Guandao with his left hand, forcing Torjin to face an attack containing his own power. However, the leader of the barbarian clan remained calm in the face of this counterattack. One of the afterimages he left behind suddenly turned corporeal and blocked the massive weapon with another spear strike. However, this was just the beginning. More afterimages became real, and they immediately bombarded the puppet with piercing attacks from all sides. The Terracotta general scanned the upcoming assault. He was created for one purpose: to protect the emperor, protect Qin. As such, his Tao was a combination of earth, a symbol of the material from which he was born, and the defense Tao. So, facing all these powerful enemies was nothing new to him. In fact, he had faced worse situations. A green, circular shield suddenly surrounded his clay body. When all the spears hit its body, the Terracotta general made a pushing motion to release all the absorbed power from this attack, instantly killing all these clones. An opportunity, Torjin Khan thought. As a hunter, he knew the best time to strike an enemy. So, in the brief window that his opponent released the energy and did not have enough time to react, his spear struck like a venomous snake heading for vulnerable prey. Absolute defense. Torjin's attack was impeccable. Unfortunately for him, his enemy was created solely for the purpose of defense. So, even in this time of weakness, the general's shield moved on its own volition and blocked. The shield and spear should have clashed, generating a powerful shockwave that tore apart the environment. However, Torjin's attack was a fake. It was another hidden afterimage. His real body had secretly appeared behind a lump of clay and stabbed it directly through its head. This attack sequence was well-timed. perfectly encapsulating a seasoned hunter at work. The best outcome for this attack would have been an instant end to the battle, and the worst outcome would have been a severe injury that would have given Torjin Khan an advantage throughout the entire fight. Unfortunately, fate was not in his favor. Just as his spear full of his true was about to hit, the ordered disorder of the surroundings was disturbed. His attack of unfathomable speed was suddenly reduced to below the speed of light, allowing Qin's guardian to evade. Torjin Khan's lips twitched as he looked at the battle in the distance. How about we move our fight to another location? The Terracotta general glanced at Origin Seal City. He had a duty, but it appeared it could not be done. There might be some unexpected variables, but everything will be fine as soon as His Majesty defeats his opponent. Void battlefield? No. Let's move to an isolated domain. Torjin Khan rejected. He had his own worries. While the void battlefield was vast enough that all the paragons in the world could fight simultaneously, he worried about the Qin powerhouses. He did not have much faith in the continent's two new primals. He feared they might work together to deal with him once they won their fight, so he wanted a more open area to facilitate his escape during an emergency. As you wish, the Terracotta General said before teleporting to a desert domain in the Origin Seal continent's territory. Torjin Khan immediately noticed this was an environment with elevated earth energy, which was advantageous to his opponent. However, he did not care. If used correctly, the terrain will also benefit him. Predator's camouflage, Torjin Khan disappeared from sight. Many predators have the ability to camouflage themselves, ensuring a successful hunt. As a human, he was not born with these abilities. However, as the ultimate hunter, such power was a requirement. And with his disappearance, a strange atmosphere enveloped this zone. Earth's sight, the Earth sees and experiences everything, or it should. Through its connection, the general tried to detect his opponent, but it was futile. The Khan has hunted numerous life forms, including Earth-based creatures. In fact, it would not be outlandish to say he has hunted the Earth itself. A brief frown flashed in the general's cold face as he tightened the shield and Guandao. A few seconds passed, and for some reason, he had a feeling of fear slowly building in his mind. The idea of an apex predator watching all his moves and ready to pounce at any time could not be removed from his mind. I've been influenced, the Terracotta General swiftly realized. He was a puppet. Although he had a soul, his spirit was programmed with an eternal mission, and he had long abandoned all emotions that could affect the mission. But now one has reappeared. Emotion protection, spirit protection, and soul protection. The general swiftly cast 3 spiritual defensive spells. Not enough, the general thought, as he added a few more defensive measures. His approach worked, for the most part. The fear was gone, but the unsettling sensation that an attack might appear anywhere at any time persisted. On the contrary, it intensified with every passing moment. Earth's invasion, the Terracotta General cast another spell, trying a second time to detect his opponent. The Earth energy in this desert permeated every aspect of this domain. All matter, particles, space, time, and energy. They were transformed by the Earth's energy to become observers for the general. He then combed through every corner of this zone to find his opponent. Find you. The Guandao is a combination of a sword or saber and a spear. The Terracotta General learned both these weapons. He also learned from the philosophy of swordsmanship that the greatest defense is an unparalleled offense. The mountain-cleaving strike did more than cut a mountain. It separated the void into two, forming an enormous space fissure, and even shook the spatial heaven laws themselves. Such an attack would have injured even the most meaty body refiners. While the barbarian clan is known for their body refining, Torjin Khan was about to be in tremendous pain. Instead, the sound of something popping echoed between heaven and earth. The general calmly looked at his right hand, and his shield was gone. Better yet, his right hand was also missing. He slowly turned to a perfectly intact Khan. The latter was looking at the clay arm lying on the spear's tip. The first blood has been shed, Torjin Khan said calmly. The General S arm then turned into a light source that entered his body. The Khan S body then started to emit a red hue or aura. The Terracotta General focused. He understood the meaning of that red aura. This technique was based on the concept of a hunter eating their prey as flesh for sustenance. By eating his arm, his opponent had now acquired a blessing that would boost all attacks toward puppet kind. His hunter Dao is a problem, the general analyzed. He gathered the earth energy around him to build a replacement arm. Although not as good as the original one, it will have to do for now. It's time to push this battle to the peak, the Terracotta General said as he summoned his connection to Grand Dao constructs. Indeed, Torjin Khan replied while doing the same. Chapter 1590. The Dragon Protection saw the projections that manifested behind those two were those two. A multicolored world and a river of chains. These two primals chose the easiest construct to master, the Grand Dao Source and the Source Key Space. The Terracotta General utilized a unique energy known as the Dragon Earth Key to enhance his technique. His body, along with his shield, turned copper before launching himself at his opponent. What would happen if the hardest material between heaven and earth hit someone with unimaginable speed? The force created by an object traveling at such a velocity would affect the fundamental laws of the universe. The object itself should be destroyed in the process, but the fact that it's the hardest material implied it was virtually indestructible. In other words, the puppet would remain intact, but his enemy would suffer tremendously. At least, that is how things should have proceeded. However, after traveling less than 1,000 meters, an explosion threw off all the General S momentum, forcing him to take a dozen steps backward in the void. But this was not the end. Before he could regain his bearings from this sudden attack, another explosion occurred underneath the General S feet. His body was intact, but the attack also contained a potent soul spell. The Terracotta General swiftly protected himself, but an arrow headed directly for his eye socket. His shield moved on its own to defend, but a third wave of attack reached him. The General S insides exploded as if someone had shoved a bomb down his throat into his stomach. Torjin Khan fired 3 more arrows with the property of weakening defense. While the internal explosion was successful, the damage was not as satisfactory as he had wished. The Terracotta General raised his shield, which turned into an earth sphere that enveloped his entire body. The sphere then flew to every corner of this space, triggering numerous explosions and other forms of attacks. His analysis was correct. His opponent used a domain full of invisible traps to weaken and eventually hunt him. Torjin Khan clenched his fist to create a net made of an unknown web, trying to catch the sphere. The web not only captured the Earth's sphere, but also became the sharpest object in the world. As the dust particle blew with the wind, no signs of clay or life were detected, which made the Khan frown. A hunter must have the best eyesight to detect or track prey from miles away. However, as he scanned the surroundings, the Khan was baffled that his target had disappeared. Such an act should have worried anyone, but a smile crept on the corner of his mouth instead. The hunt will only be satisfying if the prey can put up a decent fight. Partner, it's time for a new hunt, Torjin Khan said as he summoned a white tiger with 3 eyes. Who or what are we hunting this time? The 3-eyed tiger asked. A powerful puppet. Do you really need to call me for such a thing? I wouldn't do it if it were not necessary. True, the creatures nodded. Its 3 eyes turned golden as it observed the surroundings. The opponent seems to have run away into the Source Key Space. No, that's just a distraction. Their location should be, watch out. A towering earth element hand appeared from the void, trying to slap Torjin into meat paste. Luckily, his spirit companion detected the attack and jumped in front of him. The Tiger's third eye released a golden light beam that stopped the attack for a brief moment, which was more than enough for Torjin to teleport to a safe distance. However, the tiger did not survive. Don't worry, old friend, we will see each other soon, Torjin thought. The spirit creature was bound to his soul, meaning it would remain immortal as long as he lived. However, every time it died, Torjin needed to recondense it using numerous rare resources. Titanic mammoth spirit, please bless me with your presence. I wish to suppress the earth and all its encompassing power, Terragene Khan chanted. A colossal elephant foot that covered the entire domain manifested in the sky. It trembled slightly, releasing a power that sealed all the earth energy or earth law in this area. Even the Earth Grand Tao source started operating at the lowest level. The Terracotta General did not stand for such a detrimental technique. His colossal earth hand reached out to stop this power of suppression. His efforts were successful for a brief moment, but then the Titanic mammoth used its second leg, rendering any attempts to stop it useless. That's one of the barbarian race's true spirits, the Terracotta General realized. This spirit was not created by a spell or technique. It was one of the spirits worshipped by the barbarian clan for trillions upon trillions of years. Among the primal lineage, the barbarian clan has always been the strongest and one with the most potential, due to their spirit temples. Their clan is composed of more than 10,000 tribes that all worship a spirit. The top 10 tribes are considered royalty, and their leader, the Khan, is usually chosen from them. They are also protected by the most powerful spirits, including the Titanic mammoth, which could be argued is currently the strongest due to the rise of Terragene and his tribe. After weakening his opponent, the Khan summoned an artifact in the shape of a cube. The item released a pulse of energy that rewrote the rules or laws of this domain. Order: all attacks or movements will be limited by the cultivator's stamina. Disorder: the caster is not immune to this rule. How did ancient humans survive the harsh environment? Any cultivator with a bit of knowledge and culture would answer that ancient sages who had an affinity for spiritual energy swiftly developed breathing methods that helped ancient humans survive and thrive. But what about the humans living in mortal worlds? The answer is human intelligence and endurance. When hunting animals, humans would tire them out by forcing them to run for miles. And when they ran out of stamina, the hunters would come for the final blow. Terragene Khan once saw such a hunt during his youth, and inspired by it, he created this tactic. The Terracotta General frowned. His mind calculated his next move, but before he could find a solution, he suddenly smelled a well-hidden odor. Is this poison? It seems to be a yang poison. He cast a poison protection spell on himself, but oddly enough, the poison suddenly changed to Ina tribute. This was not an issue since he had protection for all kinds of poison, but when the poison showed a third attribute, the general knew something was wrong. Un multi-attribute poison? No, it's one with changing properties. The question is why? He thought for a moment before realizing the enemy's tactic. Each time he changed his protection, the general was technically casting a new spell, meaning his stamina was being drained by the artifact. Meanwhile, his opponent only used one spell, the ever-changing poison. Ultimate poison protection, the general combined all the poison spells and techniques he knew into one ultimate spell. His approach was immediately proven successful. However, it also drained a decent portion of his stamina. So, he added a protection technique against stamina drainage. His attempt had allowed him to recuperate a small portion of lost stamina, but it did not stop the effect of the artifact. Terragene Khan showed his palm, showing a purple seed. One of this world's greatest hunters is not humans or animals, but plant life forms. So, his seed grew into this vine that almost filled the entire domain. Then, the vine's tentacles directly attacked. The Terracotta General had limited space to move, and these vines whipped at him with unimaginable speed. He knew what his opponent was planning. The vines only gave him two options: evade or block. However, regardless of what he chooses, he will have to use numerous techniques to block this onslaught of attacks, therefore weakening his stamina. After a quick analysis, the Guardian of Kin chose the third option: annihilate everything in its path. A yin-yang symbol manifested under his feet, allowing him to switch all his defensive powers into attack potency. He swung his shield to release a terrifying earthquake that eradicated every atom in these vines. Snake Strike Terragene Khan's spear struck at the perfect time, heading directly for a killing blow to the head. This attack's timing could not be more perfect, surpassing the general's reaction speed. A popping sound spread through every corner of the sky, but Terrageen Khan frowned as he summoned the spear back to his hand. Protection from death? I guess I should not expect less from a defense Dao expert, he analyzed. The general's head regenerated. The mission cannot be accomplished unless the highest form of defense is activated, the Terracotta general analyzed. With that in mind, a third projection manifested behind him, showing a purple-back world, primordial chaos. Terrageen Khan did not care about this grand construct at first after noticing how shaky the puppet's connection was. However, his relaxed mood swiftly dissipated when he saw that the latter had summoned a sword with a dragon head for the hill. As soon as the weapon manifested, his opponent's connection to primordial chaos dramatically improved. Chapter 1591, The Final Hunt. Death Unedited Chapter. The Terracotta general swung the dragon protection sword, releasing a terrifying roar that shook the heavens. A humongous claw tore apart the void, followed by a purple dragon head with 2 horns. The primordial dragon forcefully entered this realm from the beyond. The creature immediately released its might to show dominance, but something immediately caught its attention. The dragon glanced at Terrageen Khan. To be precise, it looked at the rules in this environment, trying to restrict it. The primordial dragon reached with its claws to eliminate the order-disorder rules. Terrageen Khan reacted by adding more power to his artifact, but the creature's power was primal. It was as if this dragon was the physical manifestation of primordial chaos itself. So, without hesitation, Terrageen Khan fueled the artifact with more of his Great Hunt Key and the power of the Grand Dao Source. The dragon roared in anger. How dare a lowly human try to stop it? 3 small purple orbs manifested around each of the divine beast's claws as it siphoned even more power from primordial chaos. Then, a sound of cracking reverberated between heaven and earth. A magic circle manifested above the cube in the Khan's hand. He knew his tactic of slowly weakening his opponent's stamina would soon be useless, but he would not allow them to get away with it without paying a price. The cube released a white light as the magic circle rotated. The dragon's attack tore apart the rules, but the backlash for this act was immediately directed toward it. The beast roared in pain, and his aura fluctuated like someone who was losing control. The Terracotta general waved his hand, and the primordial dragon shrank until it was a little bit over 3 meters. His action seemed to have stabilized the creature, so it surrounded him as if it were a guardian. The general then looked at his opponent, and without hesitation, he teleported before the latter and swung his blade. As soon as the attack touched skin, the Khan exploded into a cloud of fire and lightning. These 2 destructive elements perfectly fit one another, meaning this attack should have been devastating. However, the general remained intact. Terrageen Khan flew from the latter's shadow for a sneak attack. However, his spear was blocked by a dragon's scale. Additionally, the dragon's tail hit him in his ribs before he could even react, sending him flying a few light years away. This was the perfect opportunity for consecutive attacks, so the general teleported above the flying Khan, trying to stab his heart. Desperate attack death is the ultimate equalizer, and when any creature is confronted with it, they will either accept their fate or fight desperately. So, Terrageen Khan's aura suddenly intensified as if it had received a jolt to its system. His spear was surrounded by a red aura of power and destruction. His target was the head, which should be housing the puppet's soul. In fact, this attack was more of a scaring tactic. He wanted his opponent to hesitate or flinch, thus giving him the opportunity to escape the dangerous sword attack. Sadly, he misread the current situation. The Terracotta general had the ultimate confidence in his defense, even against such a desperate attack. So his sword atomized the Khan, including his soul. If the latter did not use a life-saving ultimate skill to exchange his life with one of his spirits, the Khan would have to return to limbo. As soon as his body regenerated, The Khan summoned a black gate with the character for animal written in bold words. The door opened to release black chains that headed directly for the Dragon Guardian. However, the creature looked at this attack with disdain. How could such a weak connection to the six paths of samsara affect him? The dragon casually fired a purple beam that destroyed the shackles. However, while this beast was occupied, another grand construct appeared on the stage, the River of Time. By combining the River of Time and the animal path from the six paths of samsara, Tarajin Khan summoned physical manifestations of all the creatures he had hunted in his life, from demons to devils, gods, innate and chaos life forms, and even fiend gods. These creatures were immediately bloodlust as soon as they manifested, so they rushed to trample on the tiny puppet that dared to oppose their summoner. The terracotta general remained calm. He could have summoned his terracotta army to confront these wild beasts, turning this battle into a group fight. However, he had a better solution. All things must return to chaos. The general muttered as he raised his left hand to condense a dark purple energy orb. The summons immediately felt danger, especially the fiend god, who resembled a combination of a human and a crab. It rushed over, trying to use its crab claw to snap the general in two. His reaction was fast, maybe too fast. However, its actions were meaningless. The guardian dragon did its job and protected the person it was bonded to. Meanwhile, the purple orb expanded to every corner of this domain, and everything it came into contact with turned into ash. Tarajin Khan acted swiftly by saving one of his primordial chaos life forms and turning it into a protective shield around him. Such a quick reaction saved him from the purple orb-S expansion, but the situation was not looking good for him. Damn it, I need to get that sword away from him, the Khan analyzed. Without that sword, they can fully utilize the same amount of grand constructs. The puppet is also limited by his Tao and the fact that he is not in kin, which is where his powers were designed to work at their maximum. Dragon Judgment Strike, the sword flew from the Terracotta General's hands along with the Guardian. The sword grew in size alongside the dragon, circling it. Once the two were thousands of meters in size, the dragon turned into a purple light that fused with the sword, leaving a dragon-shaped rune. Tarajin Khan's heart started beating wildly as the sword locked his body, soul, and every essence. This feeling, is death approaching? Oddly enough, he did not panic or remain calm in the face of this danger. He smiled. Hunting has been his entire life. The Mammoth Spirit Tribe loves hunting, and they have a long tradition of warriors proving themselves by hunting ferocious creatures or entities. Tarajin participated in his first hunt when he was 15, just before he started cultivating. Even among his tribe, he was an anomaly because of how much he loved hunting. That's why he chose the ultimate hunt as his warrior initiative, which required him, a mortal, to hunt a tier 1 demonic beast. Despite all the odds, Tarajin became one of the 5 people who succeeded in this hunt, using his cunningness and years of planning. Tarajin slowly injured the creature with numerous traps before it ran out of energy, and he stabbed it. By the end of the hunt, he only had 6 uninjured bones of 206, and he was on the verge of passing out due to blood loss, but he was victorious. From then on, hunting has become his passion, his life. He did not even hesitate to cultivate it as his Tao. For his training, Tarajin has experienced all aspects of hunting, including being hunted himself. The only aspect he has not truly experienced is death. A hunt is a battle between the prey and the hunter, and one of the outcomes of such a battle is the death of one of these two. Tarajin knows what it's like to kill his prey, for his prey to escape successfully, for his prey to outsmart him, and for the status and prey and hunters to be reversed. However, he has never truly experienced death during a hunt. He died during the ultimate taboo, but the process was so quick that he could not learn much from the experience. I am so close to forming a permanent connection to the 6 paths samsara, Tarajin Khan thought. If I can survive this attack, maybe I will finally see the light. The Khan suddenly laughed like a madman before taking action. He summoned the great tree spirit from the Life Tree Temple to increase his vitality and healing powers so he could tank this attack. He summoned the wolf spirit to increase his willpower manifestation and further boost his defensive measures. Lastly, he summoned the titanic mammoth spirit to protect him. "Give me your best," he roared, and the sword obliged. The weight of primordial chaos was dropped on him, along with the power to annihilate all laws and concepts. The sword's power spread to many areas of Wuhong's territory, forcing many cultivators to flee and hide. "Ha ha, is this death?" Terrigen's booming echoed in the aftermath of this world-scale devastation. He looked horrible. His left eye socket was empty, half of his scalp was burned, a chunk of his right torso was missing, and one of his legs only went to the knee. However, an invisible tree trunk tied to his back kept him alive. Terrigen was ecstatic. As long as he enters seclusion, he can finally master his third construct, increasing his strength. "I guess I should thank you," he smiled at the general. "Now let us end this fight." He was about to summon the war god spirit, but stopped himself when this terrible smell of blood assaulted his senses. He turned to the side to see someone staring at him. "Baiki?" He frowned. Chapter 1592. Last Resort Protection Mode. Damn it. How useless are two twins? Terrigen Khan cursed. He knew there was no way Song Luli could defeat Baiki, but she only needed to hold on a little longer. He exhaled to calm down, trying to think of a solution. "Whatever they paid you," Baiki said in a harsh, almost inhuman voice. "Is it worth your life?" Terrigen Khan squinted. "No, it's not worth it. I can pay you more," Wang Wei suddenly said directly into his mind. "I have even more data. This is not about any reward, and you know it," Terrigen replied. The puppet was a master of defense, and Baiki's slaughter Dao was the epitome of attacking base Dao. It took Terrigen so much to deal with one, meaning he had no choice but to deal with both. And if they work together to find his time mark, the result of this fight will not be limbo, but true death. "You just need to buy a little more time," Wang Wei persuaded. "Our contract was to stop one primal, and I told you I would prioritize my safety," Terrigen continued. Sorry. "But this is as far as I'm willing to interfere in the affairs of the overlords." Terrigen no longer hesitated and teleported away, washing his hands clean of this entire event. "Shit," Wang Wei cursed. If this bastard had given him a few minutes, he could have convinced Chao Sikong to support him. He calmed down, using this event as a learning opportunity. Before Monk becomes the Khan and a primal, the barbarian race is not as much a reliable ally as he thinks. Baiki glanced at him. His eyes flashed with a red hue full of desire for slaughter, but it quickly dissipated. The killing god turned to the puppet. "Now, there is no excuse to fail His Majesty's orders." The puppet said very little, except to teleport back to the Origin Seal continent. He raised his hand to use the same attack he used on the Khan, but the target was the city underneath him. Baiki followed him by summoning a river of blood that slowly turned into a red spear. Bang! The city's defensive array trembled before cracks spread over a few hundred meters of its surface area. However, before they could rejoice, another power materialized and instantly fixed the damage. A tinge of surprise flashed in the attacker's eyes. Even without someone managing the array, or considering that a significant portion of its power was diverted to something else, this array could still block the full power of two elite primals. No wonder His Majesty thinks she is his greatest threat in the race of transcendence, Baiki thought. He summoned another river of blood, but this one was also accompanied by souls full of resentment. Meanwhile, the Terracotta General's sword grew from a few thousand meters to 10,000 meters. "I need a plan, and I need it quick," Wang Wei thought, trying to remain calm in these circumstances. His focus was on dealing with this annoying assassin, and he could not free himself. "Let me do a quick check on Song Lily first." His wife would be devastated if something were to happen to her disciple. So Wang Wei wanted to anticipate the situation. He used the karma linked to her. Luckily, she was alive, albeit in a weak state. It seems even with the support of the continent's artificial construct, Bai Qi outclassed her. Wait, the 6 constructs Wang Wei realized. Now that she was not using them, he could. He did not hesitate to borrow their powers. 6 magic circles suddenly manifested above the city's defensive array before condensing into a 6-layer protective shield. The combined attacks of these Barado 2 layers, but the interesting part of this 6-layer shield is its connection. The 4 intact layers immediately used their powers to repair the damaged parts. Bai Qi glanced at him, and without any signs, a blood rain started falling on Wang Wei's body. The 6-layer shield manifested around him, showing that the City S formation also protected him. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes. Take out the talisman. The general summoned the anti-array talisman and activated it. The talisman flew into the sky, blessing the 2 of them with its power. They attacked and successfully barrado 3 layers of defense. Bai Qi immediately showed an annoyed look before summoning 3 grand constructs. Source Key Space, River of Time, and 6 Paths Samsara. With his strength as an A-class primal, he went all out. The puppet did not attack, but used a skill that allowed him to further boost Bai Qi's attack potency. So, as the enormous blood spear fell on Origin Seal City, for the 6-layer defenses were barado. This defense is better than Qin's old array, Bai Qi analyzed. Without mastering the pendant and upgrading the Dynasty S protective array, they would not be able to compete. Qin has always been proud of their defensive capabilities since what they did during the Devil Conquest. However, this place has long surpassed their achievements, and they were just unaware. What should we do now? The Terracotta General asked. Bai Qi answered him with actions. He swallowed a berserker pill, instantly making his aura stronger, but more chaotic. The general followed him by swallowing a pill of similar effects, but designed for puppets. Resentment army and army of all the people Bai Qi had cruelly killed manifested between heaven and earth. Their roar of resentment instantly turned this domain extremely cold due to an intense invasion of Enki. The Dragon Protection Sword summoned an Een dragon that swam around this undead army before turning into motes of light that entered their bodies. Under Bai Qi's command, the army rushed for a suicide attack on the City S array. Their numbers swiftly dwindled in the process, but no one seemed to care. Their existence was marked by pain and suffering from the outset. First, they were slaughtered cruelly by the Slaughter God, but their resentments meant they could not reincarnate. These people thought they could find solace by hunting the man responsible for their cursed existence. But the man instead enslaved their spirits and forced them to commit atrocities for him. So, every vile undead in this army relished the thought of death. They welcomed it. They wished for it. They hoped for it. Every time they are asked for an impossible or suicidal task, they hope this is the one that will finally free them. Thanks to heavens it held on. Wang Wei thought as he saw one last layer still standing. He was about to smile and make a joke to himself that heaven and earth had nothing to do with this. But his enthusiasm was immediately destroyed by what happened next. An elderly man suddenly appeared. His beard was cut, his hair disheveled, his face paler than snow, and his clothes were full of holes and burn marks, which ruined his wise and sage-like aura. However, none of that matters in terms of the significance of his presence in this domain. I apologize for my tardiness, the Grand Preceptor said as he slowly fixed his appearance. Song Jiang's mastery of ultimate skills was superior to his, and the latter also had the help of the Origin Seal Continent's key luck dragon. Luckily, he had outwitted the latter and temporarily exiled him in this hard-to-escape dimension. What matters is that you're here, Bai Qi nodded. Now let us end this farce. Wang Wei wanted to let loose and use the vilest curses he could think of. This situation was like a leaking balloon. He had just patched one hole, and another one appeared. He calmed himself down. Anger or any other excited emotions were useless in this situation, so he calmed down to think properly. The best countermeasure he could think of for this situation was to exile the sealed assassin into another timeline, freeing himself to control the continent's array. However, the bastard assassin, Saint, was adamant about resisting. In fact, Wang Wei was suspicious that the latter could detect what was happening in the surroundings and was purposely making them difficult for him. How do I get rid of this annoying pest? Wang Wei thought. His mind went into overdrive, trying to think of a solution. Activate the last resort protection mode. Wu Hong's wife resonated in his mind. Honey, how are you doing? Wang Wei received no answer, but a set of information appeared in his mind. He did not hesitate to chant an incantation under his breath. A golden light descended from the sky, converging into a golden protective shield around the city. Is this? Bai Qi asked. The Hong protective system. The Grand Preceptor nodded. Will that change the situation? Bai Qi asked. They were so close to breaking into this city and accessing the Origin Seal continent. Heavenly Tao is the one in control of the system, and it should have allowed its creator to borrow some of its power, but that power is also limited. In other words, this is just to buy more time, Bai Qi summarized. Exactly. Chapter 1593. Supreme Might versus Sword Empress. I need to do something to tip the scale. Wang Wei thought. He immediately contacted Chao Sikong, attempting to persuade the latter to intervene in this matter. With the promise of benefits and resources, he felt he could convince him. However, the bastard did not even answer Wang Wei's communication. Instead, he came into contact with Chao Sikong's people, and they informed him that he had been in seclusion since the end of the assembly. Wang Wei resisted the urge to curse him. Instead, he focused on Plan B, the Heavenly Serpent Empress. She was the only available primal with whom he had a connection. As such, he wanted to bargain with her using the means to repair her artifact, but Wang Wei still hit a wall. For some reason, she flat out rejected his proposition and refused further communication. I guess Plan C is Wang Wei's side. However, before he could act, the sealed assassin started to radiate even more power. He even sensed a slight while descending inside the Earth sphere. Damn it, does this bastard want to force himself into this world? Without much of a choice, he had to use his luck Dao and use his tiny portion of transcendent luck to tap into a form of higher power to continue sealing this damn woman. Did you sense that? Bai Qi asked as he glanced over to Wang Wei. That key luck, the Grand Preceptor muttered. There's indeed such a thing as transcendent luck, and someone in this world has it. His Majesty may have underestimated how much of a threat he was, Bai Qi said calmly and coldly. Once this is over, he must be on the priority list for elimination. His talent is truly horrifying, the Grand Preceptor sighed. And now that he is going to such extremes to save Empress Wu, we can confirm the rumor about their relationship. He has an unknown variable, and I don't like that, Bai Qi said. Let us do whatever it takes to achieve the mission. He did not hesitate to burn his every essence to increase his strength, although such an act will severely weaken him, and he'll need numerous rare resources and ample time to recover. The benefits outweigh the risks. The Grand Preceptor and the Terracotta General followed his example. After these extreme measures, the golden shield from the Hong protection system started to fluctuate. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had his own trouble, so he could only put his hope on someone from the clan coming to the rescue. As soon as she entered the void battlefield, Yin Hai did not play around. She knew one of her closest friends' life and legacy were at stake, so she went all out from the beginning. Her bamboo sword materialized in her palm, followed by all 6 grand constructs manifested behind her. Not playing around. Huh? Duga Baitian smiled. He slowly removed the upper half of his robe, showing his muscular upper body and burning scar. 6 grand constructs also manifested behind him. Divine Repository. Unbreakable skin, a purple aura surrounded Duga Baitian's skin, giving him a sense of invulnerability. However, this was just the beginning. The aura trembled before absorbing power from 3 constructs: Source Key Space, Grand Tao Source, and Primordial Chaos. Dugu Baitian casually cracked his neck before rushing to his opponent. Yin Hai's response was calm and unhurried. She swung her sword to use the technique. Severing Strike. The River of Fate, 6 paths Samsara, and primordial chaos trembled behind it as her bamboo released a dark red sword slash that made heaven and earth pale. Dugabatian crossed his arm to block the slash, which he did. However, the force behind the attack dragged his body more than 100 meters in the void, despite his best attempt at resisting. He looked at the gushing wound on his forearm, and his lips secretly twitched. Sword and sword realm, he muttered. This single attack had removed all doubt. The Sword Empress had tempered her body, and is now walking the ultimate sword path. Due to the nature of swordsmanship and her unique Tao, she already had the highest attack potency among primals. But now, she was even more powerful after entering the 12th stage of swordsmanship. I need to change tactics, Dugabatian thought. Everyone knew the best way to fight Yin Hai was to either push through her crazy attacks or evade, and then target her weak physical body, doing the most damage possible within the limited opportunity. Divine Repository. Indestructible skin, his body absorbed power from 6 paths samsara, further elevating his grand construct skill. Dugabatian's aura changed. It was as if he were the fundamental pillar holding all of existence together. He was mighty, resilient, and eternal. You want a battle of attrition? Zanhai Smai. Everyone knew that using more than 3 constructs would drain a primal of their stamina and soul energy. Unfortunately for Dugabatian, because Yin Hai used to be a glass cannon, she had spent most of her time perfecting her technique so that it was as powerful as possible while being as draining as possible to ensure she could use as many of them in a fight. Infinite Barato Stab, a 4th grand construct shown behind Yin Hai before stabbing her bamboo. A while light rushed toward Dugabatian, containing the power to Barato space-time, to pierce through the veil of fate, to divine primordial chaos, and puncture finality or death. Dugabatian had already raised his hand to block this attack. As long as he succeeds, he can get close for a close combat fight. However, his instinct of danger was activated, and he chose evasion at the last minute. The stabbing light instantly chopped off his left arm. Her attack has truly reached a scary level. Dugabatian sighed to himself as he looked at his missing limb. Yin Hai's Tao is known as Heaven Slashing. She first created it when she was young, knowing that the heavenly Tao of her heavenward world had sealed her swordsmanship talent out of fear for her potential. But she has long since slay heaven. The legacy of the Sword Empress is the prevention of any world in the lower dimension from gaining sentience. So, what happened to her Tao after ascension? Did she focus on slashing true heavenly Tao? Or maybe her target has changed to Grand Tao itself. After all, it is she who reigns above everything in this chaos universe. Yin Hai was once puzzled by these questions, and the answer she derived could be described as both. Yes, she wanted to slay heavenly Tao and Grand Tao. However, this was not the core or fundamental essence of her Tao. The core idea of her Tao was slashing or slaying the highest peak. She wanted her attack to be capable of killing the highest of existence. Currently, that title is held by Grand Tao, but what if one day, someone else with a new peak, the new heaven? Yin Hai wanted to be able to slay it. Such a minor mindset might seem insignificant, but it drastically changed the nature of her Tao. For starters, this mindset change meant her Tao was more versatile. She stripped the focus from targeting entities like heavenly Tao and allowed her to decide what the heaven in her Tao is. Her sword was no longer limited by what kind of life form she wanted to kill. Second, this change meant that Yin Hai always had something or someone to chase, a new peak to conquer or slay. And even if one day she is the heaven, she is the epitome of power, she can still shift to create a sword that can slay the self. Lastly, Yin Hai's Tao had now acquired one of its unique properties, constant evolution. Anyone who has fought her knows one truth. Do not let the battle go on for long. As long as she is not defeated, then her Tao will eventually evolve into the state where she can kill her opponent with one strike. This single fact alone is proof of the heaven-slashing Tao's potential. Theoretically speaking, If Yin Hai could use other support to last long enough against a primordial chaos saint that she desperately wishes to kill, her sword will eventually evolve to do so. Divine Repository, Spirit Aspect. Willpower Boost. A gentle yellowed light appeared in Dugubatian's forehead. As he opened a hidden gate of potential in his forehead, his willpower manifestation received a temporary boost. He used it to remove the hidden sword wool from the attack on his left arm before regenerating it. Divine Repository. Infinity Trampling Feet. As Yin Hai's second stab was heading for his head, Dugubatian changed tactics for the second time. Instead of tanking her attack, he chose to evade. His feet released a golden light before he moved out of the way of the white light. Divine Repository. World-destroying strength. He moved on top of Yin Hai before punching her. His fist contained the endless weight of primordial chaos, the power of history condensed into a single force. Infinite energy condensed into mass, and the weight of all the dead sinners from past and present. Chapter 1594. Rapid Escalation Counter-Strike. Yin Hai's bamboo borrowed the strength of this fist to power itself, but it also contained the strength of its own force. The two clashed, and the void, which usually manifests in this empty white space, suddenly turned dark, as if the concept of light or color itself was temporarily canceled from heaven and earth. Yin Hai took a full step backward as her breath became uncontrollable. Typically, this kind of damage would require her to heal or deal with it in some way. But now, with her new, powerful body, she could focus on the thing she loves the most: attacking. Dugubatian took a half step backward, and his breathing remained constant. However, a small trail of blood dropped from the corner of his mouth. Such an injury was not even considered minor for his level of body refinement. So, he followed the first attack with a barrage of attacks. Yin Hai did not back down. The way she fought was overwhelming her opponent with unparalleled sword attacks. And her tactic was successful. After a dozen clashes, it was very apparent who had the advantage. The Sword Empress had the advantage in attack potency. So, whenever both of them received a backlash from this clash, Dugubatian was the one who received the most damage. However, after more than 100 clashes, Yin Hai realized the latter's plan. While both of them were in the 10th heaven of the Elder Fiend God realm, Dugubatian's body was more perfect than hers. She has only recently entered that realm. Meanwhile, her opponent had spent millions, if not billions, of yuan epoch refining and perfecting his flesh. Even if the improvement after reaching the 10th heaven is almost non-existent, persistence will have its benefits, the most direct of which is the increase in control over the body. If this continues, my body will give up before his, Yin Hai analyzed. Most people, including extreme path swordsmen, would distance their opponent, but she knew Dugubatian. The worst decision when fighting him is to allow him to build momentum or control the rhythm of the battle. Outrunning Time Strike, Yin Hai changed tactics. She used an attack that he could not react to quickly. And while this attack's name suggested it was merely faster than time, that was far from the truth. It was an attack that pursued the pinnacle of speed. It was so fast that it was not bound by matter, energy, or the space-time continuum. It was so fast that death, the ultimate equalizer, could not determine if someone died from this sword. Her sword was so fast that it even touched nothingness. However, Yin Hai's skill was so refined that she did not lose her arm in the process. No, her sword speed even escaped the backlash from nothingness. Such a brilliant attack is one of the many reasons she reigned supreme above the Sword Tao in the entire Chaos universe. Divine Repository. 12th Sense Divine Repository. Otherworldly reflexes. The human body is full of endless potential to tap into. They have many names: gate, acupoints, aperture, chakra, or divine repository. Even the Dantian or sea of consciousness is part of those hidden potentials. The Dugu clan's body refining technique opened these potentials, and Dugubatian has pushed this technique beyond the limits that the clan thought were possible. He not only opened them and discovered new ones, but also found ways to evolve them to higher levels. After being able to perceive the attack, Dugu Batian opened the elemental divine depository of metal. He coated his fist and body with armor as he punched the sword with a logical speed. His approach was the best of both worlds. He could continue his previous tactic and better protect himself. The void battlefield felt the clash of this attack. Nothing exists in a vacuum, so Yin Hai's sword, which escaped so many concepts, had some ramifications. The river of time trembled, and the aftermath released enough energy to create a new space-time continuum. With space-time comes gravity, and with gravity comes matter and energy. Death manifested its presence. After all, someone just used a technique that could kill someone without its detection. Meanwhile, Dugu Batian's fist brought force to the equation, which then created mass and acceleration. He also ushered the element of Earth to the table. In the split moment of the class, all the powers and elements mashed together to create a new world with an imbalance of the Earth element and incomplete laws of physics. Not backing down, Yin Hai thought as she breathed heavily. She ignored the creation around her, focusing on her target. In that case, let's ramp things up even more. She linked to the fifth grand construct before swinging her bamboo sword. Flaw terminus / any world, even the most basic one, is a complex system of rules and laws that work together perfectly to ensure its operation. Yin Hai's attack exploited the world's flaw to create a chain of events that ultimately led to the world's destruction. Then, she harnesses that power of destruction for her sword attack. Dugu Batian's expression was grave. He did not expect this woman to refuse to back down, but instead escalate the situation. He gritted his teeth and also connected to the fifth grand construct. However, he knew his attack potency was not the same as hers and needed a boost. First, he combined numerous defensive divine repositories into the undying body. Secondly, he used what could be called a secret ultimate skill. Secret skills have always been methods for cultivators to use in desperate times, such as burning their blood essence or soul. Secret skills should have been more common in the immortal stage of cultivation, since cultivators can just abuse their immortal bodies and regenerate them. However, heaven and earth are all about balance. The rules imposed by Grand Tao regarding this matter are that overusing secret techniques will damage a cultivator's foundation and potential, blocking their path ahead. Dugu Batian's secret technique, which he elevated to an ultimate skill, was brilliant since he was not sacrificing his flesh or soul for more power. Instead, he built artificial divine repositories for the sacrifice. He also ensured that those artificial potential gates were created from foreign resources to prevent them from affecting his fleshly body. The collision of these two beings, to which the word God would be an insult to describe them, tore apart the anomalous Earth world in the void battlefield. But that event was inconsequential. What matters is the outcome. Yin Hai's face was pale, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, which was a sign of internal injury. No true will entered her body, but the chaotic power from both their techniques had entered her body, delaying her regeneration by a few seconds. For people at her level who fought at a reaction speed beyond attoseconds, a few seconds was like an eternity. Dugu Batian was not faring any better. On the contrary, his injury was worse. A chunk of his shoulder was missing, followed by a few smaller cuts on his upper torso. He was suffering from the same fate as his opponent, with the chaotic power mixing with his internal organs. A fierce light flashed in the Sword Empress's eyes. She did not give him time to recuperate as she struck again. Although she used the same technique, she activated the infinite evolution or improvement of her heaven-slashing Tao. Supreme Might's face became severe. He could not continue using secret techniques. He had only used them in the first place because his opponent had suddenly escalated the intensity of the battle. The Lightning Divine Repository was activated, but it was not just ordinary lightning. It contained True Destruction Lightning, which is a spiritual lightning born in primordial chaos that Dugu Batian refined. His approach was correct by trying to use a destruction element to counter Yin Hai's destruction sword. Unfortunately, he was facing the woman known to have the second strongest attack potency in the Chaos universe, and she did not hold the position due to a technicality. Yin Hai became relentless, following the second slash with a third, fourth, and fifth one. She ignored her injury to press on, and with each swing, her attack became even more destructive. By the sixth slash, Dugabatian had no choice but to distance himself from her. He realized she was building momentum, and if he allowed her, it was only a matter of time before he was overwhelmed. And just like that, all that bravado is gone, Yin Hai sneered, her breathing slightly laborious. Any battle is constantly evolving. Losing grounds means nothing. We are ancient enough to understand such a basic truth, Dugabatian replied. The two took this opportunity to regain their breath and stamina. As expected, Dugabatian returned to his peak faster than his opponent. He then used that slight difference to change tactics. Divine Repository. Essence, Spirit, Key Harmony. While Dugabatian was famous for his body refining accomplishments, he was not a pure body refiner. He was a double cultivator of Key and Essence. He even created or discovered a hidden gate within his body that allows him to perfectly integrate his flesh with his Tao. And now that he was using his Key, this battle had truly started. Chapter 1595. The burn mark. Yin Hai squinted his eyes. She was familiar with that technique. Although it would not technically increase Dugabatian's strength, it would optimize all his abilities, including his stamina and soul power consumption. More importantly, his Tao made his techniques and spells more versatile. Fate Time Conquest. Endless possibilities. Dugabatian released a dominant aura that bent fate and time to his will. He then used their powers to peek at the future and see endless possibilities. He wanted to find the best approach to win this battle. Yin Hai sneered before waving her bamboo sword. She cut off Fate's control over herself and isolated her existence from the river of time. With this one move, she stopped him from seeing possibilities involving herself. Death Conquest. True Death Sight. Dugabatian's aura changed, and this time, he conquered death itself to use its power. His eyes turned all black and eerie as he observed Yin Hai, trying to find a way to kill this woman. Well, at the very least, send her into limbo. Death Slayer Strike. Yin Hai held the bamboo with two hands before smashing it down. The void battlefield turned dark, followed by billions of ghosts or souls screaming in agony. A brilliant light divided the darkness and eliminated the ghosts. Beyond the darkness lay a black gate, and the sword light divided it in two. This strike did not only stop Dugabatian's technique, it also targeted him. He used a technique called Unparalleled Conqueror S to boost his willpower and, in turn, its manifestation. A true will armor surrounded him as he tanked this death-inducing sword. The Grand Chancellor grunted as the attack hit him, but he survived with relatively mild injuries. While his previous tactic had failed, it still remained the best approach to win this battle. His opponent was an attacking machine with unparalleled destruction, and the best way to eliminate her was to weaken her physical condition and overpower her. Emotion Conquest. Dugabatian conquered his emotions and removed all feelings that would make him flinch or hesitate in the face of Yin Hai's endless assault. This time around, he would not back down no matter what. He then clenched his fist to attack. Fear Conquest. As probably the best swordsman in the Chaos universe, Yin Hai's spiritual achievements are unmatched. Without such achievement, her swordsmanship would not have been pure enough to reach such a height. However, unless the cultivator has walked the indifferent path, they are still humans with emotions. She may have mastered all her fears, but mastering did not mean a lack of. Dugabatian's technique dominated her fear and used it against her by targeting a specific aspect of her personality, the love for her brothers. Even someone as strong or emotionally stable as Yin Hai has wondered whether one day she would lose the people closest to her. So, as the first approached her face, the Sword Empress's eyes became listless as she lost herself in these fears. Dugu Baitian's attack appeared to be successful since it would land in less than a nanosecond. However, his spirit felt something was wrong. Since he had lost all emotions that would force him to hesitate, this feeling in the pit of his stomach could only be the warning of his warrior sense. He did not hesitate to activate the undying body divine repository, but he also boosted them with his true will, which his conqueror will still augmented. Dugu Baitian's choice was immediately proven to be correct. Yanhai used a sword counter move at the last minute. The counter-strike was so powerful that it broke his defense, leaving a nasty wound on his chest, and pushed him back a dozen meters. This attack was on the verge of a 6 grand construct empowering. He thought with gritted teeth. This woman's mastery of her skills seemed to be even better than the last time they fought. People often neglect how potent emotions and desires are, Yanhai uttered. There was a reason emotions were the third physique in the lower dimension. Additionally, many people believe it was not a physique in the upper dimension because of the potency of the 6 emotion, 7 desires Tao. In many chaos worlds, an emotion-based physique is the 4th one in the list after the unchangeable top 3. The power that any sentient life, mortal or not, can tap into when emotionally agitated or full of unbridled desire is truly remarkable. You want to use my fear against me? All right, now, I have a taste when this fear is turned into the purest form of power. Dugu Baitian's heart skipped a beat. A colossal black sword manifested on this battlefield. 6 grand construct projections surrounded it as they released their power to nourish its edge. With a single glance, he could tell this blade was the manifestation of pushing emotion Tao to the limit and using it as the ultimate weapon. For a brief moment, Dugu Baitian thought he heard the sound of the void battlefield screaming because of the pressure this technique brought upon it. However, he did not have time to worry about such a thing. The second sensation that overcame him upon gazing at this weapon was fear and weakness. His conquest over his emotions was instantly canceled just by gazing at this attack. Even worse, a memory he thought he had long buried deep in his mind resurfaced. A young boy, dressed in clothes that had been repeatedly washed, knelt in front of a pale, sleeping woman. "Doctor, please, you have to save my mother." "I'm sorry, young master, but without medicine, there is little I can do," the elderly man sighed. "Medicine? I'll go find medicine," Dugubai said as he rushed out of this small hut. He lived in an isolated courtyard with a bamboo path to an even larger mansion. The boy fell as he ran, but he did not utter a word as he picked himself up and continued his journey. Many people were coming and going from the mansion, setting up tables and decorations. Everything was lively, but the boy could not care less. He soon recognized his target and rushed over. "Steward Liu, my mother. She needs medicine." Steward Liu, a middle-aged man with a fish face, looked at the boy in disdain. "Didn't I already send your allocated medicine? Go back to your hut. This celebration will involve many nobles and officials, and the king may also attend. Don't disgrace the Dugu clan. Please, my mother won't survive the night. She needs medicine." The boy knelt and begged. "Go away, you stupid thing." Steward Liu kicked him away. He immediately checked his clothes to see if they were dirty. It would be a great crime if he showed up at such an event with ruined clothes. Dugubai gritted his teeth. The kick hurt, and maybe even broke something, but he did not care. "My mother is still the patriarch's wife. He must care if she dies." The boy stood up, ready to march into the patriarch's mansion and ask for help. Steward Liu lounged forward like a cheetah hunting for its prey and pinned the boy down. "No, you want tea." He motioned for a few guards to come over. "Make sure he doesn't leave his hut." "No, please, she needs medicine," Dugubai yelled, but one of the guards blocked his mouth as they dragged him back to his courtyard. The old doctor watched the young man being escorted and sighed to himself. He decided to administer some pain relief before leaving this place. He did not know whether there would be consequences for the death of Patriarch Dugu's concubine, even an unwanted one. The boy soon realized fussing was pointless. Then, reality dawned on him. Today he would lose his mother. For the next few hours, he sat next to her bed, checking her breath underneath her nose every few minutes. And when he couldn't feel the slightest breeze, no matter how he tried, tears trailed down his face. In that moment, the boy lost not only his innocence but his last tether to this world. He stood, wiped the tears, and slowly covered his mother. Dugabai walked out of the hut. The guards had long left after he quieted down, probably to enjoy the festivities. The Dugu clan had given birth to the 27th prime minister of their lineage. With such a significant number, the clan decided to go all out for the celebration. Dugubai slowly walked back to the mansion, heading directly to the kitchen. Most people were now drunk or too jovial to even care about him, and the same was true for the guards in charge of security. The boy soon found his target, dozens, if not hundreds, jars of oil. They were brought to the mansion for the celebration, and it seemed they had excess even after the banquet. Dugubai did not hesitate to smash all the jars. Then, with a deadpan look, he threw the lightning lantern into the spilled oil. He calmly watched the flame for a few seconds before walking out of the kitchen with a knife in hand. It took the mansion a while to react, despite the rapid intensification and spread of the flame. The dizziness of almost everyone did not help the situation. As everyone panicked to deal with the situation, a small and unnoticed figure headed directly to the patriarch's room. There was only one guard left to protect the room, and the boy immediately had a plan. He ran toward the room at full speed. "Halt! I have news from the elders," Dugubai said while ensuring the shadow hid his face. "News? It's urgent," he said as he pretended to fall down due to fatigue. The guard approached and helped him, but that was a mistake. A knife ruthlessly barrado his throat, spewing blood on Dugubai's face. However, he remained calm, almost indifferent. The boy calmly entered the room with his blood-stained clothes. He observed the two people sleeping in the room, illuminated by the slight moonlight. Swish! He cut off the woman's throat. "What is going on?" Patriarch Dugu yelled as he sensed something on his face. It took him a moment to realize what was going on, but time was of the essence. Why? Why did you let my mother die?" "That voice, it's you, that little bastard." This was the wrong response as a knife plunged directly into his thigh. "Tell me why?" Dugubai asked, ignoring the latter's screams of agony. "Why did you maltreat us? Why did you hate us so much that you would allow her to die? Tell me." "It's because you're not my son, you disgusting bastard," the patriarch yelled. Chapter 1596, Heaven and Earth, Tiendi. "How is that possible? Your mother betrayed our family with another man, and you are the shameful result," Patriarch Dugu sneered. "I couldn't divorce her since that would have brought shame to our clan. But do you expect me to care about you?" Dugubai stood in a daze. Did his mother really do such an immoral act? He could not believe it. The patriarch noticed his situation and lunged at the boy, heading directly for the knife. Unfortunately for him, he understated the extent of the injury to his leg. As soon as he moved, the pain hit him harder than being kicked by a horse. Liar! A second dagger plunged into the patriarch's leg, and coincidentally, it hit the same spot as the previous wound. "My mother would never do such a thing. Now, tell me the truth, or the next one will be your throat." I'm telling those scary red eyes made him stop. "Really?" Dugubai placed the knife on his neck, and his hand did not tremble the slightest. His calmness sent a chill down the patriarch's spine, especially since it was from a 10-year-old child. "I had no choice," he hurriedly said. "What do you mean?" The young boy's voice was cold and determined, almost as if he wanted an excuse to apply the slightest pressure and send this man to reincarnation. "Someone from the main branch passed by," Patriarch Dugu explained. "He was a cultivator and fancied your mother, so you serve her like a warm dish on a plate?" Dugubai asked with gritted teeth. His hand applied a little bit too much pressure, leaving a shallow cut and a single blood trail. "CC, calm down. Don't tell me what to do. You decided to treat her like an object, but why did you discard us afterward? Didn't you think of the consequences of your actions?" "You don't understand." Then explained. The patriarch sighed. "Our clan was created by a low-talent member from a branch. However, after a couple of thousand years, we not only lost our cultivation inheritance, but we also lost our talent. The greatest wish of all patriarchs is to one day return to the main branch. I thought this was my opportunity. What exactly went wrong? The bastard did not care, Dugu patriarch replied with gritted teeth and hands. For a moment, he even forgot his pain when thinking about that bastard who ruined his life. I was excited about your birth and was prepared to give you everything. I even spent half of the clan's fortune to send a messenger to contact the main branch. However, one day, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in my room. I still remember that day. My legs trembled after the man glanced at me, and I instinctively knelt. He then warned me not to contact the young master ever again before disappearing. That's when I understood. The bastard did not care about siring any children. He has probably done this everywhere. Red veins manifested in the patriarch's neck due to how intensely he clenched his teeth. His nail even dug into his palm, but with all the blood present, this was the least of his concerns. He looked directly into Dugu Bai's eyes with his hatred almost tangible. I wasted so much money and threw away my dignity, but it was all for nothing. That's why I despise you, the bastard, and that loose woman. I wish every day I could kill you with my own hands. There was no hesitation in his words despite the blade on his neck. You're not afraid of death, are you? Why should I? I know you won't let me live. However, before I die, I want you to know that no one has ever wanted you in your life. Even your mother tried to kill herself to eliminate your vile existence. Swish! Dugu Bai stood quietly in this barely lit room, with the sound of slow dripping overshadowing everything, including the chaos in the distance. He glanced at his knife hand. He had always hated blood because the smell and stickiness felt unpleasant, but today he felt nothing. The chaos outside woke him from his daze, and Dugu Bai threw the dagger on the ground. He looked around and noticed a few gourds. A quick smell determined they contained alcohol, so he poured it into the two bodies before lighting it up with a matchstick. Everything was now meaningless. Without his mother, Dugu Bai had no purpose, so the only thing he wanted to do right now was return to her side for the final moment of his life. Dying by flame was not such a terrible way. In fact, it was fitting since it would cleanse a sinful existence such as his. As he headed to his small courtyard, the boy tried desperately to avoid the chaos, but there were too many people trying to deal with the flame or running away. Unfortunately, a sturdy guard accidentally ran into Dugu Bai, and his head struck a rock as he landed on the ground. The darkness swiftly consumed him despite his best efforts to remain conscious. Sadly, the world even denied him the right to choose how he died. Where am I? Dugu Bai muttered as he observed his surroundings. The room seemed a little luxurious. Am I not dead? His body was bandaged from head to toe, but Dugu Bai could feel he was alive by the subtle pain. You're lucky, boy, a muscular elderly man with tight martial clothes said as he slowly entered the room. You awakened our clan's golden blood key divine repository at the last minute, allowing you to survive the flame. By the time I arrived, you were nothing but a charred corpse, but your vitality was unparalleled, keeping you alive despite your dire situation. Clan, you're from the Dugu main branch? That's right. Do you know my father? The elder squinted briefly before smirking. I sense hatred in your eyes. Do you want to kill your father? Dugu Bai looked at him, his eyes behind the bandage cold and indifferent. Do you know who he is? The elder smiled. His name is Dugu Diluan, and he is the most talented individual in our clan's history. He broke all the cultivation records of the clan, and just after entering the Blood World realm, Tier 9, he broke the limit of mortal and immortal by fighting to a standstill with a one-leaf immortal venerable. The two paragons in the clan have already stated that he not only has a high chance of reaching their realm, but he might be the first in our lineage to become a peak paragon. So, Dugu Bai asked calmly, do you even understand what I just said? I don't, but it doesn't matter, does it? What matters is I know he is alive, and I intend to change that fact. An unknown flash in the elder's eyes. He suddenly released a terrifying aura. You dare say such a blasphemous thing? Don't you understand that you're an ant that can be crushed with a thought? Cracking sounds emanate from Dugu Bai's body as if his bones were rearranging themselves. However, the young boy did not waver. He calmly and indifferently glanced at the elder. Then, the aura suddenly evaporated, followed by a rambunctious laughter. With such willpower, hatred as motivation, and the golden blood key divine repository, you may have a chance. All right, let us start. He placed his hand behind Dugu by S back and guided his golden blood key to mend his broken bones. What do I call you? Just call me Elder Strongarm. That is a strange name. Not really. You're all set. Now, for your training. I will teach you a method to control your blood key. Once you're successful, you must use it to regenerate and temper your burned skin. Elder Strongarm touched his forehead to transfer the information about this technique. We can't stay here for long, so prepare to leave in 2 days. Where are we going? Back to the main branch? You would die instantly if we did that. Elder Strongarm said. He was only a first-class emperor, so while he had some power, he could not protect someone with such hatred for the clan's future. I will take you around the world while training you. We can only return to the clan once you have enough achievements worth protecting. Can we fetch my mother's body? I want to bury her properly. No problem. Duga Batian woke up from his memory. That night was the start of his cultivation path. After a few thousand years of wandering, he eventually returned to the main branch to conquer the man who had wronged him and his mother. As fate would have it, his father, while extremely talented, was a vile man who had wronged numerous people. Dugu Batian rallied them under his banner and even convinced the ancestors that his father was too arrogant and needed a real competitor. Eventually, they clashed during a heavenward battle. The battle was challenging. If he had only to consider the emotional aspect, this was the hardest fight he had ever fought. Then, Dugu Batian claimed his prize as the winner. He summoned his mother's grave that he carried with him inside his personal dimension and forced the bastard to kowtow 33 times, drawing blood with each bow. Finally, he siphoned his father's blood, energy, and soul to perfect his foundation before proving the Tao. And upon sitting on that throne, he officially changed his name. Since his father had the character for Earth, D, in his first name, he added Heaven, Tion, to his. Chapter 1597. Out of control, absolute conquest, a golden throne manifested above Dugu Batian's head, and its mere presence suppressed everything between heaven and earth. Runes rapidly manifested on the throne's back until there were exactly 3,800. The exact number of chains rushed out of these runes to embed themselves into the Grand Tao source. Dugu Batian could feel the summons of Limbo as that enormous sword descended on him. So he went all out. He used all the powers from the 3,000 primary Daos and 800 side Daos to create a new divine repository that served as the core of his undying body. The clash was phenomenal. If there were an answer to the question of what would happen if an unmovable object met an unstoppable force, this confrontation would be the closest to an answer. The sheer power generated slightly curved the void battlefield. Not bad, Yanhai praised. Dugu Batian looked terrible. Blood had covered most of his upper body, and his breathing was faster than a horse galloping at full speed on an empty plain. However, all these were superficial injuries in the grand scheme of things. Let us see how much you can survive, Yanhai smiled. Her bamboo turned into a physical wooden sword. She swung the blade, but oddly, she did not use any of the edges, meaning she attacked with a flat side. The 6 grand constructs trembled for the second time before a black hole appeared underneath Yanhai's swords. The black turned into an all-encompassing darkness and spread with immeasurable speed. Dugu Batian's expression became ugly as he defended himself. He not only used the previous defensive technique, but also added a counterattack. The darkness did not only spread to his area, but also expanded to Yanhai. A bright sword cut it off, revealing a pale Yanhai, with some part of her clothes missing. Meanwhile, Dugu Batian was looking even worse. His 2 arms were missing, and based on how clean the wound looked, it appeared as if they had instantly dissipated as if swallowed by something. This is bad, he thought. The second attack not only did more damage, but he also lost in the battle of true will. Currently, a terrifying power, marked by the annoying characteristic of eternal aggression, was suppressing all his regeneration and causing chaos within his body. I'll need at least 10 seconds to remove it, Dugu Batian realized with an ugly expression. That was too long. He teleported 2 pills into his stomach, and now he could be free in 3 seconds. Additionally, the chaotic power from the first attack was now gone, allowing him to heal the wounds from that attack. I should have listened to Wang Chong, Yanhai thought. Previously, he would be on the verge of passing out after a second attack of this level, and she would need pills to continue fighting. However, with her new body-tempering achievements, she can attack twice before needing to recuperate stamina and soul power. She waved her sword to generate a sword slash so sharp that any gold Dao cultivator would envy, a slash so sharp that it could cut the senses of any heavenly Dao from a non-source chaos world, a slash so sharp that reality seemed to be severed with the slightest of pressure. I should have learned that Kid-S soul ring technique, Yanhai thought as she felt the pain in her heart and the ache in her soul. Dugu Batian had lost his 2 legs and 1 eye, but he was alive and remained determined. Yanhai consumed a pill to recuperate. As for her opponent, she could tell he had swallowed more than a dozen pills already. However, pills were limited, and after being pushed to such a level, their effect was almost non-existent. Yanhai twirled her sword, creating afterimages before catching. The world turned dark for less than an attosecond before reverting back. Yanhai was now behind her opponent, and with a flick of her wrist, she removed the blood on her bamboo sword. Swish! Slashes after slashes manifested on what remained of the Grand Chancellor. 1,000, 10,000, million, billion, trillion. An unknown. The slashes tore apart every atom in his body, every ounce of energy, and every particle of his soul or spirit. It's a shame I didn't find his time mark, but it's enough that I sent him to limbo, Yanhai thought as she relaxed. She was pretty satisfied with this battle, as it showcased her newfound strength after transitioning to the ultimate sword path. In the past, she has won way more than she has lost to Dugu Batian, but her victories are usually very miserable. GRHHH. A bestial roar shook not only the void battlefield, but a decent portion of the Eternal Ascension world. This aura, how is that possible? She was sure her attack had annihilated him. Maybe Dugu Batian had a longevity resource. Although the 3rd rank ones are rare, and he should have used them already during the ultimate taboo, there is still the possibility that he had one left. However, Yanhai knew this could not be possible, because her Proving Dao artifact contained these unique miniature runes created from no-life iron, meaning the latter's longevity resource should have been useless. A perfectly intact Dugu Batian materialized a few hundred meters away. However, it did not take Yanhai much to realize something was wrong with him. His aura was this ominous dark purple, and his eyes glowed blood red. The way he looked at her was like a mindless beast about to pounce on the first life it noticed after years of hibernation and hunger. Boom! A blood mist appeared where Yanhai was standing. What the hell? She cursed as she regenerated in the distance. A force field composed of myriad sharp sword energy surrounded her. They were just in time as a fist crashed into them. The force field lasted long enough for Yanhai to cross her arm. The sound of bones cracking echoed between heaven and earth, followed by an explosion of blood and flesh. Dugu Batian, no, this creature, roared so ferociously that it created a shock wave potent enough to send Yanhai flying. What the hell happened to him? She thought, trying to analyze the situation. She focused on his body to detect any news, but soon realized she was only observing an afterimage. The real body had already teleported above her flying body, preparing to kick and destroy her innards. Yanhai's body acted on instinct, releasing hundreds of physical swords. Most of these swords contained a sealed attack of at least 3 to 4 Grand Construct skills, and 1 6 Grand Construct skill. This new defensive mechanism was created after she entered the Elder Fiend God realm, and she was pretty proud of it. The out-of-control Dugu Batian ignored most of the swords, allowing them to hit him. And to Yin Hai's horror, they didn't even leave a scratch on his skin. Meanwhile, he punched the most powerful sword. His fist clashed for close to a second with the sword before pushing it away. That second was crucial to Yin Hai. It bought her enough time to distance herself from this beast. Heal and cast a Mind SI technique. All cultivators will have to, at some point, fuse with heaven and earth. It's the most orthodox and direct way to eventually observe the world's laws. The Mind SI is a common technique used by cultivators or swordsmen for this process. However, the Sword Empress' Mind SI could never be described as ordinary. She did not just improve her senses. No, she forced heaven and earth, time, fate, death, and even causality to be her eyes. Finally, she saw Dugu Baitian moving with unparalleled speed, targeting her throat. At first, it appeared as if Yin Hai could not react in time, but at the last moment, her body moved out of the way. Her brother's evasion ultimate skill is crucial in these dangerous times. The creature was relentless after the first attack failed, but Yin Hai always managed to evade him at the last minute. Arg! The mad beast roared before condensing a red energy ball and destroying everything in a few billion light years with one blast. Since it couldn't crush the unpleasant life form with his hands, he decided to destroy everything in sight. Is he possessed? Yin Hai thought as she teleported away from the blast's area of effect. She sensed a chaotic will from Dugu Baitian that did not belong to him. No, it's not possession. The source of his power seemed to be an ungodly amount of rage being forced into his sea of consciousness. Wait, rage? Didn't the kid say the Grand Sect Alliance was interested in the Desire Heart Palace? She started putting a few things together. Dugu Baitian must have found something in the ultimate taboo, probably related to emotions. This current transformation, if it can be called as such, is the result of the latter trying to master whatever power he had discovered. Chapter 1598. The will to fight, although he is ambitious, Dugu Baitian is also very cautious. How could he absorb such power without years of studying and testing? Something must have gone awry. Yin Hai analyzed as she evaded a red energy beam. Now that I understand his power, the real issue is what to do. Her situation was far from ideal. The stamina drained from all those previous skills was already an issue, but now she also had the burden of this evasion technique, which might even be worse than the others. Let us target the source, Yin Hai thought. 6 circles of different colors surrounded her bamboo before turning into a dark aura that coated the weapon. Absolute cut. Emotion severing Yin Hai had read Wang Tian's sutra. Although it was the one before he proved the Tao, she still appreciated its wonder. In all her life, the number of swordsmen walking the cut aspect of Sword Tao she has met or defeated is in the hundreds. However, not a single one was as beautiful or full of raw potential as Wang Tian's path. Inspired by his path, Yin Hai updated a few of her techniques and even renamed them after his absolute cut Tao. As the beast was about to turn Yin Hai into a victim, it heard the humming sound of a sword inside its sea of consciousness, forcing it to pause. Now, Yin Hai thought as she released another devastating skill. A white light composed of millions of golden sword energy descended from the sky to incinerate this abomination. Is it over? Yin Hai said while wheezing a little. Her senses told her this was the end, but her intuition was warning her otherwise. A dozen pills teleported directly into her stomach, trying to alleviate the pressure. However, this was not enough. Fight, Yin Hai uttered, and the character came alive. It then turned into motes of light that fused with her body. Stamina recovery becomes less effective after using 3-tier Grand Tao skills, and they become useless at 4-tier. But a few rare ones can recuperate a small portion at even the 6th-tier. As luck would have it, Wang Chong and Li Ming worked together to combine their expertise, martial arts fighting skills and body refining, to create such an ultimate skill. In crucial moments, such as this one, experience is more valuable than talent or battle IQ. As soon as she finished her preparation, a roar shook the void battlefield. Dugu Batian revived particle after particle, and when his body reformed, his aura appeared even more chaotic and mighty. His strength increased with his rage. Damn it, Yanhai analyzed. The beast roared while releasing his aura without restraint. Mortals process fears in many ways, one of which is the rapid beating of the heart. Yanhai's life is long by any standard, and she could not remember the last time the drumming of her heart was so loud. It was probably during the ultimate taboo, but she doesn't remember much from that event. His strength is probably what that kid called pseudo-saints, she thought. There was no data to go on to justify Wang Wei's theory of false or pseudo-transcendence or saints. But if Yanhai had a guess, Dugu Batian's current level is probably where these individuals would be categorized. If I could last long enough, my attack could probably reach such a height. Her eyes twinkled with the thought of such a possibility. Unfortunately, she had no confidence. While people perceived Yanhai as arrogant and prideful, that was far from the truth. Talented people who exhibit these traits usually die young. Yanhai was confident, which meant she knew how to measure any situation. I want to survive long enough for that to happen, unless I have help, she thought. As soon as that thought occurred to her, she sent a distress signal to her brothers through their karmic link. Now, I need to buy myself some time. The issue was how to achieve this. The evasion ultimate skill was draining, and it had its limits. With the vast difference in their speed, Yanhai knew she would be speed blitzed after less than 3 evasions, maybe less. In that case, the best approach would be to seal it, but how? Where? And with that power, her neurons and soul went into overdrive as she tried to deduce and strategize a successful plan. All my powers and attacks are not working. But what if I use the power recognized as the most dangerous in the chaos universe? The light of wisdom flashed in Yanhai's eyes. Bloodline link with a thought. She connected to all 3 clans' human fiend god bloodline, focusing directly on the Wang clan and borrowing their power of nothingness. While Dugu Batian's new form was powerful, he also lost all his cunningness, skills, and ingenuity. It's easy to detect by how simple all his attacks were. He only used direct flesh attacks or energy blasts, no refined spells, techniques, or skills. So, when the latter lunged toward Yanhai with claws, trying to rip off her throat, her body exploded and encased him inside a white sphere. The real Yanhai appeared above the sphere and started drawing runes to complete the sealing process. This should do. The white sphere suddenly exploded as a face shot out from inside. No, it wasn't a complete face, but half of it. The face tried to regenerate the other half, and maybe even the entire head. However, an invisible power would wipe it out. The situation soon turned into a strange battle between the two sides, as Dugu Batian's face kept regenerating and then disappearing. Yanhai used this opportunity to summon 3 talismans from her dimension that stored 6-tier grand construct skills. Then, something horrifying happened. The half-face casually released a red magic shield that easily blocked the 3 talismans. The abomination did not even pause its confrontation with nothingness. Then, Yanhai watched as the creature successfully regenerated its face, followed by a head, torso, and limbs. The creature then looked at her without uttering a word. The redness in its eyes intensified along with his aura. It was angrier. Shit, Yanhai thought before her body exploded into a mixture of blood mist and spiritual rain. As she regenerated, the beast suddenly appeared behind her and ripped her spine from her body before atomizing her. This bastard wants to torture me. Yanhai did not regenerate, remaining in a state of consciousness without a body and soul, but the beast could not have that. He clenched his fist, forcing her to regenerate. He then ripped her heart out with a smirk, but Yanhai exploded her body. And when she regenerated for the 4th time, she condensed the ultimate defense by activating 5 talismans with defensive 6-tier grand construct skills. These talismans took time to create, and the material is rare, so she has only recently made 5. The thing lasted 3 punches before crumbling, which was more than enough time for her. Is the difference between saints and paragons so vast? This bastard, Dugu Batian, was only a pseudo-saint, meaning the strength of someone who failed their transcendent ascension. His strength is probably not even close to that of a one-pillar saint. Yet, he was maltreating an unparalleled talent like Yin Hai as if she were a child. Maybe it's in my best interest to just kill myself and return to limbo, Yin Hai thought. She did not know the consequences of dying at this beast's hands. Based on her understanding of the existence hierarchy, a primordial saint should be capable of killing any paragons, even primals, without all the trouble of finding their time mark. They just need to kill them, and the paragon will be wiped out from the stream of time. While Dugabatian was not a saint, she did not want to take the risk. No, this is a great opportunity to push myself, to elevate my Tao to a higher level, Yin Hai thought. In the brief moment before her shield crumbled at the third punch, she acted. First, she swallowed an existence-burning pill. By burning her existence as fuel, she can acquire an unparalleled boost. Normally, she would not use such a move, but with the exchange list, there were many ways to quickly recover from such a grievous injury. Time Retrieval Talisman. The previous 5 defensive talismans were retrieved from the downstream of the River of Time, existing in the present for a short period. Yin Hai then forcefully fuses these talismans into her skin, elevating her defense to the next level. No, it's not enough. She summoned 5 more talismans from a slightly further time in the past. Her body immediately cracked, a sign that she could not handle 10 of these talismans coursing through her veins. Luckily, her flesh was no longer weak and could bear it. Finally, the Proving Tao artifact turned into a sword hilt. Yin Hai sneered as she used the power of nothingness as the blade for the hilt. Today, my sword Tao will take another step beyond the pinnacle. Chapter 1599, Monument of Remembrance Domain. Monument of Remembrance. There are certain techniques that Yin Hai created that are impractical. While they are brilliant in concept, they are ineffective in practice due to the high stamina cost. Today, she chose one of those techniques and decided to pay the price no matter what. A towering monument more than 10 meters high, with the character for swords written in bold materialized behind her. The character trembled before numerous spiritual beings manifested on the battlefield. These spirits, or phantoms, varied immensely. There were men, women, humanoid creatures, children, youth. The elderly, sages, vagabonds, handsome and ugly, and more. Their variety made it seem random, but upon closer observation, it was easy to detect that they all had one thing in common: a sword. These phantoms were created from all the swordsmen that Yin Hai has ever defeated. To be specific, it was all the swordsmen she has defeated whose swordsmanship left an impression on her. Through this domain technique, she recreated their best and most memorable moves, even updating them to perfection. Old Red, you're first, Yin Hai said. A phantom of an elderly man with one arm nodded before flying toward the monster. His sword hung on his hips, and he immediately took the sword-drawing pose. Sword drawing is a common technique among swordsmen. People on that path usually focus on unparalleled speed. Another approach is spirit nourishing. A swordsman will sheathe their sword to nourish it with their energy and spirit, and once they draw it, they can unleash a devastating attack. Usually, the longer the sword is sheathed, the more powerful the blow. Old Man Red is a swordsman whom Yin Hai encountered, who elevated the spirit-nourishing technique to the next level, as he could unleash 3 attacks instead of 1, with the same strength. The secret behind this skill is that if you compress something and release it, it will expand beyond its initial state. Then, could you capture the large size after the explosion and recompress it again? The second explosion would be much more extensive and devastating. After years of studying, Old Man Red learned how to recapture the power released from the spirit-nourishing strike, condensed it, and re-released it. He first fought Yin Hai when she was in the Void-Shattered Realm, and her reputation as the best swordsman had already been established through blood. He wanted to challenge her, not for the title, but to show the world he was not useless after what happened to him. The Sword Empress appreciated his technique and elevated it to a higher form. She has long surpassed the limit of 3 strikes and can continue to nourish her sword for an eternity if needed. So, when the phantom of Old Man Red swung his swords, he unleashed the most devastating form of this attack, the one on par with a 6-tier Grand Construct skill. But this was not the end. Yin Hai knew no amount of this level of skill would hurt this creature, so she also used the only thing that successfully did, the power of nothingness. The sword strike was laced with this power, making it even more deadly than it already was. The raging beast sensed a bit of danger, and his instinct immediately kicked in and teleported away. Unfortunately, that was the wrong choice. Old Man Red's attack had one of the largest areas of attack in all of Yin Hai's arsenal. After all, his strike could be described as releasing a nuclear bomb and, after the explosion, condensing its power into a small ball before releasing it, and finally repeating the process for trillions of years. Dugu Baitian roared after the explosion ended. His body was full of holes, looking like a cheese that had been chewed through by a few rats, with no blood, as if these parts had disappeared, returning to nothingness. Hila Huang Ji, Yin Hai yelled. A woman flew above the beast and released a torrent of swords. This phantom moved gracefully as if she were as soft as water. However, her attack was like the wrath of the ocean condensed into each strike, and that is not even the most interesting aspect of her swordsmanship. Whenever the beast tried to retaliate to stop these flurries of attacks, his punches or kicks appeared useless. The brilliance of Huang Ji's swordsmanship lies in her unparalleled passive defense, which allowed her to continue attacking without worrying about being injured or needing to stop and defend. Her defense could be described as a mortal trying to find a tsunami or the entire ocean. And how could a mortal fight water? Failure can be rage-inducing, and this beast did not appreciate his hit failing. However, rage was the highest form of delicacy in the world, so it adhered to his bestial nature and roared. Mortals could not fight water, but he was not a mortal. He was more than that, more than even a cultivator. After stretching his vocal nerves, the creature's body released an intense red energy wave that spread in all directions. Poor Huang Ji could not resist for more than a few seconds before she was extinguished. The wave spread across the domain, attempting to eliminate everyone with a single move. Unbreakable, Yin Hai said. A young and suave-looking swordsman appeared in the front, knelt, and calmly inserted his sword into the void to form a golden shield that surrounded the vortex. Empyrean Unbreakable was a strange swordsman Yin Hai met. He was dastardly handsome and loved the sword, but he was deathly afraid of dying. So, all his cultivation and training were for the sake of not dying. He studied defensive sword moves, shields, both physical, magical, and, as a concept, earth, water, and metal, the elements most associated with defense. Heaven and earth defensive arrays, protective talismans, and everything he could think of to protect himself. His mastery of defense Tao would have made Turtle Shell bow in respect. It's a shame he still died, and those two never had a chance to meet. Unbreakable's shield lasted a few seconds, but a second, third, and fourth appeared. The power of nothingness weaved into his technique dissipated most of the attacks and bought him time to condense his shields. But even with such measures, the red energy entered through a few cracks or flaws in the defense, killing a dozen or more phantoms. Xianzi, Yin Hai said with a disgusting look. Even after all those years, she still finds herself revolted. The only reason she never changed his appearance was that it was a reminder of the vile side of humanity and the cultivation world. Xianzi looked like a child with a smirk. This foul creature was a cultivator who liked to turn into a child to blend in with them. His sword Dao was based on spiritual attacks powered by negative energy. Before annihilating him, Yin Hai had to relive the guilt she felt about Li Ming for the entire duration of their battles. Xianzi raised his swords, and after running his fingers along the ridge, They dispersed into colorful butterflies that surrounded the rage monster. The creature was immediately agitated, a sign of his chaotic aura. The butterflies transformed into faceless spirits of various colors, each with a beautiful voice. Well, to outsiders, their voices were lovelier than angels, but for Dugu Baitian, it was a nightmare. It should have worked again, Yanhai thought. Usually, tactics don't work twice on cultivators, but this beast had a simple mind despite its overwhelming power. So, she used a soul spirit technique to distract him a second time, preparing for a devastating blow. Yankai, now it's up to you. A handsome middle-aged man walked to the front. Among all the phantoms, he is the only one whose technique was not improved. And that is because he is Yankai, the man with the highest attack potency in the world. And he is the only man who has technically defeated Yanhai in a sword fight at her peak. Yankai raised his hand to summon a sword and a saber, which made Yanhai involuntarily sneer. She met Yankai years ago, shortly after becoming a paragon, and when the sect had just been officially established. By then, they were still the Myriad Emperor sect, but Qin knew they needed to start laying the foundation for other worlds. So she sent his sister to create small branches in a few chosen Chaos worlds. They first met in the Golden Tree world, and Yanhai immediately challenged him after knowing he was this world's strongest swordsman. She lost. After all, his cultivation had already reached the peak, but Yanhai was still in the second heaven. She could not accept this defeat since she was used to defeating higher-class swordsmen. Yankai indulged her and fought in the same realm, but she still lost. After that, they form a rivalry. Every time Yanhai's cultivation increased, she would train by running to challenge him. And Yankai used the pressure of being pursued by such a talent to motivate himself to become a primal as soon as possible. Unfortunately for him, her speed of improvement was faster than his. Their battle after Yanhai reached 100 was a feast for the eyes for all swordsmen in the Chaos universe. And to this day, the recording is used as teaching material by many Sword Dao lineages. In the final confrontation, Yankai used an ultimate skill to win this battle. Sadly for him, he allowed the fight to continue for too long. Yanhai's swordsmanship evolved into a higher level, and she created her own ultimate skill, which she used to not only counter his, but also win the battle. From that day on, it was Yankai's turn to challenge her, and he never won, especially after she took the Sword Dao position. Yankai knew he needed to do something to stop his losing streak, so he did something bold. He sealed his power and reincarnated into a new life. More importantly, his new reincarnation was a saber man. Once he returned to the Paragon realm, he combined sword and saber Dao to achieve the pinnacle of attack potency. Since then, he had fought with Yanhai twice. He won the first battle and lost the second. They promised to fight a third time, and strangely, Yankai asked Yanhai for her sword position for the third battle. Chapter 1600. So close ultimate Yin-Yang/Yang, Kai crosses weapons before slashing forward. The name of his technique might be bland and uninspiring, but the effect was far from ordinary. A red and blue moon-shaped slash teleported to its target, and it immediately showed its power as soon as it touched Dugabatian's red shield. At first, the weight of numerous universes and the power resulting from their subsequent destruction tried to break the barrier. However, after this approach proved ineffective, its effects shifted to the power of space and time. The subsequent effect of these slashes could be described as a game-spinning wheel of opposites. Life and death intertwine into a cocktail known as reality. Slowness and speed marry to define momentum. Good and evil join in harmony to form the spectrum of morality. Sadness and happiness founded the complexity of the human psyche. Night and day worked in tandem as the foundation of the space-time continuum. And these are the tips of the iceberg. The beauty of this attack lies in its versatility, as it cycles through all forms of duality. Push and pull, left and right, up and down, water and fire, hot and cold, tall and short, and so on. The attack used these concepts of different sides of the same coin to the extreme. Crack. A crack about 30 centimeters appeared on the raging beast's shield. It finally showed some sign of emotion as it looked at its shield. When he focused on Yin Hai again, the hidden disdain was gone. Instead, he finally saw her as a threat. Well, maybe this is not the correct word. He saw her as a struggling prey that may injure it if not careful. So the beast took things seriously. It roared before a pair of red wings grew on its back. Damn it. He was holding back. Yin Hai wanted to curse. However, she did not even have the energy to waste. As soon as Yang Kai's attack ended, she vomited more than 10 liters of blood. Twisted Monk. Yin Hai was not a complete elitist like most extreme path swordsmen. In her life, she has faced a few sword users that impressed her, so she added them to the monument. Twisted Monk was a man who believed Buddhism could both kill and save life, so he practiced the light sword. His phantom appeared before Yin Hai and released a golden light from the tip of his sword. Unfortunately, the healing did nothing more to alleviate a few minor injuries. Meanwhile, Dugubatian started his slaughter. The phantoms rushed at him without a care for their lives. They released unparalleled attacks after another, trying to stall him. To reduce the burden on herself, these phantoms sacrificed themselves as the price. In other words, this monument will be destroyed once this battle ends, and who knows how long it will take Yin Hai to recondense it. I'm so close. Yin Hai thought as she watched this pointless battle. Her phantoms had no chance whatsoever. Should I try that attack? Her plan to evolve her Tao was not out of nowhere, nor was it relying purely on luck to last long enough to reach that stage. No, she had a solid foundation for making such a gamble. The reward from the Sword Path League was the trace of a transcendent sword will. The League came into possession of a broken sword, probably from a primordial saint, or maybe higher. For years, they used the aura from the sword to help cultivate their swordsmen. But it was only after the ultimate taboo that they found a method to activate the smallest trace of the residual sword will from a sword. They proposed the exchange with Yin Hai for many reasons, one of which was to test whether this thing could indeed be used in the sanctification process. While they had many talented individuals, none could compare to this woman, and more importantly, the sword was only recently activated, and they did not know how safe it was. Yin Hai was the perfect test subject. Yin Hai felt she was on the verge of creating a Saint Sword will embryo to secure her transcendent path in the quintessence realm. As talented as she was, she realized that the will remaining in that sword was both too high a level and too incomplete. It would probably take her too long to comprehend something. And time was the one thing she lacked the most. Whether it was the impending disaster or the time constraint from the contract, it was looking like she would suffer from this deal. However, this battle was the perfect opportunity to turn things around. As long as she casts that embryo, she can use the remaining allocated time to perfect it. My body is nearing its limit, but my spirit has not reached the ultimate peak needed for a sublimation. Her eyes shifted to Yang Kai. The last time she used this technique, Wang Chong was present to provide her with the blood energy to prevent her body from instantly collapsing, along with other support from Kyun. But now, she was ready to risk it all. Yang Kai, the saber sword's sovereign-s phantom, turned into a sword rune that fused with Yin Hai's bamboo. She then gently stabbed the bamboo. The void battlefield changed, at least the area around Dubatian did. First, the dull white turned into a myriad of colors. It was as if a rainbow had vomited on Dugubatian. After the elaborate display of color, black lines manifested before slowly revealing a black void behind the veils. It was as if reality had been previously stitched together, and now the seams have been unraveled. Luckily, nothing seemed to be coming from the other side before the void cracks closed. But this was not the end of this attack-s effect. The world, including Dugubatian, suddenly turned into cubes, as if everything was pixelated. The cubes vibrated before turning into ping-pong-sized balls and exploding. Such a brilliant display was a sign that this single attack had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship in numerous hidden dimensions of this chaos universe, and these dimensions manifested briefly to honor that single strike. The ball explosion should have been the end of this winged beast, but that's not what happened. In fact, he appeared perfectly intact, with his majestic wing and glowing eyes. The only difference was the 5 cracks on his defensive shield. Even such an attack that resonated with other dimensions and facilitated their interaction with the chaos universe could not kill him. No, even worse, could not even injure him. The beast spread its wings while staring at its prey. It opened its mouth, not to roar, but to fire a red beam attack, which also came out of its wings. The phantoms continued their mission to protect their creator, but it was useless. With this one wave of attack, they were all instantly annihilated. Boom! Yanhai was sent flying for a few billion light years. One of the best decisions she could have made in this battle was fusing the 10 talismans into her body. Otherwise, her ribs would not have been the only thing pulverized by that punch. Not yet, Yanhai thought. The beast appeared above her, ready for a devastating kick. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yanhai's eyes. She countered. It did not matter how much of a terrible state she was, or how much her existence blueprint was screaming in agony. Yanhai did the only thing her Tao was designed to do: attack. The kick blew a hole into her chest, forcing her to free fall into this empty void. As for her attack, well, it was insignificant to the beast, but it served her purpose. Yanhai's spirit kept rising. Her body shrank, making her no different from a mummy, but the light in her eyes never wavered. The beast did not appreciate those eyes. Ants should act like ants and accept their place and fate in the world. Claws grew from Dugu Baitian's fingers before he plunged down. His target was simple, the things that allowed this ant to still resist. Yanhai stabbed her bamboo, but this was the last time she would be using her bloodied hands. The beast threw her proving Tao artifact away before annihilating her upper limbs. The light did not diminish. On the contrary, it intensified. Not yet. The bamboo appeared in her mouth, and she swung it again. The beast roared before ripping the weapon from her mouth, breaking most of her teeth and jaw. Then it crushed it. Yanhai felt an intense pain in her soul due to the backlash of her proving Tao artifact being destroyed. But even that did not stop her. Her feet released a barrage of sword attacks, showing that even without a weapon, Yanhai could defeat 99 of swordsmen in the Chaos universe. A glint flashed in the creature's eyes, and it raised its hand to condense an enormous energy ball. Without any more nonsense, it dropped it on Yanhai with unparalleled speed, not giving her a chance to react. It seems I lost the gamble, Yanhai thought, as the energy ball was less than a millimeter from annihilating her existence. It's a shame I can't continue the journey with Brother Kiyuan and Brotherly. It's a shame I can't see the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It's a shame I want to see the kid get married and become Hong's ancestor-in-law. But my life has been great so far. My only regret is that I never had a chance to repay Brotherly for all the bad luck he suffered because of that damn trial. Yanhai sighed, choosing to accept her fate. If only she had a bit more time. Sadly, that is not how life works. She took a gamble on her life to pursue the highest level of Sword Dao. While her ambition and spirit were admirable, there's a price to pay for everything. If she had won the gamble, she would have come one step closer to achieving her goals. And since she lost, it's fair that the price is death. Don't worry, I got you, said a familiar voice. A safe feeling enveloped Yanhai, and for a brief moment, all the pain seemed to have disappeared. You know, I understand why you always said these words. It's really a great way to make an entrance. Chapter 1601. Temporary Understanding Year. Finally, here, Yanhai muttered. I am. So hold on, Kiyuan said before casting a spell. Protect Origin of Life. While he hadn't learned Wang Wei's observation technique, because he didn't meet the requirement, he still learned a great deal from studying the technique. One of his achievements was this spell that allowed him to protect existence and prevent it from collapsing. His sister was in pretty bad shape, so Kiyuan immediately used this spell to appease her situation. You're in terrible shape. I know, but it was worth it. Is it? Yes. So buy me enough time to finish what I started, Yanhai said. Kiyun sighed. After years of living, fighting, and dying together, he knew better than to persuade her about things related to achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship. So, he fixed his eyes on the winged beast that the glass pen sage was trying to get through. Grand Chancellor, you need to wake up, Glass Pen said while holding a bell that emitted a strange melody or frequency. Literary way cultivators are known for their abilities to deal with demons or devils. And the sage used one of these methods and boosted it with the destiny of the entire literary way. A moment of confusion flashed in the beast's eyes. The madness retreated before returning, forming this eternal cycle of struggle. Humans and beasts are different at a fundamental level, and our intelligence best manifests that. Grand Chancellor, are you a human or a beast? His words resonated with the bell, but it angered the creature even more. Damn it, he can't fall like this, Glasspen Sage thought. While he had many criticisms of Dugabatian, he also understood the latter's importance to the Alliance. If he dies or becomes a mindless beast, their faction will be annihilated. And that was not an exaggeration. Most of the overlords might survive in some shape or form if their leader or ancestor tier character dies, but not the Alliance. Unlike other factions that decentralize their power, Dugabatian held control of most of the Alliance's key luck, meaning that if he dies, the backlash will be devastating. Secondly, the chances of the Earth Sword God remaining loyal to the Alliance are almost zero. He might even take his own life to follow his master. The best outcome would be to convince him to continue and find a method to revive Dugabatian, but the likelihood of success is unknown. Finally, the outer members of the Alliance, whom Dugabatian had arm-twisted into joining, would immediately revolt once their faction's luck was no longer tied to the overall coalition. Glasspen Sage cares about two things: the prosperity of his true education academy and the rise and return of the literary way to be on equal ground with Buddhism and Taoism. The death of Dugabatian would be extremely detrimental to these things. His academy will not be untouched by the luck backlash, and the last thing they currently need is to be weakened. The existence of Emperor Kong is a sign that Glasspen might be losing his status as the leader of the literary way, and such a blow would only accelerate things. I think it may be useless, Kiyun said as he appeared next to him. Glasspen Sage did not hide his annoyance. He couldn't help it. A while ago, this bastard was beating him up like a young man, abusing an elderly person. But now, they had to work together. Instead of talking all this nonsense, why don't you help me? Glasspen Sage said in a sharp tone. However, Kiyun's focus remained on Dugabatian. If not for his sister's safety, he would have used this opportunity to send this bastard into limbo. One of the darkest truths of this universe is that everyone is a pawn of someone or something. You should understand this. So why were you messing with powers beyond your comprehension? Kiyun shook his head before raising his hand. Origin of mind, all things in the world have a beginning, an origin. Kiyun's Tao is to interact, influence, and use these origins. Two intertwining orbs appeared on his palm, one red and one blue. This is worse than I thought. He frowned. What is it? Whatever power he was using has already corrupted 35 of his mind. Once it passes to 50, he'll be gone forever. That also means there is still time. Yes, but not much. How about we ask the others for help? Glasspen Sage suggested. My mind suppression bell won't last long, and I don't think we alone can deal with him. Kiyun squinted. The sage's objective might be to save Dugabatian, but that was not his. The current situation might be a perfect opportunity to eliminate the Grand Sect Alliance by eliminating their leader. However, he needed to plan carefully. The last thing he wanted was for Dugabatian to regain consciousness and retain all the powers from this red beast. How long do you need to sublimate? Kiyun asked through divine sense. I don't know exactly, but I'm almost there, Yanhai replied. Do you think you can kill this beast in one blow? Definitely. Good. But don't meditate inside the void battlefield. The last thing he wanted was for her to become a target in the upcoming fight. Qiyuan then sent a message to Wang Chong and Li Ming before finally replying to Glasspan. There's no need, but I'll try to separate their connection. Qiyuan used his right hand to separate the red and blue orbs. The Glasspan sage glanced at him before secretly communicating with his other companions. Roar! A shock wave pushed Qiyuan and the sage thousands of miles away while annihilating the mind suppression bell. What is happening? What have you done? The good news is the corruption has decreased by 5, Qiyuan replied. The bad news? The other consciousness is fighting back. As soon as his words ended, Dugu Baitian grew another pair of wings, 2 red horns that curved on the back, claws on his feet for sharp fangs, and a second row of teeth on both the lower and upper jaw. Damn it, Glass Sage Pen cursed. The fact that the leader was losing his humanoid characteristics was the worst sign possible. It also made him suspicious. A dedicated and well-trained mind full of virtue can see through the veil of the world. The sage's eyes turned golden as he observed the beast. Qiyuan was not lying. Another mind, or what was slowly corrupting the leader, and his technique did alleviate the problem. However, he did it in such an aggressive manner that it was bound to elicit a backlash from the other consciousness. The sage waved his pen and started writing in the air. His poem turned into an angel, not a being with wings, but a beautiful maiden with a celestial raiment. Before the light race became popular among Godpath cultivators, celestial maidens were once their messengers, representing the connection between the mortal and heavenly realms. The heavenly maiden carried a mirror that she gently pointed at this beast, releasing an intense, purifying light. However, the creature did not even enact any form of protection and allowed the spell to hit him. It then looked at Glasspan with disdain, making the latter redder than the beast's aura. This was one of his most powerful spells, but it was insignificant. Glasspan's sage swiftly calmed down. This was a reality check. 5-tier Grand Construct skills are essentially useless in this fight. Without much hesitation or fuss, he summoned a golden tally in the shape of a pen and scroll. The tally dissipated into his body. With the luck-condensing artifact of the literary way, Glasspen Sage could finally reach the requirement for the last Grand Construct, the River of Fate. But this is not enough, he thought. While Qiyuan did not have Yin Hai's attack potency, he made up for it with his versatility. Before he proved the Tao, he was known as the man with 3,000 innate talents, and to some degree, he has preserved that title. So, the sage utilized the advantage that allowed him to fight off someone of Qiyuan's caliber for so long, a third-stage golden body of merit. Although it was on the low end, it did not matter. Glasspen Sage spent countless years developing the concept of the Academy to ensure the prosperity of the literary way. Although he did not originate this concept, as academies existed before or during the Tribulation era, he was the one who spread it throughout the Eternal Ascension world. Glasspen Sage fused with his golden body, feeling more secure than ever. More importantly, he could feel the fatigue from the previous spell rapidly recuperating. A light of ambition flashed in Glasspen's eyes. One day, when he has truly mastered the last Grand Construct, he will be unstoppable with the stamina blessing of the Golden Body. Chapter 1602. Return to Limbo. This thing seemed to be getting more intelligent, Qiyuan observed. As soon as he arrived, he traced the origin of this battle and saw everything that had happened. After Dugobatian lost his mind, he acted purely on raw strength and instinct. That's why all his techniques lacked any complexity or refinement. But based on the look of derision he gave Glasspen, it appeared his intelligence was slowly increasing, which was bad news for this team. If this beast with ungodly powers added intelligence and wisdom to its arsenal, then they were doomed. The technique it could create on the spot to better utilize its immense power would annihilate all of them in one swoop. Swish! While he was in deep thought, like a philosopher, the beast was in motion, like a warrior. It appeared before Glasspan and stabbed its 4 wings, trying to make human Swiss cheese. However, a few phrases appeared between heaven and earth without the sage reciting them. The pen is mightier than the sword. Virtue is the core of heaven and earth. Therefore, a virtuous scholar will be blessed by the world. The glass pen sage did receive heaven and earth as protection, but that meant nothing to this beast. It punched through whatever was blocking its way. Luckily, the sage had the additional protection from his golden body of merit. You beast! While blocking that terrifying attack, Glass Pen did not forget to counterattack. His famous glass pen had been blessed to have the attack potency of some of the best swordsmen. A brilliant white light that eradicated everything in its path was emitted from his brush. For a moment, a smirk flashed on his face before he detected a red light in the area of the explosion. A human hand, full of claws, headed directly for his head. The golden body instantly protected him, but it was useless against absolute power. Luckily for him, his body was switched at the last minute by a black orb that exploded when the beast's claw touched it. Did it work? Kiyun thought as he observed. The Curse of Origin was a nasty curse, since it could be considered the first curse in the Chaos universe. It was not only powerful, but its most significant characteristic was its ability to adapt and morph to ensure maximum destructiveness. It will take some time for the curse to adapt to the beast's power and morph into something that can hurt it, Kiyun analyzed. The good news is the curse was not instantly purified or removed by this beast's passive defense. The bad news is that it would not be immediately activated. Thanks, Glass Pen Sage said. From now on, your job is to support me. If I have the slightest suspicions that you're messing around, I'll leave you to deal with this mess, Kiyun calmly warned. I understand, the sage nodded with gritted teeth. Origin Speed Force at the beginning of the universe, primordial chaos, was in a formless state. Then Yin and Yang were born, and they divided it into two. Yang rose and formed the sky, while Yin descended to create the earth. That first division was the first motion in the universe, the first movement, and the first feat of speed. Kiyun's technique allows him to tap into the speed of that division. It not only increases his speed, but once he blesses his mind, it also increases his reflexes. Finally, two white swords manifested in his hands. In an instant, he appeared behind the beast and unleashed a barrage of slashes. His word contained the power to return things to their origin, but today, it was useless against this creature as shield. A backhanded attack headed directly for his head, making Kiyun squint. His perception could see the attack coming, but even after tapping into such a raw source of power, his reflexes were only enough to raise his hand to defend. Luckily, his evasive technique worked perfectly with his speed. As the hand approached him, his body instinctively used the opponent's momentum to move out of the way. Kiyun then unleashed another barrage of sword strikes. His attacks were useless, so why was he insisting? The last thing anyone would call him was a fool. So what was his motive? As a man who dealt in origins, he understood that nothing is truly perfect. By studying a concept as origin or how they were created the state, it was in its initial conception. It's easier to find a flaw to exploit. The sword attacks were doing just that. So, for a few seconds, he continued to barely evade while striking different parts of the beast's body. Boom! As Kiyun's body was about to evade a winged strike, the creature suddenly accelerated its attack, slamming directly into his face. Luckily, Glass Pen protected him with layers of defensive spells. The beast is now using basic tactics, Kiyun thought as he regenerated the cracks on his skull. Time was of the essence, and he understood that very well. Kiyun raised his hand to cast a technique, primordial emotion. What was the first emotion in the universe? Was it when the first life form was created? Or maybe before that, when heavenly Tao was first created? It could be when primordial chaos was in a formless state. After all, it could be said that its desire or emotion caused the creation of Yin and Yang, and the eventual division of the sky and earth. Regardless of the truth, Kiyun's technique tapped into that primordial concept of emotions to create a humongous red bubble full of raw rage. The bubble immediately began siphoning the rage from the beast, causing it to roar in anger. However, This was not a sign of anger, but of desire. A beast is a beast after all, Kyuin thought calmly. As expected, the creature rushed into the red bubble, trying to absorb this raw form of rage energy. Unfortunately for it, the bubble suddenly turned blue and released the opposite of rage, absolute peace and calmness. The beast's body paused, allowing Kyuin to release a devastating 6-tier grand construct skill, Return to the Origin. And this time, the origin he was referring to was nothingness. Unfortunately for him, a golden shield appeared around the beast to protect it. You want to die? Kyuin threatened. The beast can die, but Dugabatian must live, Glass-Pen Sage said calmly. Change of plan, Kyuin immediately thought. Without the two fighting together, he won T last long enough under this beast's immense power. As for Yanhai, while he wanted her to truly sublimate her Tao, he did not want her to unleash any attack, at least, not while in that terrible state. Glass-Pen, Grand Chancellor, have you regained consciousness? Call. Earth Sword roar. Chancellor, what is this? Kyuin thought. Now that Dugabatian was fighting the beast, many of its defenses were down, allowing him to peek at its essence. He saw this strange, red embryo attached to Dugabatian's soul, like a parasite. It shocked him because he'd known Dugabatian for many years. Throughout their many confrontations, Kyuin and the others had observed his soul a few times. In a few battles, they even destroyed his body, leaving only the soul. But they have never seen such a thing attached to it. By the look of it, this thing has been with him before he even proved the Tao, Kyuin analyzed before, sighing to himself. As he said, everybody is somebody else's pawn. Such a saying was a fundamental truth that no one could deny. Wang Wei had the River of Fate and the Fate Cardinal, and the three brothers and sisters had the Trinity Venerable. The good news is I may have found a way to kill him. His observation revealed that the beast's power was passively protecting Dugabatian's Chronos spirit, meaning there was no skill involved in the process. If Kyuin could bypass the passive protection, he might find Dugabatian's time mark and remove the latter from the time stream. Origin Seal, Kyuin uttered a strange sound from his throat that no normal human could have spoken. A rune, known as the Alpha Rune, materialized between heaven and earth. The Alpha Rune, the first word or character in the Chaos universe, contained immense power. And after working together with Wu Hong, Kyuin was able to utilize this rune's power for some of his techniques, primarily the sealings. The Alpha Rune appeared on the red embryo, attempting to reinforce the other seals that Dugabatian had previously established. The Grand Chancellor saw an opportunity and immediately focused on using Kyuin's seal to help himself. However, his distraction allowed the beast to regain control over his body. Kyuin was about to do something else when he sensed something. Anger flashed in his eyes before returning to normal. As expected, a few seconds later, gentle soil appeared in their area of the void battlefield. I knew he wasn't yet ready for battle on this scale, Kyuin sighed. Luckily, Yin Shurong was only sent to Limbo, meaning there is still hope for him. Chapter 1603. Everybody yes here, Kyuin calmly looked at gentle soil. Since your people are here, you could take charge of this situation. He was already feeling a pain in his heart, which was a sign of fatigue. Kyuin had an advantage in stamina over his brother and sister due to his incomplete 13 Origin Foundation. He will only share it with the other once it's complete. So, they haven't tasted the benefits yet, but he has. What do you mean by this? Glass-Pen asked with an ugly expression. He is your leader. Isn't he? Kyuin replied before disappearing. By entering the origin of space, he perfectly blended with the void battlefield and erased all his aura and presence. Of course, he did not leave. Instead, he focused on the Chronos Spirit battle to bypass the creature's passive defense. Damn it, Glass-Pen cursed. However, the sage did not have the time to complain as a terrifying power locked on him. Get ready. We need to stop him. Gentle Soil frowned briefly before nodding. The mark on her forehead gleamed with power as she continued using the Alliance's key, luck, to boost herself. She raised her to use the technique. Nurturing tree. A gentle green light appeared in her palm before disappearing. This technique was designed to bypass the beast's defense and implant a tree seed within its heart, which would absorb its flesh, blood, soul, and life energy, allowing it to grow uncontrollably. Sadly, this technique was only a 4-tier Grand Construct skill. According to Wu Hong's classification, all these primals were A-class, meaning they have mastered 3 Grand Constructs and can casually use a 3-tier Grand Construct with almost no stamina drain. S-class primals have 1 Transcendent Foundation and can casually use 4-tier Grand Construct skill. SS-class has 2 Transcendent Foundations and can use 5-tier skills. And finally, there is SSS class with 3 foundations and can use all construct without being tired. The way she classified things makes it so that there is a vast difference between A-class primals. Some top-tier primals, like Qin, Yanhai, and Dugabatian, have mastered 6-tier Grand Construct skills, while Gren Soil needs to rely on the Sect S luck to cast 4-tier skills. Gentle Soil S attack was useless. The only thing it achieved was garnering the Beast S focus. One of the best strategies for battle was eliminating the weakest link, and even with its weakened intelligence, the creature understood such a simple truth. Boom! The place where Gentle Soil was standing exploded. The power of the punch was so powerful that it made the void scream. Luckily for her, Glass Pen teleported her fast enough. Use a secret technique. But, do you want to die? Glass Pen's sage snapped. Gentle Soil gritted her teeth before following the order. The 6 Grand Constructs materialized behind her. Under normal circumstances, she would not be able to cast such a technique. Even a weaker class primal might be able to stop or influence her connection to the 2 constructs that she has not mastered. However, this beast had no intelligence and could not use such a tactic. Gentle Soil's skin became tree bark, and her hair turned into flowers. With a thought, an enormous tree manifested in this battlefield before its roots started entangling with the beast. Yin Hai's extreme attack, or Qiyuan's precise and calculated strike, did not harm this beast, so how could this shoddy of a 6-tier skill do anything? Luckily, Gentle Soil and Glass Pen's goal was to annoy and buy time. So, when the creature released an energy to annihilate the tree, a golden light suddenly appeared and protected a single branch. The tree instantly regenerated from that branch before continuing its task of entangling the beast. Painting World Glass Pen did not recite phrases or poetry, but instead summoned a large scroll in the sky to paint. This painting was his best sealing technique, and his only hope of stopping the beast's rampage and saving the Grand Chancellor. The painting brush was swift and full of a beautiful rhythm. Unfortunately, it had to stop. The beast suddenly moved so fast that it looked like it had teleported. With one punch, it turned Gentle Soil into blood mist. Then it targeted Glass Pen, tearing him apart with one roar. However, the 2 were not dead. Not yet. Gentle Soil regenerated from the tree she summoned, and Glass Pen's new body grew from the golden light that had previously protected one branch from the summoned tree. Come on, you have to buy me more time than this. Do you think it's easy? Why don't we change roles? Do you have a sealing skill that may work on this thing? If not, shut up and be the distraction. Glass Pen sneered. The woman was complaining when he was the one providing the extra protection with his golden body of merit while setting up this seal. Gentle Soil exhaled to calm down. Her mind ruminated for a while before creating a countermeasure. She snapped her finger, and her colossal tree started to germinate a fruit with scale patterns. A strange and almost imperceptible smell spread through the battlefield, which immediately agitated the beast. Its mind started to become chaotic. Although this creature lacked intelligence, it possessed certain survival instincts. Yanhai and Qian made it suffer a few times by using Mind Soul attacks, forcing it to learn, adapt to these skills. So, as soon as it detected an anomaly, the beast opened its mouth to spew a terrifying red flame that burned everything in its path. The flame destroyed everything: the void, the tree, its fruit, the branch, the golden light, and even the painting. The next target was these two primals. A dragon roar suddenly echoed between heaven and earth before a majestic blue dragon manifested. The creature opened its mouth to release a primordial water to combat the flame. Its effort was useless, but it bought enough time for those two to escape. Beast King, thank God, you're here, Glass Pen sighed. It seems I'm right in time. Beast King nodded with a pale expression. I'm fine, Beast King reassured. He did not expect Ancient Desolate to recreate his gate of ascension in perfect as flesh. Not only that, the bastard was so close to mastering the last grand construct, which made him suffer. Wang Chong, Beast King's lips twitched. Don't mention him. You said there was an emergency. What is the current situation? Hidden Void. Qin summoned Wang Chong after seeing the Beast King's appearance. What happened? The bastard tricked me and ran away. Wang Chong replied with gritted teeth. But don't worry, I'll break his seal in about 30 seconds. Do you need help? No need, Wang Chong swiftly replied. He was already embarrassed that he had been tricked, and he would be mortified if he had to ask for help to get out. In that case, go help Brotherly once you're free. No need, said a deep voice. It's done? Yes, Li Ming answered as he teleported to the Hidden Void. He showed a small crystal in his palm. Excellent, Qiyuan said with shining eyes. With the Earth Sword God captured, the situation was now in their favor, no matter the outcome of this battle. Are you all right? He put up a desperate fight, Li Ming said as he showed a wound on his chest that was healing in extremely slow speed by any top-body refiner standards. There is nothing scarier than an obsessive primal trying to save the person whose faith they put into. What is the current situation? Qiyuan explained what has been happening to both of them. What is the plan? Do you want to sneak attack these people and eliminate them? Wang Chong asked. No, if we do that, the beast's target will be us, Qiyuan denied. The plan is to wait for her to sublimate, and then we'll open a path so her attack is not interrupted. Once Dugabatian is eliminated, we can focus on dealing with the rest. In the meantime, help me find his time mark so we can eliminate him once and for all. All right. While these three were plotting, the Grand Sect Alliance also started its plan. The Beast King was a certified A-class primal, meaning he had mastered and created a deep connection with 5 grand constructs. General Soil handed him the sect's key luck, elevating him to A. With his unparalleled defense as a body refiner and the support of the other two, the painting world technique was slowly coming to fruition. However, he had to keep a constant eye on his back. This was a prime opportunity to deal a significant blow to the Grand Sect Alliance, and their old enemy would not pass on this opportunity. Should I change the target of these greedy bastards and ask for help? But they would probably ask for more money or outright reject me. The Beast King thought as he summoned thousands of powerful creatures to fight this rage monster. If I mobilize them, the plan cannot continue. Is it really impossible to defy destiny? Beast King thought with annoyance. With their absolute power, they should have been able to defy destiny. Still, the current situation suggests that things are never as simple as they seem regarding matters related to fate. This fight's conclusion will be in the next chapter. Thanks to heavens. Chapter 1604. The Last Favor, Azura Fiend God Transformation. The Beast King's body grew to more than 100,000 meters tall. 2 more faces grew on each of his temples, along with 9 arms. His skin changed from a light pink to a deep blue, except for the 3 faces, which remained a deep red. Primordial Chaos Lotus Flower, a humongous 12-petal purple lotus, materialized above the Fiend God's head, showing its beauty and majesty. Each of the Beast King's hands glowed with a red hue of primordial chaos before smashing into the Rage Beast. The beast was immediately outraged, not because of the attack, but because the ants dared to become bigger than it. So, it ignored the latter's attack before also giganticizing. A creature of pure, unbridled rage was already intimidating, but as a colossal entity, this was the stuff of nightmares. A red beam fired from the creature's mouth with the intent of annihilating the Beast King. The primordial lotus is activated by releasing a protective shield. Beast King survived, but he was not happy. 10 of the 12 petals had lost their luster. This technique was his magnum opus. It's supposed to be the pinnacle of his skills. Even when facing a 6-tier grand skill, it should only lose 2 petals, 3 if it's someone with extreme attacks like Yen Hai. But this beast almost eliminated all of them. The worst part is that it did it so casually. As the Beast King watched the beast preparing for another attack, his complexion paled. "Gentle soil," he yelled. "I'm on it." She was already nurturing this purple fruit, and before the creature fired, she fed the fruit to the primordial lotus. For petals regained their luster, but if the beast's attack required 10 of them to stop, what can 6 do? Well, they can buy enough time for Beast King to evade and use another skill. The lotus was an absolute defense skill. But all cultivators who can reach the Beast King's level understood the concept of balance, of yin and yang. So, when designing this spell, he made it so that once all the petals were extinguished, they would morph into a force that blessed his attack. King Seal Beast King appeared above the creature and released a rune that directly barrado its sea of consciousness, attempting to suppress its mind like a majestic king dominating his subjects, or the king of a jungle pressuring all other animals with his mere presence. The beast immediately became manic as it fought its 4th or 5th mental attack. Its body started to randomly shoot potent red energy beams, each with the power of a 6-tier grand construct skill. The Beast King's expression became twisted as he desperately evaded all these blasts. And he was not the only one. Kiyun and the others had to move their position from the hidden void to avoid being hit. "Glasspen, how much more time do you need?" Beast King asked with an ugly expression. An energy blast struck his arm, instantly disintegrating it. The worst part is that this beast's madness seemed to be slowing down his regeneration. "I'm done," Glasspen responded before summoning the painting above the creature. A terrifying suction emanated from the scroll as it tried to swallow the beast. The creature instinctively struggled, but its mind was still occupied by the king's seal. Beast King immediately scanned the surroundings with wary eyes. "Should we do something?" "No need. Their plan is useless," Kiyun replied. "Are you sure about this?" Glasspen is worried about the key luck of the literary way and didn't use as much as needed to make the seal an effective one. So his plan is doomed to fail. "Let's hope you're... that aura? It seems she has sublimated. Let's check on her." The 3 sent a divine sense projection to Yen Hai's location. She still looked like a mummy wearing baggy clothes, but her eyes were brighter than the stars. "You look different," Wang Chong commented. "That is obvious." "No, I don't mean in the sense you've become stronger, but your essence has a different aura." Yen Hai looked at him in surprise. "It seems you also improved much in your retreat." "That is obvious, but you didn't answer my question. If you must know, I've condensed a transcendent sword will embryo, which is a transcendent foundation. Although I need to return to my peak before I complete it, I can still use its power." "A transcendent foundation? That is great news," Kiyun smiled. "Congratulations, sister," Li Ming nodded. "I'm only slightly ahead. I expect success for all of you, too." Yen Hai smiled, but with her appearance, that was just nightmare-inducing. Luckily, all 3 of them have seen her in a similar or worse state. "We will accept your fortuitous words, but for now, let us focus on the problem at hand," Kiyun nodded. A dangerous light flashed in Yen Hai's eyes. "What s Dugu Baitian's situation? See for yourself." Kiyun's prediction was correct. The beast pierced through the painting world, and half of its body had already left the ceiling dimension. Glasspen gritted his teeth to add more luck, but the beast did not give him time. Beast King and Gentle Soil wanted to help him, but were unsuccessful, especially Gentle Soil. After handing over the Alliance's luck, she was essentially useless in this battle. The Beast King hadn't even mastered the last grand construct, meaning all his skills were extremely draining. He was currently huffing, and his movement speed had drastically reduced. Overall, the situation looked terrible for the Alliance. This is a good opportunity for a perfect strike on the best, Wang Chung said. Should we use it, or let it continue to terrorize these bastards? Let us. The beast roared in agony as it cut off the lower part of its body, which still remained in the seal world. Then, it regenerated its lower body, followed by amassing an enormous amount of rage from its own action, resulting in another pair of wings growing on its back for a total of 6. No, we can't wait anymore, Qiyuan said. As much as he would like to allow the alliance to suffer, he did not want this beast to become too powerful for even them to handle. I'm ready, Yanhai said directly. Do you need us to do anything? I don't think that thing can survive my sword, but out of caution, maybe you should render it immobile for a brief moment. Got it. The three did not hesitate before taking action. Qiyuan activated his curse of origin that has been marinating in the beast's body for all this time. Therefore, black marks spread to every corner of its body with immense speed. Li Ming appeared behind the beast and hit a specific spot. His attack instantly disrupted the flow of power. Whether it was the creature's powerful body, its soul, its spirit, or everything else that could be considered energy or power, everything was disrupted for a brief moment. Wang Chung summoned his desolate chains, which were not only virtually unbreakable, but they could also absorb a person's energy and power to weaken them. They bound the creature's limbs and 6 wings. Heaven and Earth Sword, most cultivation systems will come into contact with the power of heaven and earth at some point, and the origin system did it in the divine body realm. However, Yanhai's sword was not just doing that. The power mortal cultivators can borrow from the universe is akin to a single grain of sand on a beach. No, her sword was at least using a few % of the sand on the beach. This sword was as if true heavenly Tao itself took a moment to deal with the current situation. The beast watched as a colossal black sword descended from the sky, and for the first time, it felt something it was never designed to experience: fear. An intense and uncontrollable amount of fear overwhelmed its mind. The beast did what any animal would do when afraid. It ran away. Dugabatian regained experience, and he was now the one experiencing this existential dread. His mind worked faster than before for a solution before yelling. I'm using the last favor. You can't kill me today. The sword stopped. I've already used 2 of the 3 favors, and now I'm using the last one. Qiyuan looked at him with an ugly expression. At the peak of the Second Origin War, the opposite side realized he was the key to everything, meaning this war might end as long as they eliminated him. The way they approached this problem was by targeting his brothers. Li Ming escaped with great injuries, but these people reacted swiftly enough and sent even more people after Yanhai, forcing her to hide. Qiyuan could not leave his posts at the time, and even if he did, he could not save her alone. Additionally, everyone else was preoccupied with their post as their side was fighting on multiple fronts. As fate would have it, Dugabatian has just accomplished his objective for the war. So, Qiyuan had no choice but to ask him to save her. However, there was an immense risk involved, and based on the agreement they signed at the Grand Assembly, Dugabatian had the right to deny military orders if the risk was too high and it was apparent. Without much choice, Qiyuan came to an agreement with the latter. He would help the Grand Chancellor 3 times, with the caveat that these requests did not willingly put him in mortal danger and did not directly negatively impact the Tao opening sect. For the first favor, Dugabatian asked for help to capture someone, but Qiyuan needed to wipe his memories clean afterward. The second favor was during the ultimate taboo. Qiyuan did not remember precisely what had occurred, but it seemed Dugabatian had asked for help to acquire an item during one of the trials. Qiyuan weighed the pros and cons. Unfortunately, the con is a terrible backlash that would devastate the sect's luck and destiny. The capture of the Earth Sword God was enough of a victory for now. Fine, but now my karmic debt with you is paid. I know. Yanhai gritted her teeth before canceling the attack. She immediately received backlash for forcefully stopping and canceling such a powerful strike, which was beyond her capabilities. And with her previous injuries, she passed out and started free-falling from the void. Qiyuan immediately caught her and cast numerous healing spells to alleviate her situation. However, this was not enough, so he returned to the sect to use the best resources to stabilize her condition. Meanwhile, Dugabatian slowly returned to normal. "Let us go," he said with a severe expression before teleporting away. Chapter 1605, Pawn Dao Opening Sect. Yanhai floated in the air, encased in a golden dome. Qiyuan slowly fed her a pill, and the decaying aura around her rapidly declined. However, her skeletal-like appearance remained the same. "Why didn't TU buy a better pill?" Wang Chong asked with a frown. He wasn't the only one confused, as Li Ming wondered the same. "I checked, and we have a decent reserve of merit to buy a better pill," Li Ming added. "That's the reserve for the transcendent heaven will. I can't just use it. Why not?" Qiyuan transferred the information that occurred during the Grand Assembly, and they understood. Since the sect was asking everybody to hand over 70, it would be unfair to use it for any other reasons. Most of the fund was contributed by the kid, and he is pretty reasonable. "If you ask and give some benefit, he'll gladly accept you using it," Wang Chong said. "I know that, but I must talk to him first before using it," Qiyuan replied. Wang Wei was too vital to the sect's future. Therefore, sensitive topics like this must be approached with care. The last thing he needs is to create a fissure with Wang Wei, just like he almost did with Wang Chong. "Go and help him stop the kin people," Qiyuan said. "I'll keep watch on the sect." "All right." The two teleported away, appearing next to Bai Qi, the Terracotta General, and the Grand Preceptor, forcing them to stop their actions despite being really close to piercing through the array. "This does not involve you. The Qin court has legitimate cause for this war," Bai Qi said. "Legitimate? You hired a foreign power, and you have the gall to talk about legitimacy?" Li Ming said. "We have no idea who that person is or why they attack your people. Please do not smear our name without proper evidence," the Grand Preceptor said. "There is no point in trying to use political speak to stop us from intervening." Wang Chong. "The question now is whether you're willing to fight or not." Bai Qi frowned. He sensed the anomalous aura that Dugabatian had released and had been monitoring the fight. As such, he knew these two were probably tired and could not fight for long. The issue was his companion. Bai Qi's strength was relative to Li Ming, meaning he had a high chance of defeating the latter in this weakened state. However, even if you were to hand over the dynasty's luck to the others, Wang Chong would easily slaughter both the general and the Grand Preceptor, especially the latter, since he had just reached this level less than 30,000 yuan epoch ago. By now, the Grand Preceptor has only mastered his fourth ultimate skill. Can I defeat Li Ming faster than Wang Chong can send the others into limbo? The answer was obvious. Battle Maniac was renowned for his evasive techniques, making protracted battles his specialty. Ultimately, Bai chose the smarter move, doing nothing. The fate of the Origin Seal continent will be determined by the victor in their leader's battle. Although it pained him to fail his Majesty's mission, the latter should understand. "A little help, please," Wang Wei yelled. "We're coming." "Don't move," Bai Qi said. "Since you choose to back down." "Stay down," Li Ming said. "Just because I'm choosing to wait doesn't mean I'll allow you to help him." "And what if we insist?" "What are you going to do?" Wang Chong asked. "Do you want to escalate things?" "'Cause we can escalate things." Bai Qi sneered. They still had a few trump cards, like summoning the Great Wall. However, such an act would make the dynasty more vulnerable, so he didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. "Who are you bluffing?" If a white dragon flew into the distance and entered Wang Wei's forehead, with access to the sect's key luck dragon, he now had more means to deal with that black assassin saint. "It seems Brother Qiyuan wants us to keep the current balance." Wang Chong snorted coldly to himself. He wished they could act bolder and use this opportunity to weaken Qin. However, he also understood that Zheng and his dynasty could no longer be viewed the same way before the Grand Assembly. Grand Sect Alliance, Primal Hall. 5 thrones lay out in a circle, standing tall at the center of this gorgeous purple-gold hall with motifs of dragons, sages, and flowers. 4 people appeared in the room, and everyone immediately gazed at Dugabatian. Give me a few minutes. I need to deal with something, then we will talk about our plan to move forward. The Grand Chancellor did not wait for anyone to respond before disappearing. He teleported more than a dozen times to an extremely secure location before he reached his destination. He calmly gazed at a muscular elderly man in tattered clothes sitting cross-legged on top of a magic circle with chains attached to his forelimbs. Elder Strong Arm slowly opened his eyes. He immediately squinted before a large grin formed on his face. You finally bloom? Good. How was the power? Was it beyond what you could imagine? Did you feel invincible? A terrifying killing intent enveloped this prison, almost twisting the void. Luckily, the spatial structure of this place was heavily reinforced to ensure nothing can escape. Yes, that's it. That's why I chose you, that raw and concentrated rage. Give in to it. Let it fill you with power. Strong Arm laughed. His voice echoed in this empty dimension. Dugobatian quickly calmed down, his rage shifting from loud and aggressive to silent and deadly. I'm going to ask you one last time. Who sent you? What's the point of asking something so pointless? Strong Arm replied casually. Answer me. You know the answer, don't you? Strong Arm smiled. I want you to say it with your mouth. Well, that will not be happening, he shrugged. A ferocious light flashed in Dugobatian's eyes. Today is the last time I'll ask you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Threatening me with death? That's the biggest joke I've heard in a long time, Strong Arm chuckled. Boy, I've only stayed with you to wait until the day you bloom. Now that I have happened, my mission is done. I'm a bit disappointed that you regained control, but I have enough data to report. Well, it was nice knowing. I'm sure we'll see each other again. Wait. Thousands of arrays manifested above the old man, but not a single one could stop him from killing himself. Damn it, Dugobatian cursed as he annihilated this dimension with one strike. He exhaled deeply to slowly reduce his intense heartbeat. Is it really the work of the Desire Heart Palace? Numerous memories flashed in his mind, and he reanalyzed them for the millionth time. Everything started when Strong Arm fed him this red flower that nourished his Tao foundation and granted him the talent to compete with his father. From then on, the latter has had a profound influence on all significant events. Strong Arm was the one who warned him of his upcoming fate in the First Origin War. He advised Dugobatian on the creation of the Grand Sect Alliance, and even taught him a method to perfectly combine loose key luck into a perfect whole. With this advantage, Dugobatian was aggressive as he forced numerous factions to join the outer court of the Alliance by any means necessary, and then combined their loose key luck into a thriving destiny. His relationship with Strong Arm was similar to that of father and son, until the day Dugobatian became a primal. When his soul was sublimated after receiving the title, he finally became aware of the parasites within his sea of consciousness, which terrified him to his core. Strong Arm was the only person he could talk to about such a secret and worrying matter, but Dugobatian noticed the latter's anomaly during their talk. Betrayal is one of the greatest pains someone can experience, especially coming from a father figure. After figuring out what had happened, Dugobatian started planning a way out. He waited for years, continuing to maintain his previous relationship with Strong Arm while waiting for the perfect opportunity. Then, Kiyun came into the equation. With his help, Strong Arm was successfully captured. Sadly, the latter refused to divulge any information, prompting Dugobatian to work alone to deal with his situation. And, until now, he has been quite successful. An orb appeared in Dugobatian's palm, and he observed it as it continuously changed color. The emotion spectrum orb was a double-edged sword. Studying and unraveled its secrets was the key to freeing himself of this curse, and maybe even using its power for himself. However, the process of using it seemed to accelerate the growth of the parasites, and he has reached the point where he lost control after experiencing death. Time was running out for Dugobatian, and he knew it. Luckily, the exchange list and the upcoming disaster were an opportunity for him. I still need to know who my enemy is, he thought before activating a communication talisman. Direct messaging across source worlds was temporarily impossible due to the Hong protective system, but delayed messages could still be sent or received. Dugobatian sent a message to his shadow agency, which he had tasked with searching for people from the Desire Heart Palace. It did not matter who was plotting against him. One day, he will flip the board, escape his fate, and turn these people into his pawn. The Grand Chancellor exhaled. He took a few minutes to eliminate all traces of the prison or anything that had occurred here. What happened in his battle has already revealed too much information to the world that he was comfortable with. The last thing he would want would be for people to get more information that can be used against him. Dugobatian finally returned to the Alliance, preparing to confront the impending political disaster. Chapter 1606, Ji Lishuan Ji Clan Mansion. An elderly man dressed in simple black clothes stared at a chessboard. He looked ordinary, not only in his physical appearance, but with no aura that could give anyone an indication of his personality, Tao, or ambition. The world around this ordinary man was an ocean of blue. From the grass, the trees, the clouds, the mountains, and even the life forms, everything was blue and incredibly peaceful. Elder Ji Lishuan suddenly felt something and stopped staring at the chessboard. He slowly waved his hand, and strong arms slowly materialized in front of him, atom by atom, spirit particle by spirit particle. The latter immediately bowed. Ancestor, show me. Strong arm, whose real name was Ji Lungshi, removed a strange aura from his body, which condensed into an orb. The object flew into Ji Lishuan's hands, and with a thought, it began to display the fight between Dugobatian and Yanhai. This version still cannot assimilate the cultivator's intelligence and wisdom. Ji Lishuan talked to himself as he observed. The beast's strength was between the immortal and saint stage, but retained the ability to evolve by absorbing more emotions. Even if it grew all 12 wings, its strength would still be twice weaker than a one-pillar saint. Ji Lishuan frowned. What's more, this thing has lost the abomination's ability to instill fear and madness through emotions. He sighed deeply. Ji Lishuan started this project for the same reason all saints in the clan did, to find a way to break from the limitation of their bloodline and enter the realm of Tribunal Saint. Unfortunately, so far, only a few of these things have bloomed, and the result has been subpar. Could I achieve my goal by using quantity over quality for the fusion? Different emotions fueled the sentiment parasites, so Ji Lishuan hoped that by finding the right host and cultivating them to a high enough level, he could then transform them into the purest form of emotion energy to surpass the limit of his bloodline. However, his project failed because they could not cultivate a proper primordial saint, even the weakest one. Ji Lishuan calculated whether there was a chance of success if he used numerous primals instead. But he soon shook his head. He would need too many primals, and even then, the emotional energy he would create would not be nearly enough to elevate him to a higher level. It would just be icing on the cake. The good news is this project finally has some use, Ji Lishuan thought. The sentiment parasite could be modified into a soldier training program for the clan. As long as they find some decent boundless paragons that fit the respective emotion of the parasite, they could create an army of mighty armor that can easily conquer any world without a saint. More importantly, Ji Lishuan can finally receive some reward for this long project. Lungshi, you did well, Ji Lishuan praised. He was not just saying these words. This project has existed for a long time, and since its inception, only 36 people have found the right target that eventually led to its blooming. Above all, rage was one of the emotions with the least amount of data, and his success has completed Ji Lishuan's first round of experiment. I only wish for the clan as prosperity, Ji Lungshi immediately said. For your reward, you have two choices, the Blonde Pond or the Soul Glyph. The Blonde Pond. Ji Lungshi immediately answered with no hesitation. He chose to work for Ancestor Lishuan in this long and arduous mission because of his low talent, which can only be remedied by purifying his bloodline in the Blood Pond. All right, Ye Lishuan nodded. This was the wrong choice in his mind. But he did not persuade the latter. For clan members with such low talent, the bloodline path was the best approach. So, a token flew from his hand into Ji Lungshi, who held it tighter than if he were embracing the love of his life. Ji Lungshi disappeared, leaving the ancestor to his thoughts. The next stage of the research can officially begin, and Ji Lishuan has been planning for a while. His idea is to create a parasite with all 6 emotions and 7 desires, and implant it on a talented cultivator in the womb. The sentiment parasite can then absorb whatever emotions are needed to grow throughout the cultivator's life. Ji Lishuan did not immediately start working on the project. He first sent out a mission to choose the guardian of this new test subject before teleporting to a secret location of the clan. It was time for him to receive his reward for this project. Eternal Ascension World, Grand Sect Alliance, Primal Hall. As soon as Dugabatian appeared on the throne, the tension in the room intensified. The hall was quiet for a good 20 seconds before Glasspen's sage spoke. "Aren't you going to give us an explanation?" "No." "And why is that?" "Because it's none of your business?" "The leader of our alliance can turn into a rampaging monster at a moment's notice. And you dare say it's not our business?" Glasspen sneered. "So what do you want?" Dugabatian asked calmly while gazing into his eyes. "Do you want me to abdicate my post? Do you understand the fate that will befall all of you if the alliance falls apart? You will lose control of the literary way. Beast King will be hunted down by the Sacred Mountain and the Cave for using the blood of their race. And you, Gentle Soil, will be locked inside a dimension to cultivate rare herbs for the rest of your life. And what will happen to you without us?" Glasspen retorted. "How many people have you offended? How many want to tear you apart? Well, you might be able to survive with your unparalleled strength, but what about the Saint? Will she have any issue eradicating you if killing you has no repercussions on the entire alliance?" "Exactly," Dugabatian said. "We need each other to survive. So instead of questioning me, why don't we focus on how to deal with the current emergency?" Beast King raised his hand to stop Glasspen. "Our goal is the same, but we also need some guarantee that you're not an unpredictable variable." Dugabatian exhaled as a deep rage and killing intent flashed deep in his eyes. If he had the strength, why would he need to suffer this humiliation? He could have just suppressed these people and forced them to obey. "After I conquered my father, I swore to conquer the world to prevent anyone from ever taking something from me, from making me feel as weak and insignificant as him, to truly control my fate, but I have a long way to go. I have everything under control, I give you my word. Most importantly, the exchange list has the means to fix the issue permanently. It will be dealt with as soon as I have enough merit. Since the Chancellor has given his words, I think we should trust him," Gentle Soil calmly said, shifting all eyes to her. Despite being the weakest, her role has always been the most important. Sword Earth God is always on Dugabatian's side, and Glasspen and Beast King usually ally to balance these two. Therefore, the final vote usually comes down to Gentle Soil. The unfortunate thing is that 8 out of 10 times, she votes in Dugabatian's favor. And this time around, she also made her choice. "Fine," Glasspen said, relaxing his brow. "The balance of power has forever shifted, meaning there will be plenty of opportunity to weaken control from Dugabatian. What do we do now?" The goal remained the same: eradicate the Emperor in Lightning Academy. "Should we focus on how to retrieve Earth's Sword God?" Gentle Soil asked. "For now, there is no feasible way for that to happen," Dugabatian replied. "What if they kill him?" Beast King asked. "They know that sending him to Limbo is pointless, and I have access to his Chrono Spirit to help him fight. He'll be fine for a while." The others squinted. How close must they be for a primal to hand over access to their Chrono Spirit? Even Dao companions who have been married for trillions of yuan epochs might not be this close. "You said that Ing Zheng would distract Buddhism to prevent them from rescuing Kong. Did it deliver on his promise?" Glasspen asked. Dugabatian's eyes flashed red after hearing that name. Today he had lost so much, all because he agreed to work with that bastard, Ing Zheng. It's almost as if the moment he made their deal, Dugabatian's luck immediately started to decline. "Let's see how things turn out for you." Otherwise, he'll be the one dealing with you, Dugabatian thought. Let's see if he kept his words. A shadow suddenly condensed in the middle of the 5 thrones and bowed respectfully. Report, Dugabatian said. Chapter 1607. Destiny is fulfilled. The 10,000 Buddha Haven closed their mountains a while ago, and the kin people sent this recording, the shadow replied as he activated a talisman that showed an image of all of Buddhism's primal, floating in the air, their bodies releasing intense golden light. An intense power of destiny was accidentally released from the saint's seclusion dimension, and it seems they are now too focused on preventing it from destroying the entire haven. So, Kin delivered on his promise, Dugabatian muttered while squinting. In that case, let us not waste time. The 4 kings looked at each other before nodding. They then each summoned 10 peak paragons before teleporting directly above the Emperor Enlightening Academy. The surrounding void was blocked, almost as if someone was expecting trouble. However, with all these powerhouses, the array blocking the space was torn apart. Dozens of powerful strikes descended from the heavens, shaking the entire domain. Emperor Kong vomited a large mouthful of blood. He flew into the sky while yelling, "Call Buddhism for help. No, call anyone we have a good relationship with for help." He waved his hand in the air to summon a projection of the heavenly court, which then collapsed to reinforce the sect's formation. Boom! 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 The Grand Sect Alliance was ruthless. They did not utter a word, make no grand speech, or use any political excuse. Their goal was a single thing: to eradicate this potential future threat. Destiny might be against them, but today they will use absolute power to give the middle finger to fate. Master, no one is answering, Susha replied. She tried to remain calm, but the worry was evident in her eyes. Kong did not say anything. He summoned one of his trump cards, a primal artifact. His luck has been great recently, so he found this thing on his way to the Grand Assembly. The artifact was an ancient cauldron from the era of the Eternal Tao sect. The thing even contained a hint of luck, which meant that it was from a powerful faction during the Tribulation era. Kong did not hesitate to fuse it into the sect's protective array to bolster his defense. Such quick thinking should have bought him more time, but his actions only accelerated things. After seeing his actions, Dugabatian did not hesitate to start using 6-tier Grand Construct skills, and the others followed. Kong then used his second trump card, 6-layer Defense Talisman. A sect can create an array that is similar to a Grand Construct skill, meaning they draw power or are boosted by the 6 Grand Constructs. However, the power of these types of arrays depends on the skill of the array master and whether they have someone who has completely mastered the utilization of the Grand Construct. The top overlords are considered as such because they have people who have mastered all 6 constructs and have array masters to establish these construct arrays. Unfortunately, these things require a lot of resources to maintain for even 1 minute, meaning they will only be used when necessary. Kong's talisman was something he received right after he became the destined one of this catastrophe. It was a sign that heaven and earth cared about his safety in the face of the upcoming catastrophe, but now he had no choice but to use it to protect his foundation. Unlike arrays, this construct talisman did not require a copious amount of Tao sources to operate, but it also meant it could only last a few seconds. Luckily, that is what Kong wanted. Boom! 4 terrifying auras appeared in the distance, and based on how they presented themselves, it was apparent they wanted the world to know they had come to interfere in this conflict. Hope flashed in all the Academy's people. Maybe today, they will survive this intense civil war. Dugabatian calmly looked at these priests before activating a talisman. 4 more auras locked on these people before blocking their path. The Yi ancestor from the Myriad Clan Union, Old Man Black Chess, the Sea Race Primal, and the True Essence Lineage Primal showed up to block these Taoists. The eternal truth of this world has always been balanced, and someone in the Grand Chancellor's position understood this clearly. Dugabatian calmly looked at Kong, who was behind the array. Today, you cannot escape your fate of destruction. He summoned a pillar of light that brought with it the wrath of a tyrant. This attack almost tore apart the Academy's defense. And they only survived because Kong used a secret technique that boosted his strength for a Dao injury. Despite the constant pain and weakness, Paragon Kong gritted his teeth as he used even more life-saving trump cards. He once bought something called the Creation Unbound card from the exchange list, which temporarily removed the limits from creation life forms. The card was the cheapest way Kong could think to form a primal tier powerhouse for the Academy. So, without any limitation, he summoned the most powerful of his creations from his Grand Mist world. A handsome scholar with a subtle but strong aura appeared in the sky. His first instinct was to look at the sky to see if tribulations would come to annihilate him. He sighed in relief after seeing the clear clouds. Kong knew this was not enough and used something else. The Academy had a secret realm that went slightly above the limit of time dilation. It's the remains of the heaven and earth wonders that allow his rapid growth during the Seven Moon era. He did not hesitate to sacrifice this thing, try to use the slight aura or essence it contained from when it was once a wonder. While the creation life form bought them a few seconds or less, Kong planned to use the secret realm's power to teleport the entire Academy to an unknown void and hide away. As long as they last until the saint shows up, they will have survived this catastrophe. Kong's swift action was admirable, but he underestimated the capabilities of an overlord. As he was about to start the teleportation process, magic circles materialized from inside his academy and sealed the time secret realm. His complexion paled as he realized what had happened. Traitors or spies. He thought he had cleaned up all the rats inside his academy, but he underestimated the capabilities of these top factions that have ruled the world for eons. Su Shi, Lin Fan, Bai Han, and the Devil Paragon swiftly eradicated the traitors, killing anyone they deemed suspicious. But that meant nothing since the deal was already done. Meanwhile, Dugu Batian took this opportunity. A magic circle appeared above his head, allowing him to combine the strength of all the primals and peak paragons for a mighty strike. No! Kong screamed, but it was too late. Well, it should have been. Someone had barely blocked this attack. Master Shang, the old man said, I know you will survive this. His body slowly dissipated. Again, Kong said, biting his teeth so hard that he bled. This was the 5th time in his life that he felt absolutely powerless. Visions of his time with the master flashed in his mind. This was the man who started his cultivation journey, the man who taught right from wrong, the man who made him into who he is today. Master Shang was not just his teacher, but a father figure. A significant portion of Emperor Kong's motivation is to show Master Shang a bright and prosperous academy and literary Tao. However, he will never have this opportunity again. Kong controlled his anger, since this was not the time for sorrow. He summoned his golden body of merit and sacrificed it. In one instant, a golden light spread throughout the academy. The golden light created a protective dome that reassured everybody. Kong then used his blood to remove the seal on the time secret realm. But was this of any of us? No. A white dragon manifested in the sky, showing the majesty of the key luck of an overlord faction. After blessing it with their group's power, Dugu Batian's control, the creature released a potent breath attack that instantly annihilated the golden dome. How sentimental, he sneered. If Kong kept the golden body, he would only capture the latter until he found another sage to kill him, or choose someone as a sacrifice to bear the curse for killing a sage. Unfortunately, the latter sacrificed it to preserve this small academy. While he was sneering at his enemy, Dugu Batian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His danger sense went on overdrive. His eyes followed the source. Stop him, he roared. All eyes turned to Lin Fan in the back. They all attacked at once, but the Academy's key luck dragon condensed into a shield to protect him, allowing Lin Fan to continue. I used my blood as the medium and the destiny of the world to release you from your eternal prison, Lin Fan chanted. I only wish you to defeat my enemy. As soon as he finished these words, a black gate with chains of laws slowly materialized between heaven and earth. The world suddenly froze, and any life that was below the Paragon realm stopped moving. In fact, even regular Paragons could only slowly move in this temporal chaos. The chains slowly dissipated until a towering black hand with claws reached out from beyond the gate toward the Grand Sect Alliance. Dugubatian reacted the fastest and ran away, followed by the others. But one person was too slow to react, Gentle Soil. Her body was instantly atomized by the hand. As the black hand slowly faded, numerous lights flew out of the gate. Most of these lights headed directly into the sky, while a few scattered throughout the eternal ascension world. The lights that headed upward soon reached the edge of the world, but as they were about to escape, the Hong protective system activated. Less than 10 of these thousands of lights passed through the system, while the rest were shot back down into the world. The gate disappeared, and time resumed. The world was in shock, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a serious look on his face as he muttered, "Destiny is fulfilled. The Chaos Demon Gods have returned to the world." Chapter 1608, The Chaos Demon Gods Situation, Unedited Chapter, Eternal Ascension World. Lightning, striking realm, tranquility, heavenly abode. The One-Eye Taoist was renowned among loose cultivators for several reasons. First, it was his strength. He was not only a peak paragon, but he had mastered a prototype of an ultimate skill, which made him a cut above most other loose cultivators. Secondly, his territory, the lightning striking realm, created a resource known as lightning bamboo, which can help people survive 1 or 2 strikes from the immemorial tribulation. This realm was not valuable enough for the overlords to fight over, so they allowed the One-Eye Taoist to take it over as long as he sold some to them. Of course, the primary beneficiary of this resource is loose cultivators. The third reason for his fame was that he had once been a proper Taoist priest, but was expelled from the palace for his poor conduct. There are rumors that the Taoist's expulsion was just a ploy from the Tao Beginning Palace to turn him into a spy in the loose cultivator community. While this is technically not true, the One-Eye Taoist never refuted these rumors and is not above using them for his advantage. Above all, his power and influence have indeed increased his communication and dealings with the palace. Recently, the One-Eye Taoist's reputation has improved because Heavenly Tao chose his domain as one of the few areas granted a silver pillar. The increased traffic has drastically increased his resources. However, loose cultivators do not respect authorities. Therefore, he had to suppress a few as a warning. Like everybody, the Taoist was watching this civil war with bated breath. While he was too weak to participate, he wanted nothing more than for all these people to kill each other, leaving a power vacuum that he could fight for. Sadly, he knew this was only his wishful thinking, although many more share this wish. That did not matter since it wouldn't happen. While the One-Eye Taoist was still in shock about the Black Gate, a light entered his body and immediately absorbed his soul. This old Taoist, whose cultivation source was still based on Taoism, did not have the opportunity to resist or even scream as he was possessed. What is going on? Am I back? Ha ha ha, I'm back. After so many years, the Fire Chaos Demon God, Fusan, had returned. Fuck you, Grand Dao, and fuck you, Pangu. I finally escaped. Ha ha ha. Fusan laughed maniacally for a good 5 minutes. He was lucky that this cultivation above had sound isolation arrays. After calming down, Fusan finally started to observe his situation. Why the fuck am I in such a weak body? He muttered. The only time he was this weak was right after exiting his chaos egg. In other words, after his birth. Fusan observed himself. He was a middle-aged man dressed in black Taoist robes, with a full head of white hair, one empty eye socket, a goatee, and a slender physique. No, not just my body, even my soul is so weak. The only good thing about this body is its Tao shape. Fusan frowned as he analyzed this new body. Fuck, why is my origin missing so much? His body released a violent aura. With his missing origin, he basically lost most of his cultivation and will need a long time to return to his peak. I need to calm the fuck down. Nothing will be worse than that damn forsaken prison, Fusan thought. Since he was alive and free, he could start cultivating and repairing his origin. So, He closed his eyes to begin to meditate. He first stated by drawing the energy from the environment. What is this power? It's useless for body tempering, but it seems a great way to boost understanding. Is it called Dao Qi? Not bad. With this boost in understanding, Fusan started the main step to rebuilding his origin. Then he paused. What the fuck? He yelled. Where are the origin laws? He extended his senses until he found something. What the fuck is this? Grande source? It's so structured and unnecessarily complicated. Where are the familiar and easy-to-use origin laws? No, I need to return to primordial chaos. Fusan was about to fly away when he suddenly remembered what had happened to him as soon as he exited the prison. He cursed again before calming down and reviewing this bogus memories to understand the world. He wanted to know what had happened to his world. Fuck. This place is now full of rules and restrictions. It might as well have been another prison, Fusan yelled. Everything he knew had changed. The world was no longer chaotic and was full of order and rules. I knew this would happen when that bitch Grandau, ordered us to start creating worlds and other life forms. Fusan cursed as he released a flame that incinerated everything inside this abode. All the buildings, scenery, and the one-eyed Taoist-esque family and loved ones. I need to calm down. Just like Brother de Quiusi used to say, I must learn to adapt to any situation, Fusan exhaled. He connected to the grand Tao source again to continue his cultivation. However, his lips soon twitched. The amount of power he could absorb was limited. Fusan controlled himself and started using this thing called the source key space. Damn it, at this rate, how long will it take me to return to the Saint Realm? In his era, he could not truly sense the passage of time, so it did not matter how long it took him to retreat. However, this era made it abundantly clear how each passing second feels. It was excruciating how slow things seemed for someone like Fusan. No, I can't take this long. What if someone recovers faster than I? More importantly, how long will it take for me to have my revenge on Pangu or Grandau? Fusan thought. While all the Chaos Demon gods have the same two enemies, the condition of the prisons also created great animosity between them. Fusan thought about it carefully. Although all the Chaos Demon gods considered themselves brothers and sisters, he was closest to his 5-element brothers. Of the group, their sister, Shua, was the smartest, and she taught Fusan to control his temper and think critically in any situation. I can probably accelerate my recovery if I absorb those paragons who cultivate the flame Grandau source. Fusan calculated with greed in his eyes. Once my origin is completed, I can start hunting the other 4 elements' origin and combining them to finally become a Grandau saint. One way or another, Fusan will have his revenge. A calm aura emanated from his body. Now that he had a plan, Fusan felt more at ease. He finally noticed the devastation around him and frowned. This world has a saint, meaning the chances of his identity being found out and putting him in danger have dramatically increased. So, the best thing he can do now is to hide himself and use the identity he has been given as a cover. Without a choice, he fixed the damage he had caused, including reviving the people he had killed. Fusan was not the only person in his current predicament. 90 of the spirits or obsession that escaped from the Black Gate were forced to inhabit a body. The worst part is that they were scattered everywhere, and they ignored most defenses. So, whether it was the overlords, the danger areas, or even the hidden dimensions where the mortals were secured, some poor sap had their souls replaced by a chaos demon god. Origin Seal City. Wang Wei was observing and analyzing the situation. Some things finally clicked together. For example, what did Lin Fan discover from the luck stones in Qin? It was most likely the method of freeing those chaos demon gods. He glanced at the sky. Their release was not just because of years of planning, but also a part of Grandau's plan. This was obvious since Lin Fan's incantation stated he was using his blood as a medium and the world's destiny. Only a world that was the semi-center of the chaos universe could offer the destiny required to release these people from their prisons without drastically decreasing the overall key luck of the entire Source Chaos world. And in return for their freedom, most of the weaker Chaos demon gods have a karmic debt to the Eternal Ascension world, which they must repay during the catastrophe, Wang Wei concluded. There were so many layers to this release. In the process of repaying their debt, the Eternal Ascension world will not only recuperate the lost destiny, but also meet the requirement to become the Universe Destiny Center. Then, Grand Tao can finally launch the Transcendent Age. By the time the Chaos Demon Gods have returned to their peak, the Transcendent Age will have enough saints to balance them out, making them a relatively strong faction, but not enough to dominate everything. Everything is destined. Everything is already written down, Wang Wei sighed. Despite how he speaks about Grand Tao, he has never truly looked down on her. But no matter how much he thinks he overestimated the latter's ability, something happens to make him realize he was still too conservative. I'm glad Grand Tao abides by so many rules. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a chance to escape my fate, Wang Wei sighed to himself. He was fortunate that Grand Tao required people to struggle and revolt, as a completely controlled world would mean a stagnant universe. Wang Wei looked in the Academy's direction. He could not forget that black door, even if he wanted to. I wonder why these Chaos Demon Gods were imprisoned. Shouldn't they be rewarded for trying to stop Pangu? Wang Wei thought. However, this thought had just flashed through his mind when the seal started to malfunction. Damn it. Haven't you had enough? Chapter 1609. Not yet. This was not supposed to happen. Like he thought. His sight immediately shifted to the location of the 10,000 Buddha Haven. All of that, and she didn't wake up? Such a massive change in the world should have easily alerted the most powerful entity in the Eternal Ascension world. As much faith as this general, known for his cruelty, believed in Ing Zheng's ability, he also understood there was no way Mithria would not have woken up from his chaos and turbulence. Someone must have intervened by Qi analyzed, and without analyzing much, there was only one answer, Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei was not the only person who deduced that Heavenly Tao has been playing a grand scheme since the Tribulation era. These top factions know that in the upcoming era, while Heavenly Tao still favors the native, she has no problem sacrificing all of them as long as the foreigners change their citizenship status. Bai Qi looked over and saw a terrifying aura emanating from Wang Wei's seal. He frowned as he noticed Wang Chong and Li Ming become restless once again. Prepare to summon the Great Wall, he said to his companions, forcing those two to stop. I think he's bluffing, Wang Chong said to Li Ming through divine sense. Let us just fight and suppress them as swiftly as possible. Li Ming contemplated the best course of action, but before he made a decision, Wang Wei had already acted. A karmic line connected to the void in the distance manifested above his head. It seems the kid has it under control. Wang Wei had a serious look on his face. The assassin, or more likely, the Black Order assassin Saint's current reaction was not random. The latter must have detected what just occurred and was heavily interested. As a citizen of the world, the assassin was more than qualified to participate in the world's events, which also meant the saint could indirectly interfere. Foreign intervention in this world's affairs was inevitable. The benefit involved in the creation of a Destiny Center world was simply too much for the current overlords and everybody else to eat alone. Above all, Heavenly Tao was essentially encouraging more people to intervene as she needed more destiny to complete her ascension. Regardless of the future, Wang Wei could not allow such early intervention from outsiders. I need your help one more time, and the fate between us will finally be severe. Fine. A woman of unparalleled beauty, despite the face cover she wore, materialized next to Wang Wei. As soon as she appeared, even the cold-hearted Bai Qi, who sees all life as nothing but flesh and bones, could not help but give her a passing glance. What should I do? Sun Junyao asked. Follow my lead. Wang Wei's plan was simple. Harness all the power with a hint of transcendence for a permanent seal. So, he started by harmonizing the perfection nature of his body and Sun Junyao to draw its power. He then added his transcendent luck and all the power of nothingness inside his nothingness wheel to form the most potent seal he could muster. A translucent cube enveloped the Earth's sphere. Preparing to end all of this nonsense, the Black Order assassin Saint seemed to feel something and released even more power. Unfortunately, Blue Ember was still a paragon, meaning there was a limit to how much power her vessel could utilize before being destroyed. The cube solidified into a white metallic surface, signaling the complexion of this seal. Wang Wei's face became paler than winter snow, and Sun Junyao almost fell from the sky. However, Wang Wei didn't have time for all of this. He immediately closed his eyes to sense their fate line. He waved his finger and severed it without any hesitation. A broken sound echoed between heaven and earth, followed by a peaceful aura emanating from both of them. Wang Wei was free, and so was Sun Junyao. From now on, they had no restraint or qualm about pursuing other people to ensure a rich and fulfilling love life. With such a clear mind, Sun Junyao immediately felt the urge to cultivate. So, she set up some basic protection before closing her eyes. Then, in a matter of minutes, her cultivation rose from 94 to 98. However, even with such absurd progress, she was not the primary focus. After so many years of this thing looming over his head, Wang Wei finally built enough karma between them to sever their connection, and it was just in time before the disaster. He has made many predictions on how this love-fate line would be used to force him into a relationship with Sun Junyao, and the answer was kind of obvious. Just like in the other timeline, Wang Wei and her would be entangled in many life and death situations together, forcing them to develop feelings. Wang Wei would love to believe that with his personality and iron will, he would never fall for such a ploy. However, that would be underestimating fate, and he wouldn't team make such a mistake. In his predictions with the highest possibility of becoming real, he fell in love with Sun Junyao because his soul and existence were injured, and he lost all his memories. His new self fell in love with her, and by the time he regained his memories, it was too late. When he tried to erase those emotions, it shattered his psyche and created a second persona, which he eventually separated from himself. In the end, that persona became another entity with his face and lived happily ever after with Sun Junyao. Wang Wei's newfound freedom was a nourishment to his mind, allowing him also to enter a state of epiphany. In just a matter of minutes, his aura drastically improved as he perfected his last ultimate skill. The foundation for his Timar skill was still fate. He created a way for his chrono spirit to use divination to find his opponent's time mark and kill them in the required period. This was the moment, the time when Wang Wei finally entered the highest echelon of power of the old era. In just a few seconds, heaven and earth will bless him with the title of primal and optimize his soul. However, Wang Wei forcefully stopped the creation of the technique just as he reached 99.999 and opened his eyes. Li Ming and Wang Chong looked at him in puzzlement, and they were not the only ones. Bai Qi and the Grand Preceptor wanted to intercept him, but they sensed a third aura locking them, which was probably a warning from Qiyuan. Wang Wei did not explain. He still remembered the issue of his time nexus, so he would not stupidly become a primal in such an open area. He'll wait until everything here is finished and do it in a secure location surrounded by people he trusts. The good news is he can do it at a moment's notice, meaning he should reach that level before the disaster. Thank you for your help, Wang Wei said. No, I should be the one to thank you, Sun Junyao replied. This epiphany was not just an increase in cultivation, but a spiritual awakening. All her life, Sun Junyao's behavior was determined by things she could not control, whether it was her beauty imposed on her by Grand Tao, or fate who has long chosen who her love was. She has only been reacting and accepting whatever life has thrown at her. She has never taken the time to think of herself, to consider what she wanted or who she wanted to be. But all of this stops now. From now on, she will not let the world or anyone else's views of her dictate what she does. She will discover herself and live by her own values. Wang Wei was surprised. For a brief moment, he did not see Wu Hong's face when he looked at the upper half of Sun Junyao's face. Instead, he saw a blurry image, like a mosaic picture from a video game. Congratulations on your self-discovery. Sun Junyao smiled, which Wang Wei noticed was different from her natural and effortless, enchanting smile, but a calmer, more peaceful, and down-to-earth one. A smile that a human could make. Instead of this otherworldly beauty that embodies the perfect creation. Tell the Empress I would like to talk once this is all over. I will, Wang Wei gently nodded. Despite how negatively their fate was intertwined, he had no ill will towards Sun Junyao. He hoped she would find happiness and prosperity, preferably as a member of the Origin Seal continent. After watching her teleport away, he exhaled deeply before focusing on the white cube. He waved his hand to put it away, then focused on his ancestors. We could talk once all of this is over. No problem, Wang Chong smiled. We will take care of things here, so you can rest. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. He was not a true primal, whose soul had been optimized, so he was exhausted. Plus, he did not dare use too much of the reserve soul energy for today's battle. Chapter 1610. The main event starts just as Wang Wei was about to leave. A space tear materialized, followed by an aura of intense rage. Song Jiang appeared while looking at the Grand Preceptor as if the old man were the vilest thing between heaven and earth. Everybody paused briefly before Wang Wei suddenly reacted. He activated the Continent S-Array to block the entire domain, preventing anything from coming or leaving. Li Ming and Wang Chong glanced at each other from the corner of their eyes before instantly reacting. Li Ming clashed directly with Bai Qi, while Wang Chong headed for the Terracotta General. Wang Wei followed and teamed up with Wang Chong. Song Jiang did not know what was going on, but that did not stop him from attacking the Grand Preceptor. Wang Wei focused on supporting. He would move around the puppet and release his soul attack at key moments to disrupt the latter. By using the Continent S false constructs, he increased his connection to the real thing, allowing him to use 6-tier grand skills. However, his greatest contribution was not his fighting prowess, but the battle of Chronos' spirit. With the two working together, it was only a matter of time before this puppet was history. Bai Qi knew this quite well, so he no longer hesitated and summoned the Great Wall. This artifact is special for several reasons. Firstly, it inherited the spirit of the Great Wall from the prehistoric world. When Ying Zheng was reincarnated, Hong Jun gave him a few gifts, and the spirit of the wall was one of them, along with the spirits of many loyal Qin officers. Before his second reincarnation, Ying Zheng had the wall absorb all the luck of the Qin dynasty in the upper zone world. The wall was further nourished by the process of reincarnation, making it a unique artifact by any standards. Unfortunately, all of this meant nothing since Wang Wei had blocked this domain, temporarily stopping the wall's descent. A gargantuan palm with the power of origin descended from the sky above Qin's capital. The wall's spirit immediately abandoned the summon and returned to its eternal duty of protecting the dynasty. Everything will be fine as long as Qin still stands. Bai Qi's indifferent expression became colder. The Terracotta General will not last long. Unlike Lai Pai Qi, it was not a true primal in the first place. It was designed to be at its most powerful when guarding Qin and using the power of the Great Wall. But now, it was far away from its source of power and isolated from Qin. The General's fate was already written in the walls. Bai Qi was a decisive man. It's one of his characteristics that allowed him to go on expeditions for Qin in 3 lifetimes, killing all enemies in his path. Before this war, His Majesty gave him a last resort in case things went awry, a talisman created from the power of the butterfly jade pendant. It was supposed to be used in case Methriel woke up early and decided not to deal with the situation peacefully. But now, he had no choice but to retreat. As a light enveloped him and the others, Li Ming acted. He used one of his unique skills, Duplicate. Every heaven-chosen will, at one point, use the tactics of using their opponent's technique to deal a mental blow. Duplicate started as such, but later, Li Ming used it to increase his fighting skills. However, The most excellent use of this skill was not to copy others, but to copy the people closest to him. At the primal level, all skills are unique, and without the right Tao or enough knowledge to make up for the gap, it's impossible to copy them 100%, unless the person gives you permission or access. Qiyuan, Yin Hai, and even Wang Chong had no issue giving him access. Li Ming used duplicate to summon Yin Hai's recently created attack, Heaven and Earth Sword. He did not think he could kill his target, but it was enough to disrupt their ability to teleport. Battle Maniac ensured to target the Terracotta General to ensure success. The sound of the void breaking spread everywhere before revealing a puppet with numerous wounds. Li Ming, Wang Chong, Wang Wei, and Song Jiang all attacked together. In less than 10 seconds, the puppet was sealed. In 5 minutes or less. They found his time mark. Who wants to do the honor? Wang Wei asked. Li Ming did not hesitate to shake his head as he wiped the blood from his nose. He did not expect the backlash for using Yin Hai's sword would be so terrible. Wang Chong opened his mouth, but was cut off. I'll do it, Song Jiang said with an almost tangible hatred oozing out of his eyes. No one rejected, so Song Jiang entered the river of time to finish things off. With the time mark, he erased the Terracotta General from the time stream without any consequences. Brother Qiyuan is waiting for you, Li Ming said. Is something the matter? You could say that, but we can wait until this is over. Wang Wei frowned. He was not paying much attention to other fights. He sensed the aura of that weird rage monster, but he was too occupied with the Black Order assassin Saint to know what had happened to Yin Hai. I'll immediately see him once Hong returns. That's fine. The others left, and Wang Wei looked in the distance. The battle between the tribal sacred mountain and the demon god cave was intense, with the latter suffering immense casualties. However, the struggle of primals was relatively equal, with the demon race having the advantage. Grand Sect Alliance. Dugabatian opened his eyes with a deep frown. Even the best pill he could buy with all the merit available to him was not enough to completely heal the injury to his existence. However, none of that was as important as the current state of the Alliance. The Earth Sword God was sealed, and Gentle Soil was eradicated by a higher existence hierarchy, meaning she was truly dead. And that's not mentioning how the other primals should be in a similar situation to him, if not worse. He glanced in the distance, observing the Alliance's luck. A sneer flashed on his face. I haven't been injured for more than 10 minutes, and you people are already planning on how to take power. He activated a communication, and a charming voice soon rang in his ears. Chancellor, shouldn't you be licking your wound? Why are you contacting me of all people? Did you miss our wild and passionate night? I don't have time for your nonsense. Then, what do you have time for? The Heavenly Serpent Empress mused. I need you to do something for me. You, of all people, need something from me? This should be interesting. I need you to attack the Alliance, Dugu Batian calmly said. You can kill and plunder as much as you want, and I promised I won't stop you. I'm even willing to sign a binding oath not to retaliate. Ah, Lu, Chuntao exhaled. I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Are you going to do it or not? Why not? Send me the contract, and it'll immediately get started. Dugu Batian sent an agreement, and after modifying the terms for a few seconds, they both soon reached a deal. Lu Chuntao invaded the Grand Sect Alliance. Usually, she wouldn't even get through the outer area of the Alliance's territory, let alone reach the core area. However, she broke through their array in less than 30 attacks. Then, she started killing and plundering. She didn't waste time fighting the peak paragons and killed the weaker cultivators while taking resources. The Heavenly Serpent Empress was at least a C-class primal with numerous ultimate skills, so no one could catch her. As expected, after a few minutes of rampant destruction, numerous people stood in front of Dugu Batian and the other primals' healing room. However, no one replied to these people as please. It seemed the message was not clear enough. Emperor Enlightening Academy, Lin Fan, Nine Death, Su Shi, and the newly crowned Paragon, by Hai, took charge of the aftermath. They needed to rebuild and reassure everybody. Once the work was done, they landed outside of Kong as headquarters. Xie, No need to say anything, Su Shi sighed. No one can escape their fate. Maybe, Lin Fan muttered. Let us check on father. The group entered, and the first sight that greeted them was Emperor Kong floating cross-legged in the sky. His hand released a light that he used to draw a bunch of squiggly lines in the void. However, midway through assembling this weird painting, it collapsed. Kong started again without pause. The group looked at each other as they recognized the process of existence reconstruction. Father, we need you to take charge of the situation. Kong did not answer and continued his work. Headmaster, you cannot give in to the grief, Nine Deaths said, his voice cold, yet reassuring. No answer. Master, Su Shi said slowly. You don't have to say anything, Kong finally said. The unfortunate truth of the cultivation world has always been that the weak have no rights, including how they die. If I weren't weak, none of this would have happened. Kong slowly landed on the ground, his expression bland and unreadable. He glanced at Lin Fan. Master, I'm sorry. There is no need for you to apologize. You not only saved me, but everything I've worked my entire life to achieve. But you saw what I did to the world. None of that matters, Kong said calmly as he looked in the distance. All that matters is we have an irreconcilable enemy. And luckily, destiny is on our side for this conflict. A hint of rage mixed with unwavering determination flashed in his eyes. Let us go, Kong said as he looked at the team. The academy needed a boost in morale, and he was the only one who could truly guarantee it. Wu Hong calmly looked at Ying Zheng. She did not expect this bastard to pick her, of all people, as his target. Today will be the greatest mistake of your life. Ying Zheng sneered. Others might find your confidence endearing, but I do not. You will fall just like all my enemies. Chapter 1611. The battle for number 1 interesting, Wu Hong smiled. Such a beautiful face should have a loving, endearing, or charming smile, but hers sent chills down people's spines. Anyone who knew her would understand this was not a happy smile. No, this smile was when the king of the jungle discovered one of her underlings dared to confront her. Wu Hong's reputation was built on results. Everybody knew she was the person everybody least wanted to fight. While Yin Hai had a weakness that could be exploited, Wu Hong did not. Her attack potency reached the 99th percentile. Her attack was versatile. Her flesh was cultivated to perfection, meaning her stamina was high. And finally, she had one of the most annoying fighting styles. She is by no means invincible. No one can claim such an achievement. In the early days as a primal, Wu Hong was mainly playing catch-up due to her age. But as she slowly reached her peak, everybody knew that the best way to deal with her was by ganging up. However, even such tactics proved to be challenging to execute. Right before the Second Origin War, Heavenly Tao either sensed the upcoming change or was already aware, so it released numerous fortunate encounters to prepare the world. In one of these secret trials, Wu Hong encountered 5 individuals: the Shao Ancestor by Qi, Shun Tian, the Taoist Three Minds, and the Earth Sword God. They immediately saw her as the greatest threat and worked together against her. This battle was legendary and was fundamental in cementing Wu Hong's status in the world. In this desperate fight, she successfully sealed 3 of these people and fought by Qi and the Shao Ancestor long enough until Lai Paiki arrived and pushed them away. A small 9-layer pagoda floated in front of Wu Hong before fusing with her body, leaving a red mark on her forehead. Normally, such a cosmetic would have accentuated her beauty, but her terrifying aura only made her seem more dangerous. 6 projections loomed behind her, forming a harmonious sight. Ying Zheng would not be outdone as an emperor seal floated in front of him before entering his body. Additionally, a golden dragon armor materialized on his body, further elevating his charm and majesty. The 6 projections also seemed to fit his mind, ambition, and spirit perfectly. Dragon Suppression Fist. Ying Zheng punched forward to release a golden dragon with a suppressive aura that hindered the operation of the rules around him, and also contained the power of probability, ensuring everything went according to the Emperor's desires. Wu Hong waved her left hand, and the dragon turned into a speck of light the size of a basketball. Meanwhile, her right conjured a bronze cauldron. Ying snorted coldly, and the white light transformed back into a dragon, but it was only for less than a second before reverting, making him frown. He then threw dozens of punches and dragons. The cauldron rotated, and all the dragons were drawn to it. They resisted, but just like light cannot escape a black hole, these attacks could not escape their fate. They turned into white lights, and some even briefly changed back, but they all immediately reverted to their original form. The cauldron swiftly turned from bronze to silver, and Wu Hong controlled it to hammer her opponent. Ying's first instinct was to evade, but the cauldron seemed to contain the weight of the world, and it was using it to increase gravity to an absurd level, even affecting space-time. Nullify, Ying uttered. As a sovereign, his words were absolute. The cauldron paused for a very short period, but that was enough for him to escape its range. Revolt. With his command, a significant portion of the void battlefield came alive and revolted against the presence of Wu Hong in its domain. They encased her in a bubble full of the power of the void, trying to erase her from existence. However, she calmly drew a rune that instantly absorbed the bubble and all its power. She crushed the rune, releasing its power toward her opponent. Forby, Wu Hong appeared behind Ying. Her rune did not just swallow the battlefield as power, but also took control of some of its authority, which she used to travel at a speed beyond her opponent's reaction. Ying was sent flying by a powerful kick. Wu Hong thought. The armor was interesting. Her attack caused no damage whatsoever. On top of that, her seal failed. She couldn't even seal a small portion of its power. A power that I have no knowledge of? No, I definitely sense the power of destiny and luck. So, is it an unknown application, or is there something my senses didn't pick up? The best way to deal with this armor was to unravel its mystery, and the fastest way to achieve that was to break a piece of it and study the core. A projection of a world flashed behind Wu Hong before fusing with the grand constructs. Primarily primordial chaos. Heavenly Tao-s scrutiny. Wu Hong once sealed a young chaos world into herself to sublimate her flesh. During the process, she went the extra mile to preserve the nascent Heavenly Tao, and this was probably the best decision she has ever made. That Heavenly Tao has been instrumental in acquiring knowledge and boosting the heaven aspect of her sealing Tao. Ying felt danger, so he immediately used a defensive skill, Heaven and Earth's unworthiness. His body entered a strange state in which everything between heaven and earth was unworthy to affect. It did not matter whether it was space, time, death, or even causality. They were not worthy to affect, let alone injure, the supreme ruler. An invisible power blocked Wu Hong's foot, but that was only temporarily. She broke through it, forcing Ying to cross his arms to block. He heard a cracking sound, and to his slight surprise, a small piece of his armor was broken off. Wu Hong did not pass up this opportunity and started a barrage of attacks. Unfortunately, only the first strike caused actual damage. However, her primary purpose had been achieved. After the initial break, her Heavenly Tao can gather a significant amount of information with each punch or kick. An armor connected to an unknown history, and without knowing the history, 99.999 of damages will be nullified, Wu Hong analyzed. That history must either be from his time on Earth or from his first life. Numerous thoughts flashed in her mind. Earth would be a much safer bet, but by now, he should have guessed Wang Wei's origin, and his paranoia would not allow such a possible weakness. That leaves his second life. He destroyed Qin before his reincarnation, essentially wiping out its history. However, certain things cannot be erased. For example, the fact that it involved the Qin dynasty or that people like Bai Qi must have been present. The little bit of information was enough for Wu Hong to deduce some truth about this unknown history, and as long as she had enough knowledge, sealing the armor would become as simple as slicing a piece of cake. Her attack then became more ferocious as she tried to create more cracks, and catch more essence. Ying Zheng squinted. Wu Hong was not the only one trying to figure out her opponent. He did not head into this battle without preparation. That would be cockiness, and Ying Zheng was confident. At the start of the fight, he tried the tactic of an instant burst of power to forcefully break the seals, but this approach did not work. He then attempted to use a true will technique to unravel the seal and free his attacks, but that also did not work. So, Ying Zheng tried to combine the instant burst and the true will application. While that was more successful than their individual counterparts, this tactic also failed, as Wu Hong used her own true will skill to counter his. Finally, Ying Zheng tried his trump card tactic for this battle, evolving skills. The key to Wu Hong's sealing Dao was her vast knowledge. She can target the weakness or essence of any skills, therefore achieving the effect of instant seals. However, if the skills were constantly evolving or changing, her seals would also need to evolve and change accordingly. Ying Zheng had no doubt she had such capabilities. However, the flaw with this type of seal is that it was more stamina draining, and above all, there was a slight pause between each evolution or adaptation. If he uses that pause, he can ensure that many of his attacks bypass her defense. Ying Zheng immediately put this theory to the test, and he immediately saw results. As they clashed, more and more of his attacks could leave his body and reach her defensive zone, forcing her to use other means to block. However, after observing for a while, he noticed something that forced him to distance himself. "You look perfectly fine, with smooth and controlled breathing even after so many attacks," Ying Zheng commented. "That can only mean one thing, transcendent foundation. And? Did you think you were the only one?" Wu calmement replied. Chapter 16:12. Fate's favor. Ying Zheng squinted. "Yes, your talent has always been the envy of the world, and you are a daughter of luck, so I shouldn't be surprised you've already reached this far. However, this will not change anything." "If you say so," Wu Hong replied calmly. As she was about to resume the fight, she suddenly sensed something and looked in the distance. Song Luli was defeated. "I didn't expect Lai Paiqi's departure, but it seems fate favor my rise," Ying Zheng smiled. Wu Hong was not surprised. The difference between her and Bai Qi was too vast, and she hoped that she would last a bit longer. The sad thing is, the outcome would have been the same whether she chose either of the twins. Wu secretly sighed. This failure reminded her that her continent's foundation was still among the weakest, and it's somehow worse with Lai Paiqi's departure. Luckily, she still has the nurture core, and with the exchange list, the twins should grow at a rapid pace. "Is this worry I sense?" "Why would I be worried?" Wu Hong said calmly. "Really? I want to know how you're going to stop Bai Qi." Ying Zheng smirked. "My man is there, isn't he? That twerp? What can he do?" Ying Zheng sneered. "You'll know soon." Wu Hong was no longer in the mood to speak. She activated the skill, Rune Domain. She teleported before Ying Zheng and punched him with a destruction rune engraved on her knuckle. This strike not only contained the purest form of destruction, but also the force from Wu Hong's terrifying power. Law nullification, power nullification, Ying Zheng dominated heaven and earth, forcing reality to bend to his will. An unknown force emanated from his body, attempting to nullify the domain. However, the nullification rune materialized with that force, and with a wave, Wu Hong controlled and canceled its effect. Boom! The punch pushed Ying Zheng a few light years away, and to his horror, a crack the length of 2 fingers spread into his armor. Has she figured out the armor's secret so fast? Damn it! He expected a person whose Dao was based on knowledge to figure it out, but he thought he would have much more time. Law Calamity 3,800 orb manifested around Ying Zheng, each representing one of the fundamental Grand Dao sources. The orbs combined to release a power of annihilation. This power was raw and chaotic, thus elevating its destructive properties. However, before this power could spread and cause true destruction, they were deconstructed into 3,800 well-controlled runes. Ying Zheng was not surprised by this outcome. His plan from the get-go was to slow her down as she analyzed, classified, and controlled the more than 3,000 runes. He prepared to release his following attack when he sensed the Grand Preceptor had joined the other battlefield. Fate is truly in my favor today, Ingzheng thought happily as he changed his attack. Emotion manipulation. Anxiety boost. He cultivated the dragon Sovereign Dao, a unique Dao that combines the symbolic nature of dragons, creatures that represent luck and heaven-mandated rulers' sovereigns, with manipulation control and destiny. Even in the prehistoric world, Ingzheng was infatuated with the dragon and even ordered that one of his titles be the ancestral dragon. So, when he was reincarnated, he took the opportunity to fulfill his ambition and chose them as his main path. A slight worry flashed in Wu Hong's eyes, but before it could spread, her 9-layer pagoda released a calming rune into her sea of consciousness, easily soothing her mind. She sent a direct transmission to Wang Wei. Activate the last resort protection mode. Speaking these words and sending the information took a fraction of a second, but in a battle of such high caliber, this was more than enough. Divine Punishment Authority, a dense purple cloud materialized in the sky before releasing an enormous beam of immemorial tribulation lightning. This single concentrated attack brought the full wrath of heaven and earth, trying to eradicate anyone who dared confront it. Unfortunately, it met a person capable of challenging its existence. Seal World Wu Hong raised her hand to conjure a black cube that instantly swallowed the beam and the cloud. She snapped her finger to conjure thousands of smaller cubes around Ingzheng, but the latter felt the danger and immediately escaped. However, Wu Hong was a few steps ahead of him. A karmic line connected to the black cube manifested, and she yanked him. Ingzheng reacted fast enough to cut off the thread, but his action activated a hidden, freezing rune. His body paused for less than a second, but it was enough for one of the cubes to swallow him. The other cubes then combined to form a much larger shape, and that is how Ingzheng's nightmare started. These cubes were not just seals, but unique, inescapable worlds designed to kill. The very first seal world contained an immemorial wind. While the immemorial tribulation of most chaos worlds manifested in the shape of lightning, many used other elements. Wu Hong captured one of these elements and used it to build that world. Ingzheng used a 6-tier escape grand construct skill that turned him into a black dragon to escape those damn winds. But to his horror, he found himself in an even dangerous place. A sea of flame created from a void flame hung above his head. And this void was not the spatial kind, but the one from the power of nothingness. The Qin sovereign did not know whether she created this flame or found it somewhere, but that did not matter. The only thing on his mind was to escape. The silver-white sea flame started releasing droplets, which made Ingzheng's heart skip a beat. A small dragon manifested above Ingzheng's palm. At first, it made the character for 0 before swiftly increasing. 0, 1, 2, 45, 78, 93, 100. What was the probability that a technique created by a being like Wu Hong would malfunction and leave a loophole to escape? The answer is astronomically low, or even 0, but like all individuals who can control luck and probability, these numbers hold no significance for them. A void tier materialized in front of Ingzheng, and he rushed inside without hesitating. However, the backlash from messing with probability on such a large scale and against such a mighty force resulted in a powerful explosion that spat out Ingzheng into another seal world. With a crack on his armor as long as a forearm, Ingzheng quickly dismissed the disorientation from the explosion to explore his surroundings. He was in a poorly lit area with a translucent being standing before him. It took him a moment to recognize that the stranger smiling at him had his same visage and body shape. And as soon as he laid eyes on him, Ingzheng fell into an illusion. He saw himself kneeling on a ruin of great Qin as Hong Jun coldly sneered at him. Then, the latter ripped out his soul and refined it into nourishment. Ingzheng screamed as the fear overwhelmed his mind. The illusion was so intense that it started affecting his soul. Luckily, just as his spirit and eventually his soul were about to collapse, a dragon roar spread throughout his sea of consciousness. As he regained consciousness, Ing Zheng recognized that the person in front of him was a heart devil. To be specific, he was created by combining hundreds, if not more, heart devils into this supreme creature of temptation. Such an existence was the best way to temper the Tao heart, but it would also be a nightmare if used as a weapon. "Begone!" Ing Zheng roared. His body released a white light that contained a tinge of Buddha's holy power, scattering the supreme heart devil. "Nice try," a voice echoed from all directions of this world. "Anyway, let us continue our work. You have a lot of fears and distrust. How about we address why?" Ing Zheng stumbled in the void. He sensed a terrifying power rapidly corrupting his spirit. His fears and worries were magnified and used against him. "Damn you, woman. I'll make you pay for this." Boom! His body released a golden light as a golden body manifested above his head. Ing Zheng had cultivated a golden body of merit, albeit it was only the first rank. With the sage's power to ward off evil, Ing Zheng became clearer, allowing him to analyze his situation and think of an escape plan. "There are only two ways I can escape this seal. Use the pendant or sacrifice my armor to burst out." He observed around and divined a few information. The armor is not enough to break through. That only left him with one option, but Ing Zheng felt suffocated thinking he was forced to use his trump cards so quickly. However, he was nothing but a decision. Just as he was about to act, a terrifying power spread throughout the Eternal Ascension world, and the world seemed to stop functioning for everybody except for paragons. Ing Zheng did not know what was happening, but that did not stop him from using the opportunity to escape. Chapter 16:13. The Trump Cards unedited chapter. As soon as Ing Zheng escaped, he immediately noticed the enormous black hand in the distance. His heart skipped a beat just by the horrifying aura of that black palm. He then watched as countless escaped from the black door and were shot down by the Hong protective system. A frown showed up on his face when he saw a few of these lights landing on Qin, and maybe even the ancestral Dragon City. His first instinct was to use divination to understand what was happening, but he stopped himself after realizing the power involved might cause a backlash. The last thing he needed was to be injured in the midst of this crucial fight. Something occurred to him, and Ing Zheng glanced in the direction of the 10,000 Buddha Haven. He secretly sighed in relief after seeing no reaction or change. The pendant S effect should not be this effective. The appearance of the Black Gate was beyond all his predictions, divinations, and calculations, meaning its presence should have disturbed his previous arrangement. "I guess I should thank Heavenly Tao, but time should be running out," Ing Zheng thought. "What? Worried your actions will finally catch up to you?" Wung sneered. Ing Zheng calmly glanced at her. "You people are afraid of Mithria. I am not. Just like everyone who practices the sovereign Tao, pride and arrogance will be your downfall." Wu Hong shook her head. "If you're not worried about her, what about your general?" Ing Zheng briefly frowned. Song Jiang's return and Wang Wei's quick reaction had indeed shifted the situation, but he wasn't too worried. Like he would know what to do. Sadly, Ing Zheng didn't have this thought for too long as he watched the annihilation of the Terracotta General. He wanted to intervene, but an aura locked on him. Ing Zheng clenched his fists. He created the puppet and Bai Qi in his second life in the upper zone world using his Grand Mist Wheel. Due to his paranoia, he did not dare use the spirit granted to him by Hong Jun, so he thought he could better control them if they were first creation life forms. Unfortunately, his meddling made the spirits useless, and it wasn't until he reincarnated into the Eternal Ascension world that they started showing their potential. Bai Qi broke the limitations of a creation life form and became a primal. Meanwhile, the puppet fused with the Qin dynasty and essentially became its guardian. The reason that Qin has a reputation for being impenetrable was a combination of their luck array, the Great Wall, and the Terracotta General. Thinking about the price he'll have to pay to make another protector almost popped a vein in Ing Zheng's forehead. The only good news is that the exchange list made it possible to recreate something so unique. Otherwise, this loss would have been permanent. So much for fate's favor, Wu Hong taunted. A small black hole appeared next to Ing Zheng's fist before he exhaled deeply. I've had enough of you, so let us end this. The feeling is mutual. A ruthless light flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes before a beautiful butterfly jade pendant slowly manifested above his head. The pendant was ethereal and graceful, and with one glance, anyone would believe it contained all the secrets of the Tao. The pendant trembled slightly before releasing an intense green light that enveloped a significant portion of the void battlefield. The butterfly princess's cherubic face and devilish body slowly manifested from the light. Replacing the pendant, she warmly looked at Ing Zheng, but the latter's focus was on this transformation. He summoned the dynasty's Chu Luck Dragon, which transformed into a white headband. Under his control, the butterfly princess fused with the headband, leaving butterfly symbols. A terrifying aura that caught the attention of all powerhouses in the world was released from Ing Zheng's body as soon as he put the headband on. Today, you will feel my wrath, Ing Zheng declared, his voice containing an echo, as if he were a god whose voice could not be processed normally by ordinary people. I guess it's my turn, Wu Hong smirked. The artificial grand constructs flew out of the continent to enter her body. She then activated Wang Wei's acupoint technique to use these constructs as a medium to provide extra protection for her existence. She also focused on preventing her body and soul from collapsing. However, this was just the beginning. While the constructs were unique and contained a tiny essence of transcendence, it was not enough to protect Wu Hong. The key to this planned transformation was Wang Wei's reserve of soul energy, which he wrestled control from Ma Liqiu. Wu Hong used a lot of its energy to power the acupoint technique. Finally, she removed the seal. 3,800 unique runes materialized behind her, along with her Tao-proving artifact, the 9-layer pagoda. The runes entered the pagoda, and the artifact started to magically grow more layers until it had 13. When it fused a second time with its owner, Wu Hong's aura climbed up until it was on par with Ing Zheng. Their aura immediately clashed, disturbing many of the methods people were using to observe this battle. Ing Zheng stared at her with a calm and unreadable expression. Damn it, why is everything falling apart now? He knew about the 3,800 seals. When she tried to erase his memory, the pendant allowed him to remain intact. However, based on his calculations, she would use them in an act of desperation. But that would only be one, maybe two, attacks before her existence fell apart. He was prepared to deal with the desperate attack, or better yet, kill her instantly before she could use it. There's no way my divination would deviate to such an extent, which means her current power was possible due to an outside force, a force that is virtually immune to divination. Ing Zheng suddenly remembered the information about Wang Wei stated a high likelihood that he was a fate star. It's him again, Ing Zheng screamed internally. This bastard seemed to be the bane of his existence, ruining several of his plans. Once this woman is dead, I'll immediately send him to accompany her. He summoned his black dragon emperor sword and flashed before Wu Hong. His swing brought the true wrath of an angry emperor. Wu Hong's eyes flashed with the power rune as she punched the sword. Their clash immediately created a tear in the void battlefield. The Grand Unified Will Array activated and closed the gap, but these two did not pay attention to such a thing. The only thing on their mind was killing each other. Fate manipulation. Ing Zheng used the manipulation aspect of his Tao to use Fate Tao and bless his sword. As he swung his weapon, its power attempted to alter Wu Hong's fate and erase all the methods she had used to activate her seals. However, she sneered and responded in kind. She also used the control aspect of her Tao to use Order-Disorder Tao and change the rules of the void battlefield. If one person could not use extraordinary means to use transcendent power, no one can. Such a spell forced Ing Zheng to stop his attack, allowing Wu Hong to go on the offensive. A rain of needles suddenly manifested above Ing Zheng, and they dropped on him at an unparalleled speed. His expression became grave because he noticed these needles contained stamina seals. His headband allowed him to divert the backlash of utilizing the Pendant S power to the kin itself, to the Dynasty S luck. However, unlike when Ing Zheng used the artifact for normal divination or scheming against others, there is a price to be paid when he uses it for battle. These consequences range from his existence collapsing to severe injury to his soul. And back to the issue of primals when using high-tier Grand Construct skills. Poor stamina. Dragon Protection Cloud, a purple cloud, materialized above Ing Zheng's blocking the Needless, which suddenly combined into a colossal-sized rune. This rune was marvelous as it combined all aspects of draining and stamina. As long as it hits, this fight will be over. Ing Zheng will be too weak to use the transcendent power of his pendant, and he will be at the mercy of Wu Hong. However, the great ruler of Qin remained calm. His cloud suddenly turned into a multicolored rainbow before releasing a beam that instantly pierced through the rune. He found a flaw. How is that possible? Wu Hong thought for a second before remembering something. The Jade Pendant was an artifact whose primary ability was to record all laws and Daos. With enough information about these laws, the artifact can see through the almost imperceivable flaws of her seal and target them. If this were any other time, I would love to use this opportunity to improve, Wu Hong thought. Her flawed Dao quintessence was her greatest piece of work, and any opportunity to improve it is a dream come true. Sadly, time was running out. Chapter 16:14. The power of Primordial Saint, Ing Zheng used this opportunity to control the battle S rhythm. The purple cloud turned into 13 orbs that orbited around him before each released a beam. A magic circle materialized before the beam, but they passed through it. However, this was just the beginning. A path of hundreds of magic circles stood in their way, and by the time they reached Wu Hong, she casually punched them away. The beams then altered their flight path, no longer moving in a linear pattern. However, no matter how much they zigzag, a path of magic circles or runes would block their way, rendering their powers useless. Ing Zheng suddenly fused the 13 orbs for one last intense power beam. However, to his surprise, Wu Hong used a new seal, and his attack instantly disappeared. Damn this woman. I guess I should thank you. Wu Hong smirked as she conjured this green seal. With a wave, she sealed a section of the River of Time before folding time in itself. Ing Zheng saw a young version of himself appearing next to him, followed by a child version and an elderly version. Then, in a matter of seconds, numerous alternate timelines or possibilities of himself materialized. His complexion became ugly for two reasons. First, he realized the way he was utilizing his current Primordial Saint power was wrong. While he had the power, he still had the mindset of a paragon. Saints do now borrow the power of the Grand Constructs. They command it. While he hadn't figured that out, it was apparent Wu Hong had, probably as a result of her previous achievement of sealing supreme unity. The second thing that caught his attention was the danger of this spell. With all his alternative selves present, he began to question his own existence. However, this was not the worst aspect of this Saint art. The purpose was to forcefully fuse these selves into him, turning him into this abomination of a monster. And even if he could alter the process, if he allowed a single fusion, his existence would be permanently altered. Ing Zheng swiftly raised his hand to create a small bubble. He commanded a section of the River of Time to condense into a spirit that he controlled. So a small, handsome spirit with a jovial smile dressed in all white manifested inside the bubble in his palm. Ing Zheng then sacrificed the spirit to release a temporal storm that erased all the variants. Wu Hong would not accept her technique being so easily defeated, so she used even more time energy to maintain her folding. However, the clash of these two titans leaked out and spread throughout the void battlefield. Their surroundings changed, and the two found themselves on a battlefield with more than a dozen paragons. These people were shocked to say the least. especially with the horrifying aura emanating from the two false saints. Those outfits, aren't they what was popular during the Tribulation era? Wu Hong thought as she observed this group. However, she immediately had better things to think about, as Ying Zheng was not distracted in the least by the sudden change. I rule the sky, the earth, and everything in between. I rule the heavens, the world of man, and the underworld, Ying Zheng chanted. Now that his mindset had changed, he understood how to use his power properly. He raised his hand to summon a gargantuan black ball of death and dropped it on Wu Hong. Let us bring order to death, Wu Hong said as she used her death seal to control this enormous death power and organized it into her own miniature version of six-path samsara. The death ball resisted, and the power it unleashed instantly wiped out more than a dozen paragons fighting. Such a mass-scale alteration to the Eternal Ascension World's timeline should have devastating consequences. But nothing happened to these two. Instead, Heavenly Tao wiped out their mess by diverting this major alteration to the infinite trichialicosm and creating a new timeline. 6 gates slowly formed around Wu Hong, and by the time they were completed, their environment had once again changed. They were now in this darkly lit place with eerie blue flames as the primary source. The environment was extremely cold, and numerous ghosts and souls were walking through this bridge that felt infinite. However, neither Wu Hong nor Ying Zheng noticed anything, as they were focused on controlling their powers. The 6 gates released 6 individuals with no faces, a human, a black ghost, a humanoid creature with horns and a bloody aura of slaughter, a mighty bull, the innate demon god Black Dragon, and a glowing creature whose shape was indistinguishable. Each of these individuals, who represented an aspect of the 6 paths of samsara, raised their hands to release an attack that fused midway. Ying Zheng did not want to be outdone. He created 6 new spirits from samsara itself. However, unlike his previous time spirit, these spirits resembled mighty generals, wearing armor and wielding different weapons. They attacked, each using a significant aspect of samsara, such as Yin Qi, the extreme of death, the extreme of life, the soul, the cyclic nature, and new beginnings. Their power also fused before clashing with the enemy. You dare, bastards! Numerous voices echoed in this space as the Yama Kings appeared to create barriers before the clash touched. Sadly, their efforts were useless. The power of death generated from those two spread far and wide, annihilating numerous souls. The worst part is that landmarks like the life-reminiscing bridge, the River of Forgetfulness, also known as the Yellow River, and the 6 gates were damaged or destroyed. Wu Hong and Ying Zheng finally stopped to notice their surroundings. They realized what they had done, but before they could say something or propose any amends, a cold snort echoed between heaven and earth. The voice instantly teleported them away, and all the damaged or destroyed souls slowly reverted to their previous states. As soon as they returned to the void battlefield, they held their heads in pain while blood dripped from their noses. They immediately swallowed a handful of blood while glancing at each other. After a few seconds of staring, Ying Zheng broke the silence. How about we continue this fight in primordial chaos? No, Wu Hong replied without hesitation. Do you want to offend another saint? Ying Zheng frowned, but Wu Hong's answer remained the same. Her reason, while selfish, had found logic. Their battle can activate the grand unified will, which will in turn improve Heavenly Tao, who will reward her with more merit. More importantly, Wu Hong understood why they slipped through time or accidentally enter samsara: lack of control. They simply could not control the power they were using, resulting in excessive leakage, which had a significant impact on both them and the environment. However, Wu Hong was confident this would not happen again because she had more experience than Ying Zheng, and she had more knowledge about the grand constructs. Wu Hong motioned with his wand to conjure a towering array, which slowly condensed into 12 black pillars, arranged in 3 groups, each with the characters for truth, knowledge, secret, or mystery. Ing Zheng frowned as he recognized those pillars. The Heaven's Record, also known as the Heavenly Tao Library. It's the place that supposedly records a chaos world's knowledge, divination, secrets, or mysteries. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Ing Zheng's headband released a light that resonated with the 12 pillars. He then summoned a white, grand palace with the words Heaven boldly written on a plaque. With his own library of truth, the Qin Emperor sought to counter Wu Hong's technique. The pillars began to rain words and characters, all bearing the weight of truth and knowledge. If any of these words hit their enemy, they could instantly incinerate them, or provide them with so much knowledge all at once that their soul shatters. Another worse possibility is that they received a truth so profound that they cannot accept, forcing them to remove themselves from the game of life. Luckily, that fate was for only lesser men, and the Qin Emperor was a man of great will, so he should be fine. Ing Zheng's library immediately swallowed those characters as nourishment for its growth, which made Wu Hong frown. She then snapped her finger to activate the owner of Heaven Records. An eye materialized above the pillars before showing the palace with black-purple lightning. A butterfly spirit manifested and blocked the lightning. Their clash released a burst of power, and before they knew it, both Ing Zheng and Wu Hong were in another location. The 12 pillars were in the distance, looking even more majestic than they looked on the battlefield. Below them was an ocean of chains and runes, with a cloud at the center. Wu Hong was slightly embarrassed, despite her expression remaining neutral. She thought she could control the power, but ultimately failed. However, she did not beat herself. As the ancient sages said, failure is the mother of success. Chapter 16:15. Number 1. Now that she was in the presence of the genuine Heavenly Tao Library, this was an opportunity to use its full power and learn a few secrets. However, as she or Ing Zheng, who also wanted to record a few truths, were about to act, the cloud at the center of this world that housed Heavenly Tao's will acted swiftly and kicked them out. I can resist, Wu Hong thought as she returned to the void battlefield. Unlike how powerless they were in the underworld, she realized she could at least struggle a little bit from Heavenly Tao's might. Additionally, there were no injuries or warnings in the process. Her power should be around 3 foundations, Wu Hong thought. However, given how Supreme Unity was able to force it into such a miserable state, I reckon it used to be weaker. However, the slow completion of this world's destiny has increased its power. A frown was slowly plastered on Wu Hong's face. The idea that Heavenly Tao would slowly improve as the Eternal Ascension world becomes the Chaos Universe's Destiny Center was expected. But the issue was, how strong will it become? No powerful cultivator liked the idea of an overseer standing above their heads, which is why many paragons choose to live in non-source chaos worlds, because they can bully Heavenly Tao as they wish. Let us leave the issue for later, Wu Hong thought before concentrating on Ing Zheng. She squinted. You're tired. Ing Zheng calmly looked at her. You speak a lot of nonsense. I've been waiting for you to reach your limit. It's time to end this, Wu Hong continued. He tried really hard to hide it, but her senses detected how hard he was controlling his muscles to alleviate the pain. Above all, the very subtle instability in his soul aura revealed the state he was in. Elemental chaos, Wu Hong motioned with her hand to summon the purest power of primordial chaos before separating it into the 5 elements and yin-yang. She then further divided yin-yang into light and darkness. She rotated the 5 elements to create subsidiary elements, such as wind and lightning. Of course, these were not the base elements, but the chaotic form as they exist at the beginning of the universe. 9 large orbs manifested above the sky, and under Wu Hong's control, they exploded. First, the void battlefield was plunged into absolute darkness, but then an intense, purifying light spread to every corner. As the light abetted, a raging storm ravaged everything. The winds cut and blew everything in their path before turning into these black tornadoes. Purple lightning rained from the sky as if the wrath of heaven. No, the wrath of the chaos was trying to eliminate a blasphemous existence. The combination of wind and lightning was terrible enough, but this was just the beginning. One of the lightning strikes generated a small white flame around Yingzheng. At first, the flame was small and unnoticeable, but by the time the storm had slowed down, it had turned into a sea. The chaos wind fanned the white chaos flame, turning it into a force of pure destruction. It spread everywhere before combusting for even greater devastation. Yingzheng, who was at the center of this devastation, did not look too good, but this was just the beginning of the technique. After the flame died down, its ashes slowly solidified into this thick gray earth. Upon conception, the first thing the earth did was release a devastating gravity that caused immense fluctuation in the river of time. The gravity tried to crush everything in its vicinity, acting as if it would not stop until every concept associated with existing was eliminated. But like all things, the gravity eventually stopped. The chaos earth then started to grow countless golden spikes with unparalleled sharpness. Thousands of spatial tears manifested in the void battlefield as the tips of these spikes were too sharp and tore the very fabric of space-time apart. Heavenly Tao was lucky there were only a few thousand of them. The advent of chaos metals was devastating, as their sharpness was designed to barato all resistance and defenses. However, the elemental chaos was not completed. The metals eventually melted into this silver-gold ocean with unparalleled weight and density. The sea turned into the largest wave possible before crashing into Yingzheng. After being hit with something that contained the weight of a significant portion of primordial chaos, the Qin Emperor was sent flying into primordial chaos despite his best efforts. "Well, I guess that has progressed," Wu Hong said as she looked around. She controlled most of the power, so this time, only her soul was accidentally teleported to primordial chaos. She glanced at Yingzheng, who was trying to regain his bearing amidst the chaos, and yanked him back into the void battlefield. The process added additional damage, but that's the price to pay for not controlling his power in the quintessence realm. As Yingzheng returned, he finally confronted the last bit of the elemental chaos. The silver-gold ocean merged with the gray earth to give rise to thousands of these gargantuan, silver-white trees with faces on their trunks. After smirking a little, the tree wailed on Yingzheng as if he either owed them money or had done something truly heinous to their kind. Unfortunately, just like all things in the world, everything, no matter how beautiful or tragic, must come to an end. The attack was finished, leaving Yingzheng disheveled. He stood straight, a feeble display of his pride. His golden armor and swords were damaged beyond repair. He was missing one eye, and he continued to bleed from his eyes, nose, and ears. A black dragon with purple horns and silver-white lines on its back, 12 legs, and deep blue eyes surrounded and protected him as if he were the most precious and divine existence between heaven and earth. Wu Hong squinted as he looked at the dragon. This aura, it reminded me of those things that escaped the gate. Is this a projection of a chaos demon god? The fate rune flashed at her eyes. The luck chaos demon god? Well, that explains the situation of key luck. Why was the key luck of all creatures or factions in the form of a dragon? Innate demons and demons boast that it was because dragons were the mightiest life form, the epitome of creation. However, most races scoffed at that, given that humans and fiend gods currently rule the chaos universe. Today, Wu Hong understood the reason. The very first creature to be called a dragon was the luck chaos demon god. Sometimes during the Essence Age, as the Grand Tao restarted civilization, she used its design as a representation of luck in the chaos universe. The innate demons just benefited from this act. After figuring out this mystery, Wu Hong continued her battle. She raised her hand to summon this white light of the purest of Qi. She did not choose any energy with characteristics or elemental affinity, only drawing the purest Qi from the source Qi space. The goal was purity and extreme concentration. However, as she reached the limit she could control, Wu Hong was not satisfied. She wanted to end this fight with one attack. And this energy ball did not seem potent enough. So, she used one of the techniques Wang Wei once discovered in the lower dimension, the critical hit path. Wu Hong discovered her spirit had unknowingly connected to this unknown framework composed of numerous moving strings. At first, it was hard for her to capture the swift movement of these strings, but upon concentrating, they slowed down and discovered there were layers, 3 to be exact, but she could only access the first 2. So, that's what it leads to, Wu Hong thought as a look of realization dawned on her. I'm glad it's not too late. She first tried to follow the trajectory of the second layer of strings, but immediately felt a headache, so she lowered her spirit to the first layer. After a quick calculation, her soul followed the proper trajectory, and an unknown power was infused into her Tao imprint, drastically boosting her technique. The white energy ball, and in less than a second, a quarter of the void battlefield was annihilated. You can't escape, you bastard, Wu Hong suddenly yelled as she summoned a seal toward the butterfly, carrying away Ying Zheng's soul. However, as she was about to succeed, a terrifying headache discombobulated her. Then, just like Ying Zheng, her orifices started to bleed. Damn it, Wu Hong cursed as she swallowed numerous pills to stabilize herself. Call yourself lucky. After exhaling to calm down, the 3,800 seals returned to their normal state, and her aura slowly climbed down. Wu Hong finally teleported home. Wang Wei's eyes shone with a brilliant light, and he immediately stood up. Are you ALRI? My name is Ying Zheng, the human emperor. A voice boomed between heaven and earth. While I'm prideful, I know when to give others their due. In my name as the heavenly emperor, I now proclaim Empress Wu as the eternal ascension world's strongest primal. Heaven and earth resonated with his words and celebrated with a grand vision with the origin seal continent at the center. A light descended from the sky to present a white gold phoenix crown in front of Wu Hong, asking her if she accepted this title. This bastard, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. His body released a killing intent unlike anything he has ever released before. The disaster was coming. So what did such a title represent? A big fat target. The first thing a competent invader would do is eliminate people who can pose a threat to their conquest. And that is not mentioning the jealousy and envy of other primals. These people might accept the title now, but who knew what kind of betrayal they would commit if the opportunity arose? I'm going to kill this bastard, he said with gritted teeth. Chapter 16:16. Rejuvenating mind calmed down. Wu Hong said as she wiped out the blood from her nose, which refused to stop bleeding. A few needles appeared all over her body, followed by an intense power of life entered from the continent's Samsara Grand Construct, trying to help with the situation. Don't tell me you actually want this title? Wang Wei asked. Remembering who his wife was, she had a love for the spotlight and showing the world how great she was. Love of my life, my other half. This is not the time to be acting based on personal preference. On the contrary, this is the time to act with cold logic. Normally, I would agree with you. But have you forgotten what Mithriya said about the pillar foundations? Wang Wei frowned. The title of strongest primal should be a great achievement to add to my list. And after I sanctify, you can take it yourself. Wang Wei ignored her subtle implications. Are you ready for the consequences? These invaders. This is not the first time this will happen. During the Second Origin War, she was also at the top of the assassination list, ranking only below Qin, who was the center of everything. This one be like the Second War. We don't even know how high the power ceiling involved in this war will be. And you think that wasn't the case in our war? Wang rebuted. You know it's not the same, Wang Wei sighed. There were likely many primordial saints involved in the Second Origin War, but the primary difference is that they did not appear publicly for one reason or another. But the disaster will be different. At its core, this is a war to open up the transcendent age, and these entities will start appearing as if they were common dogs in the street. Every war has its inherent danger, and this one will also be the same, Wu Hong said. And do you think I was not already on an assassination list? Time Eater has been feeding the invaders information for a long time. meaning that before Mithria and Heavenly Tao created the history luck, these people knew of the cultivators with the most tremendous potential who could grow up to cause problems. Fine. It seems I can't change your mind on this matter. Wu Hong caressed his face. I understand your instinct to protect me, but don't forget we are cultivators with our own path. While you chose to be a behind-the-scenes puppeteer for this disaster, I chose to challenge myself and sublimate. I understand. Good. How is your condition? Wang Wei asked. The backlash is not as bad as I thought. After observing her existence, Wu Hong used the acupoint technique for target healing. The combination of the pill she bought and the artificial construct did wonders. An idea occurred to her, and she looked at the crown before her. Accepting the title, heaven and earth celebrated, but Wang Wei was not happy. He almost wanted to reclaim his human emperor position and bestow the title of the strongest dynasty upon Qin as retaliation. However, he knew this would not work. While these karmic positions had the power to grant people titles and blessings, they also needed to be acknowledged by Heavenly Tao. In other words, Ying Zheng's plan would not have worked if Heavenly Tao had not thought Wu Hong could be the destiny or luck of the primal title. The purest of power from heaven and earth entered her body to bless her, and she immediately guided it to the spots in her existence that were severely affected by the backlash. Then, a small part of her white key luck dragon, about 1, turned translucent, signaling that she had a bit of transcendent luck, just like her husband. However, just like him, Wu Hong did not care much. The last thing any decent cultivator would do is rely on luck for their transcendent path. Just having such a mindset meant the cultivator was not ready for the path ahead. Wang Wei sighed in relief when she stopped bleeding. Then his previous anger suddenly returned in even greater intensity. It's all Ying Zheng's fault. If you have the opportunity to kill him, contact me, and I'll help, Wu Hong replied as color returned to her rosy cheeks. Good. The next time, we'll team up to annihilate him. Wang Wei nodded. Wu Hong slowly stood and stretched. Where are you going? I need to show myself and control the situation. Everybody on the continent knew how important her existence was, so while they were joyous that she was victorious and even received a title, it would be great for morale if she showed up. Now that you mention this, I also need to check on the sect. We'll meet later? It's a date. And don't forget to thank Qiyuan for the support. Tell him I'll come with gifts after I settle everything. I will. Wang Wei returned to the sect, heading directly to Qiyuan's origin mountain. The latter sat cross-legged while keeping an eye on Yin Hai, who was encased in a golden energy orb. Wang Wei frowned as soon as he arrived, and it was not because of her mummified appearance. He could barely sense Yin Hai's life force, and her aura was the weakest he had ever seen. Didn't he know she was in such a terrible state? This is the price we must sometimes pay to peep at the path ahead, Qiyuan replied as he invited him to sit next to him. He then explained the situation. Ancestor, no need for formalities. You're basically a primal now, so you can address me more casually. All right, Qiyuan, Wang Wei said calmly. He was nothing but thick-skinned, so these words flew effortlessly into his mouth. I'm quite reasonable, so you didn't have to wait for me to save her. I know, but I've made the mistake of choosing personal feelings above the sect's rules, and it almost cost us a bright future. I want to make the same mistake twice. He summoned the exchange list and bought the beast healing pill within his price range. Yin Hai was not in a position to swallow anything, so Qiyuan crushed it before injecting its power into her body. In a matter of seconds, her life force returned to the level of a great emperor, but her body remained the same. Qiyuan was not surprised. Yin Hai's situation was not just because she had used that sword while already in a terrible state, but also because she had to force the attack at the last minute and suffer the backlash. Don't worry. The disaster has ample opportunity to gather merit and heal her, Wang Wei reassured. Are you cheering me up? What? Can't I? You're the one who said to act more casual. Qiyuan chuckled before sighing deeply. Do you know how grateful I am to you? Huh? Where's that coming from? Although I don't remember much, the final trial of the ultimate taboo was catastrophic for me. It made it abundantly clear that I had hit a wall. My destiny came to an end, And more importantly, I realized my mind was no longer as it used to be. Your mind? That's right. It started long before that. I first noticed the issue when I tried to enter the Paragon taboo realm. Coming up with an idea was way harder than it should be, and that's when I noticed I had lost much of the creativity I had when I was young. During the Second War, I could not think or visualize the future past the ultimate taboo. I knew there was a high chance of failure and started planning for afterward, but I couldn't see past it. My analytical mind and experience remained as sharp as ever, but my creativity and ingenuity had mostly faded. It seems you were a victim of Grand Tao's cognitive block, Wang Wei replied. Even he was a victim, hence why his Empyrean realm was so standardized and largely unoriginal. However, he was still young and did resist a little, but Qiyuan has lived longer than him and fell for it. Indeed, Qiyuan nodded. But ever since returning to Limbo and interacting with you, I could feel myself rejuvenating. The flashes of inspiration I often had when I was young slowly returned. My mind seemed freer. That means you must be planning some things, right? I always thought it suspicious that everybody was making big moves, while you, the one known for his cunningness, was so quiet. I am. Can you tell me? In due time, Qiyuan replied. In fact, I expect you to add your input. I can't wait. Wang Wei could guess a few things. 1. Qiyuan is probably waiting for the completion of the 13 Origin Foundation, but that can only be done after finding his father. Secondly, the latter must wait for the Trinity Venerable to show some signs before making any significant move. The last thing they would want is for that bastard to benefit from their actions. By the way, Hong sent her thanks for the support. She'll come with a gift after settling things on her side. The Origin Seal Continent is one of our greatest allies, just like the Eternal Dream Sect used to be. And now, she has even family, Qiyuan said calmly. Wang Wei nodded. Then, as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something. He suddenly muttered simultaneously as Qiyuan, and they both looked in the distance. It seems this fight is about to be settled. The aura of the Battle Ape Chief and Myriad Star Rabbit had reached the pinnacle, while Primal Mystic Ice and Arcane Flame from the Demon God Cave were rapidly weakening. Chapter 16-17. Buddha S. Wrath Ice. I don't think we have much of choice left, Primal Arcane Flame said through divine sense. He was a handsome middle-aged man, dressed in red, tattered clothes, with red hair and hazy silver eyes. Blood dripped from his face and body as he blocked each of the Battle Ape Chief's punches. We knew this day could come ever since we hatched out of that egg. We've just been prolonging the inevitable, Primal Mystic Ice replied. Unlike her counterpart, she was young and beautiful, with an angular face and luscious ocean blue hair that matched her loose hanfu. Her gilded eyes formed a great contrast with Arcane's silver. Stars continued to explode around Mystic Ice, but the two continued their conversation as if this was the last time they would be speaking. Is it really wrong to want to exist? Why is fate so unfair to us? No plan and complaining. We tried everything, but some things are just destined, Mystic Ice said. Anyway, we had plenty of time. We should be happy about this. I wish I could accept things as calmly as you. Arcane Flame sighed. I just feel so unwilling. All right, no more stalling. We cannot wait any longer. Mystic Ice also sighed. There was an enormous hole in the cave's formation, allowing the demon race to enter. Unfortunately, the demons have always been slightly stronger, so after losing the home advantage of the array, they started suffering great casualties. It also did not help that many loose cultivators used this opportunity to cause chaos and plunder. After stealing their nerves, the two primals suddenly released a visible red and blue aura, which then transformed into black and white. However, just as they were about to do something, a terrifying aura spread to every corner of the world, followed by a magnificent change in the sky. 10,000 Buddha Haven, secret room. Methria suddenly opened her eyes, releasing an intense burst of the power of destiny. Our enemy is the land of exile. This complicates things. She raised her head, and, with one thought, everything that occurred during her divination flashed in her mind. A burst of golden light flashed from her body, shaking the entire room. Luckily, she set up the array herself. "I've had enough," Mithriel muttered. A terrifying aura spread to every corner of the Eternal Ascension world, followed by a colossal golden Buddha manifesting above heaven and earth. The pressure instantly forced anyone who was not a primal or primal adjacent to kneel or press on the floor. "Since you want to act like children, I will treat you as such." Her voice spread to every ear in the world. With a thought, all the world as primals, except Buddhism, Lin Fan, Kong, and Wang Wei appeared above the golden Buddha's palm. The Buddha's eyes then shifted to Qin. "Will you come yourself? Or do I have to fetch you myself?" Ying Zheng did not utter a word, but a magic circle that resembled a butterfly materialized in the sky. To ensure the power was more condensed, the array only protected the ancestral dragon domain. The golden Buddha calmly raised her hand and slapped the array. Ying Zheng, the human and heavenly emperor, should be proud that his array lasted an entire second before crumbling, and he was forced to be teleported to the golden palm just like everybody else. Mithriel calmly looked at everybody in her palm, no matter who it was. They felt tiny when those golden eyes silently pierced into their souls. The quiet was not helping. "I try to be nice and play politics with you, but since that did not resonate, I'll use a language you can all understand: power. Let us start with you. First, I will strip you of your heavenly emperor position." As soon as she uttered these words, a light flew from Ying Zheng's eyes and flew into the sky before fusing with heaven and earth. Ying Zheng remained calm, but no one knows whether this was his true emotions or if he was just controlling himself really well. Regardless, some people increased their evaluation of him. Secondly, from now on, Qin will be the vanguard for this war. The Buddha's hand reached out and rearranged the world's territory and placed Qin's border right next to the gate that Wu Hong discovered, the gate through which the invasion is most likely to occur. Before, the dimension where the gate was located was on the border of the Grand Sect Alliance and Union's territory, but Mithriel essentially moved things to ensure Qin was right next to it. If you or any other Qin cultivator dares abandon their post and run away, you will suffer judgment. A golden chain immediately embedded itself deep into Qin's white key luck dragon. The Buddha continued staring at Ying Zheng, but this time she was looking at the jade butterfly. After thinking about it briefly, she did not say anything and just sent him back. Mithriel then shifted his attention to Dugubatian. "Really? Killing your own people to maintain power? I knew you were ambitious, but at least I thought you had a bottom line." Dugubatian did not utter a word. Words were meaningless now. "I'm branding you with a mark of sin. It will only dissipate after you've paid your dues in the war." The characters for Sinner appeared on Dugubatian's forehead, making him clench his fist. When has he ever faced such a humiliating experience? However, he did not dare object. The ultimate truth of the cultivation world is that power is everything. Things were not finished for the Grand Chancellor. A golden light entered his forehead despite his attempt at resisting before taking out the red embryo attached to his soul. Mithriel observed it for a while before putting it away. "While I've dealt with the main culprit, this thing has already infected your existence. Do as you want with that information." Mithriel turned to the Heavenly Serpent Empress. "You'll also serve on the front line with Qin. But mighty saint, I was just a mercenary. I only accepted a contract. You have free will and can say no," Mithriel rebutted, immediately silencing the cheeky Serpent Empress. Her focus was now on the demon and innate demon gods, especially the Battle Ape Chief. "What? Dissatisfied that I didn't let you further weaken our world before the biggest catastrophe the Chaos Universe has ever seen?" "I don't dare," Battle Ape Chief replied, his voice calm and composed. "So you're dissatisfied? Just not daring enough to reveal it," Mithriel sneered. "Fine. The animosity between you two is too deep, and forcing you to stop is more harmful than helpful. So, I'll give you an opportunity. Whoever makes the most contribution in the first 1 million yuan epoch can eliminate the other. You can even ask me to do it for you." Battle Ape and Myriad Star looked at each other. At this point, eliminating the Demon God Cave has almost become their heart demons. They cannot focus on their transcendent path without eliminating these pests. The Saint's words were an opportunity for them. Mystic Ice and Arcane Flame felt the same way. While things were looking bleak for them, especially after such an intense loss, a million yuan epic was a long time, and they still had an opportunity to recuperate and become the final victor. In fact, I'm starting a contribution list for factions and individuals. Mithriya continued. The individual list will also be divided into people from a lineage and loose cultivators. The top 3 will receive a free flawed transcendent method, and the top 10 will receive a free sermon. 3 golden lists materialized above the sky before disappearing. However, everyone could now access them with a thought. Mithriya's words resonated with the heavenly Tao as she initiated a minor vision of purple clouds rising from the east, followed by distributing a small amount of merit. Although it wasn't too much, it showed heavenly Tao's sincerity and favor. Do you think I would forget about you? Mithriya sneered. She raised her hand to condense a golden grid that covered the entire world. From now on, you cannot make any major decision without consulting me. Heavenly Tao's I immediately manifested between heaven and earth. Every cultivator felt this intense emotion of rage before the eyes suddenly started raining truly destructive lightning, trying to remove the golden grid. Stop wasting world source, Mithriya said. You're lucky I didn't seal your consciousness. If not for the fact that Grand Tao is already watching the development of the Central Destiny world, she would have acted much more extreme after that stunt Heavenly Tao pulled. Mithriya ignored the eye. It should calm down after realizing it was pointless to fight. Her focus shifted to the Tao opening sect. She observed Yin Hai for a moment. It's good to push yourself, but there should be a limit. With a thought, she siphoned some world source from the world and turned it into green water full of vitality before injecting it into Yin Hai's. In a matter of seconds, Yin Hai's mummified body returned to normal, and she slowly woke up. Kyuan rushed over to help and explain the situation. It's your turn, Mithriya said to Wu Hong before sighing deeply. Do you have any idea how much of your potential you would have wasted if I didn't wake up on time? Chapter 16:18. The Stolen Destiny, Small Retcon. I said Buddhism's primals were not summoned, but I changed it. A light covered Wu Hong, and her expression turned grave. A part of existence resembled smear paint. The worst part is that she did not catch it when using the observation technique. The green water surrounded her, and the paint slowly faded, leaving the child graffiti. Thank you, Wu Hong said as she exhaled. If you use those seals again, not even the items in the exchange list can save you. You'll have no choice but to reincarnate to recuperate your potential, Mithriya warned. I understand. Good. What do you want to do with the title? I'll keep it. Well, it's your prerogative, Mithriya nodded. The history lock should safeguard the information for a while, but I doubt it will preserve it forever. Use that time to improve your strength. It's in your best interest to establish the third transcendent foundation as soon as possible. I will. Speaking of the third foundation, make sure it's unique and suited to your Tao and path. I know you two are a couple now, but don't lose your individuality. Wu nodded, and Mithriya gave her a look before looking at Wang Wei. I'm willing to safeguard you during your time Nexus, if you trust me enough. It will be an honor, Wang Wei nodded. Mithriya finished her secret communication with these two before focusing on Kong and his people. I want to apologize for saving to protect you. This is what it's like to be the destiny chosen of a source chaos world. And believe me when I say things will be worse. You should prepare yourself to possibly lose everything in the process. I am aware and prepared for the consequences, Kong said calmly. Good. As for you, Lin Fan, you don't have to worry about anything. I understand the machination of fate and know you are just a pawn in a much larger cog. Thank you, Saint, Lin Fan said while smiling wryly. The enormous golden eyes stopped looking at people individually and focused on the group. The disaster will start in exactly 2300 yuan epoch, and I will be reorganizing the heavenly court in a true resistance force. You have all received the benefit from it, and it's time to truly repay it. Everybody has 100 yuan epoch to organize 25 of your military force and bring it to serve. Everybody resisted the urge to cry out in outrage, but a few people could not help but show a pained look, one that Mithria ignored. They only sent less than 10 of their people to the court. Above all, while the upper echelons occupied the spots with the most benefits, it was the disciples with little to no potential who were sent to join the divine soldier or divine general division. Black Chess. Yes, Saint, Old Man Black Chess took one step forward. You must recruit 25 from your inner members, and also recruit 5 times that number from the outer members. A deep pain flashed in the old man's heart, but he kept his facial expression neutral. Saint, it's not that I don't want to, but you know how unfettered these loose cultivators are. Even with the previous incentives, it took him a great deal of effort to establish the so-called scout regiment. I know, so just do your best. Once the time arrives, I will recruit them myself if you don't meet the number, Mithria replied, ensuring her words spread to all the other cultivators still kneeling on the floor. Then it will be done. Kiwan, Mithria said, I see that your spirit has been rejuvenated. Indeed. Good. You did a great job conducting the last war, so I will name you the grand strategist for the disaster, and you'll lead the war room. From now on, your words are military law, meaning they are absolute. I will do my best. Yi Guang. Yes, Saint, responded an elderly man dressed in all black. The Yi ancestor from a union had one defining feature, extreme handsome. If not for the fact that he chose to maintain an elderly appearance, this man would topple kingdoms with his beauty. You pride yourself on being cunning and shifty, so use it for good. You will be the second in command of the war room. As you wish, Yi Guang said, a bit embarrassed. She didn't have to call him out like that. Yin Hai, you will be the first Grand Marshal, leading your own army and subordinates from the previous soldier and general division. Yes, Mayam. Wu Hong, you're the second Grand Marshal, but you don't have to deploy immediately. Focus on running the disaster relief department. Ing Zheng and Dugabatian are the third and fourth Grand Marshals. Your army will be created purely from your factions. And yes, you still have to provide the 20. Ing Zheng couldn't even complain since he was so far away. But Dugabatian merely bowed in acknowledgement. Slaughter Sword God, you will be the 5th Grand Marshal. I need you to build an army of swordsmen, ultimate path swordmen, not extreme. You understand what I mean? Yes, Saint, said a middle-aged man with a white streak in his loose hair, tight black martial clothes that showed his broad shoulder, a scar on his left eye, and a rough but pleasant-to-look-at face. Mithria sensed Yin Hai's discomfort and spoke to her through divine sense. I know what you were planning, but for your safety, I advise you to stay away from the destiny of the ultimate sword path. Why? Have you ever wondered why the sword and saber are recognized as the weapons or Dao with the most attack potency? Such a thing should be determined by the cultivator itself, not by a weapon. I figure we were just that awesome. Yin Hai explained, semi-joking. Just like how the Paragon Soul and innate Grand Dao Source Physique had a history created by 2 people, it's the same for those 2 Daos, Mithria explained. Long ago, during the Essence Age, before the primeval body mansion's founder transcended the universe, he had a few competitors. The 2 most famous individuals were the Sword Monarch and the Saber Sovereign. Those 2 stole the destiny of all other weapons and rewrote the rules of the Chaos universe to ensure the dominance of their Dao. However, Grand Dao is all about balance. After so many years, it's time to remove those 2 Daos from the pedestal they were on. The Sword Path League is now embroiled in a feudal battle to preserve the legacy of the Sword Dao. However, without those 2 supporting them, their actions are futile. So, for your safety, you'd better stay away from that destiny. No, I can't stay away. On the contrary, you just inspired me, Yin Hai said. Since these 2 were able to ensure the dominance of their weapon, I can do it too. Better yet, I can ensure the supremacy of Sword Dao alone. I never pegged you for someone stupid. You think you can stop something Grand Dao has been preparing for eons? Mithria sneered. Of course, I can't stop it, but I may be able to preserve the dominance of Sword Dao just in the eternal ascension world, Yin Hai replied. And when I'm strong enough, I can follow in those two S paths. Do as you wish. As a friend, I've done my duty by warning you what is at stake, Mithriya said. Red Dust, you will be the 6th Grand Marshal. You are permitted to use whatever means necessary, and I shall bear your sin. Your words are the highest law, Lord Buddha, said a barefoot monk dressed in a red cassock with a creepy smile. Absolute beginning, you're the 7th. Use that wrath you have for incense on our enemy. With pleasure. Battle Ape and Mystic Ice, you're the 8th and 9th. I need you to build a dragon gate and use it to cultivate all the animals into demons. Don't be cheap and use the best bloodline possible. Those two primals' lips twitched. Not only did they have to work together, but individuals like themselves considered it a shame to be associated with animals. However, they must now use their precious bloodline to cultivate these things. Shun Tian and Black Chess are the 10th and 11th Grand Marshals. Zhang Jike, you're the 12th, and I need you to build an army of body refiners. Zhang Jike, the primal from the true essence lineage, looked like the opposite of a body refiner. His body was so thin that even his blue robe seemed too big on him, and his expression was pale, as if he had lost too much blood. However, no one would dare underestimate him. If there were a title for the strongest body refiner, he would be the favorite of 90 of people. Yes, Saint, Zhang Jike replied in a soft voice. Kong, you're the 13th. You will be in charge of all the Mortal Soul Legion. His number was certainly interesting, so a few people secretly glanced at Kong. Sea Sovereign, Mithriya said, looking at the sea race primal. He was a humanoid man with serpentine eyes and a single horn, clad in all white, with a golden belt and numerous rings on his fingers. You'll be replacing Wu Hong on the front line while she attends to her duty. The rest of you I did not call are on standby and can be called to the front line at any time. Everyone could only nod. However, Mithriya was not done. Battle Maniac, she called. Chapter 1619. Last preparations, I need you to train this newly created army. I'm not satisfied with how the formed one turned out. I need you to do your magic from the Second War and turn these soldiers into true warriors. No problem, Li Ming nodded. To perfect his Tao, Battle Maniac has studied various aspects of battles, including group fights and military battles. The Divine Protection Pavilion will fuse into the Divine Manufacturing Pavilion. All factions will also be required to send 5 of their professionals to serve. And don't just send the least talented individuals. Everybody must send at least one person to the top 10 of their profession. Mithriya ignored these people's ugly expressions. Since the association is in charge of the pavilion and it's a relatively safe position, you must send 20 of your professionals. Everybody felt better knowing someone else was suffering more than they were. However, the association did not mind as much. The pavilion was the safest place in the war. All they need to do is refine pills, talismans, arrays, puppets, and so on. Although the merit received will be less compared to directly fighting. That's the price for staying in a safe environment, and they were fine with that. Kiwen, make your puppet refining technique public and receive the merit for your innovation. Then, send Kai Song and the one called Puppet Demon to share their knowledge with the pavilion. Kiwen glanced at Wang Wei, who gave him a look that said, "What do you want me to do? Just follow her order." "It will be done," Kiwen nodded quietly. "Your sect has many unique talents that can contribute to this war, but I won't go too far since you're already occupying many positions," Mei Tia nodded. As soon as she stated these words, Wang Wei suddenly thought of Yin Liling and Dong Lifen. "Ma Likyu," Mithriya said. "Yes, Saint." All the primals suddenly had an ugly expression. Since when was this woman here? They never saw or sensed her in any form or shape. It was truly scary that someone could be so close to them, but no one noticed. "Did you sense her?" Wang Wei asked through divine sense. "No, Gu Huan replied truthfully. It seems your title as the strongest is not as secure as we thought. I always welcome the challenge," Wu Hong replied calmly. Being able to hide did not mean strength. It was an indication, but not an absolute one. so she remained confident. Your Tao also involved dream, correct? Dreams are another form of illusion, Malikiu responded calmly. Can you steal information from people's minds through dreams? Malikiu paused briefly. Yes. Good. You will be the Shadow Guard commander. I need you to establish a shadow network to infiltrate the enemy's home and gather intelligence. Do take into consideration they will be traveling to a hostile timeline. As expected, Malikia said. In her era, she was famous for several things, one of which was the Dreamwalkers, a fearsome shadow group that utilized dreams and illusions to steal information. When a saint asked those questions, she had a sense of where it was leading. It can be done, but I can give you access to the Void Illusion realm, but the ownership belongs to Wang Wei. If you want control back, settle the cause and effect with him. I understand. Wang Guo and Lin Fan, Methria uttered. She did not immediately speak. Instead, she summoned their spirit into a spiritual realm for private communication. Wang Guo, you are the person in the world most knowledgeable about Chaos Demon God Bloodline, and Lin Fan. You have the highest affinity with them. I'm giving you a task to investigate their presence and location. Don't antagonize them. Just investigate and report. And it doesn't have to be conclusive. I'm fine with just deep enough suspicions. Wang Guo frowned. This was an opportunity for him, but there was an issue. Saint, you saw the power of these gods. Don't worry. Most of them have been reduced to the Paragon realm. Most. I will give you a token with my power. It should protect you in case you meet an anomaly. We will do our best, Lin Fan said. I will be giving you immense power. Do not abuse it. Understand? The two felt a child down their spine, so they immediately nodded. Methria ended the secret communication and continued her work. These two will have a special status as investigator. She then condensed a golden token with her name on it. If they use this token, give them limited access to your factions and aid them in their investigation. These old foxes were not stupid and immediately connected the word investigator with the situation that happened with the Black Gate. Truth be told, all of them were preparing to investigate those things that escaped. After all, many of them have landed in their territory. Lastly, it's you, Methria said while looking at Wang Wei. However, her following words were directly through divine sense. Use your chessboard for the benefit of this war. If needed, you can ask me for a karmic line or to help you better hide one. Wang Wei's lips twitched. I will. Keep an eye on Kong and guide him if needed. You should be fine, right? Wang Wei said with a frown. The last thing he wanted was to help Kong without receiving any of the benefits of the Destined One. Of course, he was also planning to use the latter to gain some benefit. While he is proving intelligent and responsive enough for this responsibility, I'm starting to doubt his ability to find a solution in desperate times. So far, he has been too reliant on his destiny to save him in challenging situations. I understand. Methria nodded before declaring to everybody. See you in 100 Yuan Epoch. Wang Wei, Wang Bo, and the ancestors sat in a circle, pondering today's event. Many things had happened, and they did not know where to begin. The power of a saint, Wang Chong sighed deeply, not hiding his hope and envy. No need to envy since we will one day reach such heights. Li Ming said, speaking of cultivation, kid, why did you stop your advancement to primal? Wang Bo asked. Wang Wei sighed. It's complicated, and I don't even know too much myself. What I do know is that something bad might happen, and I need protection before I can advance. In that case, we need to prepare and lock down the sect, Qiyuan said. It would be better if you guys protected me on the continent, Wang Wei said. He felt much more secure inside the Origin Seal Continent's array than in the sect. So now, you're looking down on my abilities. Old man, it's my life at stake here. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. He had many reasons for choosing his wife's home, including the fact that she could design the array for Methria to use if needed. We understand, and we'll be there, Qiyuan nodded. On another note, do you want to take my previous position in the court? It's a relaxing position, and you get to be close enough to the war to receive the latest information. I don't see why not. Wang Wei nodded. After his ascension, he'll need to focus on things like achieving the Paragon Taboo Realm and raising his primal class. Everyone, especially his wife, will be busy, so he needs something to do before he is also deployed. Good. You go prepare and call us when you're ready. Wang Wei did not stay long, since he was in a bit of a hurry to increase his strength. Mithria's action, while a bit comfortable, also revealed the predicament the Eternal Ascension world will be in. This war will be brutal, and there are no guarantees that he will make it alive or intact. After leaving the meeting, Wang Wei did not immediately start his retreat. Instead, he contacted Yin Liling, Don Lifan, Kai Song, and Jun Mingyao for a short reunion. As he watched all four of them fly to his mountain, Wang Wei secretly nodded in satisfaction. Because he had left them trial tokens, all four are already paragons, with Yin Liling already in the second heaven. Above all, they did not rush their cultivation and established a firm foundation. They also entered the taboo realm, meaning they have passed the Sect's test of preserving ingenuity and creativity by creating their own method of entering the taboo. You guys look powerful, Wang Wei said with a smile. Is this some kind of mockery? Don Lifan asked. Why do you say that? We barely became paragons while you were participating in one of the biggest wars this world had seen since the end of the Golden Age, she replied with a deep sigh. She had forgotten the frustration of being in the same generation as this man until she witnessed that legendary war. I was dragged into it, Wang Wei sighed. If it were up to him, he would happily cultivate and flirt with his wife. Chapter 1620. The Wheel of Destiny turns Grand Sect Alliance, Pure Moon Wing. The Grand Sect Alliance divided its factions into numerous wings, where the different sects resided. Pure Moon Wing was an area in which an enormous artifact moon was created for the disciples of the Yin Moon Palace to live in. Today, the ancestor and founder of the palace, the Yin Moon Paragon, held a secret meeting. Do you know why I called all of you here? The Yin Moon Paragon asked. She was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman, dressed in all white, with blue hair. She looked peaceful and gave people a warm, nurturing feeling, but only those who knew understood that this was a facade. This woman was an erupting volcano when she became too excited. Two women stood opposite her, Suya and Luo Nuiying. All three women in this room had one thing in common: the 7 emotion, 6 desire physique. Their cultivation also fit in succession with Suya, who was at the peak of the great emperor realm. Luo Nuiying was preparing for her immemorial tribulation, and the Yin Moon Paragon was a peak paragon. Ancestor, we don't know, Luo Nuiying said, her voice soft with a bit of an intimidating boom. Unlike most people with her physique, who were thin and naturally charming, Luo Nuiying is what earthlings would describe as a war goddess. She was nearly 7 feet tall, with long legs, extremely fit, and well-endowed in both the upper and lower areas, which was apparent in her black armor that perfectly fit her figure. Her stern face was both alluring and intimidating, and that duality was further accented by her long and flowing red hair. Suya, who had recently been in the mood for green hair, remained quiet, but she also displayed her confusion with a facial expression. The Yin Moon Paragon did not beat around the bush and got directly to the point. Things are not looking too good for the association, and I need to start looking for a way out for our palace. Suya and Luo Nuiying glanced at each other, and their eyes communicated one thing. That was quick. It hasn't been an hour since the saint dismissed everybody. But the collapse of the association has started. However, after what they experienced and what was revealed, they were not surprised it happened, just that it happened so swiftly. Ancestor, what do you need us to do? Suyaskiv, I brought these unique, void-breaking talisman from the exchange list. Yin Moon Paragon said, they will not only take you away, but also send you to a place where your destiny can shine. I need you to leave and only return after I contact you. Understand? The war? Luo Nuiying asked. No need to worry about it. But if you truly want to make a difference, become stronger and return, Yin Moon said. I see. What about the Emotion Desire book? Suya asked with a hint of suspicion. You've always been clever, which is what I appreciate about you, Yin Moon smiled. Take it with you. This, Luo Nuiying muttered. Just like any sect, the Yin Moon Palace had its own factions, The most powerful was the ancestor branch, even though the Moon Paragon was merely a pseudo-eternal. The reason was the Emotion Desire books. The books are crucial to the lineage, and the only reason Luo Nuiying and Suya held their positions was that they were the original writers. But according to the sect rules, they cannot pass it on to someone else, and if they were to die, the palace has the right to retrieve it and have someone else finish what they started. Yet, the ancestor allowed them to leave with such a crucial artifact. Take the book and finish what you started, understand? Yes, ancestor. Good. Moon nodded before handing them the talismans. She calmly watched them disappear, then breathed a sigh of relief. Fate manifests in strange ways. Years ago, after the second emperor appeared in the Moon Palace, an idea suddenly occurred to her, as she instructed the palace to continue recruiting people with her physique. Then, after she became a paragon and started to build a faction in the upper dimension, Moon searched for more women. So far, 18 women of the 7 emotions, 6 desires physique have created their book and finished it by reaching the peak of the paragon. 11 are from the upper dimension and 7 from the lower dimension. Moon had a feeling something magical would happen once 13 women, both from the upper and lower dimension, finish their books. Maybe this will be her transcendent path. She doesn't know, but the possibility is enough to risk everything. The next step is to find the remaining physiques, Moon thought. Normally, this would be difficult. After all, this was a heavenly physique only found in the lower dimension. Moon spent a considerable amount of time and effort sending projections into the lower dimension to recruit these talents, which ultimately led to her strained relationship with Heavenly Tao. However, things don't have to be this difficult. With the exchange list, there are better ways to track when these physiques will be born. Better yet, she may even find a way to ask Heavenly Tao to birth these physiques for her. The only limit was the amount of merit she needed. While in deep thought, a talisman flew into her Moon's palm. Dugobatian had summoned her. She sneered. This bastard has recently been eyeing their palace's book, which is one of the primary reasons she sent Luo Nuiying and Suya away. Unlike the previous owners of the book, who are either dead or strong enough to protect the artifact, these two are a liability. Moreover, the true value of the books lies in their fusion. With 2 missing, it's impossible to access the content and power. Of course, this also means Moon had lost one of her greatest reliances, but she accepted the risk in exchange for a better future. Right now, his power is at its weakest, so he won't lash out or directly punish me, but I'll definitely be recruited and placed on the front line, Moon analyzed. Such an outcome was also alright. She needed enough merit to finally enter the eternal path and for the remaining 6 physiques. Suya took a moment to shake off the sensation of navigating through the void before entering a state of high alert. Everything around looked and felt normal except for the fact that the sky was green instead of blue. She did not spread her divine sense in case she accidentally peeked at a powerhouse and offended them. However, her vision detected a cloud of emotions not far away, indicating a significant number of people had gathered. Suya aktivatet her enhanjet hearing. Do you think we will pass? Do you think anyone can meet the requirements to join the G clan? If you don't have any confidence, why are you here? I'm just hoping I have some super rare hidden powers that catch their attention. You have a vivid imagination. What? A man can't dream? Sujafronith. Her mentors once mentioned the G clan, claiming they had reached the pinnacle in the emotion desire Tao. Should I join? She thought before weighing the pros and cons for a few seconds. The G clan is a family faction, so I won't have much upper mobility unless I marry into their clan. However, there should be more room to breathe in the Desire Heart Palace. She chose to join. The benefit of a powerful background was immense, even if it meant more rules and restraint. Suya's process of joining was rather swift. As soon as she joined the line, someone detected her physique and approached. A few tests later, she was immediately taken to the clan's headquarters through a transmission array. However, little did Suya know that her arrival shook the entire G clan. As soon as she landed, the clan's destiny was in turmoil, alerting numerous saints. What catastrophe can this little girl bring us? I don't know. My divination has only revealed blanks. Glasses? How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me that? I'll stop when you stop wearing that ridiculous thing. It's absurd that a saint is wearing a vision-assisting device. People do all types of things for aesthetics. Why do you draw the line at glasses? I just do. Focus, guys. Glasses. Any information? You. Well, fine. I just broke through a lock protecting her information. Her mortal enemy is someone called Lin Fan, and he is connected to the Chaos Demon Gods. Related? How? He is the one who released them. I see. But how does that relate to us? We have never offended them. And I don't think they would help the one called Lin Fan attack our clan, right? It looks like he is just a pawn, but I don't know. So what do? Do we accept this girl, or do we eliminate her? Chapter 16:21. The Wheel of Destiny turns 2, don't you have any shame? Trying to kill a weak little girl. The fate of our clan is on the line. No one has time for empathy. We have stood at the top of the chaos universe for eons, but after so long, we're afraid, a little girl. The founder would be ashamed. Don't use the founder's name in vain. Anyway, he would want us to protect his legacy at all costs. There's no point in arguing. The little girl is obviously not responsible for the disaster. She is just the medium used to facilitate it. Then, should we focus on the Chaos Demon Gods? They are currently quite weak, and we could have the advantage if we strike now. Haven't you people heard of a self-fulfilling prophecy? We have no animosity with them, but suddenly attack because of her presence, thus forming a lifelong hatred that will eventually cause us to suffer. Glasses is right. A preemptive strike is the worst move we could make. Things don't have to be absolute. We can just send the little girl away and ensure she has no future connection with us. Another cowardly approach. You don't want us to kill her, but you don't want us to send her away. What do you want? Wait, don't tell me you're interested in taking her as a disciple. Her physique is very suited for my path. Old woman, are you mad? You want to risk the clan's safety for your legacy? Who are you calling old? Do you want me to smack you again? Forget about whether to accept her or not. I'm interested in the information she revealed. Are you talking about the Eternal Ascension world? Yes. The last time we checked. Their saint was of the lowest caliber, but based on the power of Alak, she now has at least 7 foundation pillars. Wasn't he at 2 or 3 before? It's quite remarkable if she managed to climb back from such a low position. Not really. Wasn't she a boundless paragon? That's a minimum potential of 10 pillars if she did things correctly. Now, she is just making up for using that shoddy method. Why are you trying to be a contrarian? Being a boundless only increases the chances of a 10-pillar foundation, not guaranteeing it. Above all, aren't there plenty of them from the taboo that are still desperately trying to reach the 4 pillars? Don't mention that horrible event. He's right. This woman is remarkable. She's even trying to lure foreign powers into the disaster by allowing this little girl to escape. Well, given who they will be facing, it's the wisest move. So, when are we intervening? Definitely not so early on. The Heart Monument. Ancestor. Welcome, Ancestor. You've been so busy pointlessly arguing that you haven't noticed she has the aura and destiny of the Heart Monument. What? It's true. Her so-called Emotion Desire book has somehow resonated with the Heart Monument. How lucky is that Moon Paragon? Luck? There is no such thing as luck. True. We had theorized that the monument was flawed, and the book's existence is probably its attempt at self-repair. Regardless, this is an opportunity we cannot miss. But, isn't this too good to be true? You're right. The G Ancestor, G Junja said. This is the choice presented to us by Grand Tao. Take the risk, and maybe the monument can solve our bloodline issue. However, the repercussions are a catastrophe involving the Chaos Demon God. Or, we accept our fate and send this little girl away. Fuck Grand Tao. Let us do it. That's right. That woman has had it for us ever since she disliked our founder's path. If we're going to go out, let us do it in a bang. Let us carve our names into the annals of the chaos universe with blood. It's been a while since I felt my blood boil. I'm glad eternity hasn't dulled your fighting spirits, G. Junja said. Grim Mask, since you want her as a disciple, she'll be under your care. But don't push her too far and break her like your other disciples. But, ancestor, if I don't push her, how can I mold her into a strong cultivator? Let me put it in simple words. If she breaks, I break you. So, what you're saying is I could train her, just don't break her. Is that right? There was no response. He didn't say no, so I'll take that as a yes. Eternal Ascension World, Emperor Enlightening Academy. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in his cultivation room. He exhaled deeply before closing his eyes and entering his sea of consciousness. His spirit found himself seated before a highly handsome man dressed in white with violet hair and eyes. He looked muscular, but his ancient robe did a good job of hiding it. Now we can talk, Lin Fan said. Talk. Boy, nothing has changed. You do as I tell you, or I annihilate your soul. No, I had options. For example, telling the saint about your existence. That weak woman who couldn't even detect my presence? Ha ha ha, you're quite humorous. While that is true, I also have no doubt she can find a way to detect or remove you as long as she knows you exist. And then what? I can still slap her into oblivion. We both know that that's not true. Otherwise, no one from the Grand Sect Alliance would have survived, Lin Fan sneered. You're underestimating how weak I was because of that damn prison. Anyway, boy, I no longer find your resistance amusing. I think I will annihilate you now. A powerful aura instantly suppressed Lin Fan's soul, making him unable to talk, move, or even think. A few cracks appeared in his spirit. Luckily, the aura only lasted for less than a nanosecond. Lin Fan took a few seconds to regain his composure. You can't scare me. I think I can. Your presence means I have. Two fates awaiting me. Body possession or death. Either way, I'm dead. So, you might as well do it now. You think I won tea? That's right, Lin Fan nodded. You chose to inhabit my body for a reason. You chose not to immediately kill, possess, or turn me into a puppet. All signs say you need me alive. Quite bold of you to gamble your life on unfounded conjectures, the violet-eyed man smiled. But you're right, I do need you alive. A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. In that case, how about we start our relationship on a solid footing? Maybe with an introduction. A softer approach. Huh, I've never done that before. I guess it could be fun, the violet-eyed man muttered. He looked at Lin Fan with a smile the latter wasn't too fond of. Sure, why not? Lin Fan controlled the uncomfortable feeling. Who are you? Why were you imprisoned? And what do you need from me? I'm Hun Dungsi, the firstborn, the primordial chaos demon god, and the elder brother. I'm the blueprint for all life in the chaos universe. Well, I used to think I was. A deep sigh echoed in the sea of consciousness. My story involves something that occurred eons ago, and it involved my youngest brother, Pangu. Hun Dungsi said as he was lost in his memories. Pangu was supposed to be the best among us. He was kind, hard-working, and talented. He was the first of us to become a Grand Dao Saint. An intense hatred suddenly flashed in his eyes. One day, he suddenly went mad and started to destroy the chaos universe. Destroy the universe? Lin Fan asked in shock. However, Hun Dungsi was already lost in his story and ignored him. Our mother, Grand Dao, orders us to stop him. We did. Well, we tried. Sadly, he was too powerful. He felled all of us one by one with his axe, Hun Dungsi casually explained. I don't remember what happened afterward, but after we were defeated and Pangu was eventually stopped, Mother turned on us and locked everybody's remaining origin spirit or our obsession into this prison until you release us. Lin Fan was momentarily quiet. If you didn't want to talk, you could have just said so. There's no need to lie. Lie? Why would I do such a pointless thing? Your story is not adding up, Lin Fan followed through. Why did Grand Dao lock you guys up but not eliminate you? I understand entities of your level are challenging to kill, but after this long, I don't believe it has found a way. But let us say she couldn't there's still a problem with your story. I couldn't help but notice the flash of animosity in your eyes when you were telling the story. The odd part is that it was not directed toward Grand Dao, but Pangu, and that is not mentioning how all the others were forced to inhabit a body. But you chose to do it. The truly powerful one escapes. And, As you once claimed to be the strongest, you should have been able to as well. But you chose to stay. It's almost as if you are hiding from something or someone. Chapter 1622. The Wheel of Destiny turned 3 interesting. Hun Dunxi smiled with a playful look. You reminded me of my brother, Hong Jun, who is quite cunning. He was the first to notice something was wrong with Pangu. Hun Dunxi's smile suddenly faded, drastically increasing the tension. I never liked Hong Jun. He was too smart for his own good. Not to mention how he had the demeanor that he always knew everything, or the way he spoke in riddles. Lin Fan steadied himself while staring at this primordial entity. He did not flinch nor show an ounce of fear. He simply waited. Then, Hun Dunxi suddenly laughed. You're an interesting race. Well, I might as well tell you since our fate is now fundamentally linked, the primordial chaos demon god uttered. He raised his head slightly to look at something in the distance. Yes, Grandao locked us up because of something I did. As for exactly what I did, you don't need to know. Lin Fan frowned. Fundamentally linked? These specific words were raising alarms in his mind. Hun Dunxi gazed at him and sighed deeply. It took me a long time to find a way to escape that prison. Your existence was the culmination of millions of people with a profound affinity with chaos and our kind. Each time they died, someone else inherited their power until the perfect vessel capable of releasing it was born. Then, imagine my surprise when I realized that our mother planned to release us after ensuring we had been properly reformed. The worst part is that she planned to do it through my vessel. That's when I knew I needed to make a change. So, while she was secretly controlling the time it took to complete the vessel, I slowly transformed it into the perfect hiding place. The last thing I wanted was for her to discover me after the escape. So, yes, we are fundamentally linked together. You do want to take over my body. Lin Fan suddenly blurted out. Hun Dunxi looked at him with disdain. Would you take over an ant's body, even if you were desperate? Humans are not ants. Not from my perspective, Hun Dunxi rebutted. Well, maybe not ant. After all, you are indeed an interesting and unique race, born with a Tao shape and with great creativity and potential. However, it doesn't change the fact that you are born so fragile. We might be born small and weak, but we can grow to any height. If humans can cultivate their bodies to be on par with fiend gods, we can do the same for chaos demon gods. They'll pretend you didn't say such blasphemous words. Hun Dunxi waved his hand. But even if that were true, how long would that take? Instead of limiting myself to your human flesh, why would I just rebuild my own original body? Is that what you want? For me to help you rebuild your body and regain your former strength? Among other things, but yes, like what? I haven't decided yet, Hun Dunxi replied. He had just escaped the prison and barely understood the chaos universe situation. So it was unwise of him to start planning his next move. Now, do we have an understanding? One more thing. Are you sure? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat as a chill ran down his spine. I am. Go ahead. I want your words on your pride in your race and as the first life in the universe. That no matter what happens to me, you will not lay a single finger on my family. Familial love, what a great emotion. I miss having it, Hun Dunxi sighed. I can't make this progress since I need something to keep you in check. However, you can choose between a master, wife, and fellow disciples. Pick one, and I promise not to lay a single finger on them. Lin Fan clenched his fist for a few seconds before relaxing it. I choose my wife. Is this the emotion called love that my sister Desire often talked about? Hun Dunxi shook his head. Such an emotion designed for breeding is truly pointless and a major weakness. Do I have your words? Yes, human, you have my words. Good. Lin Fan exhaled deeply. Why are you still here? Lin Fan's lips twitched. You saw that I was tasked to track your brothers and sisters. Don't you have anything to say? Why would I? I see. Anything else? Your presence is starting to irk me. The war is coming, and I need strength. Haha, greed. That's an emotion that I am too familiar with. Hun Dunxi snapped his finger to implant a technique inside Lin Fan's mind. This is a way to purify the power of chaos you wield. It's truly a crime to call what you use chaos, Hun Dunxi said with disdain. Thank you, Lin Fan said before leaving his sea of consciousness. He took a moment to analyze every piece of the interaction while building a character model for Hun Dunxi. Only by knowing his enemy well enough can he plan for his future. Dao Opening Sect, Transcendent Fate Mountain. Let us not talk about the war, Wang Wei said, deciding to change the topic. Give me some of your old wine, Yen Liling asked as she summoned her cauldron to refine the wine and further elevate the taste. Kai Song immediately started to stare. She wanted to design a puppet as skilled as Yen Liling, but all her previous efforts have been unsuccessful. Wang Wei handed her some of his best and oldest wine before focusing on Dong Lifen. What actually happened to you? Well, as soon as I ascended, I was transported to the inheritance of someone called the True Dream Lord. Albeit a bit jarring, I was excited for this opportunity and carefully passed the first trial. The second trial took me to another chaos world, which I learned about after the rescue. Everything was proceeding smoothly until I met the spirit responsible for handing out the final reward. She noticed the Dream Luck dynasty in my soul and told me I needed to get rid of it. I refused, and she did not accept no for an answer. I fought all the puppet guards she unleashed and held on until the sect came to my rescue. True Dream Lord? It seems this may be another saint trying to hunt down new pawns, Wang Wei analyzed. By the look of it, they wanted your soul to contain the purest power of dreams, with nothing else to muddle your status as a pawn. I figure as much, Dong Lifen sighed. The higher the cultivation, the more cultivators have to come into contact with and accept the sad truth that they are or can turn into a higher existence as pawn at any time. Did the sect check your existence? Yes, but they didn't find anything. That could mean the means implanted are more sophisticated, or more likely, you were just chosen as a pawn and haven't been officially marked yet, which makes you quite lucky. Let us hope. Wang Wei felt the somber atmosphere and decided to change the topic. How's the husband? Yes, doing very well. A bright smile was immediately plastered on Dong Lifen's face. Her husband was now a peak eternal emperor, and the only reason he hadn't entered the Empyrean realm yet was that they wanted to take things steadily to ensure a solid foundation. What out did he choose? Ink and the literary way. That is a good choice, Wang Wei nodded. The Grand Sect Alliance has suffered a great blow and will continue to weaken during the war, meaning Sage Glasspen will lose his status as the head of the literary way. If nothing unexpected happens, Kong is the next head, and if he can truly manifest his destiny, the literary way will return to its status as one of the big three with Buddhism and Taoism. A cunning light flashed in Dong Lifen's eyes. Could we take the leader position? Not unless you kill Kong. Well, don't even think about it, Wang Wei said, almost rolling his eyes. Someone you should not be messing with has eyes on him, and not to mention the protection of destiny. Fine. How about we compete for a decent portion of the literary way's destiny? Dong Lifen countered. Unlike Taoism and Buddhism, which are religions, the literary way is a school of thought, making it more universal. The sect has countless scholars, meaning it's in our best interest to have a large enough voice. You make a good point. The more luck and the destiny, the merrier. Good. Then, can I count on your support if I propose this idea at the Elder Council? Sure, but you should understand that your husband is too far removed to be involved in such matters. I know. I'm just paving the way for his future, Dong Lifen replied. Speaking of, I have a favor to ask. Can you make sure that Punger is not recruited for as long as possible? I have no issue with participating in a war, but he's too weak. Isn't that something you have the power to do? Wang Wei asked. Dong Lifen was an elder of the sect, and it was common for them to protect their talented descendants or loved ones. I may have offended Stoneface, she said with a wry smile, and Wang Wei understood. Stoneface was a grand elder, peak paragon, and he was known for two things: keeping strict and detailed records of all the sect's operations, essentially turning him into the ultimate secretary, and his awful personality. How did you offend him? Stoneface had a lot of power, and Wang Wei could see how he would influence people to send Wang Peng to the battlefield. "It's because of you," Yin Liling said. Her wine was finally finished. Chapter 1623. Catching up, what does it have to do with me? Apparently, Stoneface has recently found a new concubine who gave birth to a son, Yin Liling explained. It still baffles me how so many women could like that man. Anyway, his young son is an Empyrean, and he wanted one of your trial tokens. He even suggested that the tokens shouldn't belong to the individual and become public property. The ancestors rejected his proposition, but he was not happy. He doesn't dare show his dissatisfaction with me, because I'm the Yin clan matriarch. The Li clan protects Li Wenling. But Dong Li Fin is the only one without a deep background. It also didn't help that she didn't mention her relationship with you. So, while he hasn't done anything, he has been staring and giving her dirty looks during meetings and so on. Wang Wei groaned softly. No need to worry about it. Especially now that you've been invited to my mountain. He should understand you're one of my people. Stoneface. Well, that wasn't even a man-ass title, but something people called him behind his back was actually quite politically savvy. While he had much power, he also understood who he could and could not offend. That's why he survived for so long despite his terrible attitude. I understand that, but I would be more at ease if you could be a bit more direct, Dong Lifen stated. All right, Wang Wei nodded before snapping his finger. Red Mask slowly ascended from his shadow. Go talk to him. Red Mask silently nodded before slowly dissipating. This issue was not that big of a deal, especially since Wang Wei was about to become a primal and ascend to the status of ancestor. Thanks. No problem. Here. Wang Wei received a wine bowl and slowly smelled it. The aroma alone instantly washed away all the fatigue from the previous battle, so he did not hesitate to taste this nectar of the gods. No, even the gods would be ashamed to compare their creation to this wine. Your craftsmanship has improved so much, Wang Wei praised. Winemaking and pill refining aren't that different at their core. As a guardian, I had a lot of free time on my hands and endless material because of the dream world. Well, it was time well spent. Indeed, Yin Liling nodded before taking out a small pill bottle. This is? Wang Wei asked as he opened the bottle to check the contents. You did it? Yes. Unfortunately, the Ascension Gate pill currently only has a 25% chance of success, even after the sex alchemist helped me perfect the formula. 25? Can it be taken more than once? 3 times before the pill becomes useless. Well, that's more than enough, Wang Wei said. 3 chances to recondense the Gate of Ascension were more than enough. Above all, this formula was the first of its kind. Soon there will be many, including actual techniques, to help the process. How is that old man treating you? Sir Wang Bo. Yin Liling ensured to pronounce the name while giving Wang Wei a glare, is very kind. He treats me better than his daughter. Another one was fooled. Wang Wei shook his head. He could not take that old man seriously after a few encounters. I'm glad I want to have to kick his butt. What about Li Jun? Any news? The last I heard about him was about 250 yuan epoch ago. He said he had reached the Paragon Peak and would start his primal training. He'll return once he is done. Wang Wei sighed. I understand his enthusiasm to become stronger, but he could have contacted me as well. This is for you, Yin Liling said, handing him a sealed information jade talisman. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he removed the seal, which was a password he and Li Jun established long ago. As he read the content, a smile crept on his face, followed by a chuckle. How naughty. He was glad that his old friend hadn't changed much. He sensed a power secretly trying to peak, so he immediately sealed the talisman and put it away. In return, he received a deathly stare. Wang Wei coughed awkwardly before changing the topic. I sense my nephew's karmic line. He finally ascended? Yes, he wanted to follow in your and sect Master Wang Tian's footsteps to become an immeasurable emperor. So he spent most of his time raising his willpower to the peak Great Emperor realm. Once that was done, the final battle was easy for him. Oh, so he is the third immeasurable? I wonder if his reward was as ordinary as my father's, Wang Wei asked. Unlike him, His father merely received Empyrean luck. He asked the fourth, and yes, he also received Empyrean luck. Has someone else in the Chaos universe also done it? Well, that makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. He was the first, and his accomplishment demonstrated to the world that it was possible. Now, others will strive to emulate his actions. What's his title? Chaos Manipulator Emperor. Chaos? As in greater chaos? Yes, and survive the outlaw trial. Now I'm intrigued, Wang Wei said. Apparently, in the last stage, he was being hunted by an Empyrean projection, Yin Liling explained. Hunted? Not to show up. Yes, hunted. He used your Empyrean artifact to survive the first few attacks. His soul and body didn't collapse? Well, with all the emperors that nourished his body, he should be able to survive using the artifact as long as he was in the Supreme Realm. Exactly, but that is not how he survived. Remember your array virus? He modified and disseminated them to all the minor constructs in the lower dimension, secretly stealing their powers. Then, he lured his enemy into the right spot and used all their powers to seal the projection. That is pretty brilliant, Wang Wei praised. The best way to survive the trial is to utilize all available resources to overcome the initial danger, followed by quick thinking and innovation to survive the last and most perilous phase. Where is he now? He is now the Li Clan's supreme treasure, Yin Liling said while rolling her eyes. They almost wanted to keep away from all the danger until he grew up. Luckily, the ancestor intervened. Now, he should be in one of the trials, preparing to enter the Emperor Battle Taboo realm. I always said I would spoil him, but he has already grown, and I've never met him. Wang Wei sighed to himself. He has adored you since he grew up hearing about your legend. So, I doubt he'll mind too much. Even so, Wang Wei decided to spend more time with his nephew once they met for the first time. One thing he was curious about was Su Ai, his nephew's mother. However, Wang Wei did not ask, but checked himself. She had ascended with him, and the Li clan was taking great care of her. He even detected an emperor fate on her, meaning the clan was probably planning on using the exchange list to change her into the emperor path. She might turn into a great talent, Wang Wei thought. When all the emperors nourished his nephew, Li Xingwei, he was still in the wound, meaning some of their powers also leaked or helped Su Ai. So, as long as she becomes an emperor and uses those leaked powers, she will be a force to reckon with. What about you, Kai Song? How are you doing? Great. I've built so many puppets. That's it. Nothing new or exciting. Like what? I don't know. New scenery, new friends, or maybe a loved one. Nothing you said is as interesting as building puppets, Kai Song replied calmly. However, I did meet many friendly people who taught me new ways to build puppets. I wish I had your mindless devotion to a craft. Wang Wei shook his head. All right, what is the best puppet you've recently created? I had some ideas for the self-replicating puppets you told me to make, but you also said not to talk or reveal any information about them until I'm above the Paragon realm. That's right, so you don't have to say anything, Wang Wei swiftly said. She was his ticket to bringing a formidable force similar to Skynet to the cultivation world. Keep your ideas or any blueprints deep in your mind and do not write anything down. I will, Kai Song nodded. Wang Wei felt relieved. Although this girl looked a little naive, he knew she was reliable. I heard your Proving Tao artifact is a pretty unique puppet. Kai Song's eyes lit up. She immediately summoned a humanoid puppet that looked like a clone of herself. It's one of my best works. You use your own body? Dong Lifan asked. My flesh is the thing closest to me, meaning it's the material with the highest affinity with my soul and Tao, Kai Song said. So, I spent years tempering my body and shed it to use as material for the puppet. What about the core? It seems pretty unique as well, Yin Liling asked. Chapter 1624. The Dream World has come back? I created it by combining millions of miniature cores, each of which can be instantly turned into a functioning puppet, Kai Song explained. So, you're a one-man army, just like me, Dong Lifan commented. That is just the bare minimum used, Kai Song replied. Everyone knows the core is the fundamental flaw, but with this type, it will be like trying to deal with a million different cores. And as long as one is still operating, the puppet will still be operational. But that shouldn't be the full extent, right? I saw you use my spirit particle technique. Yes. Another primary design of the core is my survival, Kai Song said. In an emergency, they will all fly away in different directions, trying to bring a piece of my soul to safety. In that case, you have options. You can program them to run away into the grand constructs. That should increase their chances of survival, Yin Liling commented. You also need good anti-karma or anti-divination methods to increase the odds of success, Dong Lifen added. I've taken all of those thoughts into consideration, Kai Song explained. You could try to engrave and escape ultimate skill into the miniature puppets, Wang Wei suggested. Although I don't expect you to succeed until you reach the 10th heaven, 100, it will do wonders for your future primal path. That is a great idea, Kai Song nodded. She liked talking to Wang Wei because he could always inspire her to innovate in her puppetry. The group discussed puppets for a few minutes, bouncing ideas off Kai Song. After a while, Wang Wei grew concerned about the quiet Jun Mingyao. What's wrong with you? And don't say you're fine. Jun Mingyao shifted his body uncomfortably. He opened his mouth and closed it. He swallowed his wine as if he wanted to gain courage from this immortal dew. I just came from an inheritance site, and the soul remnant who created it said something that has been bothering me for a while. Go on. He said the destiny of other weapons has been stolen, but the time has come to regain their status. But on that day, I will have to pick a side. Stolen destiny? If it's true, it would explain why swords and sabers have such fame and power, Yin Liling analyzed. This remnant sounds like it was trying to sow discord between you and the other swordsmen in the clan, especially the ancestor, Dong Lifen commented. I thought that as well, but if you think about it logically, it makes sense, Jun Mingyao added. With the ancestor's personality, she will not allow swordsmen to lose their position. And not just her. Most swordsmen with a bit of pride and ambition won't stand by and do nothing. The sect will eventually support her, and I will be left with nothing. Dong Lifen and Yin Liling gave him a sympathetic look. In such a situation, it is in the sect's best interest to support the more powerful Yin Hai. So Jun Mingyao's worries were well-founded. But maybe it's a good thing he realized the situation he was in and gave up early. The way you think is too simple, Wang Wei said. Destruction was supposed to be the Tao with the highest attack potency or destructive force, but it was overthrown. Do you think destiny alone is enough to change a fundamental rule of the chaos universe? The things involved here are probably beyond any of our pay grades, and that is assuming the information is true at all. But if it is, things will still not be as simple as you put it. Things on such a scale can have an adverse effect on the sect, so no, the ancestor will not have the overwhelming support you think. And that is just from a political standpoint. From a personal point of view, some people might also want their Tao to have such a status, which would reduce her support and cause numerous other issues. But if the situation devolved to the point that there might be infighting, the council will probably decide to resolve it the old-fashioned way. The strongest get the sect's support. Your words almost alleviate my worries until that last part, Jun Mingyao said with a wry smile. If you don't even have the confidence to face the ancestor, why are you involving yourself in wars about the destiny of Weapon Tao? Dong Lifen asked. She's right. If your heart wavers by the mere thought of facing such an opponent, then you have no business thinking about the future of Spear Tao, Wang Wei nodded. It seems my spiritual training is lacking, Jun Mingyao uttered as the fierce sharpness of a spear flashed in his eyes before retreating. He blamed it on the recent rapid rise in cultivation. That is more like it, Wang Wei smiled. He raised his cup to show his appreciation. Jun Mingyao accepted his praise. Let's not talk about these larger-than-life topics. Yin Liling said, I noticed the ring on your finger. Did you finally do it? That's right. Wang Wei beamed from ear to ear as he glanced at his ring. After years of charming her, I finally updated my status to soon-to-be husband. Congratulations. Yin Liling was one of the few people who truly knew or understood the strange nature of Wang Wei's love life. So, She was glad their story would finally have a happy ending. It's a shame she couldn't witness more of it or be a contributing factor to his success. Yes, this is great news, Dong Lifen nodded. She still remembers many years ago when they were weak cultivators in the divine altar realm, when Wang Wei rejected her by explaining what kind of woman he was looking for as a partner. It's been so long, and many things have happened. Their fate has been separated, transformed, and reintertwined. Looking back on that day, she was glad it happened. His decisive rejection, which left no room for ambiguity, allowed her to move on with her life. And when she met the true love of her life, she was in the best state to love again. When is the wedding? We haven't decided yet, but it will be grand. That means everybody will have to bleed, Dong Lifen groaned softly. She read about how lavish celebrations usually turned into a competition of displaying wealth, fame, and connections. I'm glad he told us early. Now, I can start preparing something unique. She didn't think she could bring something truly precious, so she had to settle for a special gift. The more I think about it, the more I become fond of the idea of using rings as a sign of eternal love, Yin Liling remarked. It's truly a beautiful thing. Wang Wei's lips almost twitched. He remembered how, in his past life, the diamond and wedding industry had propagated the concept of wedding rings worldwide, aiming to make billions of dollars. I wonder if I could do the same in the cultivation world? After thinking about it briefly, he secretly shook his head. On Earth, the people did not control the means of production, so they had to buy the rings. But in the cultivation world, even the lowest cultivators can properly make their own ring. I could probably include the exchange of rings in our wedding ceremony, which could start a new trend and provide us with some luck and destiny. Wang Wei analyzed. His original plan was to have a heaven and earth wedding, so the chances of influencing the eternal ascension world as culture or zeitgeist are much greater if they can pull it off. So, Wang Wei decided to suggest it to his future wife. The group conversed and drank for hours until it was time for Kai Song, Dong Lifen, and Zhu Mingyao to leave. Before departing, Wang Wei stopped Dong Lifen. I need you to build the dream world again and design it to fit the entire world. Dong Lifen was surprised by this request. What about the void illusion realm? That's exactly why I want you to build it, Wang Wei replied. I don't like how Ma Liquiu is buzzing around. So, in case she successfully strips back control from me, or I sell it to her, I will push the dream world as a replacement. With the proper marketing, Wang Wei was convinced he could capture a significant share of the void illusion realm as users, and possibly even replace it as the primary network construct. His confidence stemmed from a myriad of reasons, primarily because of the fundamental designs of the two. The true void illusion realm was initially designed to siphon soul energy from mortals. Not that Wang Wei wanted do the same for the dream world, but the way they interacted with both constructs was different. The dream world was created to facilitate an understanding between mortals and cultivators. Meanwhile, Ma Liquiu's creation separated the two and did not treat mortals with the same care and attention. Moreover, the dream world has functions that the void illusion realm did not have, such as Exine, the cultivation world as first therapist. More importantly, after visiting Earth, Wang Wei had a few more ideas on how he could further enhance the experience for mortals and encourage them to choose his dream world. Chapter 1625. The Taboo Realm's Truth, according to Wang Wei's theory and conjecture about the state of the transcendent age. He believed that resources will play a significant role in the quintessence realm, even more than they did in the lower cultivation stages. With that thought in mind, he will not easily give up the ability to amass a vast quantity of soul energy from mortals. Do you have a time limit? No, you can take your time, Wang Wei replied. He understood that the war was approaching, so her primary focus should be on cultivating and strengthening her abilities. As of now, the void illusion realm still belongs to him, and Ma Liquiu is just its user. All right then, Dong Lifen left. Wang Wei and Yin Liling spend the entire day talking and catching up, but on the next day, they also separate to attend to their affairs. Wang Wei checked on the development of his fate guards, before heading to the Origin Seal continent. Wu Hong was still busy with the Sect's affairs, but she sent a clone to accompany. We need to build a better heaven deception array. I had a feeling you would say. Wu Hong nodded. Methriao was too powerful. In front of her, no one had any secrets or privacy, which was a terrible feeling for those overlords who were used to being at the top of the world. Well, I'm working on it, but I'm already stretched thin. I can help. How? Wu Hong looked at him. Not to demean you, but with your current array of achievements, you're more likely to be a hindrance than help. Give me a list of all the runes you think will be helpful for this array, and I will deduce which ones have the highest chance of achieving what you desire. That would indeed drastically reduce my workload. Wu Hong nodded. However, focus on becoming a primal first, then we'll deal with the array. That was the plan. Wang Wei nodded. When are you going to enter retreat? Everyone in the sect wants to come protect me, but they are currently busy, so I'll probably wait 1 or 2 yuan epochs. That should be enough for everything to settle down. She nodded. What are you going to do in the meantime? I planted a few seeds for my sub-deos to reach 100, and now is the time to reap them, Wang Wei replied. I also wanted to watch your battle to see if I can learn something. Speaking of which, you disappeared a few times, and I couldn't even track your whereabouts. Where did you go? Your question reminded me of something. I may have offended your grandmother. You went to Samsara? Yes, and we devastated the place. Luckily, it seems another saint intervened and fixed the problem. Wang Wei groaned softly. What? Do you think she'll despise me? For their heaven and earth wedding to proceed smoothly, Wu Hong must receive the blessings of all of Wang Wei's family, and he must receive the same from hers, which is primarily the twins and Lai Paiki. No, I don't think she'll blame you that much. However, the other Yama kings already despised me. Once they learn we are together, my status as an Earth Emperor will probably be shaky. They wouldn't strip it from you, would they? Wang Wei wanted to say no, but he remembered that his grandmother was competing with others for the Netherworld Emperor position, meaning it's very likely that someone will use this accident to attack him. They might. Now, I feel even worse. Don't. The position was just one of the many achievements on my list, with no direct connection to my path. Its other purpose was to keeping Zheng in check, but that has not been going well. Has it? Maybe we should try to apologize. We can try sending her a talisman, but since that meeting, I've only received one note telling me that she was all right and doing all right. His grandmother seemed extremely busy, and it did not help that Samsara and the Yama kings rejected visitors with a passion. Wu Hong was briefly quiet. Do you think there will be consequences for your Pillar Foundation if you lose the title? I have no idea, Wang Wei shrugged. We still don't know whether it's Grand Dao or some kind of self-determination system that dictates how these pillars are condensed. It's probably not Grand Dao. Do you know something? Wang Wei asked. I discovered the means she controls the transcendence. It's the critical hit path. That thing? Yes, it's one of the hidden constructs, and the key to full access is the taboo battle realm. Really? Wu Hong nodded as she explained what she discovered when she used that technique. How each of the taboos corresponds to a layer in the critical hit path. It's indeed a means of control, Wang Wu sneered. The difference between each individual in the quintessence realm is too vast, and this construct's existence is a means to give hope to people of a lower foundation. However, people of high foundation must also ensure they spend time on understanding it. Otherwise, they will suffer at the hands of those who do. Regardless of the reason, the crux of the matter is that saints cannot completely isolate and stop relying on Grand Dao. Do you think it will be possible to jump realms to fight? You mean like a primordial saint fighting a tribunal saint? Probably not. After all, even if a lower saint could achieve such a boost, the tribunal saint will also be using the path to boost itself. Well, unless there is a way to isolate them from the critical hit path. The two immediately became quiet. Such simple words revealed great information, especially about the nature of battles and tactics in the quintessence realm. More importantly, it raised a significant question. If it's possible to isolate a saint from the critical hit path, doesn't that also mean Grand Dao can do the same for them? Of course it's a fucking trap, Wang Wei groaned softly. Well, we haven't confirmed anything yet, but yes, The world is one trap after another, Wu Hong sighed. Do you think it will be possible to make up for missing the taboo battle realm after sanctification? Grand Tao's operating philosophy has always been that nothing is absolute, so there will probably be a way. But the price will be steep. You're lucky the exchange list provided a means for you to make up for it before it was too late, Wang Wei sighed. True, and you should probably send that information to your sect. We Wunti want them to trivialize the significance of the taboo realm. Wang Wei nodded, and he immediately condensed a talisman. While we are on this subject, what do you think the Grand Tao positions do? They seemed relatively lackluster, so I'm thinking their true effects might come into play in the quintessence realm. I've also been thinking about that, and I honestly have no idea. The 3,800 Grand Tao positions are lacking in their functions. While they can strip someone of their power, it only works if the challenger has a standard Tao as the position holder. If the cultivator S Tao is unique, the position S effect will only be a marginal weakening at best, which can be helpful at high-level battles. But the fact that it only applies to people of similar Tao makes it almost pointless. I think even the saints are not fully aware of its function, Wang Wei uttered. That's a bold statement. Why do you say that? Think about it. None of them have hunted position holders. Well, as far as I know, but I think it's odd that no one came for the ones in this world, Wang Wei explained. He knew for a fact that there was a sword saint due to the mortalhood trial, but that person never hunted Yen Hai for her position. If that's true, it would mean Grand Tao is keeping this secret tightly to its chest. But once it is revealed, I'm afraid it might have an impact on a universal scale. That means I should place more significance on the fate position, Wang Wei muttered. At first, he wanted the position for the status and honor it brought. Then, he was slightly intrigued when he realized his own was possibly a Tao overlord and might also be planning something with the all-seeing temple. Afterward, Wang Wei wanted it for his pillar foundations. But now, he realized this thing might be more important than anyone realizes. Let us get back on topic. Where else did you go? I went to the Source Key Space, Primordial Chaos, and Heavenly Tao S Core. Wait, you went to the core? Yes, and? That means you saw how it operated its laws, right? Quickly, show me what you saw and be as detailed as possible. Wang Wei could not hide his excitement, even if he wanted to. Wu Hong quickly thought of something and immediately recreated the scenes she experienced during the fight. Chapter 1626, Erudite Duchess. At first, Wang Wei thought his excitement was for nothing, but when Heavenly Tao used its power to push Wu Hong and Ying Zheng out of the core, his eyes lit up. He stopped the recording and slowed down everything. Yes, finally, fate is smiling upon me. The next level of his force control skill that he needs to master is called True Heavenly Tao Control, which is a level of control of a saint-like existence, like Heavenly Tao, who has the highest affinity with laws and other forms of powers. With this recording, Wang Wei will now have a direct reference to learn from to create that level, which also means that his path to C-Class is clear. And with his high affinity with the River of Fate, it won't take him much time to completely master its power and become a B-Class Primal. The best part is that all of this was possible before the war started. Wang Wei suddenly kissed Wu Hong on the cheek. You are indeed my lucky star. Of course I am, she smiled. The force control was also valuable to her, since its only purpose was to speed up Wang Wei's achievement of C-Class. She can also use it to reduce the stamina drainage of all her Grand Construct skills. And even after becoming an SSS class primal that can casually use any 6-tier Grand Construct skills, she can still use the technique to elevate her Spell S attack potency, maybe even achieving Yen Hai S level. Wang Wei grinned from ear to ear as he reviewed every detail of Heavenly Tao S exile technique. He felt countless inspirations flooding into his mind, and he recorded them all. You know, your Tao Quintessence prototype is truly out of this world. The power she displayed in that fight was truly extraordinary, and unlike Ying Zheng, who relied on foreign aid, Wu Hong relied on herself to create those seals. You never told me how you created them. The Erudite Duchess enlightened me. Erudite Duchess? Why does this name sound familiar? Wait, Why can't I remember? She tends to have this effect on people, no, on the world, but you probably read about the fact she has the largest library in the chaos universe. It finally clicked in Wong Wei's mind. He once read about the infinite library that was said to hold all the secrets and truths of the chaos universe. He also heard of its creator and curator, the erudite Duchess. However, he never truly paid attention because the records made the library and the Duchess sound like nothing but rumors. The sect's history book even said that at some point during the Second Origin War, Kiyuan searched everywhere for its location to no avail. And he was not the only one. There is a significant part of the war where both factions began searching for the library, as they believed it contained the key to winning the war. But no one had ever seen. Wong Wei squinted. Have you met her? Yes. 3 times, in fact. So often? This woman was so mysterious. So this number immediately raised some alarm in Wong Wei's mind. The first time was when I was studying my universal seal, innate talent, to turn into a scripture. It was probably a projection, and I met her when she was dressed as a man and on the way to take the imperial exam. We talked, and after a few words from her, I was inspired and created the scripture. The second time was when I wanted to build the artificial grand construct, Wu Hong explained. I was traveling through primordial chaos to find inspiration, and I met her in a small restaurant in the purple silk world. After hesitating briefly, we talked, and she hinted at her identity. After explaining my situation, she pointed me toward a rune with records and data from people who also attempted to make artificial constructs. A deep frown appeared on Wong Wei's forehead. The third time was when I had the idea of creating the seals. Heavenly Tao did something that irked me, and I remember the grudge we had. At first, they were to deal with it, but then I remembered Yin Highest Tao and chose to be more ambitious, targeting its boss. I thought of creating a seal capable of dealing with each of the fundamental 3,800 Grand Tao source. Wong Wei was speechless. This woman wanted to seal all the Grand Tao source in the chaos universe. This was an ambition that teetered on the verge of madness. However, he liked it because she was so bold and even pursued her wild thoughts. As you can imagine, this was an ambition too grand for a little primal. Then, the Duchess appeared with this strange artifact that resembled a pyramid with one eyeball at its center. She asked me what I saw, and as soon as I laid eyes on it, I entered a state of epiphany and designed the first version of the seals. Wong Wei took a moment to mull over his thoughts. This woman sounds like she is you, puppet master. I previously had the same thought. Everyone is or can be a pawn in the hands of a puppet master. For Wong Wei, it was the river of fate and the cardinal. His 3 ancestors had the Trinity Venerable. Ing Zheng has Hong Jun, and Dong Lifan has the True Dream Lord. You should have told me something like this sooner, Wong Wei chided. He could have started planning early on had he known they had such an enemy. The thing is, I don't think she means any harm. Is this a rare moment where you are being naive, and I get to experience it? No, I'm serious, she said. Unlike these people who hide their intentions. After the epiphany, the Duchess directly told me that I needed to help her with something once I was strong enough. That's not enough to eliminate her suspicions. I know this, but my intuition is telling me she is not nefarious. One day, she may even be a great ally. Wong Wei groaned internally. With such vast experience and spiritual attainment, he does not doubt that his wife's intuition is superior to his own. However, when it comes to dealing with these higher entities, Wong Wei would not place his trust in pure instinct or intuition. He believed in pure logic, observation, calculation, and deduction. All right, since she chose to be trusting in this scenario, I'll be the paranoid one. He did not dismiss her intuition. His prior experience has taught him that his cold and logical approach may not always be the correct one. Sometimes, he requires a more emotional approach. It's fine if Wu Hong is wrong, since he'll be there to soften the blow. But if he is the one who is in the wrong, it's also fine since she can preserve her relationship with the Duchess. What did she ask in return? She didn't say exactly, but I've deduced it probably has something to do with the Hall of Records. Do you think she wants to find it, just like you do? No, I don't think it's that simple. Wu Hong shook her head. The Hall of Records is the true most extensive library in the Chaos universe, meaning that the infinite library is real. It can only take second place. Instead of just finding the library, Wu Hong would more likely believe that the Duchess had discovered it, but she wanted to take the deeper secrets or even take complete control of it. Let's assume that she means you no direct harm, but you should understand that whatever she asks you to repay your karma, it will probably be something perilous, right? I know, but can you say that the flawed Tao quintessence is not worth it? Wang Wei was quiet. The flawed Tao quintessence meant Wu Hong had a strong head start toward becoming a grand Tao saint. It also meant a significant starting chance of success. And in each step of the quintessence realm, as long as she can make minor improvements to the seal, she will increase her chances of reaching the third step. Wang Wei sighed deeply. Yes, nothing in this world can be gained without giving up something. As a master of karma and causality, he understood this concept better than most. Anyway, whatever it is she asks of you, I'll be there to help. That's why you're my favorite man. Wu Hong smiled as she caressed his face. Why do you sound like I'm not the only one? As far as you know, you're the only one. Oh, you're a comedian now? He smirked. Two can play at this game. How about we open the marriage? I reckon there is a line of women who would jump at such an opportunity. You can try, as long as you don't mind spending eternity without balls or a private part. Wu Hong sneered. Two-faced hypocrite. Say you of all people? Now you went too far and wounded my frail heart. Really? Wu smiled. How about a kiss to make you feel better? I always knew you and I were on the same wavelength. Chapter 1627. Primal Fate Dominator. After a snuggling session with his wife, Wang Wei secretly left to hunt down the Tao seeds he previously planted. The process was relatively simple, and the people involved suffered a terrible fate. One of them seemed to have become aware and tried to resist, but it was to no avail. It took Wang Wei 20 yuan epoch to fully refine the seeds inside a formation. As a result, his soul, pill, array, talisman, weapon refining, thunder, and 5-element arrays finally reached 100%. The only one left was his destruction Tao, for which he could not create a seed, as the person would have to survive the outlaw trial. By the time he finished, the people who wished to protect him finally had the time. They held a meeting to discuss what security measures to take. In the end, they decided that Methreya and Wu Hong would design a special world for Wang Wei to complete the last step. Everybody else will blend into the void and secretly protect him. With Methreya's assistance, the secure dimension was completed in less than 200 years. No one, except the people involved, knew what he was doing. These individuals even created the most accurate clones possible to present themselves to the world without revealing their true identities. For safety reasons, Wang Wei spent the first 10 yuan epochs of his retreat comprehending his force control skill just to confuse anyone who might cause trouble. Only after he felt safe that he finally completed his chronospirit skill. Heaven and earth changed as a large vision manifested, alerting numerous curious individuals. At first, some people thought it was a celebration for the birth of a new paragon, but then they were shocked when they saw the scroll and brush. All eyes were immediately glued on it, wondering who was lucky enough to become worthy of the title of Primal. Then, they watched as the brush slowly wrote, Fate Dominator Wang Wei. For the people who were paying attention to Wang Wei's fight, this was not a surprise. However, for most other cultivators, this was shocking news. It was understandable that people like Yin Shirong, the Grand Preceptor, and the Song twins would become primals. Despite their youthful appearance, they were still individuals who rose to prominence either at the beginning or end of the Golden Age. But who was Wang Wei? A young lad who hasn't ascended for more than 1,000,000 yuan epoch. These cultivators understood that this generation was lucky due to the appearance of the mortalhood trial, which drastically accelerated their growth. But someone already becoming a primal was simply absurd. The world knew of Wang Wei. After all, he basically ended the reign of the 7 moons and saved everybody from Supreme Unity's cruelty. However, most cultivators still could not wrap their heads around his rapid growth. Myriad Clan Union. Guofeng Wang looked at the name on the list for a few seconds. A fighting aura suddenly replaced her peaceful atmosphere. She stood and, without a single word, flew toward the heavenly court to register for the war. The only way to accelerate her growth was to use the exchange list, but that requires merit, and war is the fastest way to acquire more. Tao Beginning Palace. Zhenbiyu watched the list with a slight daze. For a moment, she questioned whether it was a wise move to focus so much on the politics of the palace. No, I can't waver now. I need resources, and more importantly, I need more luck and destiny. Her physique has long become useless before she even became an Empyrean. And her second pure soul also no longer provides her with much of a boost in the Paragon realm. So, Zhenbiyu needed an improvement, or she might not even make it to the 10th heaven. 10,000 Buddha Haven. Feng Hong looked at the list. Congratulations, benefactor. You deserve all this success. After recording these words in a talisman and sending it away, he closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Now that he has started his spiritual transcendence path, emotions such as jealousy, envy, greed, or competitiveness can no longer sully his mind and spirit. Great Kin, Eternal Court. Ing Zheng sat on his throne with a stoic face as he looked at that name. After Bai Qi's report, he knew this day would come. Truth be told, he was surprised it was delayed for so long. How much time do I have until his strength catches with mine? This question has been plaguing the great sovereign recently. Ing Zheng was a confident man. Despite recent failure, he remained steadfast in his goals and ambitions. After all, he still had the pendant and the recorded secrets of the Heavenly Emperor position. However, something has been occupying the back of his mind lately, and that's the existence of Hongjun's dog, Wang Wei. Tribal Sacred Mountain. A chained Dafu glanced at Wang Wei's name. If I had the strength, could I have saved her? Could I have brought her back? He pondered for a moment before rattling the chains. The Book of Life and Death. One day, sooner or later, you will be mine. Ao Shun clenched his fist, even drawing a few drops of blood. He and T felt this way since ascending. That terrible sensation that an insurmountable mountain was pressing over his head. He snapped his finger, and a shadow slowly appeared behind. How is the search? I'm sorry, my lord, but these chaos demon gods are extraordinary. We have done our best, but there are no signs of their presence. Is it true that they are hunting paragons of similar Daos as them? It's been confirmed to be true. Any chance you know whether the darkness chaos demon gods are part of the group as hunting? You mean? I think I can make a decent bait, don't you think? Heavenly Beauty Palace. What is wrong? Sun Junyao asked. Do you think it could have been me if I didn't waste all that time being moody and depressing? Xiao Tiandi asked. It's hard to say, but I don't think it truly matters. Why not? You've experienced a low point in your life and overcome it. That experience made you as strong as you are today. And that's all that matters. Thinking of the person you could have been will only bring you pain. You have a point, Xiao Tiandi nodded. Sword Path League. A bit of envy flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He gave up his dignity by accepting marriage alliances in exchange for the support needed to become the next league master. But what about Wang Wei? He was born as the heir of one of the most powerful factions in the world. He has never had to worry about resources or support in his cultivation. These things are not the key to his current success. Jian Wushuang knew the critical role they played. Without such a background, there is no way he could reach such a height in record time. He exhaled to calm down. There is no point in jealousy. He has his path, and I have mine. I might not get there as fast as he, but I will get there. He's indeed Wang Tian's son, Ji Lamfgan smiled. It seems I must put more pressure on myself. After watching Yen Heist battle, he felt ashamed as a swordman and immediately discarded his nothingness arm. Since the Sword Empress can use a fast sword without being affected by the power of nothingness, he could do it too. Skill Dao Association. Of course, he is already a primal, Tong Ruobing's side. She did not care that her talisman had failed. No one likes to always be in second place or lose to the same person repeatedly. Sadly, this is the fate of all the people born in the same generation as that man. She stopped the refining process to contact her husband, who had already established himself in the primeval body mansion. With his status and the exchange list, Tong Ruobing had hope for the future. Wang Wei remained calm as an immense consciousness enveloped him and began optimizing his soul. He was intrigued and observed the process, but despite his extensive knowledge, he only understood about 70 of what it did. It's quite the brilliant method, Wang Wei thought. His soul was unique because it was shaped like the spirit particles. But such a difference did not affect the consciousness, as it still easily removed the minor flaws in Wang Wei's soul and rearranged its fundamental structure to become more potent and efficient. The world became brighter for Wang Wei, but the biggest change was that his soul became easier to control, was more resistant to attack, healed, regenerated faster, and was more resilient to the utilization of grand construct skills. After so long, I finally reached this step, Wang Wei smiled. As he was about to leave the seclusion to meet everybody, he suddenly sensed another power awakening deep from within his body. It traveled to every corner of his being to fix things before settling on his soul and optimizing it for a second time. The perfect foundation, he muttered, as a transcendent foundation. The perfect foundation not only increased his chances of becoming a saint, but it also optimized his body and soul to be able to utilize 4-tier grand construct skills without issue. However, since Wang Wei cultivated it when he was only a great emperor, he did not receive the full benefits until now. After experiencing the first optimization by Grand Dao. That is good news, Wang Wei smiled. He was not a pseudo-S-class primal, meaning he would be in the same class as Ying Zheng and Yin Hai as long as he could master all 6 grand constructs. With a joyous mood, Wang Wei stood from his cushion. Bang! His spirit suddenly received an intense stimulus, forcing him to stand still as if he were a statue. End of the volume, chapter 1628. The loop. Wang Wei was not the only one, as everyone who was protecting received the same instant shock to their mind. Then, their spirit received a vision that none of them would ever forget in their life. They saw a war, no, a battle of an incomprehensible scale. It all started with a more mature and sinister-looking Wang Wei sitting cross-legged in the void. He appeared as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Then, thousands of people suddenly teleported and surrounded him, all of whose aura almost destroyed the psyche of the watchers. The faces of these people were vague for an unknown reason, probably because observing them from any point in time would have garnered their attention. Wang Wei remained calm in the face of the army until someone suddenly attacked him from behind, at which case Wu Hong suddenly appeared and kicked the man away. Her appearance seemed to baffle the crowd, but then even more people appeared around Wang Wei. Sadly, only the couple S faces were visible, but by the figures and slightly familiar aura, the people secretly protecting present-day Wang Wei could recognize themselves. The presence of Wang Wei's ally immediately heightened the already tense atmosphere. It also caused the opposing force to pause. It's apparent that they expected their target to be alone and vulnerable. This doesn't change anything, a cold voice said. But this is his last time Nexus, meaning our last chance to kill him. Do you understand what will happen if we miss this opportunity? These words catapulted this battle. And all the people watching this fight did not have words to describe what they experienced. In this battle, these saints messed with time so much that the river of time itself bled. Primordial chaos shrank in order to reinforce and stabilize the chaos universe's spatial foundation. Samsara was inverted, meaning not only were the dead constantly brought to life, they no longer reincarnated individuals, but started killing all the life in the universe instead. A significant portion of the source key space was drained of energy. The river of fate tried to hide and act like a puppeteer, but its strings were plucked, sending the mechanisms of fate, luck, destiny, and causality into chaos. The critical hit path screamed in joy as these warriors displayed brilliant applications of power that the world had never seen. The Hall of Records recorded this legendary battle with pleasure, But was it merely a matter of recording? Or was it also keeping tabs on their sins? The pool of creation was working overtime to clean up the mess of these out-of-control gods. The vision stopped as the war reached its pinnacle, and everyone stood in shock, utterly speechless. A bit of information and a message was transmitted alone into Wang Wei's mind. Close the loop. Wang Wei stood frozen, slightly confused. He now understood what a time nexus was. Quintessence realm powerhouses are in the process of transcending the chaos universe, but they haven't succeeded yet. As such, they have certain flaws, one of which is their time nexus. Saints are immortal and undying, and they have already detached themselves from the river of time. As a result, even if someone were to find their time mark and go back in time to eliminate a quintessence realm powerhouse, it will not work because their past and future self are illusory. However, there is one exception, their time nexus. If someone successfully kills them at a time nexus, then they will truly die. However, this is more difficult than it sounds. A saint's time nexus is usually one specific day of their endless life. Unlike paragons, who can be killed as long as it is a period before they prove the Tao. A saint must be killed at that specific date, or it's pointless. These people live for countless yuan epochs, which are counted in trillions of years. So how does someone find that one single day? According to the information Wang Wei received, he was an anomaly. The maximum number of time nexus a saint can have is 5, which is determined by the number of factions, including their foundation and karmic debt to the universe. Moreover, they can slowly cultivate to reduce that number to 1. However, Wang Wei, for unknown reason, had more than 5. In fact, he had them throughout his cultivation journey, and the only reason his future self is still alive is that he is protecting the information from being leaked. The worst part is that unlike other cultivators, his nexuses could not be closed by cultivation, but only by survival. A loop, Wang Wei thought. The end is connected to the beginning. Could it be that what my true, transcendent self did at my birth created this loop, which resulted in these numerous time nexuses, and in order to fix them, my present self must reach his level and close this loop? No, by this vision, I may not need to reach his level, but close to it. Wang Wei saw a few flashes of the war Pangu had with the Destruction General, as he called it, and the scale and level of destruction were even higher than the battle he had participated in. The only reason it had a greater impact on his mind was that the vision did not shy away from showing him some of the aura and direct result of that battle. By the look of that fight, I should have been in the second step, or a tribunal saint. The time nexus was my ascension to a grand Tao saint, Wang Wei analyzed. However, that is not as important right now as the key issue: why do the actions of my true transcendent self have any negative effects on me? Wang Wei had his suspicions after talking to Hong Jun and the other two, but after this vision, he finally put all the pieces together. Assuming all his variants, or selves, past or present, still have one goal, to become free and unfettered, then there is only one logical explanation. Transcendence cannot give me the absolute freedom I want, Wang Wei thought. Now, considering his deduction since the inception of the Essence Gate art, that there might be higher paths after transcendence, it was easy for Wang Wei to guess that his transcendent self was doing all of this as a way to pursue a higher realm. As future me, no matter how high your cultivation, you should never be satisfied until the goal is achieved, Wang Wei smiled. He exhaled to calm down before finally walking out of the seclusion room. Wu Hong immediately appeared to ask if he was all right, followed by Methria, Qin, Yin Hai, Li Ming, and Wang Chong. Me fine. No, I'm better than ever. Wang Wei smiled as he held her in his arms. The others were still quiet, their minds still lingering from the vision. That vision, Wang Chong said. You and us. We. Don't think too much about it, Wang Wei said. The future is not set in stone. While the vision is a good sign for your fate, it's not guaranteed. Even if his and Wu Hong's faces were the only obvious ones, Wang Wei would not blindly believe in this vision. He has long deduced that while his current self was the chosen one to achieve transcendent Wang Wei's goal, The latter can easily change to a variant from another timeline if this one does not meet the requirements. Wang Chong exhaled to calm down. Qiyuan said similar words, and now that the person at the center of everything had given him the same warning, he chose to manage his expectations. He had long understood the concept of not relying on luck or destiny for his transcending path. But Ancient Desolate could not help but be excited at the implications of that vision. Well, regardless of the fact that he could not rely on it, its presence has drastically increased his confidence in the future, which is not a bad thing. I'm glad everything is all right, Mithriya spoke. Of all the people, she was the calmest since she had an inkling of how powerful saints can be. However, I should warn you that I sense someone peeking at this place during your optimization. Everybody's face turned ugly. They didn't sense anything. Did you catch who it was? Wu Hong asked. No. The individual ran away as soon as I investigated. Mithriya shook her head. Do you have any idea who it could be? The Heavenly Book Paragon, Wang Wei replied. Him? You know him? Not personally, Qiyuan shook his head. But he keeps a low presence. He has many reputations in the chaos universe. One of which is that many people believe he is the true pinnacle of primal strength. I fought him, Yin Hai said. You have. It was kind of humiliating, so I never talked about it. What happened? Wang Wei was kind of curious. He just stood and let me attack as much as I wanted. But none of my techniques could even dent his shield. Afterward, I saw a bright light, and I passed out. Didn't he even know what he did? Yin Hai said truthfully. Is that why you were so quiet after coming back from the Cosmic Sea Prism? Wang Chong asked. Yes. Chapter 1629. Heavenly Book's grand ambition, you admit it so easily after keeping quiet for so long? Wang Chong asked, looking at Yin Hai strangely. The past me is not the same as the current me, she replied. Anyway, why do you think he asked the one after you? You two don't seem to have any connections whatsoever. That is not entirely true. He once created a pawn in the lower dimension called Emperor Jia to kill me, Wang Wei explained. As for the reason, all I've been able to deduce is he somehow knows about my future self and has aligned with Grand Dao to deal with me. Wang Chong groaned. Things seem to be getting too complicated for my liking. You should be extra careful of him, Mithriya said. When Supreme Unity and I cleaned up the world during the last era, I noticed a secret faction that had infiltrated more than 70 of the most powerful lineages in the world, and the causality line pointed towards him. Additionally, he seemed to have made a secret deal with Supreme Unity before we sealed him. Wang Wei squinted. I will. Good. Then, I'll leave you to your devices. The Buddha left, and everybody felt more at ease. Are you staying here, returning to the sect, or taking your position on the court? Qiyuan asked. I still need to continue retreating for a while, and if there is enough time, I need to visit the Sword Path League. It's time they paid me what I'm owed, Wang Wei said calmly. Afterward, I should head straight to the court. I'll also be in the league, so you can come visit if you need anything. But don't disturb me if it's not important, Yin Hai said. I understand. Everybody teleported away, leaving the young couple to enjoy each other's company. Time was of the essence, so after talking, planning for the future, and cuddling, they separated to attend to their own affairs. Wu Hong gave Wang Wei a better memory talisman for his force control skill cultivation, her experience on mastering the grand constructs, and a list of the runes for the upgraded Heaven Deception Array. Primordial Chaos, Devouring Abyss, Forbidden Area. Heavenly Book floated in front of this creature that was only a gaping mouth with no teeth or face. Staring at the creature's mouth was like peering into a bottomless abyss. A magical array floated above the creature, and as it slowly rotated, the mouth seemed to be slowly shrinking. Heavenly Book suddenly opened his eyes as his clone appeared behind him and fused with his main body. So, you're more than just suspicious of me, huh? Such tight security only means that Wang Wei was expected to be in trouble. Although he did not expect success for this trial, he analyzed everything to prepare for the next opportunity. Is the increase in the foundation pillar such a significant improvement? His cloak should have easily deceived the previous Mithriya, but this time he was immediately noticed as soon as he came close enough. This thing really needs a major upgrade. Heavenly Book sighed. If he wants to continue operating in the shadows in this era, where saints are more common, he'll need better ways of remaining undetected. However, Heavenly Book did not immediately act, as he was in a crucial moment. He focused all his attention on the array, slowly fine-tuning and improving it. The mouth slowly shrank until it transformed into a singular, dark, circular rune the size of his palm. Finally, he grinned. This rune was a momentous event in his grand plan. After so many years of planning, the first significant step was concluded. Years ago, after Heavenly Book finished his 3 transcendent foundations, he started his search for his transcendent path. While studying the dark truth, he discovered that a powerful entity was battling against the Grand Tao, and their conflict spread across time and space. After experiencing that level of power, a single thought occupied Heavenly Book. What if I could swallow that entity? This idea was absurd for myriad reasons, but he could not remove it from his head. If he could succeed, he would have the knowledge and resources to skip many steps in the transcendent process. So, despite his best effort to keep these thoughts at bay, Heavenly Book started strategizing. For this outlandish idea to succeed, he would need 2 major components: a way to devour the entity and an opportunity. For the former, he searched for a wonder of heaven and earth created from a Genesis life form associated with devouring. He utilized numerous resources and methods to reawaken the essence of the Genesis creature from the wonder, which resulted in the creation of this forbidden zone. Finally, he condensed it into a devouring rune. For the second component, Heavenly Book's plan was luck. With enough fortune and destiny, he planned to find an opportunity to strike. So, he reforged his Heavenly Book to connect to the chaos universe and showed him the individual with the most incredible destiny. His original plan was to slowly take the luck of the individual, but as fate would have it, the destined individual was a younger version of the person fighting with Grand Tao. More importantly, an opportunity actually presented itself to Heavenly Book. Grand Tao chose to use him as a pawn and revealed the information about the time nexus. Now, all he needed to do was use the Devour rune on the younger version during the time nexus, and his plan had a high chance of being executed. Heavenly Book played with the black rune for a few seconds. Not yet, he muttered. He would be a fool to think this thing would work against a Grand Tao saint. A primordial saint, absolutely, but that's still a risk. The next step in the plan is to elevate the rune to such a height. The obvious answer would be to use Grand Tao as help, since she seems to encourage Heavenly Book's actions. However, he would never trust her. The most likely outcome if he used that approach is that Grand Tao swallowed the entity to strengthen itself. Heavenly Book Paragon opened his book. Just as before, new information emerged after one of the time nexus events. However, just before, the process was slow, with only a few words appearing every few minutes. So, he took the time to refine his next step. According to his original plan, his next target would be the desperate cultivators in the land of exile. These people have been planning this invasion for a while, and they were Heavenly Book's ticket to elevate its rune. However, he now had a better option: the Heaven Cardinal. Based on the message he sent, it's apparent that the latter was trying to plan for a future in which he is no longer Grand Tao's lapdog, but Heavenly Book could not wholly trust him. For all he knows, he might just be Grand Tao's secret pawn. I can first get a power source from him that can safely elevate the rune to a Tribunal Saint artifact before I use the people from the land of exile to reach the Grand Tao tier. However, I'll also need another way to verify he did not tamper with it, he thought before frowning deeply. According to the original plan, he also needed to purify the rune after scheming against the land of exile, and even had a plan. However, Heavenly Book realized there was a significant issue. He had too little time. Wang Wei was growing too fast, meaning he did not have enough time between each time nexus. By the time he has purified the Devour rune, heaven knows how strong he'll be. What is the fastest method I can purify this thing twice? After thinking about it briefly, he could only think of 2 methods, and only one was safe and reliable, and that was the erudite Duchess. They are acquainted and Heavenly Tao book owes much of its success to her. And after repaying his karma to her, he kept in contact and exchanged secrets, which even granted him access to the infinite library. She was trustworthy and the kind of person that Heavenly Book didn't mind owing a debt to. So he slowly placed the rune inside a box that completely isolated its aura. Such a rune was valuable to any primordial saint, and the last he needed was someone to have their eyes on him. Finally, he contacted the Heaven Cardinal and the Erudite Duchess. It took a while for the Cardinal to answer, but the Duchess directly told him where he could purify such a high-level item without Grand Taoist notice, along with a karmic line that indicated his debt. Meanwhile, the Heaven Cardinal's reply was also direct, as the latter asked him something in return. A smile crept on Heavenly Book's face. So, he really wants to escape. Interesting. The Heavenly Book Paragon then separated 4 clones. The first went to the location the Duchess had notified him of. The second one went to fulfill the Cardinal's demands. The third one searched for a place he could hide the rune once it became so powerful. The fourth one searched for a way to improve the cloak. Finally, his main body headed to a place where he could find a method to utilize the rune's power without his body, soul, and existence from collapsing. After all, his goal was like an ant trying to swallow an elephant. Even if he had a way to do it, he might not be able to, or even collapse from the act. Chapter 1630. B-Class Primal Wong Wei watched the memory on repeat, observing every subtle change or fluctuation. He would sometimes pause and rewind, an act made possible by the unique nature of the special memory talisman. He had to marvel at Heavenly Tao's control of the laws, energy, or any force that existed between heaven and earth. The key to such a high level of consciousness can be described with 2 words: consciousness and natural operation. Every time Heavenly Tao operated, the laws themselves gained a temporary sentience or consciousness whose sole purpose is to optimize their wielder's task. Additionally, Heavenly Tao seemed to have created a perfect system by building on the ability for her every action to bring sentience to metaphysical things. These laws then become the most intimate individual with Heavenly Tao, thus increasing their efficiency and result. They can now achieve the highest result with the least amount of effort, achieving minimum energy input and maximum output of effect. It's truly brilliant, Wong Wei thought. But I wonder how Grand Tao operates. If Heavenly Tao's system is so beautiful and sophisticated, he could only imagine what Grand Tao's control of power is like. As one of the last levels of the force control skill, Wong Wei looked forward to finding out. Now that he understood the mystery behind this secret, it was only a matter of replicating it. The essence of this level of control lies in the application of the spirit. With enough mastery and the proper application, it's possible to grant his Grand Tao source some form of consciousness. However, Wong Wei must control to what extent. If the consciousness is too powerful, then he will have just created a spirit for his law, which is in itself an interesting idea. The consciousness cannot be too high, not only because that raises the possibility of giving birth to a spirit, but because anything with high intelligence can be distracted or have the tendency to overthink. His goal is to create a level of consciousness that can execute a task, but not so high that it will cause trouble. The best way to achieve this goal is to inject certain instincts into the consciousness. These instincts need to be created to fit all of Wong Wei's needs. They need to understand everything about him, including his energy signature, soul aura, his habits of using laws or other forces, his mindset, and so much more. Once those are done, he'll have his own system of manipulating forces. This reminds me of coding, Wong Wei thought. This thought clarified the direction he needed to head for this technique. So, without wasting any more time, he started his innovation. A purple flame materialized above his palm, and Wong Wei stared at it intensely. If anyone were present and observed the flame, they would have noticed it was more alive or lively than others. And that is because the Fire Grand Tao source had gained a small amount of consciousness. One form of consciousness was not enough to help me improve to the level I want, Wang Wei thought. Heavenly Tao had a system. So Wang Wei began creating more of these imperceptible consciences and programming them to serve his bidding. Time is simultaneously the highest restraint and almost meaningless to the immortal existence of this universe. Without needing to worry about it, Wang Wei focused on creating the different consciousnesses and organizing them into a system. He soon reached his limit, but instead of showing a joyous smile, he frowned instead. My system is way less complicated than Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei had reached the limit of his soul or cultivation. He will probably improve after condensing the remaining 2 transcendent foundations. Still, if he wishes to use the true power of Heavenly Tao control, he has to wait until he is a saint. No matter, Wang Wei thought. The bones of the technique were already set, and he was only limited by his cultivation. Moreover, it soothed his mind knowing that once he is a saint, his version will probably be even better than Heavenly Tao's. Now for the hard part, Wang Wei muttered. The most challenging aspect of this technique is that these consciousnesses and their organizational systems have to be created on the spot. He cannot store them and use them when needed, as that would make it easier for his opponent to notice and deal with. No, Wang Wei needs to be able to instantly create them with every use of a spell, technique, or skill. Such a slight difference is what elevates this technique to the highest echelon. It's also what will probably make it inaccessible to most cultivators, as they cannot meet the requirements, which mostly involve intense focus, willpower, and a calculative mind. Wang Wei's recent soul Tao achievements, his training in the critical hit path, and his 3 selves, 3-path art became the key to creating and using this technique. As soon as the technique was created, he immediately tested it out. He used the most direct approach, a punch. During his early days, one of Wang Wei's favorite techniques was the word destruction punch, which he learned from his grandfather's scripture. Despite the cliched name, the technique's essence was simple. He released all the tension from his tense muscles into a powerful burst. This technique has long been removed from his arsenal because of its simplicity, but today, he was using it because of its simplistic nature. As he activated the force control skill along with that punch, his muscles gained temporary consciousness and formed a system that optimized the punch for efficiency and maximum destructive force. As such, this simple punch had the same attack potency as Wang Wei's soul ultimate skill. Wang Wei opened his mouth and exhaled. His lungs, pharynx, and other parts of his enemy involved in the act of exhaling became conscious and did their job. He tried again, and this time, he added the wind element from his body. As expected, consciousness could be created from anything. He did not stop there. The following tests involve speed skills, defense skills, evading skills, escaping skills, seal skills, domain skills, buff skills, and many more. Wang Wei's plan had worked. He had become a C-class primal not long after reaching this level. Now let us see how I do in a fight, Wang Wei thought. It's pointless to test these skills without anyone responding. He needed to test out how he could use the force control skill in intense and stressful situations. So, he contacted his wife and his ancestors to send projections for him to fight against. They first lowered their skill level to match his before gradually increasing the pressure. The process was enlightening to Wang Wei, especially his fight with Li Ming. He now understood why Mithria wanted him to train the court soldiers. Moreover, Li Ming even found a few flaws in his technique, which allowed him to perfect it. After Wang Wei felt he had mastered the technique, he shared it with the ancestors as a gesture of appreciation for the time they had taken to train with him. As Wu Hong predicted, the force control skill can elevate their skills to the echelon of the highest attack potency. And in Yin Hai's case, it can drastically reduce the drain of using 6-tiered Grand Construct skills. The retreat was not over. There was one 100 yuan epic until the court assembly, which was equivalent to a 1,000 yuan epic inside a time formation. Wang Wei felt he could master at least one Grand Construct in that period. So, Without wasting much time, he read all of Wu Hong and the Ancestor S experience before starting. His Earth Emperor crown manifested in his head as he accessed the 6 paths of samsara. Yes, he did not choose the obvious river of fate as his first choice, and that is for an obvious reason. If his deduction is correct, and he might lose the title, he wanted to use it as soon as possible. Mastering a grand construct was all about resonating with it, until the cultivator left an imprint or signature that served as proof of their deep and unbreakable connection, thus accessing a tiny portion of their immense power. The process can be challenging for myriad reasons. Besides the low affinity to these constructs, cultivators can encounter resistance, usually for samsara and primordial chaos, and more importantly, they can be assimilated and have their Tao corroded. Wang Wei did not have any of these troubles. His fate-dominating Tao contained samsara Tao, meaning he had great talent and affinity for this construct. It also reduced his worry about contamination. He still needed to be cautious, or his fate Tao will be turned into a pure samsara Tao. But he had much more resistance. Finally, the Earth Emperor position would shield him from the Yama Kings, or anyone else, for that matter, from interfering with his cultivation. With this advantage, Wang Wei finally left his mark on samsara, forming an unbreakable bond. He became a B-class primal. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. He calculated with his finger. There is still 5 yuan epic left. He needed to train his 1-tier grand construct skill, but that wouldn't take too much time. After all, he has been using the construct before, meaning he just needed to update his previous techniques and combine them with the force control skill. Chapter 1631, Strategic World on the 98th Yuan Epic Mark. While Wang Wei was perfecting his 1-tier grand construct skill, he suddenly paused. A light the size of a tennis ball flew out of his forehead before dissipating between heaven and earth. He sighed deeply. Sometimes it was a curse to always be right. A talisman flew from the void, and he caught it. A soothing voice echoed in his mind. I did my best. But even samsara cannot escape the grips of politics. If it will make you feel better, this 1T affect my promotion, and I'll gladly return your position and even upgrade it once I succeed. On a positive note, your grandpa and Li Jun have mastered their first ultimate skill, and they sent their congratulations on your ascension as a primal. Lastly, tell my future daughter-in-law that I would never blame her. A smile crept on Wang Wei's face. Life can sometimes be unpredictable. While he lost something valuable, he might gain even more in the future. I guess this is as good a time as any to stop, he muttered, finally deciding to end his retreat. As soon as he left, Wang Qi came to see him. He was now an immortal king, but he took no pride in this achievement. The loyal secretary understood he needed a higher strength if he wished to continue serving and following his patriarch. So, he has been waiting for an opportunity in the upcoming war to change path. Wang Qi's report primarily focused on the politics and government of the sect. When in retreat, members of the council can choose to leave a clone or projection behind to attend these meetings or not attend. Unless it was an emergency that required all hands on deck, it was normal for members to miss council meetings. Of course, according to the rules, members must have a valid reason for not attending. You said Yin Shurong is already revived? It's only been 100 yuan epic, or 1,000 yuan epic inside a formation, meaning it was too short. Did they sacrifice the sect's luck to accelerate his return? That's right. The council agreed that it was imperative that all primals be available for the upcoming disaster. Wang Qi nodded. That is a good move, Wang Wei nodded. Qin, Yin Hai, Li Ming, and Wang Wei will all be occupied with the war or working at the court, leaving only Wang Chong, who is now obsessed with his cultivation, to guard the sect. While Yin Shurong is weak, he is still a primal. In an emergency, the two can work together until reinforcement arrives. Wang Qi continued his report, and Wang Wei checked information from the council to verify. Most of it was uninteresting, with the most notable being that Stone-Face sent apology gifts to Wang Wei. While the man had a nasty personality, he was politically savvy. One last thing, Wang Qi said. I don't know if you still care, but the brilliant Smile Emperor, well, now Emperorian, is now serving as a strategist directly under Chao Sikong. He survived the Five Feathers downfall? Wang Wei asked. The last time he heard of this man, the deranged phoenix had captured him because he ascended with an entire world. In Wang Wei's mind, this means has been eliminated since he was useless. I'm as surprised as you, but yes, he did survive, and now he is well valued by the Dynasty Alliance. Can someone really go far in life by talking their way through it? Wang Wei asked. The only impressive thing about the brilliant Smile Emporian is his golden tongue, but he thought such a talent could only take him so far. Apparently so, Wang Qi shrugged. What do you want me to do with him? Keep an eye out to see if the Dynasty Alliance will try to force Ascend worlds to increase their territory, population, and luck, Wang Wei ordered. It's a shame that Jia Ping was rejected from the Alliance because of their relationship, or he would have had better means of keeping an eye on them. No problem. Do you need anything else? Where's my nephew? Why isn't he in the sect? The sect organized an elite disciple training with the Origin Seal Continent, Buddhism, Taoism, and Kong's Academy. He is partaking in it. Wang Wei had a strange expression. Cultivators in the Great Emperor and Empyrean realm were still considered disciples and treated as such. But when he was in these realms, he was ruling the entire lower dimension and dealing with a mad primordial saint. His life was something else. Is something the matter? Nothing, Wang Wei said. He dismissed Wang Qi before summoning the Red Mask. Then, as usual, she maintained her cold demeanor and immediately began reporting, starting with the most critical issues. The first two issues were of no immediate concern to Wang Wei, since they were about Matriarch Xia Huan, who wished to serve under him again, and the fact that Paragon Jimin's stealing Dao has been completely integrated into the Fate Guard. Wang Wei provided Xia Huan an opportunity to become a Paragon, and she took it. Now, it seems she might be more ambitious and wishes to reach the peak. She was quite capable, so he accepted her service. As for the fate-stealing technique, Wang Wei planned to update it periodically, and after his recent improvement, it was time for a new one. Our plan seemed to have failed. Black Chess and Shen Tian have formed a secret alliance. Didn't you leak the news to the Water Immortal? I did, and they fought. He easily suppressed him, forcing him to use the sect's array. While he survived the encounter, he seemed more timid than before. He probably realized there is a vast difference even among primals. And unfortunately, he is at the very bottom, Wang Wei uttered. Outside the area coverage of the Hall's array, Water Immortal is probably on par with a cultivator who has mastered two ultimate skills. And even if he uses the formation, he must be at the center to fight an A-class primal like Old Man Black Chess. What do you want me to do? Nothing, Wang Wei replied. If it were any other time, he would sow discord and use his chessboard to facilitate the division of the limitless exchange hall. But now, with Mithria's warning and clear intention about this world as future, he can only stop all his actions. It's a shame after spending all that time, effort, and resources for nothing. Give up just like that? Or what? Do you want to rebel against forces beyond your comprehension? Red Mask paused. I apologize for my blunder. Wang Wei waved his hand. It also pained him, but he was nothing if not adaptable. Keep going. Grandma Ju sent news that she's been promoted to a supreme seer. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly. That's great news. And the all-seeing temple didn't find anything wrong with her? She reported that the primal seer was suspicious of her fast growth and secretly checked, but nothing was detected. That's good. Wang Wei utilized the nurture core to accelerate her cultivation, albeit at the cost of wasting her potential. Grandma Ju had no chance at a transcendent path, not that she had a chance in the first place. Luckily, it would take observing her existence to discover the truth, and even then, it's hard to realize someone was behind. All signs indicated that Grandma Ju found a unique opportunity that drastically increased her realm at the cost of potential. Tell her that all eyes will soon be on the eternal ascension world, so she can take this opportunity to proceed with the next step, Wang Wei stated. The next step is to take over the temple, and when the time is right, Grandma Ju will reveal a prophecy about the all-heaven fate calamity that removes some of the heat from people who cultivate fate Tao. As you wish, Red Mask said. She paused briefly before continuing. Lastly, Wang Ju has sent news. Oh, Wang Wei's body suddenly became straight while his eyes fluttered with excitement. Her fate guard has spread to more than 275 chaos worlds, 15 of which can be called strategic. Wang Wei was surprised by this level of success in such a short period. Strategic worlds are places with high enough destiny. All these worlds played a vital role during the Second Origin War, and some of them still wish to compete with the Eternal Ascension world for the Destiny Center position. Did she say which worlds? She sent a list. Red Mask replied as she handed him a recording talisman. Wang Wei ignored her discomfort. He gave all his subordinates a chance to compete fairly, but Wang Ju had a special place in his heart. But even if she did not, her results speak for themselves. Very well, Wang Wei said before frowning. The sect has reported that a few of these worlds contain flawed saints. He worried about Wang Ju's safety. What else did she say? She said she's ready to return home, if that's what you wish. No, it's not the time yet, Wang Wei said. It's apparent to him that Wang Ju was thriving at her work in primordial chaos, so there was no point in stifling her development by recalling her home. Chapter 1632. The Sword Spirit Cult. Anything else? Wang Wei asked. 3 more things, Red Mask replied. First, the sect wants you to establish a fate fishing pond for the entire sect. They've even left the materials for your pond to be connected to many chaos worlds. That is not a bad idea, Wang Wei muttered. The fate fishing pond was something he did on a whim to pass the time and test his luck. Then, it evolved into a method of distributing gifts, but the sect saw it as an opportunity to replenish its resource reserves. What is the second thing? More than 47 yuan epoch ago, the tribal Sacred Mountain conducted an operation in which Ao Shun acted as a bait for the darkness chaos demon god. Really? What was the result? He ran away. The saint didn't catch him? Wang Wei asked with a frown. It was not difficult to deduce that Lin Fan and Wang Wei's status as investigators was related to the chaos demon gods, meaning Mithriya was interested in these creatures as they could be either a positive or negative variable. Apparently, the latter has a domain ability capable of hiding from a saint. As soon as the Sacred Mountain tore it apart, the chaos demon god ran away. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. Although these creatures were currently weak, their essence was that of a saint, so he was not too surprised they had the means of hiding themselves. Otherwise, Mithriya would have directly found them instead of hiring investigators. Wang Wei's interest was in that hiding ability, as it would do wonders for their creation of the new Heaven Deception Array. Any news on that domain ability? I had a feeling you would be interested and try to inquire. But even the mountain did not gather much information, Red Mask explained. The sect has also tried a similar luring operation, but after that failure, these creatures seemed more peaceful. Have you kept a distant eye on Lin Fan? Wang Wei did not believe the latter's fate with these creatures was over. Some of these chaos demon gods might be the kind to repay karma, so they will at one point be intertwined with Lin Fan again. Yes, and many other people are doing the same. Lin Fan seemed to have noticed something and has been in retreat since the Ascending Pinnacle War and has been using an avatar to conduct his duty. That's what they called it, Wang Wei thought, slightly speechless. There are historians in each faction to record events and even name them, truly embodying the concept that the victors write history. And with these immortal entities, mortals or younger cultivators will have no chance but to accept their version. According to the rules established between overlords, since this event primarily involved Wu Hong, and she was the clear winner, the historians from the Origin Seal continent are entitled to officially label this event. Wang Wei did not focus too much on this issue and asked, what about Ao Shun? Is he all right? He suffered moderate injuries, but given how the Sacred Mountain lost 3 paragons, it's sufficient to say he was lucky. Wang Wei nodded. He had an inkling of what Ao Shun was planning. Since the lower dimension, he was intensely focused on acquiring a chaos bloodline. Moreover, he had even begun developing the idea of following a pure bloodline path. Ao Shun may not even have realized that yet, and once he does, that will probably be his transcendent path. What is the last report? The Sacred Mountain Paragons have experienced true death. You mean? Yes. While the Chaos Demon Gods only have Paragon tier strength, they still have existence hierarchy. So, once you died at their ends, it's like being killed by a saint. That is good to know, Wang Wei squinted. Such information has significantly increased the danger level of these ancient life forms. Has the news been made public? Yes, the saint ordered it to be spread. She is still so kind, Wang Wei muttered. This news can be crucial to loose cultivators, who are most likely the hunting target of these chaos demon gods. It's also quite helpful to smaller lineages that are not too well connected. Since that's everything, you're dismissed, Wang Wei said. Oh, one more thing. Have you prepared yourself for missions behind enemy lines? When the disaster starts, Wang Wei will be relying more on his divination for information. But since saints might be involved, he'll have no choice but to send his fate shadow guards behind enemy lines to acquire more information. He cannot put all his trust in whatever shadow agency that Ma Liquiu will create. I have. Good. Wang Wei visited the sect's resource manager, Grand Elder Su Jinjin, a petite woman who always wore a smile on her face, even when she was ruthless about how many resources disciples and even elders could use. For this project, the sect went all out. They handed Wang Wei time nodes crystals, which will allow his pond to connect to numerous chaos worlds. Of course, these worlds were chosen to ensure no saint was present. They gave him the highest grade karmic black water to increase the protection of the fate rod and prevent people from tracing it back to the Tao opening sect, no, to the eternal ascension world. They gave him a variety of other fate and luck resources to increase the odds of fishing and ensure the pond does not have any issues. Wang Wei spent more than 15 yuan epochs to establish that pond, and by the time he ended, the court meeting estate was only half a yuan epoch away. He no longer hesitated and sent words to the Sword Path League of his arrival. 100 years later, he arrived in their territory. Sir Seven Strike, Wang Wei cupped his hand to salute. Sir Fate Dominator, the latter returned. I believe you know why I'm here. I am, and everything is already prepared. Seven Strike, Sword God nodded. Very well. Can we get started? No need to hurry. We have prepared a feast. Wang Wei frowned. He wanted to swiftly find his father's whereabouts, but he also knew he couldn't rush things and be rude in this kind of event, so he put on his smile and nodded. A swordsman's banquet had its own unique charm. The room had two small, slightly elevated podiums. On one side sat Wang Wei on a cushion with a small table of food before him. Opposite him sat the three sword gods of the league. Numerous paragons sat in lower positions on both sides of the room, forming a rectangle, leaving the middle room empty for the entertainment act, while pretending to enjoy the beautiful woman at the center and her sword dance. Wang Wei was observing the room. He immediately noticed many of these swordsmen had ample yang qi flowing from their bodies, a sign of their powerful fleshly bodies. He also noticed a good number of them still had that non-body refiner aura, and these people had some animosity towards the others, but they try to hide it well. He then ignored the people secretly observing him and started communicating with his old friend through divine sense. Congratulations on your marriage, Wang Wei said to Jian Wushuang. Had I known, I would have sent a decent gift. We want a more private and intimate ceremony, Jian Wushuang replied. One of the few things he admitted about his wife, Su Li, was that she was simple and direct. So she was more than willing when he suggested a small and intimate ceremony. Well, that saves me a lot of money, Wang Wei shrugged. But when I get married, expect to bleed out. Are you trying to tell us something? Ji Lanfang asked. Wang Wei just chuckled. What about you? When are you tying the knot? I'm married to my sword, the Tao, and wine. So, you're one of the sword spirit paragon as believers? Wang Wei said. His words made Jian Wushuang laugh uncontrollably, while Ji Lanfang almost choked on his wine. The sword spirit Paragon was a legend in the swordsmanship community, and not because of his skill. He became famous because he married the spirit of his sword, which then sparked a movement or cult of swordsmen who cultivated a sword spirit and became Dao companions with it, thus literally marrying their swords. "I can only see you being one of them," Jian Wushuang said. "Shut up," Ji Lanfang lashed. "Don't blame me. He's the one who said it." Ji Lanfang was mortified. How could they compare him with these weirdos? Do I really give up the vibe that I would be one of them? "You kind of do." Wang Wei nodded. "Damn it," he muttered, thinking about how he could change people's perspective of him. He had found a few people attractive, but he never had the desire for any sexual or romantic pursuit. Plus, the idea of dealing with someone else's physical or emotional needs sounds spiritually draining. "Forget it," he thought. "Lord Fate Dominator," a paragon suddenly said. "HM? Yes. Can I ask for something a little private?" "Here we go," Wang Wei thought. The real reason behind this banquet was about to be revealed. Go ahead. Chapter 1633. Wang Tian's whereabout we've heard amazing stories of how great a swordsman your father is, but we never had a chance to experience it. Would you mind condensing an imprint of his skills to show us? So, that is how it is, Wang Wei thought. He realized two things. First, Ji Lanfang did not reveal his father's true information, even though one, if not all three, primals probably asked. He was worthy of his father's trust and loyalty. Second, the League was still worried about the ultimate sword path destiny. While Yin Hai was out of the picture, there could be complications if his father, the original owner of the destiny, returned to the Eternal Ascension world. While the contract they made with Yin Hai probably limited anyone from the sect from competing for the destiny, there are probably some loopholes. Wang Wei was unsure since he was present, but based on their current reaction, he could deduce that they at least had some concerns. Should I agree? Wang Wei weighed the pros and cons. Competition for destiny is not just about talent and strength, but about fame and influence. Unfortunately, his father had none of that. So, he could start building momentum to prepare for his return. The downside is that he'll probably reveal some information. The last time I saw my father was after he proved the Tao, so if you don't mind the imprint to be of that level, I don't see why not, Wang Wei replied. His father should be much stronger by now, and maybe reach a new height in his swordsmanship. So, Wang Wei did not mind revealing outdated information. "No problem," said the paragon who asked the question. They knew Wang Tian had been missing since his ascension. More importantly, his Emperor tier swordsmanship is enough to reveal his essence or foundation as a swordsman. They can use the information they have to extrapolate his potential and how powerful he can become. Very well, Wang Wei nodded. When he visited the lower dimension, he saw through time and witnessed all his father's glory and majesty as the second heavenly emperor. He then calmly raised his hand to condense a projection based on what he saw, his connection to Wang Tian, and the traces he left in the lower dimension. "I'll go first," said Paragon Brilliant Strike, who condensed an imprint with the same cultivation as Wang Tian. Then, the group watched the two projections fight. Brilliant Strike, who was known for his sword strikes that created a brilliant light that could affect his opponent's senses, died after 11 attacks, creating a deafening silence in the room. "I'll try," said the Heart-Blaze Paragon. Sadly for him, he only lasted 5 strikes before he was struck down. The third participant lasted 23 strikes, the fourth 18, and so on. More and more Paragons try their luck, but the highest record has only been 53 strikes. Moreover, these people began to notice a pattern. The extreme sword path cultivators did not last nearly as long as the ultimate sword path, with the lowest record of 3 strikes even being recorded by them. After nearly 100 defeats, people started to get suspicious. They wondered whether Wang Wei had artificially increased the power of this projection to make his father look better. So, they tried other means to detect his lies, but it was to no avail. They even asked the primals, and the answer they received was that he did not cheat. This was not the answer these proud swordsmen wanted to hear. I'll go next. Everyone looked at the speaker, and their expression became ugly. The situation would become even worse if this man surpassed them. It would be a nightmare if he set the highest record. Interesting, Wang Wei thought as he looked at Dugu Jing, the golden sword paragon. Wang Wei always thought it was quite elitist for these people to divide sword users and swordsmen when everybody used a sword and only had different philosophies. But he was not a swordsman, meaning their way of life did not affect him, so he did not care too much. This guy is slowly amassing a strange destiny, and no one seems to have noticed, Wang Wei thought. Is he going to separate the sword user's destiny from the swordsman path? It seems that Jun Mingyao was correct. Grand Dao is slowly balancing out the destiny of Sword Dao. Go ahead, Wang Wei said, and the outcome did not surprise him. Dugu Jing used to fight his father in the dream world in the lower dimension during his reign. As such, the golden sword paragon lasted 227 strikes. Wang Wei almost could not resist laughing after seeing the chaotic emotional aura emanating from these paragons. Their pride has been shattered, so the next step is to regain face, Wang Wei thought. As expected, Jian Wushuang's wife, Su Li, and a talented descendant of a primal, also challenged the projection. Her battle lasted 203 strikes. A few others also participated, and they reached the hundreds. In the end, someone seemed to have ordered Ji Lanfeng and Jian Wushuang to participate, so they also sent in a projection. Jian Wushuang survived 249 strikes, and Ji Lanfeng set a record at 387 strikes. However, despite their outstanding records, the banquet's ambience was dreadful. What started as a plot for the League's future revealed bigger internal issues. How about I give it a try? Seven Strike said. He knew he could not allow the League's morale to take such a big hit right before the war. By all means, the battle between Wang Tian and the young Seven Strike was like injecting ecstasy directly into the veins for any decent swordsman. In the end, the young primal lost after more than 800 attacks. However, he did not look happy, which prompted soft, lifting sword god to intervene. The result was similar, only beating his predecessor by a dozen more moves. A bunch of cheaters, Wang Wei sneered. It's common knowledge that of the three sword god, Slaughter was the most talented, while the others were considered late bloomers. Wang Wei would understand if he was the one who went toe-to-toe with his father. But those two? He doubted they would even survive more than 150 attacks, at least not in their youth. All eyes were secretly on Slaughter Sword God, all full of hope and faith. Your father is a great swordsman. I can't wait to one day face him, Slaughter said with a deep voice. I'm sure he'll also enjoy facing such a worthy opponent. Wang Wei smiled. Slaughter nodded, and nothing more. The banquet continued, but the joyous atmosphere was gone. These swordsmen had spent their entire lives being suppressed by Yin Hai, and now, someone else from the Dao opening sect, someone even younger, has also suppressed them. How could they not be aggrieved? The banquet soon ended, and Wang Wei stayed at a luxurious pavilion that the League uses to receive honorary guests. The next day, Seven Strike and Soft Lift Sword God took him to an isolated dimension with a floating yellow scroll more than 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The thing looked like a map, but Wang Wei was unsure. Have you brought an item related to him? Seven Strike asked. I brought a copy of his Emperor's scripture. Will that suffice? It should. The two primals used their fingers to weave a spell, which turned the scripture in Wang Wei's hand into a golden light that fused with the yellow scroll. Wang Wei was right to assume it was a map. The scroll immediately started to change, revealing different land masses and locations. Finally, showed this dot with a string of numbers above. Those coordinates. Seven Strike uttered. ISNT that. The time anomaly world, Soft Strike nodded. Wang Wei frowned as he recognized that name. There are many strange and unique worlds in the Chaos universe, and the time anomaly world is one of them. As its name implies, it's a world surrounded by this very strange and potent time bubble that limits access. No one can enter or leave the world except at a specific period. Due to the nature of this world, It has become a haven for outlaws and criminals to hide, a refuge for hermits to escape the world, and a haven for desperate individuals who believe the mystery of the world holds the key to their prosperity. This is not as bad as I thought, Wang Wei thought. Of all the terrible places that his father could have ended up, this world could only be considered in the middle in terms of danger. In fact, Wang Wei was kind of glad it was this place, as it meant that even if Heavenly Book wanted to use his parents against him, he wouldn't have the opportunity. I can't celebrate yet, Wang Wei thought. He had no idea the extent of Heavenly Book's knowledge and capabilities. Maybe he has a way to forcefully enter the time anomaly world. I need to send an avatar to calculate the next time the entrance will appear. Chapter 1634. More ultimate taboo secrets. Wang Wei did not stay long in the league. After obtaining the information he wanted, he bid his friends farewell before leaving, choosing not to alarm his ancestor since there was no issue. The three primals looked at his back as he flew away. Did you feel a bit of threat from him? Seven Strike asked. I did. Soft Lifting nodded. That's not surprising given how he was able to defeat a pretty decent primal before even reaching such a stage. Slaughter said, if nothing unexpected happens, the Dao opening sect is guaranteed one of the 7 spots, 7 Strike side. And if you consider Wu Hong will probably be the first saint, that's a second spot, leaving only 5. Would Buddhism be considered among the 7? I don't know, 7 Strike replied. According to the Sword Destiny Monarch, the 7 transcendent factions do not mean only 7 saints. So what does it mean? He doesn't know. All he knows is the 7 factions will have a unique position in the upcoming age, 7 Strike explained. And if we want an opportunity of preserving the status of Sword Dao, we must acquire one of the spots. In that case, let us speed up things, Slaughter said. How can we possibly do that? Soft Lifting asked. They have been doing their best to spread the ultimate sword path while also controlling the extreme path swordsmen from causing chaos because of this sudden change. There is also the unpure path that has been causing more trouble because of Dugu Jing's presence. We will forcibly recruit all who resist into the Court S army, Slaughter said. In the face of death, they will either refine their bodies to increase their survival or die in battle. That could work, but don't forget the war is the quickest way to amass merit. The last thing we would want is for one of them to rise. It's not like we are only recruiting them, 7 Strike added. Anyway, if you put the 2 paths together, who do you think has the highest chance of surviving? Our goal is merely to use this war to clear out these dogmatic swordsmen. And what if they revolt against this order? I wish they would, Slaughter said as a red hue flashed in his eyes. After returning home, Wang Wei analyzed everything he experienced. One thing that caught him slightly off guard was the League's unanimous support for adopting the ultimate sword path. He thought that at least one of them would be stubborn and vehemently oppose it. After all, these 3 have lived for so long and never thought of changing. But now, they were suddenly so open-minded. This sudden change seemed to be because of their desire to preserve the supreme status of Sword Dao. He remembered the map. Based on his observation, this was an artifact to keep watch on the destiny of Sword Dao across numerous worlds and maybe even most of the Chaos universe. Something is not adding up, Wang Wei thought. Even if that was the goal, at least one of them should have believed that the extreme path is the best way to preserve Sword Dao's status. After all, it has been this way for so long. But somehow, these stubborn old men all unanimously agreed that this was the best path. Wang Wei understood how dogmatic these swordsmen can be, so he really could not fathom this sudden change. Their league used the word path in their names because they had access to the remnant of a Saint's sword will. Based on their league's current development and their strong support of the Second Origin War, I can deduce they've never discovered a transcendent path. So the ultimate taboo was enticing. However, preserving Sword Dao's status will be an event involving great destiny, transcendent destiny. Had they known about this beforehand, they would not have been as enthusiastic as they were in the Second Origin. That means everything leads to something happening in the ultimate taboo that not only changed their perspective but also placed them on the ultimate sword path. But what was it? A flawed method? No, they would have used it by now. The flawed method did not guarantee success. But even if someone from the League had tried but failed, there would have been signs. Maybe an incomplete method? An incomplete method that revealed the ultimate path was the way forward. But how would that explain their focus on Sword Dao status instead of perfecting this method? How would they even know about the situation of Sword Dao and the fact that they needed to preserve its position? All the possibilities Wang Wei thought of could not perfectly explain everything. There seemed to be a piece of the puzzle missing, and it was the piece that fit everything together. What am I missing? He thought. He reviewed everything he knew about the ultimate taboo and analyzed the event. What if what they discovered was information about the evolution of Sword Dao and the prediction of its downfall? Wang Wei thought. There were many ruins and trials in the taboo, so it's not out of the ordinary for a vital piece of information or history to appear. Something is still missing, Wang Wei thought. Everything made sense. The key luck of the Sword Path League manifested, and they discovered a piece of information from the taboo that hinted at a transcendent path to their leaders. It even changed their stubborn nature by showing them the essence of swordsmanship. And lastly, the information granted their faction a mission of preserving their status in the Chaos Universe. The entire situation is fishy. Why did the League have the sword will from a saint in the first place? This is smelling like a plot, Wang Wei thought, and something immediately clicked in his mind. Yes, they're being used as pawns. The lucky encounter was not a manifestation of their fortune, but the cause and effect of receiving that remnant sword will and using its luck for their factions, Wang Wei thought. Everything made sense. Someone was using them in the battle to preserve the status of Sword Dao. The question now is, who is it? This question could not be answered with the limited information Wang Wei had. However, he had his suspicions. It's probably a pre-taboo saint, Wang Wei thought. And I'm starting to believe that I was right. There was a second, unknown side to the ultimate taboo. A question that has been on his and numerous other people's minds has always been what the saints were doing during the Second Origin War and the ultimate taboo. Now, everybody knew there were a few of them, some of which had already reached the second step of the quintessence realm. So, why did they never show up during such a war? Did they just find this level of fighting childish and choose to ignore it? Wang Wei did not have an answer until he learned that the Trinity Venerable was one of the masterminds of this event, luring Qiyuan to do his bidding. Now, he theorized that a secret event involving all the saints took place during Ultimate Taboo. In fact, there is a high chance the event was not just called the Ultimate Taboo, because Qiyuan summoned numerous transcendent path ideas and methods that Grand Dao disapproves of. The true meaning behind that name might be whatever these saints did. Wang Wei was curious, but he resisted the urge to try to divine such information. Even if he's sanctified, he might receive a terrifying backlash from such divination. No need to rush, since I'll find out eventually. He did not think too much about this truth and focused on something that directly affected him. My father will most likely be involved in this battle for the Sword Dao position, Wang Wei thought with a groan. His father had his own life and destiny, so he understood why he would willingly participate. But if it were up to Wang Wei, he would prefer that he stay away from these old monsters that have been plotting for eons. While his father is talented, he has not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Without knowing it, he'll probably hand these old monsters all his money and then help them count it. And once he has too involved, his mother will also be drawn into it, which means Wang Wei will be forced to participate as well. If I could get high, then the entire sect will also be dragged into that quagmire. And if something were to happen to Yen Hai, or me, Hong will also be forced to participate. Once she is in, Maitreya and Buddhism might be pulled in. Wang Wei paused, realizing his thoughts were spiraling out of control. He stopped and controlled himself. While his deduction was a possibility, it's truly the worst-case scenario. He had no idea how exactly things would proceed, or how long before the so-called event would even take place. Regardless, I still need to warn my father and the ancestor. Chapter 1635. The Grand Saint, the day of the second court session arrived, and everybody came on time. Even Ing Zheng sent a projection. Everybody in the room, except for a few, was a primal, and they sat cross-legged with their factions, with Mithridates facing them. However, there is a small group with a few familiar individuals, and Wang Wei recognized one of them. I'm glad everybody is here, or the fact that I didn't have to take action a second time, Mithridates started, which made the room awkward. Many of you know me, so you should understand I don't want to behave like this. But most of you fail to grasp the severity of the disaster we are facing, Mithridates continued. Do you know who our enemy is? No one was able to deduce such information, so they remained silent. The land of exile. The response of everybody was puzzlement instead of shock. The land of exile was somewhat infamous. People generally knew that it was a unique timeline from which no one ever returned. And even the people who do usually die soon afterward. It's not surprising that you don't know, since the truth or secret of that timeline is almost a taboo, Mithridates stated. The world is unfair, and nothing proves that more than Grand Tao's treatment of the other timelines. You all should be praising your luck for being born in the primordial timeline. Everybody listened attentively. The Saint Path is severely limited in other timelines, and when a cultivator starts their transcendent journey, they will confront an ugly truth. Are they an original being or alternate? I think you can deduce what these words mean. The atmosphere became somber. The other timelines are created when significant moments of history diverged into many paths. The divergences are typically based on the choices made by individuals in the primordial timeline. No one knows why the Grand Tao allows time to diverge into numerous possibilities. But there are two widespread and popular theories. The improvement theory posits that the Grand Tao is learning from these diverging timelines to perfect the primordial timeline. The preservation theory posits that Grand Tao utilized these timelines as a means to repair or replace the primordial timeline in the event of a catastrophic failure. Based on Mithridates' words, these cultivators realized something they might have overlooked. In these timelines, their variants or alternate selves exist, but there are also entities born as a result of the divergence, meaning they do not have counterparts in the primordial timeline. The origin beings are freed to pursue the transcendent path, but if an alternate wishes to do so, they must first eliminate their counterparts from the primordial timeline. Mithridates continued, but Saint, it's forbidden for these people to enter the primordial timeline. Exactly. So, you can imagine how challenging it is for them, Mithridates nodded. The infinite trichialicosm has too many timelines, so the chances for an alternate to encounter their primordial self are absurdly low. Someone commented. Wang Wei almost rolled his eyes as this guy, who casually named everybody the primordial self. Albeit, he had to admit it was a catchy and dignified name. That's assuming they even know that is one of the requirements for the transcendent path. After all, it's in the best interest of Grand Tao and the ruling class in these timelines to keep this information secret as a means of control and to prevent mass panic and chaos. That's a fair analysis. But after putting it that way, these people have it rough. I don't think I would have a chance if I were an alternate. It's not bad. It's feasible as long as you can lure your primordial self from the safety of their timelines. You make it sound easy, but the problem is how to actually do it with all these limits and restraints. I'm sure there's a way. Of course there is. But the people who have succeeded are truly extraordinary. They probably have Tao Lords and Overlord's intelligence and wisdom. Most definitely. A few eyes glanced at Wang Wei and Qilin before looking around at certain individuals they believed might have the mind for such an arduous task. The atmosphere was momentarily strange, as certain people who believed in their own wisdom felt offended by the fact that others did not immediately think of them. On another note, I've always felt his lingering feeling of worry, or maybe even dread, every time I travel through the infinite trichilicosm. Is this the reason? I felt the same way, too. That's why I don't like traveling to other timelines. Same. It's the same for me, but oddly enough, I once met one of my alternate selves and we had a great conversation comparing our lives. I dare say we even became friends. Friend, I think you were lucky you were not hunted. It's hard to say who would hunt who. All right, Mithridates said, stopping the conversation. Despite the severe limitations, one man defied his fate and became a Grand Tao saint. Everybody resisted the urge to display their shock. It was already so difficult for them to become a primordial saint in this timeline, but someone reached such a height under such difficult circumstances. However, after reaching the ceiling of the chaos universe, the Grand Saint realized his path forward was cut off. He realized only the primordial timeline had the resources to give birth to a true transcendent. With this knowledge, he did the only logical thing. He tried to ascend to the main branch. Shouldn't he use his name or title? Wang Wei noticed. He had learned the hard way not to casually mention higher beings. But Mithria was a saint, separated by the protection of the primordial timeline, and she still did not dare reveal his name. Now that I think about it, there are many implications now that I know who is behind this invasion, Wang Wei analyzed. The fact that the Grand Saint has now successfully invaded the primordial timeline means whether Grand Tao is playing a dangerous game by using him as a pawn, or she is too occupied with something else to even deal with. I don't know the details, but what I do know is that he failed, Mithria continued. Then, the Grand Saint changed his plan. Since he couldn't access the primordial timeline, he would make his own. Everyone was speechless. Only a Grand Tao Saint could think of such an approach. He started to invade, conquer, and fuse numerous timelines into a more perfect version, into what they called the divine timeline. He also slowly built his force by offering cultivators a fair, transcendent path in exchange for their servitude. However, Grand Tao abandoned them by completely isolating their divine timeline from the infinite trichialicosm, putting an end to their plans. As you can imagine, the Grand Saint would not accept such an outcome. After years of patience, amassing strength, and strategizing, he has found a way to invade the primordial timeline. The room was eerily quiet. No sounds of breathing, movement, or even battling an eye. These cultivators who stand at the top of the eternal ascension world even lowered the voice of their inner monologue. This was too much information. There is no way Ying Zheng's artifact allowed her to divine so much information, Wang Wei thought. In a war, information is power. No competent cultivator, let alone a Grand Tao Saint, would make the mistake of revealing their information. So, the only explanation is that Grand Tao fed it to her. Wang Wei suddenly frowned. Now that I know all of this, I'm kind of suspicious of Tian Xian. He had to scrutinize whether this son of Grand Tao had chosen to escape to the land of exile because he knew the information and had lied to Wang Wei when he said he didn't know much, or whether he had been secretly manipulated. I should be more careful when dealing with him, Wang Wei reminded himself. Saint, said the Shao ancestor from the Union. He did not hide the helplessness he felt. What can we do in a war involving a Grand Tao Saint? Everyone had the same thoughts. Disasters are supposed to be events with opportunity for surviving and even thriving if the right choices are made. But this one only screamed death and annihilation. You don't have to worry too much about that, Mithria reassured. We are nothing but chess pieces on a board. Our role, while small, is significant. So when the time is correct, there will be other pieces to deal with the things beyond our capabilities. These words were both reassuring and a devastating blow. It was good to know they didn't have to be involved in the fight of these saints. But it also crushed many people's spirits after realizing how insignificant they are in the grand scheme of the chaos universe. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Ruling over the world for so long has warped these people's views of themselves. It also did not help that no saints participated in the Second Origin War, leading them to believe their actions had a widespread influence when, in fact, they did not. As for him, he has always known he was a pawn and a long way from becoming a chess player. So, this information did not affect him as much. Chapter 1636. Mobilization. Mithria was satisfied with the response. One of her goals for revealing such damning news was to wake up some of these people. She noticed that too many of them viewed this upcoming disaster as another Second Origin War, albeit with a bit more danger, as a few saints might participate. This was far from the truth. So she needed to sober them since they were drunk on their previous glory. Now that you understand the severity of the situation, we can start our final war mobilization, Mithriya announced. And before someone asked, I will temporarily hold the Heavenly Emperor position. Whoever contributes most to this war can have the position. Those strings of words instantly concluded one of the primary issues on these people's minds. Mithriya glanced at Sage Rune Halo, and the latter waved his hand to summon a spatial artifact for every individual present. Inside was a talisman, a blueprint, and a recording on how to refine it. Everyone was briefly confused until the saint explained. Grand Strategist Kuan had a brilliant idea to cover the battlefield with a formation imbued with my hierarchy existence. With it, you'll only need to kill your enemy once, and they will experience true death. The talisman is to protect you from the effect. Everybody's eyes lit up. During the Second Origin War, no-life iron became extremely valuable as it countered cultivators' longevity resources. However, this formation was even more impressive since it actually removed the troublesome eternal aspect of the enemy. It even reduced the need for chrono-spirit skills, since they now only need to kill the opponent to send them into the dirt permanently. The people serving the court will be handed a talisman, but you must refine your own for non-court-related uses, Maitri continued. She paused to give them a moment to gather their thoughts. Any questions or concerns? I have one, Shin Tian asked. Is this thing safe? I mean, don't we have to worry about the possibility of the talisman ending in the enemy's hand, and they study how it operates? That's true. It might be better to create a less obvious or accessible method. For example, a soul mark or karmic connection. That is not possible, Mithriya replied. The reason the talisman was used is that it also provides protection. It stops your existence from being assimilated by mind through the array. Is that so? As for the issue of security, Mithriya glanced at Wu Hong, followed by the sage Rune Halo. The best of the best worked with me to design it. I'm relieved then, Shin Tian nodded. Anybody else? Could we buy it directly from the court? Sea Sovereign asked. The Sea Race had its own unique water alchemy and independent rune system, but even so, based on an initial judgment, it will not be easy to refine these talismans, let alone create a large quantity of them. Yes, she nodded. Wu Hong and the sage streamlined the blueprint to ensure that most people could refine it. But this is still a highly complex talisman, so they anticipated that more people might want to buy it from them. This answer pleased many people, even if they didn't show it. Mithriya waited a few seconds for more questions about this subject before moving on. I'd like to introduce a few people. She motioned to a young man with profound eyes, who slowly stood and bowed to the crowd. Everyone gazed at this young man with a strange aura. This is Liang Shi, the founder of the Soul King Path, Mithriya continued. He is responsible for bringing back the Soul Path to the Eternal Ascension world, and recently, he finally completed his path. A recording talisman appeared before everybody with detailed information about the Soul Path, starting from the Soul King realm to the Soul Lord and Soul Emperor. The talisman contained a direct cultivation method, along with a detailed analysis of this path as pros and cons. He changed the name? Wang Wei thought. In the Tao language, the characters for soul and God are essentially the same. The difference can be based on context clues, pronunciation, or how it was written. It's apparent to him that Liang Shi is now using the soul definition instead of God. It's either he is mature and lost his false sense of grandeur, or he suffered at the hands of God, so he had to change it, Wang Wei thought. The attendees finished reviewing the talisman and looked at the saint with puzzlement in their eyes. What was the point of giving them this information instead of just putting this technique in a myriad temple of record? While this soul path was interesting, it had no direct benefit to them except for having more choices to raise cannon fodder for their factions. Liang Shi and I created this technique called the Insurgent Soul Ring, Mithriya continued. A new talisman materialized in front of everybody. It allows an individual to condense a unique soul ring capable of absorbing the soul of paragons to raise the caster into an insurgent. This technique will be applied in the Court's alternate path army, and you're also free to use it. Wait, is this technique applicable to all paths? Wang Wei asked. Yes, Mithriya nodded, but with lesser effects. According to my deduction, it takes between 10 and 15 Paragon souls for a soul emperor, and a 25 chance of success. A Dao ruler needs at least twice that number with only a 15 chance of success, and an immortal king requires 5 times the number with a less than 5 chance of success. As for paragons, non-primals can use it to create a reserve of soul energy and increase their stamina. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He wanted to scream. Why is everybody plagiarizing his ideas? To be fair, techniques to reduce the intense effect of using ultimate and grand construct skills have existed since the dawn of time. It's just that in this scenario, Mithriya was indeed inspired by his soul ring. The reaction to this information was rather neutral. This technique was revolutionary, a universal method of cultivating insurgents. With the upcoming disaster, this is a strategic invention that is destined to give them an advantage. However, an increase in insurgents in the world is a threat to the Emperor path. And as always, the loose cultivators are the ones who will suffer the most. Before, they could easily bully the other paths when competing for resources. However, now these people have a means to resist, compete, and even challenge their status or position in the world. Some people wanted to express their opposition, or at the very least, request that this technique not be distributed so freely. But no one dares do so. Their fear of that golden Buddha staring at them still lingers to this day. Sadly, the days of using politics to solve issues are long gone. I never thought I would see him on this stage. Wang Wei thought, while looking at Liang Shixian. He still remembered when the latter made a deal with him to create the soul path. It's wonderful what a person can achieve once they are truly driven. The good news is I'm about to become wealthy again. Regardless, he remains one of the co-founders of Soul Path. Although he had no hands on the subsequent realms, the foundation was created by him, so he is still entitled to a part of the merit. It also helped that his idea was used in the invention of the insurgent soul ring technique. The second person I will introduce you to is the Shenghuovi, the life chaos demon god. Mithriya pointed to an extremely beautiful woman in white robes with green hair and silver eyes. She smiled gently before cupping her hands to bow. I'm new to this era's custom, so forgive me if my form is not proper. Her voice was soothing, just like a mother's lullaby. Shenghuovi has chosen to become our ally for this war, and she will be the court's heavenly doctor. If you are severely injured and need recuperation and do not want to waste merit, you can come to her. With her skills, she can heal minor to middle-tier existence injuries. Additionally, she has agreed to share her knowledge and information, but only for the right price. As for what that is, you need to negotiate with her. What I know is valuable, and I believe in fair exchange, so be prepared, Shenghuovi nodded. No one expected this to happen. As of now, everybody was operating under the assumption that the Chaos Demon Gods would most likely be a problem to deal with. No one expected one of them to join their sides, and she did it so openly. I wonder what kind of deal these two made. Wang Wei thought. There is no way to know exactly unless he asks. But he could deduce the general idea. Shenghuovi probably only cares about returning to her peak. Meanwhile, Mithriya was to survive this catastrophe and further her transcendent path. Their agreement is probably something that benefited both sides. Chapter 16:37. The alternate path's transcendence Wang Wei was in deep thought, trying to figure out whether he should exchange with Shenghuovi, and if he does, what to trade, when a sudden voice entered his mind. Here, followed by a transmission of knowledge. Wife, you treat me the best. If I don't treat you well, who else will? Wu Hong almost rolled her eyes. The information she acquired was basic, but it was enough to allow her to peer into the foundation and essence of these chaos demon gods. Wang Wei smiled as he took a quick glance at these techniques. The core of these techniques is something called the origin, and the best way Wang Wei could explain it is that it's a more chaotic, less refined, less complex, and more accessible form of the Grandao source. Upon comparison, It's noticeable that the Grand Tao source is the evolution of the origin. The origin is kind of interesting, Wang Wei thought. It is wounded. While the Grand Tao source behaves like an aloof, supreme source of laws and Tao, the origin feels more like the final destination of law cultivation. You can tell these chaos demon gods started by cultivating chaos and heaven laws, followed by primordial laws, before accessing the origin laws. It may not have been a good thing for all of us to skip all these laws and directly access the Grand Tao source, Wang Wei added. I can see that in terms of complexity and subtlety, these techniques are really terrible by today's standards. They are too direct, too easily detectable in battles, and reveal too much information when used. However, their power is unfathomably potent because of the underlying deep understanding of the law. I think the lack of complexity is more because these chaos demon gods were born at the pinnacle of the world with no competition, and their society had little to no conflict since they considered themselves brothers and sisters, Wu Hong added. But I agree with you. We may have to consider studying these alternate laws before sanctifying. Wang Wei had had this idea ever since the deception trial. However, he planned to do it after entering the quintessence realm. But now, it appeared such a step was needed before entering that realm. You know, this technique has reminded me of something I haven't thought about in a while. What? Maybe the other paths should not have been separated. To be precise, the Emperor path, while considered the combination of the others, does not feel this way. When you reach the Paragon realm, you must study Qi and have enough reserves in the source Qi space to master it. Additionally, we also have our own world in the form of the Grand Mist Wheel. What else would you want to do? Both these things you mention rely on Grand Tao's creation, or are limited by her rules, Wang Wei said. As for my ideas, we could start by creating a special energy tailored to my individual body and needs. Some people have tried that, and the result is that by the time they become a primal, all energies have become useless because their abilities to boost attacks are abysmal. And that is not mentioning how even the most powerful body cannot hold as much energy as the source Qi space. So, unless your goal is to cease your over-reliance on Grand Tao, this approach is useless. It's not useless if the energy was designed to reduce the burden of using ultimate and grand construct skill. It would have lasted until the third transcendent foundation, Wang Wei explained. And honestly, I think that even if the energy is useless in the Paragon realm, it might not be so in the quintessence realm. Plus, you're right. The fundamental idea is to reduce reliance on Grand Tao. You make a good point. We could even store the energy inside the Grand Mist Wheel for more room, Wu Hong said. We could store it in the environment and have the creation life cultivate it, create more, and even purify it. You're not thinking large enough, Wang Wei continued. We can probably create a river of time and build an infinite trichiliocosm to have endless timelines to store energy. I once tried fusing the continent S river of time with my Grand Mist Wheel, and it was destroyed. So I believe that is something probably only a saint can do, Wu Hong explained. More reasons to find a way to no longer be limited by how Grand Tao does things, Wang Wei replied. It's possible if you refine a special Tao seed and combine it with a time node crystal. What the hell? Wun Kirst. By Buddha S. Balls, that is a profound invasion of prophecy, Wang Wei yelled. Watch your tongue, boy, Mithriel warned. And I didn't mean to listen to your conversation. But even without trying, I can detect the direct link between you two and easily interpret what you're saying purely based on the fluctuations. Wang Wei caressed his temples as he groaned softly. You saints are too powerful for your own good. You'll get there one day, and I doubt you'll feel the same way, Mithriel replied. Back to the topic. If you want to create a unique energy for Saint, you would need to understand the essence of source Qi and use a lot of it for the transformation process. First of all, what is a time node crystal? Second of all, is source Qi real? There are many branches or tributaries of the river of time, which are considered time nodes. And the rumor is that if you refine all the time power in these branches, you can condense a time node crystal, Wu Hong explained. Wait, Those branches are connected to the time flow and regulation of a chaos world. Does that mean you must destroy these worlds to refine this crystal? Technically, the world would not instantly be destroyed, but yes, Wu Hong nodded. Without a river of time, numerous issues would arise, and the chaos world would ultimately lead to destruction, but the process would be prolonged and painful. There are free-flowing branches, but they are rare, Mithria added. That would make things less complicated, Wang Wei thought. The destruction of a chaos world can be a simple matter or a bigger issue. It all depends on which world is used. Source key? Yes, source key is a real thing, and it's the standard transcendent path of the immortal path. So, they can indeed become saints. The Pillar Foundation Systems was designed based on the three main paths, Mithria continued. Immortals are supposed to achieve 1 to 3 pillars. Tao ancestors correspond to 4 to 6 pillars. Emperor paths are 7 to 9 pillars, and 10 to 12 pillars are for the eternal or boundless paragons. That makes a lot of sense. Wang Wei nodded. The 13th? Wu Hong asked. I only know that it's reserved for the truly unique individuals, Mithria replied. A little vague, but I guess Grand Dao Wun Ti want this information to be readily available, Wang Wei commented. What about Dao ancestors? What's their standard transcendent path? The first step is to condense a heavenly Dao inside their inner world. Really? In that case, the second step is probably to fuse their inner world with their flesh, thus becoming a living universe. The third step would be to turn their Dao into a miniature Grand Dao source, following the same step as the Emperor path of creating a grand construct. Mithria glanced at Wang Wei. After knowing the basic truth about the Dao path, she spent years calculating and deducing their way forward to find inspiration. And only after a slow process of eliminating ideas, including the need for them to create their own heaven laws, or maybe more than one inner world, that she reached the same conclusion as Wang Wei, albeit with more detail. Yet, the body instantly skipped all these steps. She envied his mind. You're correct. Aren't any of you freaking out about the possible pitfall behind this path? Wang Wei asked. What do you mean? For once, even Wu Hong was not following his thinking. Saint, can you block the area for detection? I don't want any trouble, Wang Wei said. No problem. No one, except for Sheng Huovi, noticed an invisible power blocking the heavenly court. So, she glanced at Mithria. Her senses were no longer as sharp as before, so she couldn't spy on their conversation. Plus, now that Mithria was involved, security was guaranteed. Now that he felt more secure, Wang Wei said, by the time the Dao path becomes Grand Dao Source, they will be a walking mini-chaos universe. If Grand Dao ever needed a little nourishment, they would be the perfect meal. The two were quiet for a moment. This was a possibility, and a horrifying one at that. I think you've wronged Grand Dao this time, Mithria said after a few seconds. You have a different opinion? The transcendent feedback, Mithria replied. The purpose of this path is to increase the feedback received after the Dao paths detach themselves. Chapter 1638. Mithria's hope, I'm not convinced, Wang Wei countered. We know that inner world cultivation systems take the most resources. Unless you are saying the process of reaching the third step will have these Dao path cultivators owe so much karma that they have to repay it. But that's assuming true transcendents are bound by karma, which goes completely against what we think of their existence, Wu Hong added. Exactly. You are thinking about the final result instead of the process, Mithria explained. They have to repay it while cultivating a higher realm. By the time they transcend, they will have balanced out all the resources they've consumed, and Grand Dao won't lose much and can even benefit from the feedback. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded, finally seeing her point of view. While I can see your point of view, I still believe in what I said. While Grand Dao may not have emotions, it's still a life form with an instinct for self-preservation. If necessary, I do not doubt for a second she would not treat the Dao path cultivators as a life-saving meal. You make a fair point, Mithria sighed deeply. Sometimes the cannibalistic nature of the universe weighs heavily on her mind. Mithria often wonders when all life can escape this sea of suffering. If that is true, then this system of resource management would probably be for every path, not just the Tao. Wu Hong commented, trying to change the topic as she sensed her old friend's dejected mood. Most likely. That doesn't look fun, Wang Wei uttered. Many people are looking forward to the upcoming transcendent age, but it will probably not be as beautiful as they think, Mithria revealed. I don't like the implication of these words, Wang Wei stated. Don't think too much about it. At least, no matter how bad it is. It won't be as bad as the old times. What do you mean? You don't know? Well, I guess you wouldn't. Before the ultimate taboo, all the saints were under watch and scrutiny by the cardinals or Grand Tao herself. All their moves and actions were monitored, and if they were out of line, someone would come to warn them. I was just thinking about this not long ago, Wang Wei said. Is that why they were so quiet? Basically. Is that why they loved to use people as pawns? Wu Hong asked. That's one of the reasons, Mithria nodded. These people needed vessels or pawns to do their bidding while under observation. The other is that they need talented people to test out their transcendent path. After all, most people do not get a second attempt, and if your path is wrong, the outcome might be even worse. A lot of things are clicking together, Wang Wei uttered. Do you know what these saints were doing during the ultimate taboo? Unfortunately, no. Mithria shook her head. I tried to investigate, and all I can say is that I quickly learned how bad an idea that was. My educated guess is that whatever they did brought them more freedom. Do you know whether the ultimate taboo was a one-man plan or a coordinated one? Wang Wei asked. If you're asking if the Trinity Venerable planned everything alone, I do not think so. I think he had support from many others, including the erudite Duchess. Wu Hong asked. I try not to interact with these old saints, Mithria said. But as one of the most powerful tribunal saints in the world, I reckon she was involved in some way. Is the Trinity Venerable also in the second step? Yes. Wang Wei sighed. Things were not looking good for Qiyuan and his ancestors. Not that he was any better since the Fate Cardinal was also in that realm. No need to worry. I'm confident you and Qiyuan will rise above your destined fate. Thanks for the good word. Wang Wei smiled wryly. He previously asked me a question that I want to hear an answer from you. Wu Hong suddenly said. Who is your puppet master? Do you have to put it in such a harsh way? I'm just paraphrasing him. Don't just throw me in her like that. Wu Hong ignored him and waited for an answer. Mithria thought about it briefly. I have an unbreakable karma debt to Gautama. As in the Buddha? Yes. After sanctifying, I noticed a powerful oath woven into the very essence of Buddhism itself, Mithria explained. Anyone who calls themselves a monk or has any connection to Buddhism's luck will have to one day fulfill the oath. Which is, don't know. All I'm certain of is when I meet the requirements. The oath will be activated and I will be called to action. Wu Hong and Wang Wei resisted the urge to glance at each other. They had guessed what that oath was. Gautama either wishes to find a way to exist outside the prehistoric world without Grand Tao punishing him, or he also wants to escape the chaos universe like Hong Jun and everybody else. Wait, I'm an honorary Buddha. Am I also bound by this oath? Wang Wei asked. No, you're fine. You're never considered yourself a monk or genuinely practice our way. That's reassuring. Wang Wei sighed in relief. While you're here, I have another idea to run to you. Oh, how feasible is it to also turn the Grand Mist Wheel, or even better, the Sea of Consciousness, into my own personal critical hit path? The way your mind operates is truly a work of art, Mithria praised. You're making me blush, as if she would believe these words. I don't think I can give you a satisfactory answer, Mithria said. I only did the Paragon Taboo Battle Realm, meaning I only have access to one layer. I'm actively trying to find a means to make up for the other two, so my understanding of the critical hit path is subpar at best. However, from my limited understanding, your idea is something that is beneficial in the long term, but not the short term. Please explain. From my understanding, the critical hit path is a higher version of the power of heaven and earth that cultivators used in the mortal stage, but for the entire chaos universe. In other words, when you use it, you are borrowing strength from every world, every dimension, every life, and every timeline. So, for your version to be of any use, you'll have to wait until you're a Grand Tao Saint and can create your version of the Chaos Universe. Could we use it to resonate with Grand Tao as critical hit path? That way we can use our own and her version? Wu Hong suggested. Theoretically, yes, but you also risk it being influenced or secretly corrupted through the process of synchronizing with Grand Tao's version, which defies the purpose of it being independent. Easy solution. We have two versions, one for the future and one for the present to give us an immediate edge in battle, Wang Wei added. He still remembered what Wu Hong said about it being impossible to use that construct to fight people of higher steps. However, if he had access to two critical hit paths, the conversation would suddenly be completely different. You are all operating under the assumption that it can be built, Mithridas said, trying to ground them. Where there is a will, there's a way, Wang Wei said. A good philosophy to live by. But let us still manage our expectations. We understand, Wang Wei nodded. Do you have any clues on how to make up for the missing layers? Wu Hong asked. Sadly, nothing so far, Mithridas sighed deeply. Don't push yourself too hard. I'm sure there's a way. I know. Well, any more ideas? No. All right. I'm glad we had such a productive conversation, Mithridas said. And I must sincerely thank you. For what? Wang Wei asked. You've given me hope I can return to a 12th foundation pillar, Mithridas said. She has experienced the hardship of rebuilding her foundation in the Saint realm. And before this conversation, Mithridas had almost accepted the fact that 9 pillars might be her limit. But with these ideas, there may be hope for her yet. I'm glad I can help. This is for you, Mithridas said, handing him access to a dimension with a green crystal. What is this? It's a thing I refined.